Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel. For next part and also need a good money for buy new PC. Chapter 1, The Opening Impeachment of Chief Uchiha. I disagree. At this time, in the Uchiha shrine, a guard jonin shouted angrily at Fugaku. Why do we, the Uchiha clan, want to move next to the prison? And it's at the very corner of Konoha. It's so far away from Konoha, how can we, the Konoha guard, patrol the village? Fugaku at the top frowned. He comforted the excited security team members below. What you said is right, but other families have also moved away from the original location. The Uchiha family cannot be the only one who refuses. It was just after the Night of Nine Tails. The Nine Tails rebellion caused heavy losses to all ninja clans in Konoha, except for Uchiha. Because the Uchiha clan was ordered by Danzo and Sarutobi to evacuate the refugees, they did not go to the front line of the battle at all. Being so, Maverick has put the Uchiha clan, which was already full of suspicion and resentment, at the forefront of the storm. At least half of the original ill will towards Nine Tails was transferred to the Uchiha clan. There are rumors in the village that Nine Tails was controlled by the Uchiha clan and caused the Nine Tails rebellion. Now when the various clans are redistributing their clan lands, Uchiha, who apparently did not receive any damage to their clan lands, is forced to order migration. And Uchiha Fugaku, under the guidance of Uchiha Itachi, agreed to the conditions of Konoha's top brass. Now the village not only completely removed Uchiha from the center of power in Konoha village, but also arranged for other ninja clan to surround the Uchiha clan. This act of humiliating and losing power completely aroused the anger of the tribesmen. Shiyu's Taiho suddenly stood up and yelled. When have we, the Uchiha clan, ever been so frustrated? Protest! We must protest! Konoha village was originally founded by our Uchiha clan, but now we are being treated like this? I don't accept it. My noble Uchiha clan cannot even keep its territory under your leadership. This is a shame. I propose that Uchiha Fugaku be revoked as clan leader. Shiyu-sama will be the one to take over. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their attention to a handsome young man in the corner. At this time, he was staring at Uchiha Fugaku with a cold smile on his face. I have no objection. Uchiha Shio. It is the genius Uchiha who is as famous as Uchiha Fugaku. And his reputation as a genius is not reflected in his combat prowess, but in his excellent political sense. He has predicted major events that are about to happen in Konoha and even the ninja world several times in advance, helping the Uchiha clan avoid several casualties, and has a good reputation among the Uchiha clan. And the reason why he can gain such a reputation is, it's because he is a reborn person, and Shio, who has no protagonist talent, has been working hard to change the Uchiha clan in order to avoid the Night of Annihilation. He clearly knew that Konoha had been suppressing the Uchiha clan since the Second Hokage. And this kind of suppression reached its ultimate level during the Three Wars. Many high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan were sent to the most dangerous front lines to die. The young bird was kept in captivity in the Konoha guards and treated as a waste that didn't even have a Sharingan. Wait until the end of the Third War. The entire huge Uchiha clan was stunned to be unable to make up for the Jonin. Shiyu has advised Uchiha Fugaku several times. Beware of Konoha, gather the clan members, focus on the Uchiha clan, preserve strength, and develop in a low-key manner. But Uchiha Fugaku, this idiot, always thinks that Konoha is a big family, one for everyone, and everyone for one. Not only did he obey Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, he even named his son after Sarutobi's father. Originally Shiyu thought Uchiha Fugaku was just indecisive. As long as you realize Konoha's wolf ambition in advance, you can change the outcome of the Uchiha clan. But I didn't expect that this guy is also a waste brainwashed by the will of fire. Even more thorough than his son Uchiha Itachi, who is not willing to do anything like internal strife with the village. So Shio began to secretly accumulate strength and win over his tribe. Finally, on the Night of Nine Tails, after Shio persuaded Uchiha Fugaku to let his tribe participate in the frontline battle to no avail. With the forcible relocation of the Uchiha tribe, everyone's conflict with Uchiha Fugaku completely broke out. Shiyu took the opportunity to arrange for the impeachment of Uchiha Fugaku chief. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shiyu in astonishment. He had no idea that the confidant in front of him who often gave him advice would be so ambitious. Shiyu slowly walked forward to meet Uchiha Fugaku's gaze. He slowly said to Uchiha Fugaku with a nonchalant expression, "I think Fugaku is really not suitable to be a clan leader. A clan leader should be the first priority. The current Fugaku clan leader seems to value Konoha much more than us Uchiha." Uchiha Fugaku frowned. "I am also doing this for peace. Our Uchiha clan is a part of Konoha. If Konoha is at peace, won't our Uchiha clan also be at peace? Haven't you woken up from the tragedy of the Ninja World War yet? What's more, our Uchiha clan not only controls the important position of Konoha's police force, but also does not need to fight on the front line. Now that Konoha, our Uchiha clan can steadily maintain the largest clan in Konoha, isn't it okay?" Shio looked at Uchiha Fugaku as if he was mentally retarded and sneered. "Are you an idiot for being a clan leader at your level?" Chapter 2. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly became furious. "What did you say?" Shio sneered slowly. "Have you never heard of boiling a frog in warm water? As the leader of the Uchiha clan, don't you even know how our clan's Sharingan evolved?" Uchiha Fugaku paused, frowned, and snorted. "Humph! Of course I know, it's through practice." Shio sneered. "Practice? Are you kidding me? It depends on fighting. To be precise, it depends on the mood swings. We Uchiha are born warriors, and we are also born to care about feelings and tribesmen. When there are severe mood swings, the brain will be stimulated to secrete an eye-opening substance. Don't tell me that your majestic Uchiha clan leader doesn't even know this. Even that guy Senju Tobirama knows this kind of thing." Uchiha Fugaku was speechless. "How did you know?" This is what he saw on the Uchiha ancestral stone tablet after opening Mangekyō. He was worried that his tribe would kill each other for power, so he never told his tribe about this eye-opening method. The people who stayed in Konoha were the clansmen who were tired of fighting and did not leave with Uchiha Madara. This resulted in the Uchiha clan not even passing down their own method of opening their eyes. When it comes to Sasuke's generation, he even thinks that Sharingan's eye-opening is a genius among the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha people below whispered in astonishment. "Is that so? So when I opened my eyes, it was because of the death of my teammate Ida. Those Konoha idiots still think that our Sharingan is a curse. Every time we open our eyes, someone dies. It turns out that we open our eyes because someone dies." Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly defended loudly. "I just don't want everyone to sacrifice. Opening your eyes means that your companions will sacrifice. Is this what everyone wants?" Shio interrupted Uchiha Fugaku directly and said. "Of course we don't want to sacrifice, but we open our eyes to better protect our companions, not to be cowards hiding behind others. Isn't it obvious now why Konoha only puts us in charge of the Konoha Guard, which is not dangerous? They are just waiting for the opportunity to wipe out all of us Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha clan is sent to the front line, then our Uchiha clan will have a large number of Sharingan owners because of the sacrifices of our clan members. It is safe to stay in Konoha and be a city administrator, but in a few years, the Uchiha clan will not even have a 3-tomo Sharingan clan member. At that time, we, the Uchiha clan, will really be slaughtered by others." Uchiha Fugaku was furious. "This is just your imagination. Third generation has never thought of targeting us Uchiha." Shio looked at Uchiha Fugaku as if he were an idiot. "So, why do we, the Uchiha clan, want to move our clan territory? Do you think all the clan members are fools? Konoha has already turned against Uchiha, and you are telling us that Konoha is not targeting Uchiha. Have we, the Uchiha clan, suffered less discrimination since the second Hokage came to power? Wake up, Uchiha Fugaku." Sarutobi Hiruzen uses Konoha as a tool for the development of the Sarutobi clan, but you use the Uchiha clan as a tool for the development of Konoha. Idiots like you have no right to be the leader of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku's face changed drastically. "How dare you!" His eyes instantly turned red and turned into 3-tomo Sharingan. Shio, on the other hand, was true to form and also turned on 3 Tomo Sharingan to stare at Uchiha Fugaku. Although he did not have the talent to activate Mangekyō, there was no problem in using his knowledge of Sharingan to activate 3 Tomo Sharingan during the Third Ninja War. As for Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyō, Shiyu knew clearly that the coward in front of him didn't want to expose the fact that he owned Mangekyō, because he was worried that the tribe would force Nine Tails to stage a coup if they knew he had Mangekyō. And as long as Fugaku doesn't open Mangekyō, the strength gap between Shiyu and Uchiha Fugaku, who are both from the Uchiha clan, is not that big at all. Coupled with the Uchiha clan members below, Shiyu expected that the loser Uchiha Fugaku would not dare to fall out with him. As expected, Uchiha Fugaku's face was uncertain, and he finally took Sharingan back. Shiyu took the opportunity to speak to the tribesmen below who were looking at each other. I believe Uchiha Fugaku is no longer qualified to continue serving as our clan leader. During his tenure, not only was our Uchiha clan stripped of the political center of Konoha, but now we can't even keep our clan territory. Today's Uchiha has almost been cleared out of Konoha. So I propose to cancel Uchiha Fugaku's position as clan leader, and let me lead everyone to regain the glory that belongs to our Uchiha clan. The eyes of the tribesmen below flashed with fire. One of Shiyu's younger brothers took the opportunity to shout, "Revive Uchiha! Long live the Shio clan leader!" As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but shouted along. "Revive Uchiha! Long live the Shio clan leader!" Ding dong! Congratulations to host for successfully being elected as the leader of the Uchiha clan. The family training system has been bound. Chapter 3. This system is dedicated to protecting families and individuals and promoting development. Please study the detailed functions by yourself. Shio was stunned, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. System? Is there an unexpected surprise? Originally, I just wanted to save my life. Who would have thought that the cheat I had been looking forward to for so many years would be prerequisite for becoming the clan leader? Who knows how much I hoped for a heaven-defying life-changing system when I first traveled through time, but I had completely given up on it, but now it has appeared again. Shiyu said silently in his heart. Open the system panel. Host, Uchiha Shio. Strength, Jonin. Position, Patriarch. Family size, 1057 people. Family reputation, 312 points. Strength ratio, Cage level, 1 person, Elite Jonin, 1 person, Jonin, 4 people, Special Jonin, 27 people, Chinin, 157 people, Genin, 371 people. Owned building, Uchiha Ancestral Temple, can be used to enhance clan cohesion. Has inheritance, Uchiha's exclusive fire-style ninjutsu, some ninjutsu, shuriken technique, genjutsu, taijutsu, Sharingan, etc. Shio frowned as he looked at the properties panel listed by the system. Although I know that the Uchiha clan has been suppressed. But he never imagined that the Uchiha clan had become so rotten. During the Third Ninja War, they only boasted about the strength of Shisui, the Hokage's instantaneous body, but ignored that the overall strength of the Uchiha clan was reduced to a dog. No wonder Uchiha Fugaku licked his face and sacrificed the lives of the entire Uchiha clan for the survival of his 2 sons. With the current fighting strength of the Uchiha clan, even if Fugaku goes to war with Uchiha Itachi, the only way to go is to annihilate the clan. Rather than losing both sides and ending up with the entire clan being destroyed, it would be better to trade the death of a clan member for the life of his own son. Shio looked at Uchiha Fugaku coldly. It turns out that this is the reason why Uchiha Fugaku, who was planning a coup on the night of the genocide, turned against him and chose to surrender. At this time, the situation of the Uchiha clan has become so urgent that it is in exactly the same embarrassing position as the Teruyoryuki clan of Kirigakure. Shio clicked on the cage-level tribe list. As expected, the only cage-level member of the Uchiha clan is Uchiha Fugaku, who has opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. And that elite Jonin was Shisui, who became famous during the Third Ninja War. As for the 4 Jonin, except for Shio, they were Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Tekka, and Uchiha Inari, who were eliminated by Uchiha Itachi in an instant. As for those special Jonin, although the 3-tomo Sharingan was activated, their overall strength did not reach the level of Jonin. It was only with the Sharingan that they reached the level of special Jonin. If host activates the system for the first time, an additional 1-year training settlement will be awarded. Congratulations to host for gaining Fire Style Ninjutsu experience +1+1+1. Congratulations to host for getting Shuriken Technique experience +1+1+1. Congratulations to host for gaining +1+1+1 physical skills experience. Congratulations to host for gaining Illusion experience +1+1+1. Congratulations to host for getting Chakra +1+1+1. Congratulations to host for gaining Pupil Power +1+1+1. It is detected that the clan members have high-level Sharingan. Sharingan is evolving, evolution time is 1 year. The novice gift pack is accelerating. Congratulations on getting Mangekyō Sharingan *2. As the system's settlement sounded, a large amount of training experience memories poured into Shio's mind. At the same time, both chakra and pupil power suddenly increased several times. The original Scarlet 3 Megatama quickly rotated and soon became the same Mangekyō form as Uchiha Fugaku. Ding dong! After receiving the rewards, the family rewards will be settled at the end of each month based on the prosperity of the family. Please host improve the family building as soon as possible and unlock more system functions. Shio looked shocked and was immersed in the joy of soaring strength. In the family training system, will the clan members trained be fed back to the clan leader? I was originally worried that Uchiha Fugaku would cause trouble with his strength, but now the last piece of the puzzle has been added. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shio, who had high hopes from everyone, and snorted. You think too simply. Since you want to be the clan leader, I'll give it to you. After saying this, he waved his hand angrily and left the ancestral temple. The tribesmen below caused a commotion. Although everyone is dissatisfied with Konoha's discrimination against Uchiha, but I still respect Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader and captain of the Konoha Guard. After all, he is indeed the strongest among the Uchiha clan. At this time, Shio clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back. Everyone, be silent. Since the Fugaku clan chief is willing to abdicate in favor of someone more worthy, then I would rather obey. When Shio stood in front of the stage and spoke, an invisible thought seemed to burst out from the entire ancestral hall, calming down the distracting thoughts of many clan members. After being incorporated into the system building by the family system, it has extraordinary power. Although it does not have the subtle influence on people's minds like distinguished heavenly gods, it can still soothe people's minds to a certain extent. Shio, who was already popular among the people, had almost no effort to stabilize the mood of the clan members and accept the fact that the clan leader had been replaced. Lord Clan Leader, tell me what we, the Uchiha clan, should do next. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Shio's mouth and he slowly said. Simple, I have a 9-character policy. Build the wall high, accumulate food widely, and slowly become king. Chapter 4. The next day. Uchiha Fugaku's resignation as clan leader and leader of the Konoha Guard caused an uproar in Konoha Hokage building, among the Hokage offices. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said to Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shio. Alas, this relocation of the tribe is a joint discussion between everyone. I have already protested to the elders, but I can't get rid of Danzo's insistence on going his own way. You must not have any misunderstandings. Konoha has absolutely no intention of targeting the Uchiha clan. This time to calm down the anger of the Uchiha clan, I regret that Fugaku has made such a big sacrifice. The position of clan leader is an internal matter of your Uchiha. It is not for me to interfere. But you don't have to resign as captain of the Konoha Guards. This is what I, the Hokage, say. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that the reason why Uchiha Fugaku was forced to resign as clan leader and guard captain this time was because Uchiha Fugaku insisted on agreeing with Konoha's decision in order to give an explanation to the tribe. Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth, his face full of emotion. No need, Lord Hokage, I understand your difficulties, and I really do not have enough prestige to hold the position of Konoha's security captain. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table. Who said that? Chief Fugaku's achievements in the guard are obvious to all. Konoha Guard, I can only trust you, Chief Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen, chief of the Fugaku clan. Uchiha Shiyu on the side looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who kept applying eye drops to himself and sneered in his heart. As a top Hokoku politician, Sarutobi Hiruzen can naturally see Uchiha Fugaku's cowardice. This kind of wallflower is best suited to dismantle the tough Uchiha clan from within. How could he let Uchiha Fugaku be kicked out of the top power of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Shiyu is well known as the hawk representative of the Uchiha clan. His several suggestions to Uchiha Fugaku destroyed Konoha F4's plan to suppress the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, Uchiha Fugaku, a pig teammate, assisted, otherwise Uchiha would never have fallen to this point. Seeing the two brothers who were so close to each other, Shiyu said coldly. Sir Hokage, it's not that we don't want the Fugaku clan leader to continue to serve as captain, it's because the people in the clan are really angry. At first, many people suggested that our Uchiha clan go to the front line to fight against Nine Tails. Unfortunately, the clan leader blocked them all by himself. As a result, people in the village now think that our Uchiha clan is cowardly before fighting, and even slander us as the mastermind behind the manipulation of Nine Tails. Can we bear this kind of grievance? Master Hokage, the duty of the Konoha Guard is to protect the village, but the former Fugaku clan leader backed down at such a critical moment. So he is simply not qualified to hold the post of Konoha Guardsman. Shio paused for a moment and said quietly. Or, did the Fugaku clan leader receive any orders that made him choose to let our security team retreat to the background? If this is really the case, I hope our village can stand up and clarify. After all, this kind of rumor really affects the harmony within our Konoha. If not, how can a cowardly character like the leader of the Fugaku clan hold such an important position as defending Konoha's base camp? You think so, Mr. Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly exposed the veins on his forehead when he heard Shio's sarcasm. He received Danzo's order and was forced to stay behind the battlefield to evacuate the crowd. But for the sake of harmony between the village and his tribe, he chose to conceal the matter. Therefore, in the eyes of the tribesmen, retreating behind the scenes was all due to their own will, but in fact, they were taking the blame for Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen expectantly. If the village stands up and clarifies, it will definitely put an end to the unfavorable comments in the village about Uchiha. Although this will still cause dissatisfaction among the clan members. But for the current situation, this method of handling should be more conducive to the stability and harmony of the village in the long run. However, facing Fugaku's pleading eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes drifted away unconsciously. He naturally knew the truth that the Uchiha clan was not involved in the front line. But this incident was originally a plan to create a gap between the Uchiha clan and the various ninja clans in Konoha who suffered heavy losses in the Nine Tails Rebellion. The current results are so impressive that the reputation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha has been brought to a freezing point. Next, as soon as Uchiha's clan moved, the Uchiha clan was completely kicked out of the center of Konoha's power. How could he take the blame for such a good thing that he couldn't find even with a lantern and take the blame from the Uchiha clan to himself? Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice, pretended not to know anything, sighed and said. I see, there is such a reason here. Fugaku, I really have to talk about you here. Since the clan members all want to fight for Konoha, how can you stop them? Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. No, Lord Hokage, this is obviously an order from Lord Danzo. Chapter 5. Before Uchiha Fugaku could finish speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately interrupted. Fugaku. You are the captain of the Konoha Guards. You are directly under the jurisdiction of the Hokage and have a certain degree of autonomy. How can you not make your own judgment? Danzo is just paranoid, but in such a critical moment, as the captain of the Konoha Guards, you must make your own judgment. Oh, let me tell you what you are good at. Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth. He originally thought that Danzo, the Hokage's assistant, meant that the Hokage meant it. But what does Sarutobi Hiruzen mean now? that he is not aware of it at all. Shio watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance and sneered in his heart. If he hadn't been familiar with the plot, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have dumped the blame on Danzo. When it came to dealing with the Uchiha clan, Danzo specifically consulted with him. This matter was also promoted with his tacit approval. Now that he was exposed, he all blamed Danzo. The title of Konoha Pot King was indeed not something he just said casually. Shiyu slowly spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Right. Although I also feel sorry for him, if the former clan leader Fugaku continues to serve as captain, we Uchiha clan may have to resign from the Konoha Guard collectively. After all, we all hold such a hated position for the sake of peace in Konoha. If we meet an unknown clan leader again, haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed. The Uchiha clan resigns from the Konoha Guard? How can this be done? This is the basic policy that has been set since Second Hokage to subtly weaken Uchiha and strip it of the center of power. If this group of Uchiha elites from the security force were to become ninjas and take on missions again, not only will his strength skyrocket, but if his reputation continues to rise, his dream of transforming his public world into a family world will be in danger. Sarutobi Hiruzen said hurriedly. Don't worry, Shio, the clan's intention has been conveyed. Although the fault this time is not with the Fugaku clan leader, he still has some negligence in his duties. Since this is everyone's public opinion, I will naturally not insist on my own way. Let's do this, Chief Fugaku, you take this time to rest. When this matter calms down, we will discuss it in the long term. Shiyu will take over the position of Konoha Guard captain. Shiyu stood up unceremoniously and nodded. Thank you, Hokage-sama. After Shiyu finished speaking, he turned around and left, showing no respect at all in his words and actions. There was a glimmer of darkness in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. This evil Uchiha didn't take him seriously at all. And this is actually true. Although Uchiha is weak at this time, but compared to other families, it is still the largest family in Konoha. Perhaps during the three wars, the Sarutobi clan's strength was intact and their power was unprecedentedly powerful. But it is not enough to face the Uchiha clan who claim to run away one-on-one when they meet the same level on the battlefield. If it weren't for the two filial sons Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, Mangekyō restrained and massacred the tribe. So even if Sarutobi Hiruzen, who took control of the families in Konoha 8 years later, wanted to wipe out the Uchiha clan, he would have to pay a huge price. Not to mention that the three war had just ended and the Nine Tails rebellion was going on. Sarutobi Hiruzen was powerless even if he wanted to destroy Uchiha. Therefore, despite the appalling strength of the Uchiha clan, the effective strength of Konoha is also very low. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a retired Hokage, would never dare to go to war with the Uchiha clan before he completely controlled Konoha. Shiyu naturally knew that it was impossible for the guy in front of him to reconcile with the Uchiha clan. Then the so-called hypocrisy and compromise are completely unnecessary for Shio. He almost shouted in Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, I just like the way you can't stand me and can't kill me. However, in the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, this was an inappropriate and rebellious move that severely damaged the harmony between the village and the Uchiha people. He watched Shio leaving and said hurriedly to Sarutobi Hiruzen with an apologetic look. I'm really sorry, Master Hokage. Shio didn't actually want to make you look bad. It was just because the clan's emotions were so serious that he acted in such a drastic way. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and reassured. I know, the Fugaku clan leader has worked so hard to maintain the harmony between the Uchiha clan and the village. He is really wronged. The fourth Hokage left early, alas. Suddenly his voice changed. Now that the fourth Hokage is dead, the village cannot be left alone, so the new Hokage must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. But the next generation of the village has not yet grown up, so I want to take up this burden again. You see. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned when he heard this, and then said with joy. Really? That's great. Having you come back will definitely ease the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who was so clever, and easy to fool, and nodded with satisfaction. Although his position as guard captain was eliminated, his reputation in the team was still there, and he also held a jonin position. It would definitely help him get votes when voting for Hokage. In that case, you go down first. I have been taking a break recently. Although I can no longer serve as the guard captain, you must have a place in my position as Captain Umbu. Uchiha Fugaku was suddenly shocked. He nodded quickly and thanked. Then I would like to thank Hokage-sama. It has been a long time since the Uchiha clan has been able to enter the power center of Konoha like Umbu. I believe that with Umbu's position, I can definitely change the minds of the tribesmen and maintain the peace of the village. Shio on the other side quickly came to the Uchiha new clan land in the corner of Konoha. The clan area here is not small, but it is separated from Konoha village by the Minamiga River and a valley. He had already been driven into a corner by second Hokage, and now he was even more isolated. At this time, several members of the security team were using Earth-style ninjutsu to build Uchiha's own wall. Inside the wall is the training ground that Shio requested to build first. A Uchiha man reported respectfully. Clan leader, as per your request, the training ground has been built. Shio nodded. The so-called training ground is actually to circle a part of the terrain and then set up a few wooden stakes to complete it. To put it bluntly, the land is large and it is easy to conduct practical training. System. Shio thought silently in his heart. Ding dong, the current terrain matches the terrain of the family building's training ground, and the system is being updated. Ding dong, congratulations to host for adding a new family building, training ground number 1. The clan leader can open the training ground by consuming reputation to conduct targeted training for the clan members. Chapter 6. Training ground number 1. After opening relevant subjects through reputation, practicing in the training ground can gain tenfold insights. The cost of opening training subjects: Fire Style Ninjutsu 10 reputation/day, 3 Body Technique 5 reputation/day, Shuriken Technique 1 reputation/day, Illusion 10 reputation/day, Taijutsu 5 reputation/day, etc. Shio's eyes flashed. It is indeed a family training system. By consuming family reputation, the special effects of family buildings can be unlocked, so that the cultivation speed of the clan members can be increased tenfold. In this way, those Uchiha tribesmen who are not geniuses can also use the training ground to accelerate their training 10 times. Although the strength of the tribe cannot be greatly improved in a short period of time. But in the long run, this most basic acceleration is what the Uchiha family needs most at this stage. 1 year of Shuriken technique training was originally equivalent to 10 years of Shuriken comprehension after the increase in the training ground. Even the stupidest tribesmen can master Shuriken technique to a top level that even Uchiha Itachi cannot match after 10 years of training. Just relying on this superb Shuriken technique can make them invincible even at the Chunin level. However, turning on special effects will consume the clan leader's family reputation. The family reputation is included in the clan leader's monthly rewards. Only tribesmen with a loyalty higher than 60 will contribute reputation to Shio. Depending on the strength of the tribe, the amount of reputation each person contributes will also vary. The 1000 reputation points Shio has at this time are additionally included in the novice gift pack. If settled according to normal. Among them, Elite Jonin can contribute 100 reputation points every month, Jonin 50 points, especially Jonin 10 points, Chunin 5 points, and Genin 1 point. At this time, there were 301 people in the Konoha Guard who were direct line troops secretly developed by Shio. One of the Jonin is Uchiha Iron Fire. He has the spirit of sacrifice and dedication for the Uchiha clan and was the first to be instigated by Shio. And the rest are specially Jonin 20 people, Chunin 80 people, Genin 200 people. Excluding ordinary tribesmen, this almost accounts for most of the entire Konoha Guard. This is also the reason why Shio was able to succeed in the coup. And this power is also a power that Sarutobi Hiruzen is extremely afraid of. Today's Konoha F4 has not yet successfully rectified the major ninja clans. Umbu's 70-person establishment is basically composed of ordinary civilian ninjas. Even if everyone has reached the level of elite Chunin, if you want to destroy the Konoha guards, you must at least join the Sarutobi clan. Don't look at it. In the Fourth Ninja War, the 6 countries gathered 80,000 ninjas. But in fact, although there are not only a handful of jonin dispatched from each village, but the total number of jonin produced by the 6 nations together definitely did not exceed 3 digits. Most of them are composed of genin, with chinin and especially jonin in the minority. Therefore, the 7 resurrected ninja swordsmen were beaten and unable to fight back. Originally, the Uchiha clan, as the largest clan in Konoha, would never be so poor that they could not even gather together as many jonin as they could count on both hands. But in the Third Ninja War, the jonin of the Uchiha clan received the same treatment as the Senjo clan in the Second Ninja War. Not only was he sent to the frontline Iwagakure battlefield, but he was also sent non-stop to support the Kirigakure battlefield. Continuous high-intensity battles directly killed and injured all the elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan. In the end, there were only 6 jonin left, including Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shio. If the Uchiha clan hadn't been more suitable for the battlefield than the Senjo clan, maybe not even 6 jonin would have survived. Shio looked at the newly built training ground and fell into deep thought. Although the Uchiha family is in an extremely dangerous situation at this time, they are also facing great opportunities. Because Shio knew that it was not just the Uchiha clan that was targeted in the Third Ninja War. Hyuga, Inoshikacho and other ninjas also suffered this kind of treatment. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to rely on this ninja war to consume the strength of each blood succession limit and secret arts family, and completely send the Sarutobi family to the status of the first family in Konoha. Who would have thought that the Sarutobi clan, as a small garbage clan without any blood inheritance limits and secret skills, is really incompetent? Although he surpassed most of the other ninja clans with only 2 or 3 jonin left in miserable condition. But facing the Uchiha clan whose per capita combat power exceeds the standard with Sharingan, the Sarutobi clan still has not become the largest clan in Konoha. This led to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who originally thought he could suppress various tribes, suffered backlash from various tribes in Konoha, and eventually had to take the blame and resign. If Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't saved a hand and directly skipped the election with the help of Daimyo and decided on Namikaze Minato as the 4th Hokage, then Konoha at this time would have fallen into the hands of Orochimaru and Danzo. So although the Uchiha clan is very hated, the Sarutobi clan is not much better. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen controls the military power and reputation of Konoha Umbu and a large number of civilian ninjas, so that all Konoha ninja clans have to knock out their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs. Now that the 4th generation is dead, the shameless Sarutobi Hiruzen will inevitably face the hostility of all major ninja clans if he wants to stand on the stage again. The older generation Ino, Shika, Cho also retired during this time. If I take the opportunity to intercept Sarutobi Hiruzen and win over other ninja clans in Konoha. Shiyu took out a few shurikens while thinking. System, set the training ground to the shuriken technique training subject. Ding dong, the setting is successful. Within 24 hours, practicing shuriken technique in training ground number 1 will receive a 10-fold bonus. Shiyu casually threw 9 shurikens at the target in the distant woods. The shuriken kept hitting the air, and finally hit the bullseye of all blind spots. Shiyu's figure suddenly froze, and he looked at the target in the middle of the shooting range in astonishment. The tribesmen who were responsible for setting up the training ground looked at Shio with admiration and complimented excitedly. As expected of Shio-sama, your shuriken technique is unparalleled even within the clan. Shio suppressed the excitement in his heart and waved his hand and said, "In the next month, let Taihuo gather his people to train at the training ground here, and strive to have all the genin under his command reach the chinin level within a month." The subordinate tribesmen were stunned. "Master Shio, isn't this a bit difficult? Even if it takes 1 year of intensive training to reach the level of taking the chinin exam, everyone may not have the confidence to do it. There is only 1 month left, isn't this a joke?" Chapter 7. Not everyone can achieve the talent of 12 Xiaoqiang who took the chinin exam right after graduation. In Naruto's time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, after integrating the entire Konoha, forced all major ninja clans to send out protons to accept the will of fire. Basically, he is the next leader of the major ninja clans in the future, and it is a sign of weakness for the ninja clan to show their submission to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because with Fugaku's weakness and Hyuga Hisashi being forced to death, everyone understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had returned from Third Hokage, already had the power and ruthlessness to force a ninja to death at any time. Therefore, everyone had to compromise with it and let the direct lineage accept the will of fire in order not to repeat the mistakes of the Uchiha family. Therefore, in reality, it is impossible for the vast majority of ninjas to achieve the feat of taking the Chunin exam right after graduation. Most genin are like might die and can only be genin for the rest of their lives. Not to mention guiding Jonin after graduation, he didn't even have Captain Chunin to lead the team. They can only support themselves by forming a temporary team of 3 to take on the lowest level D-level tasks that even ordinary people are too lazy to do. This is why Sarutobi Hiruzen has so much prestige and power in Konoha. Because he controls the entire Konoha village's financial resources and promotion channels. It is precisely because of this that he was able to continuously select enough talents from the grassroots to add Umbu, and eventually became the largest force in Konoha. The reason why the Konoha police force is growing more and more is because, in addition to its law enforcement powers within Konoha village, it also has a sense of superiority as a civil servant position as the Golden Rice Bowl of Konoha village. But even if the players think they are the best among genin, but it is impossible for them to reach Chunin after just 1 month of training. Their talents are destined to require a lot of time to accumulate experience if they want to go further in this life, and they have even reached their peak. But at this time, Uchiha Shio was not worried at all. He pointed at one of them at the high-level target he had just aimed at and said, "You go try the shuriken technique." The tribesman was stunned for a moment, with a troubled expression on his face. He said with an embarrassed look, "Master Shio, my shuriken technique is really hard to use." Then he hesitantly took out his shuriken and pointed it at the fixed target in the distance. "Then I'll show my shame." As he spoke, he jumped up into the air and threw several shurikens. The pupils of the tribesmen watching below suddenly shrank. "Huh? Murata's hand feels very good today. Look. All 6 shurikens hit the target. Holy crap, is Murata taking hormones?" He actually used this shuriken technique that only Jonin is proficient in. Murata landed in midair and looked excited when he saw 6 shurikens inserted into the target. "I didn't expect that my hand would be so heaven-defying today. This kind of shuriken technique, which normally would not hit even a single shot, actually hit 6 of them. You must know that it is not the same level of difficulty to directly hit the bullseye with a shuriken as it is to hit the bullseye by controlling the speed of the shuriken and colliding with each other. The difficulty difference between them is also similar to that between 3-body technique and Rei's non. But today he actually hit 6 targets. Although it was not a bullseye, it was enough for him to brag about for a long time. At this time, Uchiha Murata excitedly guessed in his heart. Is he also a genius? He looked at his companions proudly, with an expression on his face that said, "Stop pretending, let's show off, Laozi is a genius." Several teammates gnashed their teeth angrily at his triumphant appearance. Murata looked at Shio proudly and bowed. "Master Shio, you are showing your shame." Shio nodded naturally and said to another tribesman, "Inu, give it a try too." Everyone was stunned. What does Shio-sama mean? It's okay if one person barely succeeds. It's impossible for a genin to have such advanced skills. Inu scratched his head even more embarrassed and said, "Master Shio, I have never practiced the shuriken technique." Shio said nonchalantly, "It's okay. Didn't you just read it twice? Just give it a try." Everyone was speechless. Will you be able to read it twice? That's something even Shisui, the genius in the clan, may not be able to do, right? But the patriarch has given the order. Inu had no choice but to turn on one Tomo Sharingan, looked at the target and swallowed. He imitated Murata and jumped up in the air and threw 9 shurikens. Puff 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 puff. With the sound of the shuriken hitting the wood, 5 shurikens landed on the target. Inu looked at his hands in disbelief. The other teammates also looked at Inu in shock. Here comes another genius? But Shio showed a clear look. The feeling I felt when I threw the shuriken just now was not an illusion. Although I have learned the shuriken technique a long time ago, when I threw it just now, I felt more relaxed than before. The real horror of the system training ground is not the 10x realization. Rather, it can share the cultivation talents of the clan members, allowing everyone to use the talent of the clan member with the highest talent to gain tenfold understanding. And now who is the most talented person in the Uchiha clan's shuriken technique? That must be Uchiha Itachi, the biological son of the former Uchiha clan leader. In other words, when Shiyu opened the training ground, all the tribesmen who trained shuriken technique in the training ground received the same talent of Uchiha Itachi. And their training effect is 10 times more efficient than Uchiha Itachi. A trace of fire flashed in Uchiha Shiyu's eyes. Although innate talents such as Sharingan, chakra, and physical talent cannot be enhanced through training in the training ground. But with this training ground, he can make the entire Uchiha clan have countless instant Shisui. Even if their proficiency in combat skills is comparable to Itachi or Shisui's, it's enough for them to easily advance to Jonin. Shio looked at the excited tribesman and slowly opened Mangekyō Sharingan and said, "You don't have to doubt that this is the ability of my clan leader, Mangekyō Sharingan, and it can also improve your training qualifications. Due to the high consumption, we give priority to supplying it to our own brothers. This matter should be kept secret for now and should not be spread outside. Once people in Konoha know about it, I'm afraid they will cause trouble for us." Several tribesmen looked at Shio's Mangekyō with shock on their faces. "Lord Clan Leader, is this the legendary Mangekyō of Uchiha Madara? With these eyes, wouldn't we be able to control 9 tails and seize power in Konoha? The day has come for our Uchiha clan to rise." Chapter 8. After sending a few people to continue improving the training ground, Shio left first. He decided to go to Uchiha Taihuo himself to explain. Although Shio was not worried at all about the exposure of Mangekyō Sharingan. But after all, the Uchiha clan still has 2 rebel groups, the Uchiha Fugaku family and the Uchiha Shisui family. Fortunately, the cohesion of the Uchiha clan is the strongest among the many ninja clans in Konoha. Except for the filial son Itachi and his family, the entire Uchiha clan is unanimous in facing the outside world. Even Uchiha Shisui of the Uchiha Kagami family has never thought of completely sacrificing the Uchiha family for Konoha. Just like Shisui chose silence when faced with Danzo's answer. If Danzo is so jealous and insists on exterminating the Uchiha clan, then Shisui will use distinguished heavenly gods to change their minds. On the other side, Konoha F4 was having an emergency meeting in the elder's office. Danzo mocked Sarutobi Hiruzen with a proud look on his face. "Hiruzen, I told you you would regret this." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face looked a little ugly. "Shut up, if you hadn't kept the Uchiha clan away from the front lines of the battlefield, how could this happen?" Sarutobi Hiruzen is far behind Danzo in terms of political tactics. Not only is it reflected in his methods, but what really makes people shudder is his official language that he honed in official circles for a long time. He never confirms his facts on any occasion. "Every time I get a bargain, I can't find any flaws in my performance." Just like this internal coup in Uchiha. Obviously he also acquiesced in Danzo's treatment on the night of 9 tails. But now it became an excuse for him to pass the blame to Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and said coldly. "It seems that I really need to clarify to the villagers that it was Konoha assistant Danzo-sama who ordered the Uchiha clan to stay away from the battlefield." Danzo's expression changed. "You can't do this. Hiruzen, don't you know the harm the Uchiha clan does to Konoha? Have you forgotten the teachings of Master Second Hokage?" Yuditen Koharu, who was the wingman, glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and hurriedly stood up to smooth things over. "Hiruzen, you can't blame Danzo for this. After all, no one wants to have an accident in such a critical moment. Confidential things like Jinchuriki's delivery can be leaked. There's nothing wrong with being careful." Mitokado Homura nodded hurriedly. That is to say, Nine Tails' condition was obviously under control at the beginning. Even if the Uchiha clan didn't do anything, what if they had evil intentions? "Danzo, yes. That's it. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, who was cowering and sneered in his heart, but he still scolded with a look of regret on his face. They are our companions. They are compatriots from the same village. I don't allow you to say that about them. Suddenly his voice changed. Oh, it's just a pity Fugaku, that Shio obviously has a deep misunderstanding of Konoha's handling. I am too worried that he will not be able to perform his duties as a Konoha guard. Danzo's eyes flashed when he heard this. Sure enough, I can't survive without Konoha. Now that the ambitious Uchiha Shio has taken over, you are still dreaming of living in peace with the Uchiha clan. Such dangerous elements that undermine the peace of Konoha must be eliminated as soon as possible. Even if it doesn't work, Shio's vitality must be cut off bit by bit. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo with an uncertain face calmly, and suddenly realized that his white glove had understood what he was thinking. He winked at Yuditen Koharu and Mitokado Homura. The two immediately understood each other and turned the topic to the Hokage election. Danzo did not know until his death that the Konoha elders who stood on the same front with him all day long had actually been Sarutobi Hiruzen's wingmen and informants. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is giving part of the power of the Hokage to the elders, but in fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who controls a 3-to-1 majority of voting rights, is just trying to gain the reputation of democracy. The ninja eagle that quickly summoned Jonin was chirping above Konoha. Shio, who had just finished instructing the security team to enforce the law in a civilized manner, showed a playful smile. He greeted the Uchiha Iron Fire below and said with a smile, "Come on, it's time to choose a new Hokage. Let's go see the excitement." Uchiha looked at Shio excitedly and asked, "Captain, are we also running for the position of Hokage?" Shio shook his head. "Now is not the time. Our Uchiha clan is unpopular. Even if we become Hokage, no one is willing to obey orders. Taking the position of Hokage now is purely harmful. The current Uchiha clan is different from the Sarutobi clan. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to use the position of Hokage to collect talents from civilians to expand his military strength. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation among civilians, this is certainly possible. However, as members of the urban management team, the Uchiha clan is not spat on because of their tyranny. Electing the Hokage now is simply asking for disgrace." Uchiha Taihuo heard this and showed an angry expression on his face. "Then what are we going to do? It's not necessary at all. It's just a self-proclaimed farce by those villains in Konoha." Shio scolded. "Shut up," he said meaningfully to Uchiha Iron Fire. "Remember, we are part of Konoha, don't pluck the Uchiha clan out of Konoha. Konoha was founded by our Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others are just a group of subordinate clans seeking refuge. If we ourselves don't admit that we are from Konoha, then wouldn't we be handing over the village that our clansmen bought with their blood to a group of jackals and dogs? Even if we want to leave, they will leave. We are the serious Konoha people. Founder. As long as we stand firm on this, that coward Sarutobi Hiruzen will never dare to attack us openly. Pass this on, whoever dares to say that our Uchiha clan is not from Konoha will be severely punished." Uchiha Taihuo's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Yes. I'll let someone pass it on." Chapter 9. In the conference room of the Hokage building. The Konoha F4s are lined up one after another on the high seat. There were less than 30 serving jonin sitting on the ground below, which looked particularly miserable. Hyaga Hayashi, Narashikaku, Akamika Dingza, Yamanaka Hiki, Abarame Shiwei, and others sat in the first row with frowning faces. Kakashi stood in the corner with a gloomy expression, and the expression on his face proved that he had no interest in this meeting. Yuditen Koharu coughed twice and spoke to the few Konoha jonin below. "Although we successfully defeated Nine Tails, the price we paid was too great. We have no time to immerse ourselves in sorrow. The most urgent thing now is to select a suitable successor to fill the vacancy of Hokage." Narashikaku frowned and said slowly, "Why don't we leave it to the next generation of ninjas after Minato?" Yuditen Koharu glanced at Kakashi and then cleared his throat and said, "Although there are excellent jonin among them, it is undeniable that their experience is not enough to lead everyone." As soon as these words came out, the jonin present frowned at the same time. Nara had a bad premonition flashing through his heart and asked hurriedly. Then who else could it be? Danzo in F4 was very happy. He was just about to stand up and introduce himself. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up suddenly and said, "Well, we have no choice. This is an extraordinary period. I, Hiruzen, am willing to take on this important task." Midokado Homura and Yudatan Koharu on the side immediately echoed as if rehearsing. "Oh, you are willing to take action. If you are willing to agree, that would be great." Danzo's face suddenly turned black, and he quickly reminded in a deep voice. "You once gave up your position as Hokage. Are you really capable of doing this?" Yudatan Koharu saw this and hurriedly wanted to speak for Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Danzo immediately answered. "In fact, even though you rushed to the scene of Nine Tails Rebellion, you still failed to rescue the fourth generation." Midokado Homura coughed twice. "You're going too far." Yudatan Koharu asked directly. "Danzo, where were you at that time?" Danzo's face darkened and he gritted his teeth in anger. He had gone to spy on Uchiha and there was no way he could tell it now. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side laughed with a smile. "Ha ha ha, my old man is overestimating his abilities. So until Genin Hokage grows up, just think of me as a transitional person. Is that okay?" Sarutobi Hiruzen has a smiling expression. Now he is the only one in Konoha who can perfectly appease the daimyo and civilians. Even if Danzo and the other ninja clans don't want him to come back, there is no better way to face this situation. If there is chaos within Konoha due to the leaderless dragons, then there is no doubt that ninjas from other villages will start a new fourth ninja war. Just when everyone looked at each other and had no choice but to accept this fact, Shiyu suddenly walked in from the door with Uchiha Taihuo. "I object." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly turned ugly. And Uchiha Taihuo seemed to have not seen his constipated face at all and said to himself. "I remember that our third Hokage-sama resigned due to improper command during the Third Ninja War, right? Do you know what resignation means? You are forced to resign because of a mistake. I think everyone here knows how many elites of the ninja clan were lost in the Third Ninja War, right? After finally winning the battle, you didn't even ask for any conditions and accepted the surrender unconditionally. Do you really think that our ninja clan is playing house with you? And now you, a sinful person, are licking your face and jumping out to lead everyone again? Do you really have no shame at all?" Yudatan Koharu on the side hurriedly shouted at Uchiha Iron Fire. "Don't confuse people with your lies here. Hiruzen just blamed himself for voluntarily giving up the position of Hokage. You are not at fault at all. You are here to instigate the relationship between the third Hokage and the various ninja clans." Uchiha Taihuo sneered with a strange look on his face. "Am I still trying to provoke? Everyone here is considered a high-level official in Konoha, and everyone knows the real reason behind it. Is it interesting to act pretentiously here? Since you asked if you have any objections, I'm just saying what I think." Midokado Homura shouted sharply. "Everyone knows why the fourth generation was killed this time. Nine Tails is obviously controlled by others, and the only people in the entire ninja world who have the ability to control tailed beasts are you, the Uchiha clan. And you were during the Nine Tails Rebellion. It also doesn't support fourth generation. What else do you have to say?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, and he looked at his pig teammates aside in shock. Just as he was about to open his mouth to make up for it, Taihuo immediately grinned. "Who said we didn't provide support? We did, but we received an order from Lord Danzo to evacuate the civilians in distress first. I want to complain to Lord Danzo here. Didn't you just ask where Lord Danzo is? Master Danzo saved many ordinary civilians with us. So I strongly request Danzo-sama to serve as the fifth Hokage. Regardless of qualifications or strength, Danzo-sama is definitely qualified. You can't say that a hero who hides in the dark is no longer a hero, right? Danzo-sama has done so many good things for us in Konoha without leaving any name, why can't he be the fifth Hokage? Furthermore, Danzo-sama is the Hokage's assistant. He is more familiar with the Hokage's work than Sarutobi Hiruzen. He will definitely be perfectly qualified to be the fifth Hokage, don't you think so? At this time, Danzo looked at Uchiha Iron Fire with excitement. For the first time, he felt that Uchiha was not as evil as he thought. Chapter 10. Meeting Room. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shio coldly and asked. Chief Shio, don't you care about your people? Shio looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a strange expression. Care? Why care? Is he wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are not a Hokage yet. You are just a piece of iron waste who has retired from the elder group. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf here? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Shio in shock. In the past, the village had conflicts with Uchiha Itachi, but they had never been openly stated. Now the leader of the Uchiha clan has changed. So strong. Mitokado Homura was so angry that he yelled. Ahole! Do you Uchiha want to punish the village? How dare you be so disrespectful to the elders? Uchiha Taihuo on the side suddenly had a sharp look in his eyes, and in turn angrily yelled. Shut up! I think you are the ones who rebelled against the village. Konoha was co-founded by my Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Now the Senju clan was deliberately sent to death by that old guy from third generation, and only one Tsunade was left and was forced to leave. Later, they even suppressed the ninja clan who came to Konoha to seek refuge with our two clans. Fellow clan leaders, are you still ready to sit back and wait for death? The losses in the three wars are obvious to all. It is precisely because of this that Sarutobi Hiruzen resigned. Now that fourth generation has undergone drastic changes just 1 year into his tenure as Hokage, it's hard not to wonder if there is someone behind the scenes targeting him, which is why he suffered such a cruel attack. Konoha was founded by us Uchiha, and we Uchiha represent Konoha. You few villains who occupy the magpie's nest are worthy of saying that we betrayed Konoha? Even if you betrayed Konoha, we will never betray Konoha. Leave. Here, our clan leader has put down his words, Hokage, and our Uchiha clan will not participate. We are here just to prevent Konoha from falling into the wrong hands. Look at what Sarutobi Hiruzen did. He joined the enemy in battle, killed the donkey, and controlled the government. If he comes back again, Konoha might just let him fall apart. My clan leader is so sorry. He couldn't bear to see the disappearance of Konoha, which the Uchiha clan spent countless efforts to build, so we are here this time to protect the interests of Konoha to the death. Anyone can be a Hokage, except Sarutobi Hiruzen. You see, Danzo-sama is quite good. He has great strength and reputation. He is a person who is frightened by the darkness in the ninja world. The biggest role of the Hokage is to intimidate. He is the strongest person in the village and makes the rats frightened. I think Lord Danzo is a perfect fit. We, the Uchiha clan, are willing to give up our position as Konoha's police force and hand it over to Lord Danzo. Fully support him as Hokage. Good. At this time, Danzo stood up excitedly. That's right, Danzo, will definitely live up to everyone's expectations. Narashikaku and others looked at the excited Danzo in astonishment, feeling that their brains were a little out of use. Is this guy serious? Is your political consciousness so low? The Uchiha clan is obviously here to cause trouble. Why, if the Uchiha clan doesn't participate in the Hokage election, then you can't be elected. The only person in Konoha who is absolutely impossible to be chosen is probably the Uchiha clan, but the second most unlikely person to be chosen is definitely you Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen is just an offended ninja. The Uchiha clan offended the ninja clan and civilians. And Konoha Darkness Danzo offended them all. But now Danzo is clearly on top. The other jonin of the ninja clan were a little moved by Uchiha Taihuo, causing the atmosphere at the scene to become weird. If we follow the plot. During this ninja war, the Sarutobi clan became the largest ninja clan except the Uchiha clan. The remaining ninja clans suffered heavy losses. Each ninja clan was a clan-based group from the Sengoku period. It was impossible for them to join forces with each other to fight against the enemy like Inoshikacho. He didn't dare to touch Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen was given the opportunity to regain control of Konoha while everyone was hesitant. But it's different now. In the original plot, the Uchiha clan had no chance of being Hokage, and they were arrogant, so they would not come to this meeting at all. But now Shiyu not only came, but also asked the tribe to force Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the Uchiha clan as the leader, everyone's minds became more active. If the sky fell, the taller ones would die first. With the Uchiha clan blocking the Sarutobi clan, it seems that the position of Hokage should not fall to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Originally, the older generation Ino, Shika, Cho were ready to retire immediately after Sarutobi Hiruzen succeeded to the throne, but now they feel they can still wait and see. They were the only Jonin left in the clan before. If they were tricked to death again, their clan might not even be able to save their own business. Who doesn't know that Sarutobi Hiruzen is very greedy for their Ino, Shika, Cho medicinal materials and barbecue business? But now that the Uchiha clan is carrying them from the front, it doesn't seem inappropriate to struggle a little. Narashikaku kept tugging at the mustache on his chin, thinking in his mind. Whether Sarutobi Hiruzen should be treated as Hokage or not is another matter, but Danzo is definitely not. Not to mention that this guy has no mass base, the civilian ninjas are not convinced, and his hawkish ideas alone may directly continue the war with Iwagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Uchiha Shio, his tone no longer as relaxed as before. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said directly and coldly. Since we all have different opinions, let's ask the big name for instructions. Uchiha Ironfire, I don't agree. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Van. Chapter 11. This time even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't hold back anymore. He slammed the table and shouted angrily. Nonsense! This is a decision made by the Daimyo himself, how can you disagree with it? Uchiha Taihuo glanced at Shio. Shiyu nodded quietly and imperceptibly. Uchiha Taihuo suddenly felt confident. Daiming? Daiming is nothing. As soon as these words came out, the Jonin around looked at this Uchiha Jonin in shock. Is this crazy? Don't you even give the Daimyo any face? However, Uchiha Ironfire raised his head proudly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't forget, the relationship between the Fire Country and Konoha is an employment relationship of one country, two systems. The Daimyo and Hokage are two jade of the same level. The first Hokage-sama and the Daimyo signed a cooperation agreement. When will our Hokage in Konoha need to be appointed by the Daimyo? Daimyo doesn't matter. We in Konoha only need to inform you after we choose the Hokage. It's none of his business who he chooses to be the Hokage. Jonin who was present shrank his pupils. Especially Danzo, who was fooled when he chose fourth generation, looked confused. He looks like... That's right. When did our Hokage in Konoha need to have Daimyo appointed? First generation and second generation are elected by the villagers themselves, and then a letter is sent to the Daimyo, and both parties sign a cooperation treaty and that's it. Why does the appointment of the Hokage still require the consent of the Daimyo? Danzo touched his chin and fell into deep thought. It seems like, this situation has only arisen since Sarutobi Hiruzen was ordered to take over the job in a critical situation and was directly entrusted by the teacher with the position of Hokage. Danzo reacted suddenly. CTMD. I was tricked by my own teacher. Not to mention the appointment of Daimyo, even the second Hokage is not qualified to directly appoint the Hokage. It's just that because Senju Tobirama's prestige is so great, everyone simply ignores that the Hokage still needs to be elected. If Hokage relies on elections, then public opinion will be its advantage. At worst, he could imitate the original plan of forcing Heitake Sakumo to death and make these useless people lose their dignity. Danzo slammed the table with excitement and shouted. Hey! Ironfire Jonin is right, Hiruzen, your position as Hokage came from a bad origin. Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled all over and almost couldn't help but want to strangle this pig teammate to death. The Uchiha clan on the opposite side obviously wants to get rid of the shackles of the Konoha guards. They can't even see such a simple conspiracy. If you become a Hokage and are sold, they will help count the money. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked coldly at Shio who had been silent and asked. Chief Shio, is this what you mean? At this time, Shio looked leisurely and contented. If paired with a cup of tea and a stool, it would seem that the one who scolded Konoha F4 so badly was not his BD. Shio looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a strange look on his face and said, "Mean? What do you mean?" Then he said in an accented voice, "Sarutobi clan chief. I'm just here to attend the high-level meeting of Konoha's Jonin. Even though I'm not talented, I'm still a Jonin. I have the right to speak in Konoha, right? Now that there are no Hokages in Konoha, it would be great to have elections. Shouldn't the Hokages in our ninja village be democratically elected? Everyone should vote together, right? You are recommending yourself, and you are being appointed by a big name. Isn't this not very legal? We are one of the 5 major villages in Konoha. How can such an important position as Hokage be held by just any cat or dog? Don't you think so? Sarutobi, clan leader." Shio bit the word clan leader to death, and did not give Sarutobi Hiruzen, the former 3rd Hokage, any face at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen has exposed veins on his forehead. Good, very good. He glanced at the Jonin who were all pretending to be dumbfounded, and a murderous intention flashed in his heart. In that case, let's have an open election. Narashikaku sighed. This is also the reason why he didn't stand up and take advantage of the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mass base, all the ninjas combined, are not as large as him alone. If it had been during the 1st generation rule, he might have been voted out. But starting from 2nd generation, Senju Tobirama has been continuously recruiting civilians into the village in order to dilute the voting rights of various ninja clans to control Hokage elections. Especially since the 3rd generation came to power, a large number of civilians have been moved to Konoha. Nowadays, the number of civilians is more than 10 times that of each ninja clan. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is deeply loved by the common people, has absolutely no chance of losing if he participates in the election. You must know that no matter how badly Konoha beat them, these civilians were not harmed at all, otherwise Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation would not be so high. The reason why each ninja clan joined the village was to protect their clansmen from harm. Now the clansmen need to risk their lives to protect this group of civilians who appear out of nowhere. Now the elders in the clan are almost green with regret. If Ninja Village hadn't been a major trend in the ninja world, they would have fled and established their own business. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shio with a sneer and said, "That's it. The Hokage public election will start from tomorrow. If you have anyone you want to recommend, or anyone who wants to participate, please report it." Danzo was overjoyed and immediately coughed twice and said, "Count me in." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes jumped twice with anger. This idiot had no basic judgment at all once it came to Hokage. But there is no way this idiot can be his competitor. He looked at Shio with a sly smile and sneered. "Where is Chief Shio now? You said before that you want to support Elder Danzo, right? You can't change it to yourself now, right?" Shio touched his chin, narrowed his eyes and smiled. "How come? We, the Uchiha clan, do not participate in the Hokage competition, but I do have a candidate that I can recommend." Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bad feeling in his heart. "Oh? Who is that?" Shio chuckled and said lightly. "Tsunade." Chapter 12. As soon as Shio's words came out, the entire conference room fell into deathly silence. If there is one person who is most suitable to be Hokage at this stage, it is undoubtedly Tsunade. Regardless of qualifications, strength, or reputation, it can be said that no one present, including 3rd generation, can match it. More importantly, no matter the Daimyo, commoners, or ninjas, they all hope that Tsunade can become a Hokage. Because she is the princess of the Daimyo, the wet nurse among the common people, and the only direct descendant of the Senju clan in the eyes of the ninja clan. Who doesn't know that the Senju family is selfless and kind, silly and sweet? Narashikaku suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, "Have you found Princess Tsunade?" After the battle at Konaga Bridge, all 3 of them except Orochimaru left the village. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya are the kind of people who have never been heard from. Shio looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose eyes were full of panic, and said with a smile, "You don't need to care about this. Anyway, if there is a popular election, I will nominate Princess Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. I think there is no one more suitable than her, right? Danzo looked at Shio with a ferocious expression. If he could no longer see that the Uchiha clan was playing tricks on him, then he would be worthy of the title of Darkness of the Ninja World. Uchiha Taihuo looked at Danzo, who was so angry that his head was smoking, with a proud look on his face. Chief Shio has already told himself. This old Dan is the guy most hostile to Uchiha in the whole of Konoha. Even if he really pushed him to become the Hokage, he would not be grateful at all. What's more, this idiot with a mind full of conspiracy and muscle might even take action directly against the Uchiha clan. For the Uchiha clan, it would be better to let Sarutobi Hiruzen come back instead of letting Danzo become Hokage. At the very least, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a politician. Although he is ambitious, he cares about reputation and will not act rashly when he is not sure. But Danzo, this idiot, is different. As long as his own interests are involved, this guy will take over without considering the consequences at all. This is true for tricking Hanzo into dealing with the Akatsuki organization, this is true for assassinating Hokage, and this is true for leading Shisui's Sharingan to blatantly control Mifune in an attempt to control the Ninja Alliance. This guy always has an inexplicable self-confidence, thinking that his plan will be successful, but in fact not only does he suffer heavy losses every time, he also always makes wedding dresses for others. Uchiha Iron Fire looked at Danzo, who had red eyes and seemed to want to eat someone, and suddenly felt a sincere feeling of relief in his heart. This is a treatment that would not have been experienced when the Fugaku clan leader was in power. The leader of the Shio clan is gang, so damn exciting. At this time, Uchiha Yu looked at the furious Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo with the same great relief. I have been waiting for this day for too long. Although he is a reborn person, he has lived in Uchiha for more than 20 years and has long been infected by the unity and friendly atmosphere within the Uchiha clan. Even Senju Tobirama knows that the Uchiha clan is a clan of love and values relationships more seriously than other ninja clans. This is enough to show how comfortable Shio has been living in Uchiha over the years. As for double standards, that's none of your business. Even double standards are aimed at non-Uchiha people. As a person with normal outlook, who wouldn't help his relatives and choose to help strangers who are beyond his reach to deal with his own tribe. Not to mention that the Uchiha clan only enforces the law strictly and will never cause trouble for no reason. This kind of meritorious service in founding the village has been targeted for many years without any reason. It is because of the good temper of the Uchiha clan that they do not betray the village. And in this life, Shio's parents died in the Third Ninja War controlled by the two old Yunbai, third generation, and Danzo. Therefore, Shio has long wanted to quarrel with these two people who don't think about how to develop Konoha all day long, but only know how to fight for power and eliminate the garbage of dissidents. Before, it was Uchiha, the useless person in charge of Fugaku, that made Shio unable to find the strength and ability to target these two people. Now that he is in power, who the hell wants to look at the face of a retired Hokage? In Konoha now, the Uchiha family is the largest family, what a coward. As long as Uchiha doesn't really rebel against the village, which ninja clan dares to start a war with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha? I'm afraid it's not that Konoha won't die early enough. Cloud Shinobi village stares at Konoha every day, thinking about any opportunity to harvest a handful of wool. As long as there is civil war in Konoha, they will definitely fight over as soon as possible. So at this time, as long as the Uchiha clan doesn't seek death to attack Konoha, he will have to bear it even if it means pulling down the ancestral graves of the Sarutobi clan. Looking at the Hokage election meeting that has completely failed. The corners of Shio's mouth raised unconsciously. It seems we can't choose the Hokage today. If that's the case, then we, the Uchiha clan, will withdraw first. Remember, we are firmly opposed to Sarutobi Hiruzen returning to the Hokage. If he pops up, then our Uchiha clan will completely give up on Konoha's security work. I remember what Danzo said when we were asked to move, right? Like the Konoha Guard, Umbu will enforce the law on our behalf. I hope you can implement the creation of a civilized village on our behalf, the Uchiha clan. Ha 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 ha. Shio laughed and left the office. Jonin, who was looking at each other in shock, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was ashen-faced, were left behind. Danzo slammed the table, "This evil Uchiha!" At this time, Fugaku happened to walk in with the remaining jonin, his face a little ugly. "Danzo-sama, what are you talking about? What is evil Uchiha?" Danzo looked at Uchiha Fugaku, Yashiro, and Inari with a MMP look on his face. They had not come earlier, and Shio would pop out again after he finished causing trouble. Chapter 13. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Danzo angrily and asked, "Third generation Sama, what does evil Uchiha mean? We are here to support your comeback. Why did we hear you secretly plotting against our Uchiha clan when we first came in?" Uchiha Ironfire is a die-hard fan of the Uchiha family, so he was the first to be attracted by Shio, who revived Uchiha. Uchiha Yashiro is Uchiha Fugaku's right-hand man, while Uchiha Inari is a neutral faction. Now Uchiha Fugaku brings Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari just to support Sarutobi Hiruzen and restore peace to Konoha. 3 jonin have more say than Uchiha Shio's 2 jonin. On the way here, I saw Uchiha Shio leaving with a big smile and a confused look on his face. But as soon as he walked to the door, he heard that Danzo was arranging the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Fugaku is a pro-Hokage faction, they are also a dove faction who only want to do good for the Uchiha clan. It's the kind of person who has to erect a memorial arch even if she becomes a BCH. Now that Danzo has openly insulted the Uchiha clan, he naturally has to stand up. Jonin in the room looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a strange expression. He was also the first patriarch to be impeached. Which ninja clan leader does not possess absolute majesty within the clan, not only because of his status, but also because of his bloodline? Except for the Uchiha clan. The other ninja clans have direct and collateral relationships. Among them, the Hyuga clan is the most important. As for the Uchiha clan, there is no distinction between priority and priority. Everyone's bloodline concentration is the same and there is no difference. The position of clan leader is naturally elected based on strength and reputation. Now that he has been impeached from the position of clan leader, he has directly become a joke among the Konoha clan leaders. Now that I saw him eating shit without even catching it, I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay any attention to this idiot who was losing ground. He resisted the urge to call him and smiled at Fugaku. "Danzo made a mistake. I originally planned to come back, but your Uchiha clan doesn't seem to want me to become the clan leader. In that case, let's hold an open election." Fugaku was stunned. "Open election? We Uchiha don't want you to be Hokage? Where to start with that?" Narashikaku looked at the idiot in front of him with a speechless expression and stood up and bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, we Inoshikacho have no candidates to recommend, so we will leave first." On the side, Yamanaka Hiki and Akamika Dingza stood up quickly and followed Shikaku outside. Upon seeing this, the rest of the ninja clan left one after another. Soon, only Uchiha Fugaku and Konoha F4 were left in the conference room, who looked confused. Fugaku couldn't help but ask, "Hiruzen-sama, what is going on?" Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand impatiently. "Fugaku, please go back first and find out the situation in the clan first." After saying that, he directly suppressed his anger and stood up to leave. Danzo snorted coldly, glared at Uchiha Fugaku and the others with an unhappy expression, and followed him out of the office. Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homuro looked at each other and hurriedly walked out. Uchiha, who was originally neutral, was filled with anger in his eyes. "Chief Fugaku, is this what you call peace? This is too much. If he comes back, will our Uchiha clan have a good life? I'm leaving first, you can think about it yourself." Uchiha Yashiro wanted to reach out and defend Fugaku, but he was also confused. "Clan leader, I will retreat first." Uchiha Fugaku looked blankly at the empty conference room with a question mark on his face. What happened? Why do they all look like they've been shot? On the other side, Uchiha Taihuo was excitedly watching Shio chattering. "Master Shio, it's so great. We, the Uchiha clan, haven't been so proud for a long time. I have been ordered by the clan leader all day long to respect the Hokage in the village. Who gave us the respect of the Uchiha clan? I patrol around all day long to maintain law and order in Konoha. Not only is it in decline, but there are also complaints everywhere. I've long wanted to scold these old guys. Is it true that third generation's resignation is what you said? I even thought he retired voluntarily because of self-blame. Shiyu smiled and waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, since I am the clan leader now, I will never let the clansmen suffer any further injustice. If you are treated unfairly, fight back. Don't be shy. Let those losers understand that our Uchiha clan is not someone to be trifled with. Of course, this is only for those ninjas. The team members are asked to remember to enforce the law in a civilized manner when enforcing the law against civilians. Put the village full of suggestion boxes, and let them report anyone who feels the law is unfair. Once verified, they will be rewarded with 100,000 taels. Tell the tribesmen that since they don't want strict law enforcement, then we will enforce the law in a civilized manner. In the future, whenever there are fights in Konoha, as long as immune to death, the police will not take action. Even if they are about to be beaten to death, let them just stop him and leave the rest alone. Let them find Hokage and Umbu. Don't they think we are strict in enforcing the law? Then let's show them some slack." Chapter 14. How dare they? At this time, Konoha F4 gathered in the elder's office, and Danzo slapped the table angrily and cursed. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and forced a smile. What they said is correct. The Hokage should be elected. Yuditen Koharu and Mitokado Homuro looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with admiration. You can endure this shit, even the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles can't endure it as well as you. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an angry look and cursed. Have you forgotten the teacher's instructions? The Uchiha clan is evil. We must always be on guard against them. Now everyone knows that Uchiha's heart is well known, and they think about the position of Hokage all day long. Yuditen Koharu and Mitokado Homuro looked at Danzo speechlessly. As one of the first families in Konoha, the Uchiha clan has not had a Hokage turn in more than 40 years. Isn't it normal to think about Hokage? However, the two of them naturally would not say it out loud. After all, they now relied on Sarutobi Hiruzen for their livelihood. They were even a civilian ninja who did not even have a ninja clan. They were able to get to this point only because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's help. The nearby family has extended to the third generation as a ninja clan, so we must embrace the Sarutobi clan tightly. They glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was pretending to be timid, and decisively spoke as a substitute. Mitokado Homura, that's right. Now the Uchiha clan has obviously become rebellious. The previous proposal to send Umbu to monitor them after the clan's territory is relocated should also be put on the agenda. Yuditen Koharu, as for the Konoha guards, they definitely don't know. Umbu has been fully replenished, which is enough to temporarily maintain the security of Konoha. Of course, the grassroots genin still has to be done by the guards. After all, this is a thankless job. We have to wait for other ninjas to return and then replace them. It can be seen from the invasion of summoning Orokai in the Konoha collapse plan. The actual scope of the entire Konoha village is ridiculously large, and it is purely a dream to maintain law and order with just Umbu's staff of 70. In fact, among the Konoha guard, only Chunin and above are eligible to be stationed at the headquarters, and the rest of the genin are required to patrol Konoha. With genin's strength, trying to resolve disputes in a ninja village full of ninjas will obviously encounter difficulties. This is when the Chunin players come on stage. So when Fugaku learned that Uchiha and the security team had been pushed to the edge, he complained that he could not maintain security in time. Of course, what Konoha F4 wants is this kind of result. They just want to take away the management rights of the Konoha guard little by little. This is also one of the methods of boiling frogs in warm water. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly reminded the three senior elders. Nonsense! You will deepen the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. You should know the strength of the current Uchiha clan. There are 6 jonin alone, 17 jonin in particular, and nearly 100 chunin. Do you know what a strong fighting force they are? And the investigation report sent by Shisui said that these are only registered ones, and there are many ordinary tribesmen who have not passed the ninja level assessment. Remember, the Uchiha clan is a part of the village, and we must not underestimate them. Danzo's face became depressed. His roots are Umbu's training institution, which is obviously a team of Umbu, a 17-person team composed of him as the captain and 4 squad leaders. These are all mature elite genin, and the rest of the ordinary players in training are a little overwhelmed if they want to compete with the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and suddenly said, "I think what Uchiha said is right. After all, I have resigned. Tsunade is indeed a good successor to the next Hokage." Danzo was furious after hearing this. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, during the 4th Hokage, you worked with Namikaze Minato to start a one-story show, and now you are looking for your own apprentice? Do you really think that Konoha is your home? I disagree," Danzo said and slammed the door and left, with a cold glint in his eyes and anger on his face. The two fell next to Danzo with a swishing sound. Danzo snorted and said in a low voice, "Find Tsunade. Don't let her return to Konoha." Yes. At this time, in an unknown casino, Tsunade led a 16 or 17-year-old girl who kept pounding the table. Come on, let's buy it." Aji. On the side, Kato Shizun shivered as he looked at the gamblers around him who were staring at him like wolves and tigers. She suddenly felt that it was a bit hasty for her to follow Sunin on her travels after hearing her name. "Tsunade-sama, don't bet, right? We only have this little capital left." Tsunade laughed twice. "Ha ha ha, what are you afraid of? If you don't have any, you can borrow it again. I'm one of the legendary Sunin and the disciple of the 3rd Hokage. Are you still afraid of running out of money? Just ask them to ask for it from the old man." Kato Shizun's face turned dark, and he watched in despair as the dice were opened. 666. Shizun looked at the dice with ecstasy. "Tsunade-sama. We win." However, she did not hear Tsunade's excited response. Tsunade looked at the dice in the dice and stood up suddenly. "Pack your money and get out of here." Chapter 15. Among the Konoha guards, Uchiha Taihuo asked Uchiha Shio with a curious look. "Master Shio, do we really want to push Tsunade to the position of Hokage?" Shio glanced sideways at Uchiha and said calmly. "Forget it, do you know where Tsunade is?" Uchiha Taihuo was stunned. "Where is it?" "Shio, how the hell did I know?" "Taihuo, Shio looked at this subordinate who couldn't change his mind at all and said helplessly. "Our launch of Tsunade is just a temporary measure to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from taking over Konoha again." "Where is Tsunade?" "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if she can come back. As long as the number of votes is high enough, we have reason to boycott Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage. Let those wallflowers follow us and play democracy. Didn't Danzo say that Umbu should be in charge of the work of the Konoha Guard? Then let them be transferred to urban management. Without the Hokage, those guys are just a bunch of social slackers, you know. In the next period of time, let the clan members go to Konoha to canvass for votes and advertise. Regardless of whether Tsunade will come back or not, she must be the one with the most votes." Uchiha Taihuo's eyes lit up when he heard this. "I see, you are worthy of being the leader of the clan. I will order you to go down now." Shio waved his hand and scolded impatiently. "Hurry up and use your brain more from now on. Don't think about beatings all day long. Beatings are useless. Being around depends on power and background. Look, Heitake Sakumo has become a Hokage assistant, right? Just die if you say you will." Uchiha Taihuo was not annoyed. He listened happily to Shio's teachings and nodded repeatedly. "Okay, Patriarch, I remember. Hang out with Master Shio and eat 9 meals in 3 days. You can fight Konoha F4 head-on at the beginning. Such a wonderful treatment is nowhere near what Fugaku can experience." Then, under Shio's order, the Konoha guardsmen started a wave of promotional activities throughout Konoha village to canvass Tsunade's votes. Not only did they send people to publicize Tsunade's glorious deeds and his kind-hearted people to save lives, but they also promised to carry out various reforms to Konoha's existing problems after Tsunade became Hokage. The most important thing is that he also promised that as long as he voted for Tsunade, he could exchange the Konoha guard for 1 pound of eggs. So, 1 month later, Princess Tsunade's votes overwhelmingly crushed the other Hokage candidates. Hokage Building, Conference Room. The Jonin gathered in the conference room again. At this time, even the table and the 4 benches in the conference room were forcibly removed by the Uchiha clan. Konoha F4, who was sitting on the ground like everyone else, glared at Shio with an angry expression. Mangekyō Homura was so angry that his face turned blue and he kept laying on the floor and shouting angrily. Don't go too far. This is a Hokage election. As the mouth substitute, Uchiha Taihuo looked at Konoha F4 with a proud face and said provocatively. Who stipulates that you can't canvass votes in elections? We are all a bunch of deceived civilians. How do we know about Lord Tsunade's glorious deeds? We are just helping Lord Tsunade to publicize it a little. What's the problem? And is any of the information we promote false? No. We just told those weak, pitiful, and helpless civilians the experience and achievements of Lord Tsunade in a more vivid and exact manner. Look, the people's eyes are sharp. Shouldn't we report it to the Daimyo? Mangekyō Homura was so angry that he was trembling and pointed at the iron fire. You fart, you gave me eggs. Uchiha Taihuo looked at Mangekyō Homura with a strange look on his face and said. Our speech wasted everyone's precious time. What's wrong with sending some eggs? Do you have the awareness that Konoha is a big family? Do you understand the will of fire? Love, my peace, do you understand? Mangekyō Homura pointed at the iron fire and opened his mouth. You, poof. Uchiha Taihuo quickly took 2 steps back and waved to everyone. As you can see, I didn't move anything. It was his own fault that he vomited blood. As he gets older, he should retire early. This group of elders is not a regular department anyway. Chief Sarutobi, you are the same. Our clan leader is right. You have retired. The group of elders you created should be withdrawn. You recruit the emperor and the ministers. How can you use the sword of the previous dynasty to kill the enemy? Official of the court. Everyone is sitting on the floor now. What a harmony, what a will of fire. Why don't you understand? As a big family, we are tired of cutting wood. Yuditen Koharu, pft. Narashikaku looked speechlessly at Uchiha Taihuo, who made 2 old and senile consultants so angry that they vomited blood. Where did the Shio clan leader find such a weird thing? He is really unreasonable. Not only did he come here early in the morning and move all the tables and chairs in advance, but now he was so angry that he almost fainted. Uchiha Iron Fire turned to look at Danzo, who was ready to fight. You! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly. Enough! Tsunade is not in Konoha at all. How can he be a Hokage? Chapter 16. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen said these words, everyone looked at him and Shio in shock. Tsunade-sama isn't in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shio with a sneer and said. Tsunade's vote is controlled by you Uchiha clan. Tsunade has never shown her face at all. If you want her to be a Hokage, at least let her stand up, right? Danzo on the side also sneered in his heart. In the past month, he had searched all over Konoha and the surrounding areas, but there was no trace of Tsunade at all. Until the report came from the route 2 days ago, they discovered Tsunade's figure in the country of Yu. So the current Uchiha clan is just a bluff, no one is here, and they still want to be Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned when he heard this. He quickly looked at Shio and said. Tsunade isn't here? Then why choose her? Isn't this nonsense? Uchiha Fugaku thought that during this period of time, the clan was vigorously promoting Tsunade and that he was on the line with Tsunade. Now it seems that you spend money to earn money? Uchiha Taihuo glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and said with a smile. What does choosing Hokage have to do with whether she is in the village or not? Who stipulates that Hokage cannot leave the village? Our second Hokage is right. Hokage is to lead the way and leave the future to the next generation. He takes the lead in everything he does and is an elite vanguard on the battlefield. Look at the heads on the Hokage rock behind you. All the qualified Hokages have taken the lead, and the remaining one who is just living in an ignoble way has also stepped down. The spiritual symbol of the position of Hokage is greater than anything else. Does the will of fire understand? Tsunade has strength and prestige. Just because we choose her as Hokage does not mean that she must be allowed to manage the village. Leave professional matters to professional people. Those who are strong may not necessarily be able to manage the village. Look at the Sarutobi clan leader sitting over there. Is he strong? He is strong. He is a disciple of the legendary second Hokage and a professor of ninjutsu. Look at the results of his leadership of Konoha. In the first Great Ninja War, our Hokage was able to defeat 4 of us, but now it's troublesome to fight even 1. What is this? This is unprofessional. So, Hokage does not need real power, he is just a spiritual symbol, a hero. Do you understand, hero? When the war breaks out and we rush to the front line, we'll be done with it. We're just blindly directing the development of Konoha. Uchiha Taiho's words made all the Jonin and Konoha F4 have black lines on their heads. Why does the dignified head of a village sound so much like cannon fodder to you? But after thinking about it carefully, I think what he said makes sense. But when I think about it more deeply, I feel like it's all wrong. Everyone looked constipated and didn't know how to respond to Taiho's cannon. Uchiha Fugaku put on a Shuchi question mark face in the online picture and felt confused. Danzo slammed the floor and said angrily. That's nonsense. If this is the Hokage, who would want to be the Hokage? Isn't the purpose of the Hokage to gain the power to control Konoha? Uchiha Iron Fire said with a look of hatred that iron cannot become steel. What? Power? How did you graduate from the ninja school? Do you understand the will of fire? Do you understand that flames grow wherever Konoha flies? With great power comes great responsibility. You become a Hokage just for power? Bah! We, the Uchiha clan, have always wanted to be Hokage, not for power at all, but for obligation. We, the Uchiha clan, want to be Hokage for the long-term stability and common development of Konoha. You tell me now, you become a Hokage for power? Hitui! What rubbish! Boom! Danzo suddenly bursts into intense chakra. Uchiha Iron Fire sneered and looked at Danzo without any fear. Even if he can't beat him, as a Jonin he won't be intimidated by his mere aura. What's more, there is the powerful Shio clan leader behind him. Mangekyō has no. That is the same Sharingan as our ancestor Uchiha Madara. At this time, in Taiho's eyes, the Uchiha clan has returned to the era when Master Madara was invincible in the world. Enough! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily again. He suppressed his anger and stared at Shiyu and said. It's useless if you mess around like this. It will only allow enemy village ninjas to take advantage of the situation. We have been without a Hokage in Konoha for more than a month, and the borders of Cloud Shinobi village and Iwagaku are ready to move. If there is no one in charge, Konoha will start another war. This is something no one wants to see. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words suddenly hit Narashikaku and the others. Even if you don't want me to be a Hokage, if the enemy village invades, everyone will suffer. If you know what's going on, you should quickly and honestly choose Hokage. Now that Tsunade is gone, he is the second one with the highest number of votes. Narashikaku's brows wrinkled. He looked at the old god Uchiha Shio, and for a while he couldn't figure out what the Uchiha clan was planning to do. Looking at the eyes of Akamika Choza and Yamanaka Hiki, he coughed twice and advised. What Mr. Hiruzen said is indeed correct. We don't have that much time to discuss these issues. If Tsunade-sama isn't here. At this time Shiyu said calmly. Don't worry about time. If there is an invasion this time, we, the Uchiha clan, will be fully responsible. Everyone looked at Shiyu in shock. Nani? Chapter 17. Now is not 12 years later. The Third Ninja War ended less than a year ago. The friction between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi Village and Kirigakure continues with border conflicts. Uchiha Shisui is currently engaged in a long-term confrontation with Kirigakure at the forefront of the battlefield. It can be said that although there are no major conflicts, ninjas are seriously injured or even killed every day from the border. If it weren't for the 3-person team formation of 2 CS and 1 breast that Tsunade proposed, I'm afraid the situation in Konoha would be even more pessimistic now. Therefore, the next defense work on the Konoha border is purely to cause trouble for his family. Moreover, it is now during the African War, and what is fought is an elite war. Genin have returned to their respective ninja villages to develop secretly, and the lowest ones who can go to the front line are Chunin. However, the Fire Country has such a large border, and there are only 200 or 300 Chunin who can't stabilize the front-line battle at all. And they all know that there are only 200 Chunin in the Uchiha clan, and now Shio actually said that he would contract the entire border defense line of Konoha. Is Uchiha Shio crazy? Uchiha Fugaku on the side suddenly changed his expression. Wait a minute. Shio. Are you crazy? Do you know what you are saying? How can we, the Uchiha clan, have the power to go to war with others now? You know, the pro-Shio faction's Uchiha tribe only has 80 Chunin. Shio's words directly tricked his own tribe into it. Shio raised the corners of his mouth slightly and glanced at the attribute panel in his mind. Host, Uchiha Shio. Strength, Elite Jonin. Position, Patriarch. Family size, 1057 people. Family reputation, 247 points. Strength ratio, Cage level, 1 person, Elite Jonin, 2 people, Jonin, 3 people, Special Jonin, 60 people, Chunin, 324 people, Genin, 171 people. Owned buildings, Uchiha Ancestral Hall, Training Ground No. 1, Ninja Tool RD Center. Has inheritance, Uchiha's exclusive fire-style ninjutsu, some ninjutsu, shuriken technique, genjutsu, taijutsu, Sharingan, etc. After a month of training, not only did all 200 genin under his command successfully reach Chunin level combat effectiveness. Even among the 80 people who were originally at the Chunin level, 33 people directly reached the level of Special Jonin. In other words, Shiyu now holds 1 Jonin, 53 Special Jonin and 247 Chunin. These Chunin are all Uchiha Chunin who have opened their eyes, and are no less powerful than Umbu. During these 30 days, Shiyu spent his reputation every day to start non-stop training in genjutsu, shuriken technique, body flicker technique, 3-body technique, and ninjutsu. While arranging Uchiha Fugaku's group of subordinates to win votes, his subordinates directly received a wave of qualitative improvement. How talented is Uchiha Itachi? Sasuke blew the great fireball technique which made his cheeks hurt. He could use it immediately after seeing the seals. Shuriken technique and genjutsu can easily kill Yui Kurene's genjutsu jonin instantly. And Shiyu's 280 subordinates were equivalent to 10 months of non-stop training with the blessing of this superb talent. At this time, each of them had a fully leveled shuriken technique, and could easily hit wherever they pointed. Coupled with Sharingan's illusion. Now everyone under Shiyu has the ability to beat ordinary members of the family. Although the root conditions are not as good as Umbu, he is definitely the best among the Chunin. Being able to defeat them is enough to show how strong Uchiha is now. What surprised Shiyu even more was that Shisui's talent level teleportation technique actually greatly enhanced the chakra refining technique. Those Chunin who were promoted to Special Jonin had mastered Shisui's teleportation technique, which greatly improved their chakra control abilities and finally reached the level of Special Jonin. The Uchiha family is the direct bloodline of Indra, and each of them does not lack chakra. It's just that everyone's talent for controlling chakra is different, which leads to great waste when refining chakra and releasing ninjutsu. Just like what Ebisu said when he taught Naruto, the same chakra, the same ninjutsu, little Sakura can use the least chakra to complete the optimal ninjutsu release. Naruto, on the other hand, needs to waste more energy and chakra, but the effect is not half as good as that of little Sakura. Most Uchiha Genin faces this problem. However, when they obtained super chakra control through Shisui's body flicker technique, their strength has also achieved a qualitative improvement. Although the amount of chakra is not increased. However, it can release several times more ninjutsu with the same amount of chakra. Not to mention the Special Jonin of the Uchiha clan at this time, all have at least 1 card of chakra. What they lack now is actual combat with the enemy to consolidate the experience and muscle memory gained on the training ground. Only through battle can they awaken higher-level Sharingan as quickly as possible. In the current Uchiha clan, there are too few Jonin who have activated the 3 Megatama. The small-scale friction after the Ninja World War was just enough for them to get exercise quickly. Thinking of this, Shio glanced at Fugaku and slowly said, "If Chunin is not enough, let Genin fill the vacancy. Anyway, as long as our Uchiha clan is here, Konoha will not have to worry about the invasion of enemy villages. Before our Uchiha clan collapses, I will never allow Sarutobi Hiruzen, the useless, Sarutobi clan leader to become Hokage." As Taihuo said, the Hokage can be a symbol and the one who specifically controls the village's political power. I suggest implementing the separation of powers. Chapter 18. Separation of Powers. Everyone looked at Shio with blank expressions. Uchiha Shiyu said slowly and logically. The so-called separation of powers is because we are worried that a waste like Chief Sarutobi will appear again in the Hokage, causing our various ninja clans to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, the legislative, judicial, and executive powers are independently managed by the 3 forces. Each party exercises independent control and checks and balances on each other. We can assume that each ninja clan jointly established a village committee, and the village committee proposed the village rules of Konoha village, and then voted to enact legislation. Then, members of each ninja clan set up judicial organs, such as Umbu and the Konoha Guard, to judge those who violated village rules and assist in enforcement. Elect a village chief to be responsible for administration. He is responsible for the daily affairs of the village and does not participate in law enforcement and justice. This can not only prevent the abuse of power, but also ensure the daily operation of the village. And the Hokage is our mascot. Anyway, our third Hokage-sama gave us a good idea that the Hokage will only cower in the village and bark. In that case, let's just become a mascot. It's enough to give those civilians a spiritual sustenance if one of them dies and another one is replaced. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Shio, the veins on his forehead completely bulging. This guy is using the fact that he is not Hokage to humiliate himself crazily. Now he wants to ask Umbu to kill this guy. Nara thought for a moment, with a look of surprise in his eyes. This seemed to be okay. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were livid. In this way, Hokage is not just a decoration, but has even become a big injustice working to serve the people. If the Hokage loses its law enforcement power, is it still called the Hokage? Danzo shouted angrily. I disagree. If it is so troublesome, Konoha village will not be able to respond in time once the enemy attacks. Sarutobi Hiruzen also said with a smile. If the Ninja World War starts, and there is no one who can keep his word, and the opportunity to fight is delayed, the losses to Konoha village will be huge. Shiyu said with a smile. Then set up a village defense department, dedicated to the direction of Konoha village. It only has the power of external defense but no internal law enforcement and judicial power. This department can be jointly staffed by people from all ninja clans. After all, Konoha is everyone's Konoha. I believe that no one will jeopardize the interests of Konoha, so of course we can call it the Ministry of National Defense, which sounds nicer. Until this department is established, we, the Uchiha clan, may be willing to temporarily serve as the village's external defense. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and looked at Shio. At this time, he had no idea about Uchiha Shio's plan. He just wanted to take the opportunity to train his troops. But what he couldn't figure out was why Shio dared to take on such a heavy defense task. With the current strength of the Uchiha clan's genin, who can't even open a Sharingan, they will die if they go to the front line, right? Shio also looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sneer on his face. There were invisible sparks in the eyes of the two people. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chief Shio has probably been preparing for a long time, right? Shio said with a smile. No, Chief Sarutobi, you have been preparing since you were sure that the second generation would not let the guards stay behind, right? Konoha F4's pupils shrank. Shio was only in his early 20s. How old was he when Senju Tobirama died? How could he know such a thing so clearly? For a moment, the four people looked at each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to wonder if some of these people had rebelled. The Konoha Jonin began to think about the possibility of what Shiyu said. It has not yet reached the 60th year of Konoha when civilian ninjas rose. Most of the people in office are Jonin who belong to various ninja clans in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has lost the protection of the Daimyo and the deterrence of force, cannot influence everyone's opinions at all. Hyuga Hayashi looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, thinking of the tragic casualties of his Hyuga clan. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt an ominous feeling in his heart. The next second, Hyuga Hayashi slowly spoke. I agree with the method proposed by Chief Uchiha. Narashikaku's eyes flashed, and the leader stood up. The Hyuga clan, the third largest clan in Konoha, took the lead and this matter was settled. As expected. As Hyuga Hayashi agreed, Aberame Jiwei of the Aberame clan also agreed. They had never dealt with the Sarutobi clan. This time, in addition to being forced to move to the edge of the village on the Night of Nine Tails, the Aberame clan was also moved to another corner of Konoha under the pretext of wanting the forest. It's just that the Aberame clan is weak and they don't dare to slam the table to object. Now that he had the opportunity to add insult to injury, he naturally stood up without hesitation. So the Jonin from all the ninja clans in Konoha expressed their agreement to try the new political system. Anyway, the Uchiha clan said that they would be responsible for external defense, so let's try it first. No matter what, it won't do anyone any harm. For small tribes like them, the biggest advantage is probably their large number of people. The village committee established by the separation of powers proposed by Shio happens to be based on the minority obeying the majority. In this way, everyone also has an excuse to unite against the Uchiha clan and Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shio with an expression of MMP. In his opinion, the Uchiha clan's wave was purely about damaging the enemy by 1,000 and damaging themselves by 800. In order to deal with him, he even did not hesitate to bring together the various ninja clans in Konoha. You must know that although these small tribes are weak, once they really unite, they will undoubtedly become the largest force in Konoha village. I usually show kindness to the Uchiha clan. Why is this guy so hostile to me? Chapter 19. The separation of powers proposal was passed more easily than Shio imagined. This is all due to the timing, location, and people, all of which were calculated just right by Shio. Now that the three wars in the ninja world have just ended, many ninjas are feeling war-weary. In the original book, even if Cloud Shinobi village rides on the face and accuses the Hyuga clan leader of killing the envoy, the ninja clans will not unite to resist, let alone fight a civil war against their own people now. No matter how much people hate the Uchiha clan, Cloud Shinobi village is not more hated. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to use the control of Namikaze Minato to secretly gather the various ninja clans in Konoha and gradually control the power of the Hokage family. Then wait until Asuma grows up, gains some qualifications, and then naturally takes over the position of Hokage. This is why Sarutobi Hiruzen said that the junior has not grown up yet. If Sarutobi Shinosuke hadn't been tricked to death by someone unknown, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself wouldn't have had to make a comeback. Unfortunately, Namikaze Minato died in a rage and Uzumaki Kushina completely disrupted his plan. If that were all, it would be okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen could also control the overall situation with Umbu and the well-preserved Sarutobi clan, taking advantage of the scattered ninja clans who dared not confront him to regain the position of Hokage. But now the Uchiha clan doesn't know which string is wrong. On the surface, they are willing to sacrifice themselves for others and are at odds with the Sarutobi clan. This resulted in the Umbu used to threaten the ninja clan losing its effectiveness. Now the Uchiha clan has proposed a thankless rule of separation of powers. This made the elders of each ninja clan extremely happy. Doesn't this mean that they can instantly change from cannon fodder to the rulers behind Konoha? After each ninja clan jonin went back to report, they all applauded and asked the jonin in the clan to agree to Uchiha Shio's proposal. This resulted in the fact that jonin simply could not oppose the new policy proposed by Shio with only Konoha F4 and existing civilians. The eyes of those ninjas who had been tricked by him in the 3 battles were almost glowing green, and they were waiting for him to speak out against them and use the Uchiha clan to cripple themselves. So Sarutobi Hiruzen had to choose to compromise. The original Konoha Council of Elders was directly abolished. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Shiyu represent their respective families as members of the village committee, each holding 10 votes and 1 veto power. The remaining 20 or so ninja clans each have 1 vote, but if you want to veto it, all ninja clans need to agree unanimously. Umbu was announced to be temporarily disbanded, leaving Umbu members to find their own way out. After all, Hokage has become a mascot, and Umbu, who is responsible for protecting Hokage, naturally has no meaning of existence. But almost all Umbu chose to continue to follow Sarutobi Hiruzen and became the private soldiers of the Sarutobi clan. Only the root part follows Danzo. Others, like Heitake Kakashi, quit Umbu directly and became idle jonin. In the next few days, the newly established village committee began to discuss legislation. To say it is legislation is a bit too flattering to Konoha. After all, only in big villages, it can at best be regarded as village rules. But before that, there is not even a single village rule in Konoha. Even the Hokage resolves conflicts according to established customs. Codified laws now exist that can greatly ameliorate the negative impact of enforcement. In the past, most ninjas who committed crimes were taken back and punished by their respective ninja clans. When a ninja makes too serious a mistake, the root of the ninja will be stabbed and killed, which is called peace in the village. Uchiha Itake's first mission after joining the roots was to kill an Aberame clan member. It can be said that Konoha in the past could not be called a political system at all, it could only be regarded as a gathering place for communities. Nowadays, in order to prevent the Uchiha clan and the Sarutobi clan from infringing on their rights, each ninja clan is racking their brains to convert various original moral habits into village rules and submit them to the village committee for legislation. Since the establishment of a piece of legislation requires the approval of a 2/3 majority. Therefore, every law must have the nod of the Uchiha clan or the Sarutobi clan. Therefore, each ninja clan will naturally not formulate some outrageous rules. The strength of the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans was there, and they didn't dare to go too far. So at this time, Konoha was strangely trapped in a bipolar pattern similar to Shiyu's previous life. The Uchiha clan, under Shiyu's suggestion, directly handed over the reformed cake of the Konoha Guard and chose to temporarily take over the external defense work of the Ministry of National Defense. It stands to reason that after the legislation is passed, the discrimination faced by the Konoha Guards will be greatly reduced, but Shiyu still had people hand him over. Because he needs to downplay the conflict between the villagers and the Uchiha clan. In addition, these rigid-minded Uchiha clan do not know how to adapt. It was obviously a very lucrative position, but in the end they had to follow orders rigidly. Instead of wasting time here to attract hatred, it would be better to just throw this useless thing out. If he continues to hold on, those old guys in Konoha F4 will definitely jump over the wall. As Shiyu expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen unceremoniously took over the power of the Konoha Guard after Shiyu announced that he would give up his position in the Konoha Guard. Their original plan was for Umbu to do the work and the security team to take the blame. Now that Uchiha Shiyu has made it clear that he does not want to take the blame, he will naturally not let go of this important department that controls the internal affairs. In addition, the other ninja clans are still recovering and there is no extra combat power to form a guard force, so the Will of Fire clan represented by Sarutobi Hiruzen is in vain. So this is considered a tacit understanding between the Uchiha clan and the Sarutobi clan to divide the village's internal and external military power. Before the meeting ended, Shiyu and Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered at the same time, looked at each other and walked away. After returning to the Uchiha tribe, Uchiha Taihuo looked at Shiyu with a worried look and asked, "Clan leader, is this really appropriate? No matter how you look at it, we, the Uchiha clan, will suffer. Fighting with foreign countries is much more dangerous than catching spies in Konoha. And if that BCH Sarutobi Hiruzen joins forces with the ninja clan, we, the Uchiha clan, well I'm afraid it will be difficult." Shiyu sneered. "You know what the hell, the next step is to start an arms race with the Sarutobi clan and win over allies. And these all require money. Do you know what kind of wealth is best? Uchiha Taihuo shook his head with a confused look on his face. A cold light flashed in Shiyu's eyes and he sneered. Of course it's a war profiteer. Chapter 20. War money. Uchiha Taihuo looked at Shiyu blankly. To put it bluntly, their ninjas are a group of killers who have been trained since childhood. When it comes to killing people, they are familiar with it, but when it comes to doing business, they are basically only able to lose money. This is also the reason why the major ninja villages control the military power in the ninja world, but they still become the lackeys of the daimyo of various countries. Because their only source of income is to receive tasks and earn commissions. Rather than being a military force, each ninja village is more like a mixture of an escort agency and a killer organization. If the entire ninja world had 6 paths level unbreakable ninjas like Otsutsuki Kagaya, it would naturally be possible to bring the entire ninja world under its command to achieve unified feudal rule. But since Sage of 6 Paths, the confrontation between the descendants of Ashura and the descendants of Indra resulted in the emergence of no overwhelming force in the ninja world. This gave capital the opportunity to rise, and they could use money to hire ninjas to protect their own safety and fight foreign wars. If this ninja is disobedient, they will hire other ninjas of similar level to punish this ninja. After thousands of years of subtle influence, no ninja village dared to plunder the daimyo and wealthy businessmen who were ordinary people without restraint. Because this will cause other daimyo and wealthy businessmen to jointly target, and jointly launch bounty missions to punish ninjas who break the rules of the game. This is different from those underground bounties. If someone really breaks the unspoken rules, these nobles and celebrities will definitely fight to the death. Because once it starts, ordinary people like them will become pigs waiting to be slaughtered. When Konoha village was first established, why did the daimyo of Fire Country bow down and sign an equality agreement with Senjo Hashirama? It is precisely because the alliance between Uchiha and the Senjo clan is enough to dominate the ninja world. At that time, money could no longer stop the rise of Konoha village. As capital, daimyo and others naturally knew when to give up. Because if they PD off Konoha village, it would not be a joke for the two of them to destroy Shikoku with Tsunade de Butsu. However, as Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to weaken Konoha's strength, Hokage's status gradually changed from the original 2 Jade to a subordinate of the daimyo. Especially during Tsunade's administration, Konoha village's combat power has been weakened to the extreme. When Barahu declared war on the entire ninja world, the minister of the Fire Country directly slapped Tsunade in the face and said that if he didn't handle it well, he would destroy Konoha. Therefore, in the absence of Chao Kage in the ninja world, money is far more useful than strength. Don't say anything else. If Shiyu has enough money, then he can directly hire Akatsuki to organize a group fight in the future to wipe out the Sarutobi clan. In the parallel world, Tsunade did this kind of wasteful operation when playing Menma. It's a pity that the entire Uchiha family is not a centralized family like Hyuga. Due to the large number of people and good development, the Uchiha clan is more like a village. Every family is a relative, and there is no priority. This resulted in everyone being poor and relying on Konoha to survive. The reason why the Uchiha clan has not resigned from this deceitful branch of the police force is probably because they are too poor. But it's different now. Uchiha Shiyu and Uchiha Taihuo came to a cave near the rocks. As the fingerprints are printed, a portal appeared in front of the two of them. Lord Patriarch. 2 special jonin, wearing Uchiha uniforms, knelt down on one knee and saluted Shiyu respectfully, their eyes shining with admiration and excitement. Shiyu waved his hand and smiled at Uchiha. It's war wealth. To fight a war, you need not only ninjas, but also a lot of ninja tools, food, detonating charms, and pensions. You can make money from all of this. Why do you think those daimyo idiots started the ninja war? Fight for a land. That's pure fart. Even if the Fire Country's population base is 10 times larger, it won't be able to use up all the land, but he still took the initiative to start the second and third ninja wars. Do you know why? Uchiha Taihuo shook his head blankly. A cold look appeared on Shiyu's face. Because of interests, because they need to weaken the strength of the ninja. They are worried that the ninja will be too strong and threaten their rule. 20 years after the first ninja war, the strength of the major ninja villages has long been restored and is extremely strong. There are only a few hundred editors of Konoha Shinobi for Sarutobi Hiruzen's issue. And by the time the Second Ninja World War started, there were already thousands of ninjas on staff. Shio use martial arts to break the law. If there are more ninjas, those guys are worried that one day, someone who doesn't like them will stab them secretly. Then the Second Ninja War began in the name of expansion to purge and collect war wealth. Uchiha Taihuo looked at Shiyu dumbfounded. In his mind, he only knew that the Great Ninja War was a mandatory conscription for Konoha village because of the agreement with the Fire Country. How could he have thought of so much? He asked Shiyu urgently. What does that have to do with our war fortune? At this time, the two came to a huge cave laboratory. The advantage of having ninjas is that they can build houses and bases much faster. Many Chunin and especially Jonin in the cave are constantly injecting chakra into a strange printer. Shiyu pointed at them and asked. This is where? Taihuo was stunned. Isn't this the Ninja Tool Research and Development Center established by the clan leader? Shiyu smiled slightly. What if these things were sold? Uchiha Taihuo's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 21. The reason why the Uchiha clan is unwilling to move is because, in addition to the reason for being abandoned by Konoha, there is also the fact that the relocation of the clan is time-consuming, laborious, and expensive. On the night of Nine Tails, only the headquarters of the Konoha Guard was destroyed. The Uchiha tribe was not affected at all. It was inexplicably forced to relocate. Naturally, the Uchiha tribe was not happy. After all, building and moving a house requires money, and the Uchiha family happens to not be very wealthy. This can be seen when Sakura took out a loan to buy a house after she married into Suzuki's family since she was young. Before traveling back in time, Shiyu thought that the Uchiha clan's inheritance had been embezzled by Suzuki after the night of genocide, so he lived in a pitiful single apartment. However, it was only after Shiyu traveled through time that he found out. It's true that they are appropriating fourth generation's legacy, but Suzuki's legacy is really not that great. The courtyard where Uchiha Fugaku lives is a temporary residence exclusive to the clan leader. Once he is RD, the whole family will move out immediately. He himself was unable to go on missions as a member of the Konoha Guards. It was already pretty good to be able to afford a single apartment with his dead salary every day. When Shiyu took over the position of clan leader and audited the Uchiha clan's financial situation, he almost couldn't help but curse. He almost suspected that the reason why the tribesmen staged a coup was because they were too poor. So Shiyu decisively activated the new system building in front of him after gaining the family's reputation in the first month. Ninja Tool RD Center. After activation, Shiyu can obtain ninja tools of different strengths based on his reputation. Ninja Tool RD Center, you can purchase production technology through reputation, and manufacturing ninja tools in the building can achieve a 100% success rate. Shiyu has no interest in conventional ninja tools such as kunao and shuriken. Although it can indeed make money, purchasing raw materials, forging, and transporting requires a lot of time and manpower. Not to mention that existing sales channels have fixed merchants, and it is difficult to make a profit by rushing to compete with others. So he directly set his sights on the scientific ninja tool that was supposed to appear in Boruto's biography. It only takes 100 reputation points to obtain the manufacturing skills of a C-level scientific ninjutsu scroll. 1000 reputation points will give you the manufacturing technology to use gloves. Shiyu was confused when he saw Naruto's perfunctory attitude towards scientific ninjutsu in Boruto Legend. This strategic war technique was labeled as a strange and obscene technique by Naruto. This Hokage must be poisonous. Anyone who knows a little about war knows how pervert this technique allows genin to use ninjutsu that only jonin can use. But Naruto was banned from the Chunin exam, which was supposed to promote Konoha's strength, banned. This is just like the Chunin exam prohibiting the use of summoning scrolls every day. If Sarutobi Hiruzen obtains this kind of technology, he might give a dozen genin men in his village to scare the so-called allies. But now Shio was naturally overjoyed when he saw that the Ninjutsu Research Center actually had scientific ninjutsu. He clearly knew how pervert this technology was during the peaceful period after the Third Ninja War. The small ninja villages, wealthy businessmen, and the Daimyo prefecture who have been at war for years are absolutely willing to spend huge sums of money to purchase this time-honored ninja tool, Shunfa Ninjutsu, which is comparable to a hot weapon. But naturally this kind of thing cannot be known to the old guys in Konoha village. So Shiyu asked the Uchiha clan to defend the border, not only to hone their strength, but also to make a fortune by selling these scientific ninja tools to the small ninja villages who were at war while the Uchiha clan was stationed at the border. This time, Shiyu's Hiha Taihuo watched with gleaming eyes as a clan member made the sea-level fire-style fire bomb technique into a scroll and sealed it in a box. Shiyu didn't spend his reputation on the fire-style Great Fireball, the symbol of the Uchiha clan, but bought the fire-style Great Fireball of the Sarutobi clan. The reward for a Chunin taking on a B-level mission that requires ninja combat is 80,000 to 200,000 taels, which is both dangerous and takes a long time. But one Uchiha Chunin can create 20 C-level ninjutsu sealing scrolls in one day. Assuming that each C-level ninjutsu scroll sells for 10,000 taels, a Chunin can earn 200,000 taels a day. If all the Chunin of the Uchiha clan were pressed here to make scrolls, the Uchiha clan's daily turnover would reach a terrifying 60 million ryo. This is enough to issue 60 lowest level S-level missions. Uchiha Taihuo swallowed hard. Just a rough calculation filled his heart with ecstasy. However, he also knew that this thing was a consumable item and it was impossible to spread it and sell it in one day. But if you can make hundreds of thousands of taels of net profit in one day, it will be enough to make people ecstatic. Uchiha Taihuo urged with excitement. Master Shio, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the front line quickly. I heard that Kusanagi village and Taki Ninja village are currently fighting happily. Let's sell things to them quickly. Shio waved his hands speechlessly with a bad smile on his face. Why be anxious? The first Konoha village mayor and Hokage succession ceremony has not been held yet, and the troops guarding the border have not been withdrawn yet. Once everything in the village is finished, we should ask the village chief for the daimyo allocation. It's military expenses. This thing is the real big head. Chapter 22. Why is Sarutobi Hiruzen so awesome? Because he controls Konoha's finances and the Book of Sealing. The bulk of Konoha's finances is not the income from missions, but the military expenditures allocated by the daimyo. How much money can you earn from those C-level and D-level missions that ordinary people are too lazy to do? After distributing it to the ninjas who completed the mission, it is already very good for Konoha to get 2 achievements. After all, it is the ninja team that does the mission. It is difficult to even support the family with such hard-earned money. If the village draws too much, people will resign and go back to farming. The income of civilians in Konoha is even higher than that of ordinary genin. Therefore, whether it is the Konoha Guard, Umbu, or the ninjas stationed at the border, the military expenditures consumed are additionally provided by the Daimyo Palace. The reason why Sand Shinobi village agreed to collude with Orochimaru was precisely because the daimyo of the Land of Wind gave too little. Sand Shinobi village was so poor that it couldn't raise the pot and couldn't train ninjas, so it was desperate to use Konoha to make an example to let the daimyo of the Land of Wind see the importance of Shinobi village. Unfortunately, Orochimaru's plan to revitalize Konoha was tricked in the end. Not only did the Kaze Kage die, but the elite suffered heavy casualties, and even Jinchuriki was almost captured. If it weren't for Konoha's emphasis on peace, Tsunade might have been removed from the top 5 ninja villages. Without Jinchuriki, the 5 major ninja villages are like without nuclear deterrence, which is not enough to deter other villages. The reason why Shio grabbed the position of Ministry of National Defense was precisely because of the high military expenditure of Daimyo Prefecture. This kind of hard work on the front line makes much more money than the money made by the Konoha guards as a city administrator. Sarutobi Hiruzen also used this money to vigorously develop his Umbu. By the way, each ninja clan was allowed to participate in the Third Ninja World War at their own expense, thus pushing the Sarutobi clan into the second largest clan in Konoha. Why did Sarutobi Hiruzen take the blame and resign after the Third Ninja War? Isn't it because when many ninjas finally defeated Iwagakure and were about to surrender, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave up everyone's interests with an unconditional peace treaty? The ninja who originally planned to rely on the trophies to recover their health were immediately tricked and their pants fell off. If the strength of each clan hadn't been greatly damaged, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu and clan members had kept their strength intact, they would have stripped Sarutobi Hiruzen naked and sold his butt to pay off their debts. Now, Shio has assigned the Uchiha clan to be responsible for external protection. Then this part of the military expenditure will naturally be sent to the Uchiha clan. Shio picked up a scroll the size of a bullet, installed in a special launch glove and waved. A fire bomb instantly hit the target in the laboratory. The wooden man used for the experiment was directly blown into pieces. Shio nodded with satisfaction and sighed. Tisk, tisk, the portable rocket launcher is still instant fire. The way of war in the ninja world will be rewritten in the future. This completely brought the ninja world from the cold weapon era directly to the hot weapon era. He could already imagine his own people fighting in the future, with an enchanted glove and unlimited ninjutsu bullets shouting at the enemy, "Brother, times have changed. Already. With this thing, as long as his Chunin has enough bullets, even Jonin may not be able to be killed. After all, a Kakashi can use Sharingan to release 2 A-level ninjutsu. And a normal Jonin can only release 5, that's about it. If Jonin brought a bunch of A-level scrolls to suppress fire, even Jonin wouldn't be able to survive this shameless play. The most important thing is that scientific ninja tools are specially made by the system and cannot be copied by others. In other words, if they want to use scientific ninja tools, they must buy bullets from themselves, otherwise even the launching gloves will be just waste. Shio speculates that this is because Borutoden is just a fan work of Shippuden, and there are huge differences in technology between the two worlds. At this time, a supervisor walked up to Shio and said, "Master Patriarch, the materials in the RD Center are almost running out, and the funds for procurement have bottomed out." Shio's eyes twitched twice, and he said helplessly, "It's okay. When the village chief makes the decision in 2 days, the money should arrive. Then let the tribesmen who support the border bring a group to open up channels first. Make bricks without straw. Even with such advanced technology, if the tribesmen cannot even afford the raw materials to make the scroll, they will not be able to make it. This hair-raising system does not include any supplies or the like, most of them are bonuses based on experience and technology. It's so cool to just give the 6 gods equipment. If you start at the 6 paths level, there will be so much trouble." Shio shook his head, turned to Uchiha Taihuo and ordered, "You keep an eye here and don't let anyone get close, especially those guys from Fugaku. Now he is just an ordinary elite Jonin. He only has an ordinary Sharingan, and his fighting talent is not as pervert as Uchiha Itaka's. If you are really tough, you may not have the combat effectiveness when fighting Danzo with 2 pillars. If these trump cards are exposed to Konoha F4 by Uchiha Fugaku, no one can tell whether those guys will take the risk and fight to the death with them. After all, now they only have the ability to harm both sides, and they feel that it is not certain who will win. But if they know that they will definitely lose in the future arms race, maybe they will really jump over the wall in a hurry." Shio's argument against Sarutobi Hiruzen was just to give him time to develop, and he didn't really want to start a war with the Hokage family. Not to mention others, Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, has not yet rebelled, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is also in his prime. If there were to be a fight, the most likely survivors would be Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru. After all, after reaching cage level strength, the numbers of Chunin and special Jonin no longer pose a threat. Only elite Jonin and ninjas of the same level can threaten them. Just when Shio was thinking about how to make up for the lack of high-end combat power, a guard suddenly appeared next to Shio and whispered in his ear. Chapter 23. Master Shio, Kakashi went to the memorial monument alone. Kono reported in a low voice. Shio nodded. "Come on, come with me." At this time, in front of Konoha's commemorative monument, wearing Umbu costume, Kakashi stands in front of the huge sculpture of the Will of Fire and meditates. Suddenly he frowned and looked behind him. Danzo, whose right eye was tied, appeared behind him at some point. Are you take Kakashi? Danzo took 2 steps forward. Kakashi frowned and replied. Lord Danzo. Danzo said to him expressionlessly. How about it? Do you want to work under me? Kakashi was stunned. But I belong to Mr. Minato. The 4th generation that sent you to Umbu is no longer in this world. If this continues, you might be reincorporated into the Konoha Guard of the 3rd generation and continue to work for him. The 3rd generation, who are pacifists, were the ones who delayed the war and killed Obito and Linear. Kakashi, but... Besides, on the night 9 Tails attacked, because of the 3rd generation's order, you, the Uchiha clan, and I were not able to join the battle against 9 Tails. You should know that, right? The 4th generation also lost his life because of this. Although I don't want this to be a ploy for him to regain the position of Hokage, but now that the Uchiha clan has usurped power, it is very likely that they were responsible for the 9 Tails rebellion. Nowadays, both the Sarutobi clan and the Uchiha clan want to control Konoha. To this end, they are even willing to start civil strife. The future of Konoha village must not be left to people like them. Kakashi was confused after hearing this. Who are we? Shiyu's voice appeared from the side. Danzo and Kakashi's pupils shrank, and they looked at Shiyu aside. Shiyu looked at Danzo indifferently and asked calmly. Who are our Uchiha clan? Did we shrink back on the battlefield? Did we make a misjudgment during Konoha's security work? The former Hokage assistant of Konoha only knows how to talk behind his back all day long. A guy like you still wants to be a Hokage and dream, no wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't take it seriously. Danzo's pretentious face suddenly turned ferocious. What are you talking about? Don't think that if you do it secretly, you won't have a tail. Once we find out the evidence that the Uchiha clan is related to the 9 Tails rebellion, we'll see how you continue to defend the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Shiyu glanced at Danzo with disdain. To be handsome, you can win through righteousness and harmony. Hokage is the spiritual symbol of Konoha. You don't even know how to do face-saving projects, and you still want to run for Hokage? I can't even choose you as a mascot. Danzo sneered. Just go ahead and send your own people to the front line. I want to see how many of your Uchiha clan can die. Danzo left immediately after saying that. He was worried that he would not be able to fight with Shiyu if he continued to stay here. Anyway, the purpose of planting seeds here in Kakashi has been achieved. He has seen the dark qualifications in Kakashi's heart, and he will definitely gain an admiral this time. Shio looked at Danzo leaving coldly. Then he turned to look at Kakashi, whose left eye was covered with a forehead protector. Kakashi couldn't help but swallowed when he saw the condescending Shio. Although his position is also that of Jonin, he clearly knows that his position as Jonin is ridiculously empty because the 3 battles were too exhausting and he was forcibly promoted in order to boost morale. His only position is Jonin, but his strength is at the same level as Umbu at best. After getting Sharingan, he can barely be considered a special Jonin. He had no chance of winning against Shio, the veteran Uchiha Jonin. Kakashi glanced at the tough Uchiha leader, who was new to the position and had messed up Konoha, and asked anxiously. I wonder what the Shio clan leader is doing. Shio looked at Kakashi and said bluntly. I want your Sharingan back. Kakashi's expression changed and he looked at Shio with an ugly expression. This is a gift Obito gave me, you have no right. Kakashi looked at Shio's cold eyes and his voice gradually became quieter. Each ninja clan has its own secret recovery unit. Even if it is sent by Obito himself, it is actually ineffective. The original clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, had just ended the Third War and did not want to start another dispute, so he acquiesced in Kakashi's Sharingan. However, according to each clan's management of blood inheritance boundaries, the Uchiha clan is definitely qualified to take back Kakashi's Sharingan. But he was totally unwilling to let Kakashi give his eyes back. Not to mention that this is his only bond with his best friend. If he loses Sharingan's dynamic vision, his Chidori hit rate will plummet, and his strength will definitely fall back to elite Chunin. Shio calmly looked at Kakashi, who lowered his head and said. It seems that you should understand. First of all, this is not a discussion with you. This is the decision of our Uchiha clan. Sharingan is the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. It contains many secrets of the Uchiha clan. It is absolutely impossible to leave it to an outsider like you. Second, I will also tell you some information as compensation. Shiyu had a meal. News about Uchiha Obito. Chapter 24. Nani? Kakashi looked up at Shiyu in astonishment. News about Obito? Obito isn't. Shiyu put his hands behind his back and said calmly. Uchiha Obito is not dead. Kakashi suddenly became excited. Really? Did you rescue him? Where is he now? Can I see him? Shiyu smiled crookedly. Kakashi really can't resist the temptation of a good gay friend. It depends on whether you agree to return the Sharingan. Although we Uchiha can also force it, considering your contribution to Konoha, we are not making things difficult for you. It's just that Sharingan is too important to our Uchiha clan. You should be able to understand, right? Kakashi touched his left eye with a complicated expression. Then he immediately nodded and said, since Obito is still alive, I naturally agree to return Sharingan. That's good. In that case, let's go directly to the hospital to make arrangements. We have prepared a replacement eyeball for you, and it will not affect your vision. Kakashi looked at Shiyu in shock. Are you so anxious? Shiyu said calmly. It's just a minor surgery, what's the point of delaying it? Don't you also want to know the news about Obito as soon as possible? Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. Then the two of them came to the hospital without stopping. Under Kono's advance arrangements, Heitake Kakashi was replaced with an ordinary eye before Sarutobi Hiruzen could react. Shio looked at Sharingan in the petri dish with a flash of excitement in his eyes. This thing is one of the biggest cheats in the entire Shippuden. Kamui. With this eye, Uchiha Obito will no longer pose a threat to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shio. Bang. The door to the ward was pushed open suddenly. Sarutobi Hiruzen led Umbu into the house with a pale face. When he looked at the Sharingan in Shio's hand, his expression changed, and he stretched out his hand to snatch it. As a result, two guards of the Uchiha clan blocked in front of Shio with a swipe and aimed their kunai at Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm and stabbed it. Ding! Uchiha Kono collided with Umbu's kunai. Hand over Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shio with a livid face. This is the safety key that he plans to use to control Naruto. Shio slowly took Sharingan into his arms and sneered. Chief Sarutobi, are you sure you won't think about what you just said? What does this mean? You are openly robbing our Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Do you want to start a civil war? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shio and shouted angrily. Heitake Kakashi is a disciple of the fourth generation, my disciple. How dare you attack him? Shio, whoever attacked him, I just took back the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. The blood inheritance limits and secret techniques of each ninja clan will be taken back by themselves. Do you still need me to teach you? Third generation, his eyes were voluntarily given by Obito, and the Fugaku chief also agreed. Shio, Obito is a genin. How qualified is he to promise to give Kakashi Sharingan? What's more, Obito has already rebelled. Kakashi, what? Kakashi, who had just adjusted to his new eyes, looked at Shio in shock. What did you say? Shio looked at the lively Kakashi and once again lamented that the technology tree of the ninja world had reached his grandma's house. Changing the eyeball is as easy as plugging in a USB, it's plug and play. Shio said calmly to Kakashi, who was full of disbelief. The eyes have been recovered. Of course I don't need to lie to you. Obito saw you kill Lin with your own hands on the Kirigakure battlefield, so he defected directly. Now he should be preparing to form a mercenary organization to take revenge on Konoha. If you want to find Uchiha Obito, you can apply to join our Ministry of Defense. You should have a chance to meet him then. Although losing Sharingan, Kakashi's strength dropped back a bit. But without the burden of Mangekyō Sharingan, his talent belonging to the Heitake clan can return to himself. If he develops it well, he will at least be a Konoha's White Fang level strongman. If he can win over him, he will naturally have to win over him easily. Shio looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen again and sneered. Uchiha Fugaku agreed. He is the leader of our Uchiha clan. Is he the clan leader? I am. Sharingan is the bloodline of our Uchiha clan and will not be spread. In addition, I remember that Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan seems to have been lost. I hope Sarutobi Patriarch, don't let me find where those eyes are. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed slightly and he looked at Shio in surprise. No one should know how Uchiha Kagami died. Could it be that Danzo's right eye was discovered? However, Shio's expression did not change at all, and he just looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen indifferently. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a hair in his heart, and he snorted angrily. Shio, you will regret it. Shio sneered and said. Haha, I am the leader of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt out of breath and felt like he had heard this line before. But seeing that he could no longer get any advantage, he had no choice but to leave the ward with a wave of his hand. Shio pouted. Haha, coward. Take Kakashi on the hospital bed sat in front of the window in despair, and suddenly said to Shio. I want to join the Department of Defense. Chapter 25. At this moment, Shio felt like she was in a drama. Thinking that he had chosen this name blindly, Shio twitched his lips and nodded. Wait until the election in the village is completely settled and report to me. After Shio finished speaking, he turned around and left with the newly acquired Mangekyō. Everyone, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, thought this was an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. Only Shio knew that this was because Kakashi did not have enough chakra to support his eyes, so he was downgraded to a 3-tomo Sharingan. If Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that this was a rare space-time Mangekyō, he would probably snatch it away at all costs. Danzo had Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyō in his hand, so he wasn't in a hurry. The Hokage and the village chief have separate positions at first, so after Tsunade is decided as the mascot, the position of the village chief also needs to be elected. Because Uchiha Shio and Sarutobi Hiruzen served as leaders of the Ministry of National Defense and the Urban Management Brigade respectively. As a result, the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans were disqualified from running for village chief. This position of village chief can only be selected among civilian ninjas and various ninja clans. Nominated are Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo and Narashikaku. As expected, Narashikaku succeeded in becoming the mayor of Konoha village by a large margin. Two unlucky guys with no popularity at all failed to get even 3-digit votes. Finally, amid the cheers of many villagers, Orochimaru transformed into Tsunade and helped him successfully take over the hat and cloak that belonged to the Hokage with an ugly expression. After all, Orochimaru, who is also one of the Sunin, knows Tsunade the best and becomes the most similar to Tsunade. On the same day, Narashikaku sat in the task acceptance center where Sarutobi Hiruzen was supposed to do it, handling tasks submitted by various employers. In the Hokage building, Shio looked at Nara with a smile and Shikaku congratulated. Congratulations on successfully becoming the head of a village. Although it is a castrated version, the scope of management is still quite large. Narashikaku sighed helplessly. Am I being tricked by you? Shio, who has been in Konoha for so many years, naturally cannot place his hopes only on Fugaku's ability to reign in the precipice. He knew exactly who the Silver Generation and the Golden Generation were in Konoha. Therefore, Shio deliberately made good friends with the more famous ninjas in the future during the mission. On weekdays, Shio and Nara seem to be acquaintances, but in fact they have a lifelong friendship. In the Third Ninja War, Shio saved Inoshikacho's life at just the right time. Only Shio and Inoshikacho knew about this matter. When Shio, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and other ninja clans was not very good, and Konoha F4 was eyeing them, so they were worried about implicating the clan members and did not open their friendship openly. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been ousted from the position of Hokage, and Nara Shio has become the village chief, Shio naturally no longer has the need to avoid suspicion. He smiled and said to Narashikaku, "What is a trap? You have to have a conscience. You are now the head of a village, one person below 10,000 people." Shikaku rolled his eyes at Shio. "Bullshit, just a wage earner, right? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you don't know how valuable this village chief is." He is in charge of the village's internal affairs and finances. He can just give the clan some conveniences and earn enough to make your Nara clan rich overnight, right? Now Nara Shikaku's position is that of the village chief, and he is in charge of internal affairs such as taxation, land, and housing. In Shiyu's previous life, this was exactly the configuration of the head of Huaxi village, which was a big deal. Nara Shikaku also raised the corner of his mouth slightly when he heard this. He is different from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third generation who only knows how to beg for food from the Daimyo. He has a super high IQ, enough to realize the power of the village chief. Shiyu is right. Even if he does not have the power of internal and external force, he still has considerable room for maneuver in domestic affairs alone. Lu Ju put away his smile and asked seriously. So, what are your requirements for pushing me up so hard? Let's talk about it first. Many people are staring at me here, especially the Sarutobi clan. I looked at Konoha's finances and it's shocking. After a while, it would be good if the economy can be restored. At this time, it is only more than a month since the Night of Nine Tails. Many houses have not yet been completed, and a large number of refugees are still living in tents. The position of Hokage has never been decided, so the disaster relief funds from the Daimyo have not yet arrived. In addition, third generation has told me that Konoha's security is short of manpower, and that the ninjas on the border will start to retreat. Nara Shikaku said with a puzzled face. What you did seems to have weakened Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it's not a good thing for your Uchiha clan, right? One clan simply cannot support such a large national border. If the Uchiha clan really had such strength, there would be no need to establish Konoha village with the Senju clan, and they could just build the village themselves. If a clan of ninjas fights against a village of ninjas, they are looking for death. Shiyu smiled slightly. You don't need to worry about it. In short, I will let my people deliver the goods as soon as possible. I won't leave any clues to the old man. You only need to give me the military expenses on time. You don't need to worry about the rest. Nara Shikaku nodded. In that case, it's up to you. This is the map for the defense of the Fire Kingdom. It requires at least 180 chunin to fill it. He paused and sighed and said. I will recruit personnel from the Ministry of National Defense in the village as soon as possible to see if anyone can be added. As you know, there was no way for ninjas to refuse national missions. But if you do this, you don't have to have high hopes. I estimate that basically no civilian ninjas or ninjas will join the Ministry of National Defense. The most prestigious civilian ninja now is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naturally, he will not let the talents he cultivated be sent to Shio. The ninjas, on the other hand, are self-sacrificing and look on coldly until their own interests are touched. There was a look of contempt on Shio's lips. Do I still need them? At this time, a ninja from the intelligence department suddenly ran in and shouted in a panic. Oops! A large number of Cloud Shinobi village ninjas have gathered at the border of Thunder Country. Nara's expression changed. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly walked in from the door with a sarcasm on his lips, and a look of sorrow appeared on his face the next second. The team stationed at the border of the Kingdom of Thunder has been killed. Minister of Defense, please send the team to support quickly. Chapter 26. Shio frowned. Is this part of the plot included? Suddenly he remembered that the peace treaty between Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha Village was signed at Hineda's third birthday party, and it was at that time that Hyaga Niji was engraved with the caged bird. Shio only remembered that Namikaze Minato ended the Great Ninja War, but forgot that Cloud Shinobi Village fought with Konoha for 3 years after the Nine Tails Rebellion. It was also these 3 years that all the ninja clans were completely crippled by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and civilian ninjas rose up, making the Sarutobi clan the dominant one. Cooperating with a wave of Cloud Shinobi Village to scare the monkeys, all ninja clans were completely reduced to subordinates, and the family heirs were voluntarily sent to the ninja school to receive the will of fire. Now that Uchiha has taken over this trap, it means that they have to fight Cloud Shinobi head-on behalf of each ninja clan. Shio looked at the gloating Sarutobi Hiruzen and immediately understood that the reason why he agreed to Shio's so-called separation of powers was precisely because Umbu must have sent him the information about the changes in Cloud Shinobi Village. No wonder Shio feels that pushing Hokage to step down this time is a bit too easy. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen's power is all concentrated in the Urban Management Brigade, responsible for the security of the village. Once the Uchiha clan cannot hold on, each ninja clan will still be sent to the battlefield. After all the ninja clans suffer heavy losses, he will become the real largest family and power in Konoha. At that time, the separation of powers and Hokage will be just a matter of words. After all, the ninja world is all about strength. Shio looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in surprise and said twice. Not bad, I didn't expect that. I really underestimated you. Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented calmly. Well, being a Hokage really wasn't my idea. I just wanted to avoid this happening. Narashikaku looked at Shio. If he relents and returns the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time, maybe things can turn around. However, Shio just looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with contempt. It's just Cloud Shinobi Village. As long as the military funds arrive, we, the Uchiha clan, will naturally fight it back. Narashikaku sighed. I will report the allocation to the Daimyo as soon as possible. Konoha's existing military expenditures and armaments will be given priority to your Uchiha clan. Shio nodded, turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and sneered. Transfer Uchiha Shisui back to me. He is a member of our Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Shisui has earned the title of Shunken Shisui at this time, he is still an elite jonin, which shows that he has not yet opened his eyes at this time. Although he is one of the filial sons like Uchiha Itachi, his purpose is for the peace of the clan. And Uchiha Itachi is for the peace of Konoha. There is a big difference between the two. To put it simply, Uchiha Shisui's degree of brainwashing is not that high. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard that Shio wanted Shisui and immediately talked to him. Shisui, I think so too, but he is currently in charge of Kirigakure. Once he leaves the position, Konoha may be attacked by 2 ninja villages, and there is really no way to come back. Didn't you say before that everyone belongs to the Uchiha clan to the outside world? At least you should replace Shisui first before bringing him back, right? Shio sneered. He knew that Obito had already gone to take revenge on Kirigakure at this time. In the next period of time, Kirigakure was too busy to take care of himself and could not continue to send troops to invade Konoha. Obito doesn't need to take care of Kirigakure. If you don't transfer him back, I won't let my clan members go to the front line. The worst thing is to let Cloud Shinobi Village come over. It's much easier to wait than to take the initiative to attack. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. To put it simply, the Great Ninja War is the comparison of military power between the ninja villages of various countries. He is like a plus version of Koga ninja technique. The invasion of Cloud Shinobi Village will not target the nobles and daimyo of the Land of Fire. It has nothing to do with civilians and will only attack the Konoha Shinobi. If Konoha allows Cloud Shinobi Village to invade, then Konoha's reputation as one of the top 5 ninja villages will be completely ruined. It will also cause the Fire Nation and Konoha to dissolve their alliance. Konoha Village, which has lost its deterrent power, is destined to be eliminated by the ninja world. This is absolutely unacceptable to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always wanted to control Konoha Village. He snorted coldly. I'll see what you do when Kirigakure attacks. After saying that, he ignored Shio and Shikaku and walked out angrily. Narashikaku sighed and said. He's right. Shisui is now intimidating the ninjas of Kirigakure. If Shisui is transferred back, I'm afraid you will be attacked from both sides. I don't recommend you do this. Shio showed a confident expression. Don't worry, Kirigakure is much worse off than Konoha right now. The 7 ninja swordsmen were kicked by might and turned into 3 auspicious treasures. Most of the elite troops were killed by the rampaging Obito. Now Obito is looking for an opportunity to control Yagura and implement a more severe blood mist policy to harm Kirigakure to vent his hatred. Now Kirigakure can't even pull out a jonin, so how can he cross the sea to cause trouble for Konoha? At this time, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Kakashi walked in from the door. "Village, Chief? I want to join the Ministry of National Defense." He raised his head and looked at Shio stubbornly and said, "I don't believe Obito will rebel." Chapter 27. Sarutobi Clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen Mansion. Except for Danzo, the Konoha F3s gathered in Sarutobi's reception room. At this time, there is no elder body, and the Hokage building is no longer their gathering place. Several people were sitting around the coffee table, each holding a cup of tea with a happy face. Midokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with admiration. While they were still resenting Uchiha Shio for causing them to step down from their positions in the Elder Council, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already laid a trap. Yuditen Koharu said with a relieved look. "This time I want to see what the Uchiha clan is going to do, and they are so brazen that they have to carry out the border defense work, haha." Midokado Homura took a sip of tea and said happily. After this war, the Uchiha clan will fall from its position as the largest clan in Konoha, right? The two of them were just civilian ninja, and they all owed their status to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, the two of them know their positions very well, and they are quite qualified to be Sarutobi Hiruzen's lackeys for so many years. I originally thought that just by being in such a high position, I would die and my family would become a ninja clan. I never thought that after Uchiha Shio came to power, he would directly knock them down from the top of Konoha. How could the two not hate Uchiha Shio? Now that the Uchiha clan was tricked into fighting Cloud Shinobi village, they immediately found Sarutobi Hiruzen to celebrate the good news. By the way, I want to ask when the two of them can return to the elders. The reason why the separation of powers was passed so quickly was because the two of them obeyed Sarutobi Hiruzen and did not get in trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly took a sip of tea and said, "The largest clan in Konoha? Let's talk about it with the Uchiha clan at that time." Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura felt cold in their hearts. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidants, they clearly knew why the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan were gone. They knew full well how ruthless the amiable old man in front of them was behind his back. Only that idiot Danzo thought he was an indecisive Hokage. If Uchiha Shio really wants to save face and kills all the elites in the clan on the battlefield, I am afraid that the Uchiha clan will disappear silently like the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. Midokado Homura asked in confusion. What do you think Uchiha Shio relies on? Just confidence? Do you dare to say that you can resist foreign enemies? Yuditen Koharu sneered. What's so strange about this? When did those guys from the Uchiha clan look at others and think that they are invincible if they have the blood inheritance limit? They keep saying that they are the founder of Konoha and should be the Hokage. For those of their clan, their little strength is not enough to fill the gap between their teeth on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not participate in this topic. He smiled slightly, took a sip of tea and said calmly. Okay, they are all from the same village. Don't make assumptions about others. I will select a few people from Umbu to go to the Daimyo mansion of the country of fire to serve as guards. You two will make a plan. Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura were delighted. Sure enough, the Daimyo is still interested in our ninjas, and even his personal bodyguards are recruited from his side, which is enough to show how trusted Sarutobi Hiruzen is. When the Uchiha clan is defeated, the two of them can become the elders of Konoha who are inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people. And the root base on the other side. Danzo angrily dug a hole in the ground with his crutch. Damn Uchiha! He actually went to take back Sharingan. Forget about recovering Sharingan, he even took away people. First. A young man wearing a mask suddenly appeared in front of Danzo. Lord Danzo. You lead two teams to spy on Uchiha Shio this time. Don't let him come back from the battlefield if you have the chance. Yes. For a time, all forces were eyeing the Uchiha clan. They all want to know whether Uchiha Shio will really lead his tribe to death in the face of this obviously suicidal situation. After all, this is related to the future political direction of Konoha. However, Shio was still carrying out pre-war preparations in an orderly manner, and seemed not to take it to heart at all. He secretly held several meetings in the Uchiha Ancestral Temple. Since the Uchiha clan was relatively united, there were no traitors to infiltrate. This led to the fact that no one in the Uchiha family knew what Shio was planning. In addition, the Uchiha clan no longer has the work of the Konoha Guard, which has directly led to the fact that all the Uchiha clan members have gone deep into the countryside and are unable to obtain any information at all in the remote clan areas. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally planned to send several Umbu who were friends with the Uchiha tribe into the tribe to gather information. As a result, I was stopped without even entering the door. Seeing time passing by, the Uchiha clan didn't seem to have any plans to leave for the front line. Everyone in Konoha was completely anxious. Why don't you send me a letter? If you say you want to call me, what does it mean to stay at home? Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but jump out to question Shio. Finally, under the leadership of Shio, groups of Uchiha tribesmen began to move quickly towards the border of Thunder Country in batches. Chapter 28. The Land of Thunder, Cloud Shinobi Village. Fourth Reikage AI was lying on the sofa with his legs crossed. I didn't expect that there would be a civil war in Konoha, haha. This time we must get back everything we lost from Iwagakure. If they hadn't signed a peace treaty with Iwagakure and asked Iwagakure to draw out ninjas to deal with us, how could Dad have died? This time we must make these cowards pay with blood. Todai, the courtier of Reikage in the past, reminded with some worry. Master Reikage, don't be careless. I heard that the people coming to the front line this time are the Uchiha clan. You know the fighting power of this clan, especially their Sharingan. I'm afraid the villagers will suffer a loss against them. Fourth Reikage AI waved his hand disdainfully. So what? The spies have returned the information. Konoha is currently undergoing a split. This time, only the ninjas of the Uchiha clan are coming to the front line. They can easily defend against Uchiha's genjutsu 2-1. We just take this opportunity to defeat the Uchiha clan. Get rid of this serious nuisance. Fourth Reikage AI paused. How is it better than now? There has been good progress, but he wants to fight with Reikage-sama. Fourth Reikage AI waved his hands impatiently. Let him practice Tailed Beast Bomb well. As a Jinchuriki, he should not appear on the battlefield casually. If an enemy invades, just let him release Tailed Beast Bomb from a distance. AI was heartbroken when the third Reikage died trying to protect the village. So after he took over the name of Reikage, he asked Bai to enter Unli Gorge to start Tailed Beast Bomb training, vowing not to let the enemy hurt Bai. Then he ordered Bai to be strictly prohibited from leaving the village, and told Bai that if enemies invaded, just use Tailed Beast Bomb to defeat them from a distance. He was no longer willing to experience the pain of losing a loved one again. Even if he is imprisoned, he is not willing to let him go to the battlefield. Tutai opened his mouth and swallowed his words to persuade Killer Bee to go to the front line. After all, they are just a ninja clan. They have an absolute numerical advantage. After their illusions lose their effect, they are not much different from ordinary ninjas. At this time, an Umbu suddenly appeared. He held a list in his hand and handed it to Reikage. Lord Reikage, someone has delivered the list of Uchiha clan members participating in the war. What? Reikage and Dode looked at each other. Who sent this? Umbu shook his head. The spies from Konoha reported that he seemed to have suddenly appeared in his room. Fourth Reikage's pupils shrank. He took the information and scanned it. This mission to Konoha is led by Uchiha Shio, the leader of the Uchiha clan, followed by Shisui, with 2 Jonin Uchiha Inari and Uchiha Yashiro, as well as 10 special Jonin, 20 Chunin, and 200 Genin rushing to the front line. Reikage frowned. This spy has been discovered. Is this kind of information sent back? Tutai was also speechless. 20 Chunin? 200 Genin? Are the Uchiha clan stupid? Are they sending this few people here to die? Because the second and third ninja wars were basically consecutive. Therefore, the ninjas in all the major ninja villages are frantically expanding their recruitment. Taking Konoha as an example, before the second ninja war, Jiraiya's ninja registration number was 002301. By the end of the third ninja war, Might Guy's ninja registration number had reached 010252, and Konoha had not recruited the most ninjas among the 5 major ninja villages. So when Reikage and Dode saw that Konoha had only sent this small number of people, they immediately felt a sense of absurdity. Both of them subconsciously felt that this information must have been deceived by Konoha. Because national war is different from border friction. Even Jonin would be eaten alive by hundreds or even thousands of ninjas. A class of allied ninjas can even catch the fire-style ninjutsu of another Madara who is above cage level, let alone ordinary Jonin and Chunin like the Uchiha clan. Without Susanoo's level of divine power, the competition on the frontal battlefield will always be about numbers. The third Reikage, who was as powerful as 8 Tails, was killed by Oniki with 10,000 ninjas. The Uchiha clan's total team of less than 300 people was no different from Reikage's point of view. You must know that there are nearly 3,000 Cloud Shinobi village teams stationed on the front lines of Konoha at this time. Fourth Reikage AI casually turned the information into ashes and coldly snorted. This must be a smoke bomb released by Konoha. The spy on this line is probably useless. Let him withdraw. Tutai nodded in agreement. There must be other troops secretly marching in Konoha. Lord Reikage, please send Umbu to investigate as soon as possible. Reikage nodded and ordered Umbu to go to the battlefield. And at this time, on the way to the battlefield, Uchiha Shisui followed Shio with a solemn expression and advised. Lord Clan Leader, let's give in to the Hokage. You also retreated from the battlefield and have seen the power of combined ninjutsu. People like us are really difficult to fight. The national war is not a small team attack and defense due to border friction. A battle between 2 armies usually begins with a joint ninjutsu attack and defense involving dozens or hundreds of people. Wait until everyone's chakra is almost consumed before engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Therefore, this is the reason why quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Even if he was surprised to find that all the tribesmen participating in the war this time were all elites below the level of Chunin, he did not think that the Uchiha tribe could win the war. However, Shio smiled slightly and said confidently, "Don't worry, I won't joke with the lives of my people." After Shio finished speaking, he looked at the seal scroll on his waist and flashed a hint of excitement. He also didn't expect that he would be able to unlock such a thing after upgrading the Ninja Tool RD Center to level 2, which was why he changed his strategy and adopted elite tactics. Chapter 29. Shio took out the summoning scroll from his waist. After biting his finger, he pressed the blood on the scroll. Bang! A burst of white mist dispersed. A round shield appeared in Shio's hand. The shield is as tall as one person, and it can block Shio's entire body when erected. It is more like a table than a shield. He gestured to Shisui twice with a smile. This is the secret weapon of our Uchiha clan. Shisui was stunned and looked at the strange shield in amazement. Secret weapon? That's it? Shisui's eyes were filled with confusion. That you are FG teasing me. Laozi didn't come here from Kirigakure just to see a joke. Chief Shio, don't make trouble, I'm telling you I'm serious. Shio smiled mysteriously. Who are you kidding? You'll know what a secret weapon is when you get to the battlefield. Shio originally just wanted to make up for the quantitative gap with scientific ninja tools. In order to make faster and more bullets, he focused his new month's reputation on upgrading the Ninja Tool RD Center. Then there was such a one-time golden legend added to the Ninja Tool database. 1,000 reputation points can only be used to produce the Ninja Tool manufacturing blueprints at a special price that can only be produced once. B+++ Grade 6 Paths Ninja Tool. The ideal village that is still far away. Based on the noble phantasm of Galahad, the Knight of the Round Table in the Moon World, the Round Table of famous times. With Konoha village as the center, the Round Table where the first-generation shadows of the 5 great ninja villages sit forms the ultimate protection of the shield. Using the shield as a catalyst, you can spread out the entire first-generation Konoha village in front of you to form a shield to protect your teammates. At the same time, it can reflect the full amount of ninjutsu back, and it can also launch an attack by hitting people with the whole village. Its strength is directly proportional to the user's mental power. It is said that as long as the heart does not surrender, the wall will never collapse, but in fact it depends on the amount of mental power. The only thing that needs to be noted is that the protection target of this noble phantasm does not include the user of the ninja tool. When Shiyu saw this thing, he was a little confused. Are all level 2 ninja tool research centers so wild? Originally, he thought that what he unlocked was an evolved version of the scientific ninja tool, like the weapons installed on the androids. Who would have thought that it could directly create for itself a noble phantasm for fighting evil in the moon-shaped world? Although it has undergone systematic localization. But with this function, Shiyu immediately thought of the big shield used by Mashu in FGO in the moon world. Although the attack power of this thing is not strong, its group defense is fully charged. Shiyu once conducted a release test in the clan area. He discovered that this thing was exactly like Susanoo from Konoha village. Its defense power was off the charts, and the most important thing was that it could rebound against ninjutsu. Such a powerful noble phantasm, the Six Paths ninja tool is enough to even out the numerical disadvantage between the Uchiha clan and the low-level ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village. So Shiyu simply left most of the main force in Konoha to look after the house, while he led a part of the elite to the scene. Although the shield can also be given to others to use, the only ones with the strongest mental power in the entire Uchiha clan are Uchiha Fugaku and Shiyu himself, who have opened Mangekyō. Naturally, Shiyu was unwilling to hand this thing over to Fugaku, the 25-year-old boy. Who knows if he will be backhanded by Sarutobi Hiruzen Pua against his own people. So Shiyu had to lead the team himself and go to the front line. The reason why Shisui was called over was because Shiyu found that he had too few available talents. Although Shisui is a descendant of the pro-Konoha lineage Uchiha Kagami. But what he essentially loves is the peace of the village, and what he dreams of is protecting the glory of the Uchiha clan. There is a fundamental difference between the family of Uchiha Itachi and the filial son. At the very least, if Shiyu shows goodwill and makes it clear that he will not conduct a coup, and actively resists foreign enemies. So if Konoha F4 still wants to target Uchiha Shisui distinguished heavenly god's target will change to Konoha F4. However, what Shiyu values is Shisui's talent. He is not very interested in the distinguished heavenly god's pupil technique, which has a long CD and unstable effects. In the anime, there are two people who have clearly won distinguished heavenly gods, Uchiha Itachi and Mifune. Among them, Uchiha's reanimation jutsu was directly covered, cooling the CD for more than 10 years. The other one was Mifune in the 5-Cage Conference, who directly and unconsciously recommended Danzo to the Ninja Alliance. But Shiyu guessed that there was a third person among the distinguished heavenly gods, and that was Nine-Tails Uzumaki Naruto. In the parallel world, Menma turned dark and took revenge on Konoha while Minato and his wife were still alive. However, Naruto in Shippuden still maintains such an optimistic attitude after suffering all kinds of unfair treatment, exclusion, and discrimination, which is obviously not something that can be achieved by a simple character. Coupled with the double standards shown by Naruto after Jiraiya's death, and the huge negative emotions of Naruto after the real waterfall. These are enough to show that Naruto is just an ordinary person. The reason why he has been optimistic since childhood is probably due to Danzo's distinguished heavenly gods. Coupled with the low-profile version of distinguished heavenly gods, which Danzo used for several hours, it was easily revealed by ordinary white eyes. It is probably because the genuine distinguished heavenly god's eye technique owned by Danzo has been used 10 years ago, and it was easily exposed by Byakugan because the eye power has not been restored. But now that Shiyu's intervention will naturally not give Danzo the chance to obtain Mangekyō. Shiyu is not going to bet on whether his Mangekyō can withstand the erosion of distinguished heavenly gods. Therefore, he has only two attitudes toward Shisui. Conquer him first. If you can't conquer him, just kill him before he activates Mangekyō. Chapter 30. Master Shiyu. A tribesman wearing a ninja vest appeared in front of Shiyu. I found traces of a barrier trap ahead. In his previous life, Shiyu thought Konoha's ninja vests and other clothes were really ugly. Each of the 12 heroes is dressed more handsomely than the other in order to highlight their protagonist aura. Only after traveling through time did Shiyu know. The reason why the 12 Xiaoqiang don't wear vests is because they are all direct heirs of the secret family and are more confident in their own strength, so they wear them more casually. On the real battlefield, whether it is a ninja vest or a forehead protector, it will give you more possibility of survival at critical moments. Even the forehead protector, which has never appeared on the forehead, is tied to one's forehead in a serious manner on the real battlefield to prevent being shot in the head. At critical moments, he can also imitate Tanjiro, the leader, to deliver a critical blow to the enemy. Therefore, even though Shiyu thought the ninja vest was really ugly, he still let his clansmen wear it properly. But Shiyu was already planning to save some family reputation and come to see if the Ninjutsu Research Center had any new styles of body armor or anything like that. At this time, everyone had not left Konoha's borders, but their subordinates said that a trap set by the enemy had appeared ahead. This is enough to show that the front line has collapsed at this time, and Cloud Shinobi village has invaded Konoha. You must know that among the 5 major countries, there are usually several small countries left as war buffer zones. Wars between big countries will also take place among these small countries. The Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Fire are separated by the Kingdom of Tang and the Kingdom of Frost. Now the opponent's ninjas have appeared in the Land of Fire. That BD Sarutobi Hiruzen may have removed most of the main force stationed before and deliberately let Cloud Shinobi village in. This kind of thing has already been done once in the Battle of Mangekyō. The borders of Konoha are usually mostly forests, so that the ninjas of the fire country can lay traps to resist the enemy. Now that there is no protective barrier, everyone is equivalent to losing their geographical advantage. Uchiha Shisui obviously knows this too. He looked at Shiyu and said solemnly, "Clan leader, please retreat to the stronghold. If we try to attack, we will definitely cause huge losses. Many clan members in the team have never experienced actual combat. I am afraid that most of the troops will be lost in the traps alone. Ninjas don't fight recklessly like the pirates next door. They are the kind of killers who can trap but never poison, who can poison but never assassinate, and who can assassinate but never be upright. As long as you can win, you don't care about the means at all. Therefore, it is not a good plan to break into an enemy trap that has been ambushed for a long time." However, Shio waved his hands confidently and said, "Call the hunter team over." Hunter group. Not long after, 2 14-man teams led by Special Jonin appeared in front of Shio. "Master Shio." The 2 Special Jonin at the head watched fervently as Shio knelt down on one knee. The team members behind him hurriedly followed and knelt down. Shio nodded with satisfaction and said calmly, "Hunter 1, Hunter 2, the Eagle team has detected the roadblocks ahead. Do you have the confidence to clear them?" The 2 Special Jonin looked at each other excitedly. "Promise to complete the mission." After saying that, the 2 waved their hands and rushed forward directly. Uchiha Shisui's expression changed. "Master Shio, are you kidding? Are they newcomers? Unless you are a genius like Shisui or Itachi, for tasks like this, veterans who have retired from the battlefield will basically be able to quickly dismantle the enemy's traps with their experience. What is the difference between sending a group of genin rashly and sending someone to death? Isn't that how Senjunawaki was killed? Even if they have genin's strength, they are still rookies who have never been on the battlefield. Unless they are geniuses like themselves, going into a trap is almost like sending death." However, before Shio could explain, there were bursts of harsh explosions in the forest ahead. Shisui's expression changed. "No. I'll go take a look first." After saying that, he turned around and left quickly towards the front. Shio looked at Shisui's anxious look and nodded secretly. At least this guy still thinks of himself as a member of the Uchiha clan and knows how to worry about his clan members. But Shio had no worries at all. Because the hunter team is a specialized team that has undergone special training. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen cancelled Tsunade's 2 CS and 1 milk in order to pursue the mission success rate, and reorganized the Taijutsu strengthening, search strengthening, secret technique strengthening and Jinchuriki strengthening teams. Shio does not simply let his ninjas train on their own. He will arrange special training for them according to different types of soldiers. For example, the hunter team ahead is a special team specially selected by Shio to arrange and dismantle traps, barriers, and obstacles. They had been in the training ground 2 months ago, only training on the dismantling and arrangement of traps and barriers. Now, with the blessing of the system, each of them is equivalent to gaining the insights of Uchiha attack as 20 consecutive months of intense training in traps and barriers. By the time Uchiha Shisui arrived at the front line, the woods were already in chaos. The ninjas of the hunter team barely made any stops. As they hurried on, they quickly threw kunao, shuriken and other hidden weapons to cut off the trap layout. At this time, they were like the heroic spirit Hassan in the moon world, elegantly shuttled through various traps and easily destroyed all the traps with stones and shurikens. Although the hunter team's frontal combat effectiveness is barely at the level of ordinary Chunin, it has already reached the top level in terms of concealment and traps. Uchiha Shisui stared at the hunter team with wide eyes and a shocked expression, and became speechless. How can it be? Chapter 31. Ha ha ha, the ninjas coming to Konoha this time are not even from the Hyuga clan. What's the use of powerful illusions? Will they still die in the trap? In the station of Cloud Shinobi village, one jonin proudly boasted loudly to his subordinates, illusions are useless. You can't even see Lao Zi's face. You cast an illusion of a ball. The next second, Cloud Shinobi village jonin suddenly pinched his neck and fell to the ground in pain, twitching wildly. The expressions of the team members on the side changed drastically. Lord Druid. However, before they could rescue him, he felt his eyes go dark and was instantly dragged into an illusion space. Hunting 1 and Hunting 2 rushed over and led the team members into the Cloud Shinobi village stronghold responsible for traps and began to perform last-ditch attacks on the team's ninjas. They had repeated this simple action a dozen times. Originally they were only responsible for destroying the traps and barriers ahead, but Uchiha Shisui took action. The powerful illusion directly caused hundreds of enemies to be hit and lost their combat effectiveness in an instant. With his help, the hunter team, which was originally just destroying traps, directly destroyed the ninja responsible for guarding the traps as traps. The process went incredibly smoothly, and they also understood why not a single Kirigakuer ninja could be seen at the Kirigakuer border that Shisui guarded. Too strong. He is indeed an elite ninja who is famous in the ninja world. Elite Jonin is not a separate position in Ninja Village. It is just a joking name that distinguishes famous ninjas from ordinary Jonin. This position is not separately divided in the Ninja Village like a special Jonin. In the ninja circle, the so-called elite ninjas are Jonin who are famous in the ninja world and are qualified to become powerful shadows, which can also be called quasi-kages. Since there is only one kage, in order to distinguish them from ordinary Jonin, they are called elite Jonin. Usually this kind of Jonin is accompanied by a nickname. What Demon Zabuza, Konoha Technician Kakashi, Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato, Shun Shen Shisui. These Jonin who are feared on the battlefield are called elite Jonin. And Shiyu didn't have any outstanding performance before getting the system, so he is still just an ordinary Jonin. Even though he now has the strength of elite Jonin, he does not have the title of elite Jonin. The special Jonin, who were originally a little bloated due to the system training ground, still underestimated Shisui's strength. As a result, each one of them has become as honest as a quail. Shisui, who is famous in the ninja world, is more than just a great body flicker technique. After Hunting and others finished finishing Jonin Druid's last attack, they let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at the ninja number behind the forehead protector with excitement and said excitedly, "This is the last stronghold. The guy in front of me must be the Jonin in charge." Originally, newcomers like them were worried that their skills were not good enough and would hold them back on the battlefield. As a result, the experience and insights gained on the training ground seemed to be engraved in my bones, and I could use them as easily as breathing. No clues can escape their eyes along the way, and any trace of clues can be sorted out in an instant and destroyed quickly. Not only the hunter team was shocked by Shisui's strength. Uchiha Shisui also looked in shock at the members of the hunter team who put away the forehead protector that represented their military exploits. So skilled. If he hadn't known this group of tribesmen himself, he would have suspected that these people were pretending to be others. Obviously the last time we met, they were just a group of temporary genin workers who could only hang out in Konoha village. It's only been half a year since we last met, and it's as if everyone has been completely transformed. Not only is his physical skills and 3-body technique extremely fast, he's also as fast as the body flicker technique. He even saw his own shadow in this group of people. When I just graduated from ninja school, I might not be able to teleport as fast as them. What shocked Uchiha Shisui even more was their ultimate understanding of traps. No matter how well hidden the trap is, they can easily discover it from the clues and dismantle it. Uchiha Shisui looked at the returning hunter team and thought blankly. When did the clan have so many geniuses? He never imagined that the group of people in front of him were a specialized vanguard team that had been trained for nearly 2 years after combining his own and Uchiha Itaka's talents. Main trap, barrier, auxiliary body technique, body flicker technique. Hiding, escaping, and setting traps to slip away is the style of the heroic Hassan assassin. Master Shisui, this is the captured forward protector. Yuichi bent over Uchiha Shisui, took out the sealed trophy and handed it over. Having strong strength is always worthy of respect in the ninja world. The one just now was a jonin, although not a famous jonin. But Uchiha Shisui directly used genjutsu to kill him from a long distance, which is enough to show the terrifying strength of Shisui. At this time, he is only a hair away from cage level. Therefore, Lai Yi and others did not even think about taking the credit from Shisui. But Shisui waved his hand and smiled. You guys split it up, it's useless for me to have this thing. Uchiha Shisui's position is already jonin, and moving up the ladder, only the position of cage can be promoted. Therefore, it is useless for him to obtain these military achievements. At most, he can exchange them for some money. It's better to give these military exploits to your own clansmen, let them upgrade, and gain more say in the village. After Yuichi heard Shisui's words, he took the scroll back excitedly. There is a jonin's military exploits here. If you want to upgrade to jonin in Konoha, you don't just rely on strength. Achievements or contribution to completing tasks are also included in the assessment. But the merits of one jonin head are enough for someone to be successfully promoted from a special jonin to an ordinary jonin. After all, this is Cloud Shinobi Village's most successful achievement after Cage. At this time, Shiyu also followed up with the large army. Chapter 32. Shiyu smiled, patted Hunty's shoulder and praised. You did a good job. Lai Yi's eyes flashed with excitement and he responded loudly. It's all under the leadership of Master Shio. Although Shio was not famous for his strength in the past. But Shio, as one of the few jonin of the Uchiha clan, has still become the spiritual leader of the Uchiha clan's hawks. As someone who has received the explosion of information in his previous life and is familiar with the plot, Shio will make pie with his subordinates to increase their enthusiasm. Shisui on the side looked at Shio with some worry and asked. Is it really okay? I think we should focus on prisoners, right? If we keep killing like this, Cloud Shinobi Village will definitely fight us to death, right? In the past, the orders Shisui received were mainly to fight back and not to fight with the enemy ninja. So even if Ao and his younger brother invaded Konoha, Shisui only fought back but did not kill the opponent. Shiyu sneered. Do you think the other party will thank you if you keep your hand? They will just think you are easy to bully. Good people are bullied, and good people are ridiculed. If they only pay a small price every time they invade, they will not stop their ambition to invade Konoha. Only by beating them out of fear can Konoha truly have peace. The third Tsuchikage summoned tens of thousands of ninjas and spent 3 days and 3 nights to kill the third Reikage. Do you think the 4th generation dares to fight Iwagakure now? Now that the Nine Tails rebellion broke out in Konoha, they are licking their faces and hitting you. If you don't scare them, they won't back down. Uchiha Shisui nodded. He is not the type to be stubborn. His current commander is Shio, and he will obey Shio's orders regardless of whether they are right or wrong. Shio looked at the station below and frowned. The other side should already know that we are coming. Now it is not as simple as before. The next battle line is not in our country of fire. Falcon team, hurry up and go to the country of Tang to conduct reconnaissance. Several special jonin responded respectfully and immediately left the main force. A look of horror flashed in Uchiha Shisui's eyes. It was so fast that these people were almost as fast as themselves. What he doesn't know is, the Falcon Squad is specialized in a job similar to the heroic archers, scouts. Their main direction of strengthening is body flicker technique and physical skills. Equipped with scientific ninja tools and a large number of ninjutsu bullet scrolls while ensuring his own safety, he is a single-body vanguard soldier with strong combat effectiveness. Although there is only the level of special jonin, it is more than enough to fight against ordinary jonin with the body flicker technique and scientific ninjutsu. The information that Cloud Shinobi Village had a bad start and was driven out of the Land of Fire quickly spread back to Konoha and Cloud Shinobi Village. The glorious record of taking down 1 jonin and over 50 chunin without any damage caused the 3rd Hokage and 4th Raikage to slam the table at the same time. Cloud Shinobi Village is a bunch of trash. These idiots from Konoha Village. Raikage office. 4th Raikage looked at Today with a livid face and said, "Hasn't the information come yet? An elite trap team was defeated without any injuries? And they said that Konoha only sent the Uchiha clan? It must be because there are scouts from the Hyuga clan. On the surface, Uchiha just to let us down our guard." Tutai frowned and said seriously, "Lord Raikage, the intelligence department has sent word that there are no Byakugan ninjas in their team." 4th Raikage's eyelids twitched twice. "Have?" Tutai said sincerely. "Not really." A vein bulged on 4th Raikage's forehead. "This damn old man really doesn't give up any steps. Okay, if there is no one, there will be no one. I thought I blamed them wrongly. They were really killed by a group of reckless men who didn't even have any scouts, right?" Tutai was stunned for a moment, then took a few steps back in embarrassment, muttering in a low voice. "Lord Raikage, if you want to excuse them, just say so. Who can understand such a complicated thing?" 4th Raikage's face darkened, and he resisted the idea of electrocuting the earthen platform of this veteran of the 3 dynasties into grilled fish. He waved his hand suddenly and ordered to the platform. "Go, send wooden golem to the front line." Tutai was stunned for a moment, then spoke to persuade. "No, Raikage-sama, wooden golem is not yet proficient in controlling the 2 tails. It will be troublesome if he goes berserk." 4th Raikage AI waved his hand impatiently and glared at Today and said angrily, "Are you Raikage, or am I Raikage? If you give me an order, go quickly. He can control 8 tails even more than him, why can't wooden golem control 2 tails? But nothing. Send wooden golem to the front line immediately. I will wipe out all the Uchiha clan." At this time, 4th Raikage's father had just died, and his whole body was in a state of exploding on the spot. Now he just wants to cripple Konoha to avenge his father. If Konoha hadn't signed a peace treaty, how could that old man at 3rd Tsuchikage have dispatched 10,000 ninjas to kill his father? Chapter 33. Konoha Village. Uchiha New Clan Land. Uchiha Iron Fire was anxiously wandering back and forth between the Ninja Tool Research and Development Center and the training ground. "Hurry up and train. Don't let down the efforts of the clan leader. The opportunity for our Uchiha clan to rise is today. Think of your parents, think of your children. Think of our anguish in being thrown into such a corner. Yuanfei Hiruzen and the others are bullying others too much. The clan leader said that you are too strong to fight with iron. Strength is everything. Talking about considering the overall situation is nonsense. If our Uchiha clan can challenge a village alone, who dares to say in BB that our Uchiha clan does not care about it?" Big picture. In the training ground, the new genins were all very excited. They were stunned when they were brought here by Uchiha Iron Fire. This kind of high-efficiency training ground that accelerates practice tenfold is something they have never experienced in their dreams. What shocked them even more was that they seemed to have enlightened themselves in this training ground. The ninjutsu that was originally impossible to master can be released immediately after seeing it. The kunao that was originally unable to hit can be thrown directly into the bullseye. The key is that the physical memory is so profound. Even after leaving the training ground, the skillful feel and operation have remained on his body. It can be said that with this training ground, they can achieve the same fighting skills as Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. This was something they never dreamed of before. Although it is definitely not as good as Shunshen Shisui in terms of actual combat, it is already terrifying to be able to catch up in terms of strength. Uchiha Fugaku in a corner has a complicated expression. Even after so many days, he still couldn't imagine that such a terrifying Mangekyō Sharingan existed in the world. Uchiha Fugaku murmured. Mangekyō is the eye that reflects the soul, so is your dream to make everyone in your tribe strong. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku has already begun his own strategy. Although Uchiha Fugaku is a scammer, to put it bluntly, he is a coward who has no independent ideas and is treated by Sarutobi Hiruzenpoa. On the one hand, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, he wants to fight for the interests of the clan, and on the other hand, he firmly believes in what Sarutobi Hiruzen said about the overall situation. After going back and forth like this, I chose to play it off without helping each other and let the matter ferment. It neither prevents the rebellious thoughts among the tribesmen nor fully implements the tribesmen's determination to carry out a coup. In the end, he escaped by committing suicide and saved the lives of his 2 sons. It's not necessarily true that he really betrayed the Uchiha clan. Because he didn't hook up with Sarutobi Hiruzen until his death, and he was buried with his tribe in the end. But if he didn't betray, he, the top master of Uchiha, abandoned many clan members when he knew that Konoha was about to take action, gave up resistance and allowed his son and Obito to overwhelm the entire clan. Therefore, Shiyu's attitude towards Uchiha Fugaku has always been ambiguous. Now I am going to the front line. Naturally, the rear area must be handed over to a reliable person. But the Uchiha clan really lacks high-level combat. The only ones who can hold on are Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku. Shio finally had no choice but to choose Uchiha Fugaku between the 2 rebels Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku. After all, his 2 sons are still young and it is not time to sit still and wait for death. On the other hand, Uchiha Shisui, although he is not as naturally rebellious as Uchiha Itachi, but he was stupid, he opened Mangekyō Sharingan and ran to find Sarutobi Hiruzen, licking his face. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled his backhand in front of Danzo's face to show off. Wasn't it clear that he deliberately let Danzo take out his eyeballs? But anyone who understands politics will never allow a terrifying eyeball that can unconsciously change people's minds to fall into the hands of outsiders. You don't know whether the decision you made is your true thoughts. Illusions like distinguished heavenly gods that manipulate people's hearts simply cannot be talked about openly, especially in the eyes of those in power. However, Uchiha Shisui not only took it out, but also said with a smile on his face that he directly controlled Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Good guy, even the leader of the Uchiha clan can't withstand your genjutsu, how can I? Finally, there is the question of Danzo at the end. If someone in Konoha wants to squeeze Uchiha out of life or death, what will you do? And Shisui's silence also gave Danzo a clear reason to take action. I will cast illusions on anyone who disagrees with peace. And this became the last straw for Danzo. With the help of Izanagi, one of Shisui's eyeballs was easily deducted, greatly reducing his strength. In the end, he was easily poisoned to the ground by a team of Umbu. So in Shio's view, although Shisui's talent is good, his political IQ is really worrying. If he stays in the Uchiha clan, what if he is tricked into becoming Uchiha Itachi by Sarutobi Hiruzen? Rather than doing this, it would be better to leave Fugaku to look after the house. At the very least, people who have been clan leaders have their knowledge. Sarutobi Hiruzen's so-called will of fire Pua will not attack his family members. Coupled with his cage-level strength, basically as long as he is around, it is possible to protect the safety of the Uchiha clan. Lord Ironfire. At this time, a member of the frontline rider team flashed in front of Uchiha Taihuo. They were the main long-distance cavalry team, responsible for transporting supplies and intelligence. Great victory! The clan leader asked you to contact the village chief Luyu as soon as possible according to the original plan. Chapter 34. Among the Sarutobi tribe, Konoha F4 gathered together after a long absence. Ever since Danzo was fooled last time for being stupid, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided not to play with this fool for a while. He controlled the responsibilities of the Konoha Guard Corps by retreating into advancement, and Umbu just changed its name to the City Management Brigade. On the other hand, after Danzo lost his position as Hokage's assistant, he became known as a retired veteran cadre. Now he no longer even has the power to deceive people into entering the route. The route is from Umbu's newbie training institution. Now that Umbu is gone, the routes are naturally no longer necessary. After all, the Urban Management Brigade does not need to perform dangerous tasks like Umbu, and it does not need Umbu's high-intensity training. The military expenditures that originally belonged to Umbu were naturally handed over to the Uchiha clan who fought against foreign enemies. To some extent, the rights and obligations of the Uchiha clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen were exchanged at this time. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally won't offend people everywhere like the Uchiha clan. Although his arrangements for the Urban Management Brigade were not as messy as Shio's, he did nothing. But I also let the subordinates wink to do the work, fully letting those merchants feel that the county magistrate is not as good as the current management. Over time, his personal income not only remained the same, but also increased. Of course, he would not personally take action in these matters. These are all the personal actions of the ignorant subordinates below, and as a retired Hokage, he is naturally not qualified to care about such trivial matters. Therefore, many merchants went to Naraluyu to complain, saying that the management fee of the Urban Management Brigade was too expensive and hoped that the village chief could coordinate. But Nara Shikaku, who did not have the management rights of the Urban Management Brigade, could not intervene in the Urban Management Brigade at all, and he did not even go to Sarutobi Hiruzen to talk about it. Because the captain of the Urban Management Brigade at this time is the original Captain Umbu, not his retired Hokage. You know with your butt what reply this guy will give. So during this time, there were rumors secretly circulating in the village, if the third generation were allowed to be Hokage, this kind of thing would definitely not happen. And Danzo seemed to be shocked by this series of information. So he joined Sarutobi Hiruzen's clan after Shio went to war. In the past, he thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen was an indecisive weakling, so many things needed to be completed by himself, the Dark of Konoha. Although he complained to Orochimaru every day, Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprentice came to power, and the master and apprentice controlled the government. But in fact, Danzo sincerely looked down on this holy mother who talked about the will of fire all day long. Damn it, Konoha is an assassination group. The tasks from B level up are personal bodyguards, espionage, assassination of ninjas, elimination of ninja troops, assassination or protection of important national figures, and transportation of confidential documents. Is this what a soft-hearted virgin can do who talks about the will of fire? This is definitely not possible. So since Danzo took over, he has been following Sarutobi Hiruzen like a nanny every day, wiping his butt without complaint. In order to control the tailed beasts, the Senju clan, ninjas, and children were captured to study wood style. Why did the wood style research fail and instead try to get the full set of sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? Why does Heitake Shisaku's prestige affect his and Orochimaru's campaign for Hokage? Well, this doesn't count. In short, in Danzo's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen is just a waste who has little success but only failure, a naive political novice who doesn't understand the world. I am the most suitable candidate to become Hokage. I was just careless and did not answer Senju Tobirama's question immediately. However, when Uchiha Shiyu used lightning speed to break up the Konoha political system again, causing the elders and Sarutobi Hiruzen to lose power, Danzo was confused. What he wanted to do was to win over his younger brother, expand his root power, and secretly eradicate the evil Uchiha. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the other hand, made a beautiful move to retreat and let Cloud Shinobi village deal with the Uchiha clan in Haikau. More than 200 versus 3,000. No matter how you look at it, the Uchiha clan is doomed. When Danzo learned that Shio had left nearly half of his combat power, the first thing he thought of was the Uchiha clan was already unable to dismount, so they gritted their teeth and abandoned Uchiha Shio. Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to defeat the Uchiha clan without any bloodshed, and also successfully took over the job of the Konoha guards. He also used public opinion to successfully return himself to the Hokage. For a moment, Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an unspeakable expression on his old face, as if the poor brother he had ridiculed for many years had a showdown with him. Stop pretending, I am a billionaire. Where is the promised Holy Mother? What do you mean, Holy Mother BCH? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and felt happy. Ever since I accepted the military order from Second Hokage without hesitation. He knew that the guy in front of him who wanted both justice and cowardice was the best scapegoat. As a second-generation person, would you let your apprentice take the throne? Impossible. Then there is nothing to hesitate about. It must be a question that is just for testing. It's a pity that Danzo, a fool, not only doesn't understand, but also thinks that his will is not strong enough. Now, under his guidance for so many years, Danzo has successfully become the famous Dark of Konoha in the ninja world, a dirty trick known to the entire ninja world. He didn't know until his death that he, a guy who was known to do dirty work, would have no chance of becoming the Hokage in his life. What is Hokage about? It is the people's support and the great righteousness. You, a killer who kills people all day long and excludes dissidents, still want to be a Hokage? You're thinking shit. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on his pipe and said with a smile. Sigh, I wonder if Uchiha Shiyu and the others can withstand the attack of Cloud Shinobi Village. Even Minato was evenly matched with the UB group back then. Danzo opened his mouth wordlessly. Resist? Resist this shit. This shows that you still have a worried look on your face even if you are going to die. Danzo suddenly felt that he was not on the same level as Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a swish sound, an umbu landed in the courtyard of Sarutobi Hiruzen with an excited look on his face. A smile flashed across Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips and then he asked with an excited expression. How's the battle going? Chapter 35. Great victory. That's great, a big victory. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Umbu with a black question mark on his face. Umbu said with admiration. Chief Uchiha successfully led his men to annihilate a 50-man trap group. All Cloud Shinobi elites, including the Jonin druids, were killed. No ninjas from the Ministry of Defense were injured. Danzo, Yudatan Koharu, and Mitokato Homura all looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice. Ahem, is that right? That's great, but this is just a small team, don't spread the word casually, in case. Excuse me. Uchiha clan chief Shio led the Ministry of National Defense to a major victory. All 50 enemy troops including one Jonin were wiped out. Excuse me. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The most awesome thing about Sarutobi Hiruzen is his political skills. The biggest failure is also his political methods. His biggest failure is that he relies too much on the will of fire. Even Umbu is controlled by the worship of the will of fire, rather than by cultivating dead warriors. Although his purpose is to cultivate an organization that can be inherited and loyal to the Hokage, so that the Sarutobi family can always control Umbu after the hereditary Hokage. But this also resulted in him having to maintain the image of the glorious heir to the will of fire even in front of Umbu. Once the image collapses, Umbu will have some thoughts that he shouldn't have. For example, at this moment, he was obviously depressed and wanted to vomit blood, but he still had to show that he was celebrating with the village because he won the battle. He originally planned to ask Umbu to find Nara and Shikaku to block the news of victory, but what the hell was he shouted out. I'm going to the Hokage building, the village chief's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to Nara Shikaku's office with a gloomy expression. As soon as I walked in the door, I heard a gloating voice. Hey, isn't this the leader of the Sarutobi clan? Instead of staying in the clan to take care of his old age, he jumped out to become a monster again? I heard that the reputation of the urban management brigade under your command in Uruxiang is almost bad now. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a closer look, and it was Shio who stayed in the village, standing in for Uchiha Iron Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a frown. What are you doing here? Uchiha Taihuo chuckled, whatever you come to do, I will come to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, and he resisted the idea of squeezing this little brat to death. He turned to Nara and said seriously. How could you pass on such important military information casually? This should be kept secret until the end of the war. Nara Shikaku hasn't spoken yet. Uchiha Taihuo on the side immediately shouted. It's such a secret. The patriarch said that no matter whether we win or lose, we can report it to our village at any time. We can't let the heroes who fought in the war feel cold. Laozi worked hard from the front to protect the peace of the villagers. If the villagers don't even know how to be grateful, then why protect them? Shit. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank and he looked at Uchiha Iron Fire with an ugly expression. He glanced at Nara Shio and finally understood why Uchiha Shio would rather go to the next thankless defense work than separate his internal power. What this guy really wants to control is public opinion and reverse the reputation of the Uchiha clan in the village. This is a weapon that he and Danzo have always used to eliminate dissidents, but now it has become a weapon in the hands of Uchiha Shio, and it is also an above-board kind. It's not on the same level as the gossip Danzo released. A conspiracy, an upright conspiracy. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the provocative Uchiha Iron Fire and narrowed his eyes. A kind expression appeared on his face again. I see. Since this is the case, I naturally have no objections. I am just worried that the enemy will obtain information through rumors in the village. Since the Shio clan leader is willing to publicize it, I naturally have no objections. I am just a friendly reminder. Now we have just wiped out a small team. The real large force is still behind. With the strength of the Shio clan leader, what if we are happy too early? Oh, no, what if we lose the battle? The good news that was spread before, isn't this a joke? Uchiha Iron Fire sneered. It's too much trouble for you. The retired old man should retire properly and don't wander around. If you have this free time to take care of the village committee and the Ministry of National Defense, you might as well take care of your urban management brigade. The complaint box is almost bursting. Your captain should step down when the clan leader comes back. Sarutobi Hiruzen, hi? Is there still such a thing? I'm going to go there anytime, so I won't be accompanying you too. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened as he walked out the door. I have always used public opinion to build momentum, but now I have been tricked twice by others using public opinion. One was the Hokage's voting campaign, and the other was this sudden call. The Uchiha clan suddenly became smarter and knew how to win over the villagers. Uchiha Shio. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe and took a few deep puffs. It seems like we're going to be in trouble this time, Danzo. Chapter 36. Hey, did you hear that? Chief Uchiha won the battle. I thought I would only be a gangster, but I didn't expect that she is really awesome. We have been fighting in Konoha for so many years. We only saw dead people before, but we actually won this time. It's amazing. What nonsense are you talking about? When did we Konoha lose? Oh, the third generation used to lead us to pay homage to heroic spirits. This is the first time we see a living hero. It's a bit uncomfortable. Shit, aren't the legendary Sunin-sama and Namikaze Minato-sama heroes too? You're right to say that. Right. That's it. In Yuno-kuni, Uchiha Shiyu said meaningfully to Shisui. If the Uchiha clan wants to regain its foothold in Konoha, it must break and then stand. Do you think this is a conflict between the Uchiha clan and the villagers? No. This is a historical issue left by the Senju Tobirama clan. Because many of Senju Tobirama's brothers died at the hands of the Uchiha clan, he has been desperately suppressing and ostracizing the Uchiha clan. This guy is petty-minded. However, as the younger brother of Senju Hashirama, he still has some strength. Therefore, although he dislikes the Uchiha clan, he did not secretly do anything. He just tied the Uchiha clan to the Konoha guard to weaken our strength. Shio glanced at Shisui and continued. Of course, we also need to win over a group of Uchiha clan who want peace and divide them. Uchiha Shisui was stunned and immediately realized that Shio was talking about his grandfather Uchiha Kagami. Shio, if I was just guarding against Uchiha before, things changed when the position of Hokage was passed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shisui was stunned. Why did it change? Shio, you have to understand that Sarutobi Hiruzen is just an ordinary person. Although he finally successfully developed the 5-release ninjutsu with the help of the sealed book and painstaking research, he is still an ordinary person in the end. Among the 5 cages, there is no doubt that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the weakest. This is why he stays in Konoha village all day and does not dare to go to the front line. Without him, I simply can't beat him. None of the kage from other villages is the owner of the blood succession limit, or at worst is a family or jinchuriki that possesses secret techniques. But what about Sarutobi Hiruzen? Except for the so-called simple release of several ninjutsu with different attributes at the same time, which is also called compound ninjutsu, there is nothing outstanding about him. Are there ninjas with different attributes on the battlefield? Why don't you really think that others can't integrate? The true genius fusion of chakra is called bloodline limit, bloodline elimination, and bloodline snare. And his is called compound ninjutsu. Look at the difference. The Sarutobi clan is a fire-style clan, most people are born with the fire style, and occasionally some have both chakra attributes. One of the hallmarks of a ninja becoming a jonin is having multiple chakra attributes. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, an ordinary jonin with no special features, relied on the convenience of Hokage to develop 5 chakra attributes by himself. It cannot be said that he is completely useless. He still has kage-level strength. Coupled with the 5 elements escape technique recorded in the Book of Sealings, he successfully earned himself the title of a ninjutsu professor who is said to be able to restrain ninjutsu of any attribute. In fact, Kakashi, as a natural owner of 7 attribute chakra, easily surpassed him with Sharingan who can copy ninjutsu. It's a pity that Mangekyō consumes too much mana, which directly limits the display of his strength. Uchiha Shisui's eyes jumped twice after hearing Shio's comment. 3rd generation Sama's strength is still very strong. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in his prime, and his use of the 5 elements escape technique was very good. His strength was similar to that of the Dirty Earth state in the 4th Ninja World War. At most, his battery life was worse than that of the Dirty Earth state. But in the eyes of Shio, a reborn person, it is troublesome to defeat Hokage, the strongest of the 5 major villages, and Yamato, who has obtained the White Zetsu power bank. This is not enough to show how weak he is. A total of 4 Hokages were summoned in the 4 battles, and all 3 went to fight high-end games. Only he was left to be used as cannon fodder, which was simply an embarrassment to Konoha. Shiyu did not continue to argue with Shisui about whether Sarutobi Hiruzen was strong or not. He just continued to brainwash Shisui and said, "In short, even if he does have kage-level strength, he is only the weakest among kage-level strength. He doesn't have Tsuchikage's dust release or Kazekage's magnet style, and his body isn't as strong as Reikage's, let alone Yagura who is a Jinchuriki. A rookie like him is in a high position and does not have matching strength. He will naturally feel a strong sense of threat to the ninja clan who are stronger than him. So he began to deliberately suppress the ninja clan and weaken the ninja clan's strength. You know the fate of the Senju clan. If Jiraiya and Orochimaru hadn't fought to save him, I'm afraid there wouldn't even be a Tsunade left in the entire Senju clan. Why do you think Tsunade left the village? Didn't he leave the village and wait to die? The Uzumaki clan is destroyed. Konoha has a full set of sealing techniques and a pure-blood Kushina. There are not many Uzumaki clan who escaped from the Uzumaki kingdom, but have you seen one of them come to Konoha? In the 3rd Ninja War, all the clans tried their best and were even beaten to Mangekyō. In the end, they signed an unconditional peace treaty when the other side surrendered. It was called peace. Bullshit, do you believe this lame excuse? Why do you think the 3rd generation stepped down from the position of Hokage? Wasn't that forced by the various ninja clans? So Shisui, you have to remember that you are a member of my Uchiha clan. I don't ask you to think from the perspective of the Uchiha clan in everything, but you must have your own opinions, and don't be indifferent to right from wrong and confuse black and white. Just like this expedition, I am doing it so that our Uchiha clan can reintegrate into Konoha. There is no point in living peacefully with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Shouldn't we suppress them later instead of stabbing them in the back? The ones who maintain the stability of Konoha village now are the villagers who provide basic tasks. Only by letting them worship us Uchiha can we truly restore Uchiha's glory. It is not a dream for Uchiha to become Hokage. As for the opinion of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his family, does it matter? It doesn't matter. As long as we are strong enough, they will only kneel down and listen. You have to remember that peace is the peace of the villagers, not his peace Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if I launch a coup to replace the entire management of Konoha, it will only target the corrupt top management of Konoha and will not affect the peace of the villagers at all. Uchiha Shisui. What's more, the original purpose of Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama when they founded Konoha village was to prevent the children of their own people from participating in the war. This is the true meaning of the establishment of Konoha village. Shio patted Shisui's shoulder thoughtfully and said, "Think about it yourself." Uchiha Shisui frowned and fell into thought. I don't know how long it took, but a sweet voice sounded in Shio's heart. Congratulations to host, tribe member Uchiha Shisui has reached 60 loyalty points and will be rewarded with 1000 family reputation points, and a monthly fixed family reputation income of plus 100. Chapter 37. Listening to the pleasant sound of the system, Shio's mouth flashed with joy. Another successful PUA. Although it is only 60 loyalty, it can already provide yourself with family reputation. The most important thing is that he has added 1000 points of family reputation to himself, which is enough for him to exchange for the manufacturing skills of an A-level scientific ninjutsu scroll. In the past, a Chunin was only given 100, and a Jonin was only given 500. Elite Jonin is indeed an elite Jonin, and the rewards given are many. Host, Uchiha Shio. Strength, Shadow. Position, Patriarch. Family size, 1057 people. Family reputation, 1547 points. Strength ratio, Cage level, 2 people, Elite Jonin, 1 person, Jonin, 3 people, Special Jonin, 60 people, Chunin, 374 people, Genin, 121 people. Owned buildings, Uchiha Ancestral Hall, Training Ground No. 1, Ninja Tool RD Center. Has inheritance, Uchiha's exclusive fire-style ninjutsu, some ninjutsu, shuriken technique, genjutsu, taijutsu, Sharingan, etc. Training Ground No. 1, after opening relevant subjects through reputation, practicing in the training ground can gain tenfold insights. Ninja Tool RD Center, you can purchase production technology through reputation, and manufacturing ninja tools in the building can achieve a 100% success rate. After another month of family support, Shiyu successfully upgraded from Elite Jonin to Cage level. Because a large number of tribesmen have improved their all-round strength through the training ground. Therefore, the various skills and experience bonuses he gained in this month are also extremely impressive, which can be said to be explosive growth. However, Shiyu also knows that this is also because he has obtained Mangekyō Sharingan before. As long as he makes up for the lack of chakra and various practical skills, he can easily reach Cage level. This is also the reason why he was able to upgrade 2 levels in 2 months. But if you want to go further, you can't upgrade in a short period of time with the monthly salary of the clan leader. Because the gap between the Cage level strength stages is even greater than the gap from Genin to Cage. In Shiyu's opinion, there are only 2 super shadows in the entire ninja world, and that is Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama. Going up is the 6 paths level, and going down is the peak of Cage level like Pain and 3rd Reikage AI. The 6th generation parallel import Kojuro is also Cage level, the 4th generation Cage Kuratsuki is also Cage level, and the 3rd Reikage AI is also Cage level. Among these people, Kojuro has trouble hitting Black Zetsu, while 3rd Reikage AI can hit 50 to 50 even with 8 tails. So if you only rely on the rewards that your brothers contribute to you every month, you can still improve steadily. But if you want to become Super Cage level, you probably won't be able to do it in 10 or 8 years. Even this can't be made up for by chakra and ninjutsu. This requires bloodline upgrades. Therefore, Shiyu naturally does not want to increase his strength just by taking a guarantee. In addition to steadily earning a minimum wage, the only way to improve one's strength is naturally to use the family's reputation to obtain various props and buildings that can enhance the family's strength. The stronger the clan members are, the higher the guaranteed rewards will be. The higher the guaranteed rewards will be, the faster they will improve their strength. This is a virtuous cycle. This is also the reason why Shio is keen on Pua, Ba, and is keen on helping the tribesmen with psychological construction. In order to cope with this war, the one-time family reputation collected from the tribe was used to upgrade the Ninja Tool Research and Development Center and purchase advanced scientific ninjutsu scrolls. Now in terms of preparations, Shio believed that his cage level plus AB+++ level protective treasure was enough to cope with this war, so he decided to activate another family building to increase the cultivation speed of his clan members. System architecture needs to be supported by real family public buildings to give it special power. The previous training ground and Ninja Tool Research and Development Center were built in the new clan land, and the system only had activable options. Shio opens the background. It was found that there are already 2 buildings in the system buildings that can be activated. One is the Ninjutsu Research and Development Center, and the other is the Summoning Beast Breeding Center. Ninjutsu RD Center, Level 1. It can transform, upgrade, and optimize existing ninjutsu to achieve unexpected and powerful effects. Activation requires 1000 points of family reputation. Summoning Beast Breeding Center, Level 1. You can explore and search the summoning world, obtain a new group of summoning channels, and train and strengthen the contracted summoning beasts. Activation requires 1000 points of family reputation. Shio's pupils shrank. 1000 points? You must know that the training ground and the Ninja Tool RD Center can be activated with only 100 points, and the Level 2 Ninja Tool RD Center can be upgraded with only 1000 points. Shio suddenly remembered that the most important elements in the ninja combat system were ninja, tai, gen, and summoning beasts. And things like ninja tools and training grounds can only be regarded as icing on the cake at best. Ninjutsu and Summoningmen. Shio looked at the system panel and thought in his mind. The decision is yours. Chapter 38. The decision is yours. Shio focused his thoughts on the system panel. Summoning Beast Breeding Center. The corresponding system family map appears. A large indoor training ground next to the number 1 training ground next to the forest flashed with green light. This was originally built as a place for the Uchiha clan's ninjas to conduct combat assessments, but unexpectedly it coincided with the Summoning Beast Training Center. With the activation of Shio, the tribesmen in the indoor training ground were suddenly thrown out by a force. What happened? I know. It's the Patriarch. The Patriarch has used his power again. Mangekyō, who can strengthen the family building, is really awesome. Long live the clan leader. The family ninjas outside the door looked excited and glowing, unable to control themselves with excitement. Shio has a unified explanation for the magical buildings that appear in the family. That's the Mangekyō Sharingan, the all-powerful psychic eye capable of explaining any supernatural phenomenon. Kamui space can create a parallel world, so why not add a few magical buildings to it? So the tribesmen quickly accepted the operation of Uchiha Shio's magical Mangekyō Sharingan. No need to ask, just ask because the Uchiha clan is awesome. At this time, after being influenced by the magical architecture, almost all the tribesmen regarded Uchiha Shio as the rising star of the Uchiha tribe. Now, except for the Fugaku family, even Shisui has reached 60 loyalty points. Although 60 points of loyalty only allows one tribe to favor the Uchiha tribe in dealing with things, it is enough. In addition, the Uchiha clan originally shared the same hatred. Before the filial son Itaka joined Umbu, he never worried about Uchiha's secrets being leaked. Moreover, the special effects of these system buildings are only for people within the family. Even if other people enter these magical buildings, there will be no system bonus. Shio felt a little excited as he looked at the slowly completed system map. The Level 2 Ninja Tool RD Center with 1000 reputation points gave him a noble phantasm. There will be something magical waiting for you in the Summoning Beast Breeding Center with 1000 points at the start. When choosing between the Ninjutsu Research Center and the Summoning Beast Breeding Center, Shio was torn. But considering that even with powerful ninjutsu, the current strength of the clansman may not be able to use it. Therefore, Shio gave priority to the Summoning Beast Breeding Center as the next building. After all, summoning beasts add a lot to the strength of ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen's ape demon can nearly double his combat power. Ding dong, the Summoning Beast Breeding Center has been activated. Do you want to conduct a free search for summoning beasts? Yes. Searching for Summoningmen. Congratulations to the host for successfully leading the Uchiha clan to sign the summoning scroll with the Charmander clan, and a special reward of 10 summoning balls. Charizard, Fire Treasure. Fire-breathing lizard summoningman, the flame on its tail represents his mood. When he is happy, the flame will sway, and when he is angry, the flame will burn violently. Summoning Ball, a contract scroll used to surrender wild summoning beasts and capture them. The success rate is 30%. The success rate is doubled for tamed summoning beasts. Shio. After the system sound ended, Shio's faces licked together. At this time, he was like an old man on the subway looking at emoticons on his phone, looking at the system panel full of flaws and not knowing how to vomit. Damn, it's a fire Pokemon, right? Charizard, right? Do you really think you wouldn't recognize Laozi if you changed his name? God's summoning ball. You think if you change your name, I won't know it's a poke ball, right? He clicked on the building icon of the Summoning Beast Breeding Center. The above shows that upgrading to level 2 requires 10,000 points of family reputation. It takes 1,000 points to find a new summoning contract race. Shiyu knew with all his that this thing is most likely to randomly search for elf babies from the Pokemon world to sign a contract, and after upgrading, it will open a new world of alien beasts. There is also a cultivation store on the panel. Charizard Evolution Stone X 10,000 points of family reputation. Charizard Evolution Stone Y 10,000 points of family reputation. Summoning Ball, 100 points of family reputation. Super Ball, 500 points of family reputation. Master Ball, 1000 points of family reputation. Shio. You didn't even bother to change your name, right? Shisui on the side looked at Shio with a gloomy expression and asked in confusion. Master Shio, what's wrong? At this time, he had initially recognized Shio's brainwashing and felt that what he said was very reasonable. Shio waved his hand. It's okay, I thought of some, sad things. Shio didn't know how to complain about the system's crazy desire to localize these alien species. Uchiha Shisui thought Shio was worried about the upcoming battle. He suddenly stood up solemnly and said to Shio. Don't worry, Lord Shio, I will try my best to protect my people and win this war. Shio, yes, that one, someone from the cavalry team, come and send these balls back, and help me bring back some Charizards. Chapter 39. A question mark flashed across. A member of the cavalry team from the Rider Job Agency who changed jobs to deliver goods returned to the Uchiha tribe with 10 poke balls. The ninja world was created based on the old thief Kishimoto based on the map of Eastern Europe, so the scope of the 5 major countries is not too large. Members of the cavalry team who are specially trained to travel long distances can basically make a round trip in 2 days. So at night, he sent the poke ball back to the Uchiha tribe. At this time, Uchiha Taihuo was taking his clan members around. Shio was not here and they couldn't figure out what the building upgrade was this time. There doesn't seem to be much change inside the building. Only a huge blank scroll was added to the original internal ninja storage room. Lord Ironfire. The members of the cavalry team handed the scroll and the shrunken poke ball to Uchiha Ironfire. Uchiha Ironfire was delighted. Did Master Shio send back the news? He opened the scroll, which detailed how to use the Summoning Beast Breeding Center. To put it simply, you take the poke ball, sign your name on the summoning scroll, then use the summoning technique to summon the summoning beast, defeat it, and then use the poke ball to subdue it. It's so simple and crude. Of course, you don't need to win the battle. You can get a 30% success rate by using the poke ball directly. Uchiha Tekka then remembered the huge blank scroll that replaced the ninja tools in the storage room. That's actually a summoning scroll. You know, summoning beasts are quite rare in the ninja world. He is different from the ninja dogs and crows specially trained by the Inyazuka clan and Uchiha Shisui. Summoning beasts are those beasts that live in the summoning world and have the same intelligence as humans. Katsuyu, Toad, and Orokai are naturally representatives of summoning beasts, and Sarutobi Hiruzan's monkey demon is also one of them. These summoning beast families can be regarded as reliable and powerful allies. Therefore, the contract scroll can even be passed down as a treasure. But now Master Shiyu said that this summoning beast breeding center can continuously find the summoning beast race from the summoning world to sign contracts. What kind of magical building is this? Uchiha Ironfire walked up to the blank summoningman scroll with an excited look on his face. After picking up the pen and signing his name, he bit his finger and made a fingerprint. That's it. Then, with a circle of tribesmen watching, he walked to the middle of the indoor training ground. Hai Suyu Shenwei. Summoning Technique. The seal of the summoning technique is very simple, but without the guidance of the contract, it will cause unknown dangers. For example, Jiraiya used the summoning technique to teleport himself to the edge of Mount Myaboku and the Earth Dragon Cave. Therefore, the importance of a summoning scroll is self-evident. Now Uchiha Ironfire has signed a contract on the scroll. Therefore, he only felt a burst of catharsis from his chakra, and a cloud of white mist popped up from the ground. A 1-meter-high black shadow slowly flashed out of the white mist. The surrounding tribesmen looked at the white mist in the field with excitement and started talking. It really worked. It's really summoningman. The clan leader's Mangekyō is so awesome, he can even conjure the summoning scroll. I don't know what kind of summoning beast it is. With this, wouldn't we be able to kill everyone on the battlefield like the legendary Sunin? I don't know what kind of summoning beast it is, or how powerful it is. When the smoke slowly dissipated, a small fire dragon standing up like Godzilla with a fire on its tail appeared in front of everyone. Cow Ka! Charmander frowned and looked around. Finally, it looked at the Uchiha Ironfire that summoned it, its eyes gradually turned red, and the flames on its tail burned fiercely. Ho! Charmander yelled and rushed towards Uchiha Ironfire with a slight mental shock roar. Uchiha Taihuo was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes showed excitement. Is this the Genjutsu Narakumi technique? No, it's more like Jonin's murderous intent, but this murderous intent can't affect me yet. Do I need to defeat it and use the poke ball again? Uchiha Ironfire didn't dare to be careless and took out an iron rod. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the ninja sword, but he was afraid of accidentally hacking Charmander to death. Charmander roared angrily and ran towards Uchiha Ironfire. The seemingly clumsy legs can run as fast as a genin. With a ding sound, Charmander's sharp claws grabbed the iron rod, making a metal collision sound with sparks flying. Then its tail emits a stream of flames directly towards the Uchiha Ironfire. Huh? You can actually cast ninjutsu instantly. Uchiha Ironfire looked excitedly at Charmander, becoming more and more delighted, but it's still a little weak. I saw him teleporting in front of Charmander and kicking him out. With a bang, Charmander was kicked backwards and fell to the ground. Are you throwing the poke ball now? Uchiha Ironfire muttered, do you still want to recite the spell? Go! Poke ball! With a flash of red light, Charmander was taken into the elf ball and kept shaking. Uchiha Ironfire looked at the poke ball with some disappointment and muttered. That's it? Is it too easy? Why do I feel that the building that Master Shiyu upgraded this time is a little weak? However, before he could finish speaking, the elf ball suddenly opened again. The already scarred Charmander's body suddenly emitted a burst of red light. Roar! Charmander evolved. Chapter 40. Nani. Failed. The poke ball on the ground emitted a burst of sparks and was immediately destroyed. Uchiha Taihuo felt distressed when he saw it. This was given to him by the Shio clan leader. Ho! Charmander's originally somewhat kawaii head turned ferocious. Charmander evolves. Fire Dinosaur. Uchiha Ironfire's eyes widened. Shall I go? Will I still transform? He sensed the chakra in the opponent's body. Has it reached the Chunin level? The surrounding tribesmen exclaimed, they had never seen this magical summoning beast before. But this is not over yet. At this time, the growth of energy in the fire dinosaur's body did not stop. He roared angrily and turned into red light again, and his size directly increased several times. Roar! The giant great eruption dragon, nearly 3 meters tall, looks up to the sky and howls. A translucent protective shield lit up at the edge of the arena, enclosing Uchiha Iron Fire and Charizard. It should have prevented summoning from going berserk and destroying the building. Uchiha Taihuo's eyes widened in shock. A summoningman with Jonin's strength. This is almost the same as my own strength. What even Shiyu doesn't know is that this localized summons summoning beast according to the chakra used by the caster. Just like Naruto usually summons tadpoles, he summons the toad at critical moments. Uchiha Iron Fire uses a small fire dragon summoned with Jonin level chakra power, and the one that descends is naturally a small fire dragon with Jonin level energy. It's just that due to contract issues, it will first appear in the form of the lowest level Charmander, and will evolve to the corresponding level once it adapts to the energy. Uchiha Iron Fire looked at the huge fire-breathing dragon and swallowed. The next second, the roar of Narakumi technique, which is comparable to the sea-level ninjutsu, rushed straight into Uchiha's Iron Fire Tenrei. I'll do it! Taihuo threw the stick in his hand, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Charizard flapped its wings on its back, and the whole dragon rushed towards Uchiha Iron Fire at a speed that was not suitable for its size. Uchiha Taihuo's eyes widened and he cursed. Dry! The iron-hard claws swung violently, and the skill split directly opened several cracks in the ground. The tribesmen who were watching took a breath of cold air. If they were to be hit, wouldn't their shit be beaten out? Brother Iron Fire, come on! Cripple it, no, conquer it! Taihuo stood aside in an instant, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Isn't this a bit too violent? What I said before was a bit too hasty. You absolutely cannot get close to this thing. The fire-breathing dragon turned its head, whistled disdainfully, and a handful of flames spurted out from its nostrils. Taihuo looked at the contemptuous Charizard and immediately became angry. Oh, damn, I have such a bad temper. I saw him forming seals quickly, opening his mouth and spitting out a huge flame. Fire-style great fireball technique. However, the disdain on the opponent's fire-breathing dragon's face was even worse, and he opened his mouth directly in front of the incoming flames. Ho! Jet flames! A pillar of condensed fire erupted from his mouth. The flames of the great fireball are directly scattered from the middle by the fire pillars that spray flames. What? Uchiha Taihuo's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly changed his handprints and slapped it on the ground. Land earth flow wall. A pillar of fire rushed directly onto the earth wall with a bang. The terrifying high temperature directly burned the walls of the earth flow, which were constantly glowing red and dry and cracked. Uchiha Iron Fire took a breath of the heat in the air. Good guy, I have already reached the B-level fire style. The fire is extinguished. His eyes sparkled, and he suddenly dodged and retreated, quickly forming seals in the air. Water-style exploding water waves. If he hadn't practiced water-style ninjutsu with the help of the training ground during this period, he really wouldn't know how to deal with the terrifying giant lizard in front of him. Water-style, like a waterfall, flooded the arena directly. Charizard's eyes widened and he wanted to fly to avoid water-style, but the protective barrier of the arena directly restricted its flight. With a bang, the Charizard hit the barrier and fell into the water. It waved its claws and wings to get out of the water, but was knocked back by the waves. The flames on its tail gradually became smaller as the water washed away, and the originally unruly Charizard became panicked and kicked around in the water. Uchiha treading water, the iron fire flashes. Now! Go! Poke ball! With a flash of red light, the fire-breathing dragon in the water was taken into the elf ball. The elf ball shook for a while, and finally the red light disappeared and floated quietly on the water. Uchiha Taihuo breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If it weren't for the restrictions of the venue and water style's restraint, I might have been beaten down. There was a faint flash of light in the arena. The water style within the barrier and the damaged ground were instantly restored to their original state. Uchiha Taihuo sat down on the ground and gasped for air. He picked up the pokeball on the ground, shrunk it to the size of a glass ball with excitement on his face, held it in his hand and looked at it twice. That's it. Upon seeing this, the tribesmen gathered around excitedly. Brother Ironfire, is it done? Is this the summoning scroll? Why is it in the shape of a ball? You can summon it and try it. Uchiha Taihuo raised his head proudly and took out the pokeball and pressed it. The pokeball instantly grew in size. The tribesman exclaimed again. Get out of my way, I'm going to start summoning. Go. Charizard. The red light appears again. The huge fire-breathing dragon slapped Uchiha Ironfire to the ground, and then wrote something on the ground with its claws. Laozi is a fire-breathing dragon. Chapter 41. Yes, this is indeed a fire-breathing dragon. The front line of Tang country. Shio watched with interest as he shook his head, breathed fire, and played with Charizard. After he told Taihuo the system description of the Summoning Beast Breeding Center, he successfully helped him experiment with more details. First of all, the summoned Charmander's IQ is obviously higher than that of Charizard in the Pokemon world. Although it can't speak either, it can write proficiently. This is a bit like the summoning of heroic spirits. The system gives them a certain degree of knowledge of the ninja world in the process of summoning them. This should be an additional function given by the system to prevent the Charmander Water and Earth from smashing its own sign if it disobeys. Secondly, even after signing the summoning scroll, only the Charmander who has conquered the contract through the Pokeball can fight for the host. If summoning is used rashly without a contract, the summoned Charmander will not only not help in the battle, but will actively attack the caster. This is also the reason why Charmander will actively attack Uchiha Ironfire after being summoned. The arena in the training center is actually a place to help the tribesmen conquer summoning beasts. At last, the essence of summoning is summoning. Therefore, summoning beasts that are not successfully tamed will return to the summoning world after the chakra is exhausted. Depending on how much chakra is used, different levels of Charmanders will be summoned, which was reflected in the tribe's contract later. Charizard was summoned by Ironfire using Jonin level chakra. As for ordinary Chunin people, after summoning a Charmander, they can only evolve into a fire dinosaur at best. How to evolve further has not yet been studied. As for Genin, there is no Genin in the Uchiha clan at this stage. There are a total of 6 elf balls sent back by Taihuo. Except for the fire-breathing dragon summoned by Uchiha Taihuo himself, the rest are fire dinosaurs. Including the time when Taiwi failed to tame, the fire dinosaurs failed to be tamed 4 times. The strength of the fire dinosaur summoned by the special Jonin seems to be on the verge of evolution. It's like Pokemon in the game can be upgraded from level 1 to level 100. The fire dinosaur summoned by ordinary Chunin may be level 1, while the one summoned by special Jonin may be level 100. Of course, this is just a metaphor, and the panel does not seem to show the level of the elf. It's just that the original Charmander has Genin strength, the fire dinosaur has Chunin strength, and Charizard has Jonin strength. There is no doubt about it. Shio looked at the evolutionary stones and jade stones in the cultivation store and was basically sure that the super-evolved form of this thing should be cage-level strength. After figuring out the function of the building, Shio was very satisfied with the effect of the Summoning Beast Breeding Center. Sure enough, as he thought, if combined with the Summoning Beast, the tribe's power could at least be doubled. And Pokemon like Charizard can be used as mounts. When the members of the Rider Cavalry team reach the level of Jonin, they will be given a fire-breathing dragon as a dragon rider, so that their title of cavalry team is not in vain. The only thing that bothers Shio is that the elf balls used to capture elf are so damn expensive. The cheapest one costs 100 points of family reputation, and it cannot be recycled at all if it fails. Damn profiteer system. After studying the function of Summoning Beast Breeding Center, Shio waved to Gong Yi, the leader of the archer team. He threw the iron fire pokeball to Gong Yi and pointed at Charizard and said, "Gong Yi, ride on the Charizard to explore the enemy's situation. If you encounter enemies, ask the Charizard to say hello to them." During this period, the direction of the tribe's intensive training varies. Shiyu reorganized the troops according to the types of troops. In order to facilitate memory, he divided the ninjas into 6 major arms according to the servant positions in the Xingye world. The first team. A team of swordsmen, saber, composed entirely of special jonin, responsible for confronting the enemy's strong men. The second team. Responsible for the frontal battlefield, a team of all-round hexagonal warriors and lancers composed entirely of chinin. The third team. A team of scouts and archers who have strengthened their physical skills and are equipped with scientific ninja tools to fight alone. The fourth team. A cavalry, rider, team that enhances speed and travels long distances, responsible for delivering intelligence, transporting supplies, and preparing for war. The fifth team. Strengthen ninjutsu and chakra, a team of magicians, casters, dedicated to releasing ninjutsu. The sixth team is the hunter, assassin, team that was previously responsible for eliminating traps and enchantments. It stands to reason that there is also a berserker team composed of top experts who are responsible for spearheading the battle. However, given that the minimum strength of this profession is elite jonin level, and the only ones who meet the requirements now are Uchiha Shisui and Shio himself, he temporarily gave up the idea of forming a team. After the clan members have gained strength, it will not be too late to organize the first-tier elites who have reached elite jonin into a small team. What Shio ordered was the captain of the archer team who was good at fighting alone and was responsible for special reconnaissance. During wartime, Shio would call them by name directly by number. At this time, Yuyi excitedly took the pokeball from Shio's hand. He had already been coveting the fire-breathing dragon that Iron Fire had conquered. Whether it was in terms of chakra or body shape, Charizard's measurements really made him envious. Even though it was not his own now, it was still very satisfying to ride it. He turned over and mounted the fire-breathing dragon. One person and one dragon directly rose into the sky and rushed towards the Kingdom of Thunder. And in a hot spring hotel in a town not far away, a certain giant, golden retriever looked at the black spots flying in the sky and wiped his eyes vigorously. Shizun, I seem to have drunk too much. Is that thing a dragon? Chapter 42. The Ninja World War does not harm innocent civilians. This is the regulation that the 5 major countries have announced to the outside world. After all, you are already bullying others when fighting in other countries. If you continue to kill civilians at will, people will resist even if they are unwilling. But in fact, the mercenaries of the Fuma clan that Jiraiya met during his travels would act as temporary workers and be responsible for massacring the village for the Great Ninja Village to ensure the secrecy of the army. Uzumaki Nagato's parents were also stabbed by Konoha Shinobi, which led Nagato to the path of darkness. Therefore, even if big countries claim that they will not harm innocent people, in fact small countries have no say. Hanzo participated in the Second Ninja War precisely because Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sand Shinobi fought too hard, so he rose up to fight for a voice for his country. In the end, even if Hanzo won the local war, he did not dare to kill Sunan. This was the helplessness of the small country. At this time, the person in charge of Cloud Shinobi's station in Yunokuni looked at the sand table and his face was livid. Now the Uchiha clan has wiped out Cloud Shinobi Village's elite team stationed in the Land of Fire with lightning speed, completely disrupting Cloud Shinobi Village's deployment. That was an elite team composed of 1 Jonin and more than 40 Chunin. If compared with Umbu, it is nearly half of the Umbu team. Moreover, ninjas are not originally a unit that fights head-on. It is not impossible to take advantage of such geographical advantages and create traps and barriers. If you are lucky, you can replace the opponent's number several times. Even Orochimaru didn't pay attention and the result was that Nawake planted the trap of Konoha F4 and died without any body, and his internal organs were dug out to study wood style. Even if Sharingan is an observation eye, he won't destroy his elite team with 0 loss, right? Unless they're all Uchiha Shisui. Sir. Enemy attack. How many people came? 1. Here comes a dragon. The kind of Western dragon drawn in comics. Elite Jonin's face darkened, he strode open the tent and walked out, cursing as he walked. FK, fart, me. Elite Jonin Troy stared at the fire-breathing dragon raging in the camp with wide eyes. Between the ups and downs, a terrifying flame spit out from the mouth of the fire-breathing dragon and turned the camp into a sea of fire. The genin at the bottom panicked and threw shurikens and kunai at the Charizard in the sky, but due to height issues, they didn't even pierce the Charizard's skin. Gongichi rode under the fire-breathing dragon's neck and screamed excitedly. Herds of Cloud Shinobi Village. Konoha Defense Archer Captain Uchiha Shinichi is here to give you some warmth. The technology tree of the ninja world was crooked to his grandma's house. Although fighting is still a cold weapon, life has long entered the electrical age. In terms of entertainment, there are also countless comics, novels, and the like. Konoha Village even has an editorial department similar to Jump, so Charizard cannot be said to be exactly the same as the dragon in Brave Dragon, it can only be said to be exactly the same. Troy has the illusion of a comic book creature stepping into reality. I was stunned for several seconds. Troy finally remembered what he should do as the person in charge of Cloud Shinobi Village. He suddenly got excited and roared angrily. Fire the crossbow! Shoot it down! What are you doing? The hardcore ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village finally reacted. They took out a heavy crossbow from the undamaged camp. There are detonating charms attached to the huge crossbow arrows. As Iwagakura's feud, they were better prepared than other ninja villages to deal with the air force against that disgusting old immortal floating in the sky all day long. Put! With a shout, the crossbow with the detonating talisman lit fired towards the fire-breathing dragon. Gong Yi's expression changed, he patted the fire-breathing dragon and shouted, "Let's go!" However, there was an expression of contempt on Charizard's face. I am a fire-breathing dragon with Jonin strength, unlike you, a coquettish BCH who is just a Jonin. I saw the fire-breathing dragon suddenly rising vertically, and the flames in its mouth continued to accumulate. Oh ouch! Facing the flying anti-aircraft cannon, Charizard suddenly turned his head. The vortex-like flame instantly burned the wooden crossbow arrows and the detonating charm attached to the crossbow arrows into charcoal. Charizard's unique skill, Flame Vortex. A level 56 skill comparable to A-level ninjutsu. Facing the terrifying ninjutsu that was like a sea of fire in the sky, Troy's expression completely changed. Spread out. Quickly spread out. Quick. Use water barrier to block. Water-style Chunin among the large army hurriedly formed seals quickly. Curtains of water spurted out from his mouth, blocking the flames in the sky. However, this time the scope of the flame vortex is indeed a bit large. In addition, there are not many water-style ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village, and the B-level ninjutsu genin cannot be released yet. This means that water barrier cannot protect all genin at all. So Charizard controlled the flame vortex to specifically select those genin who didn't have a water-style ninja around and burned them. After leaving dozens of corpses behind, the fire-breathing dragon flicked its bow and flew away leisurely into the distance. Troy looked at Charizard who had become a black spot again and was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. When the moans of his companions reached his ears, he shouted anxiously. Hurry, save people! Put out the fire! Damn Uchiha! Chapter 43. Konoha Village. In the garden of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha F4 gathered together and watched Sarutobi Hiruzen playing with his tea art in silence. A toad tea pet on the table is almost pouring out of the hole, but the teapot in his hand still has no intention of stopping. Until all the tea disappeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses and frowned and asked Danzo. Haven't you found out more about the Uchiha tribe? Danzo's face was also a little gloomy. He shook his head and said solemnly. The original clan land is now easy to enter, but the newly built Uchiha clan area is guarded for miles around. With the Uchiha clan's observation ability, even Umbu can't get close. I have sent ninjas who are familiar with the Uchiha clan to investigate. Except for some ninjas who are training at the training ground, the rest of them are building houses, but they seem to be building mainly public facilities. So far, we haven't found any relocated residential houses yet. Mitokado Homura raised his eyebrows. Aren't they planning to bloom at both ends? Are they treating the newly approved land as family common land? But the clan members are not moving there. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought after hearing this. He slowly said, This was decided before. We have to move, but they are building too slowly. So, Danzo, send someone to help. You should be good at building houses. Danzo's pupils shrank, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and found that he lowered his head again to pour the discolored toad on his tea tray. Danzo's face changed slightly. Did this guy really know about A's existence? Logically speaking, he did not expose this only wood-style ninja. Judging from his meaning, it seemed that he already knew it. Yudatan Koharu on the side looked at Danzo strangely and asked. Since when did you become good at building houses? Danzo snorted coldly. Now the reputation of the Uchiha clan among the villagers is getting bigger and bigger, and their resentment towards the urban management brigade is getting deeper and deeper. If you can't go back again, then you will lose the rice. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head with confidence and said with a smile. That is a war between countries. Even if the ninjas of the Uchiha clan are invincible at the same level, so what if the numerical gap is not so easy to make up, otherwise we would not have recruited thousands of ninjas over the years. During the First World War, there were only a few ninjas, but more than 1,000 or 2,000 died. In the 20 years since the First World War, all the ninja villages have realized that the current war is not like the 100-village war between clans in the past. Just send a few ninjas to kill the other side. In battles between villages, quantitative changes can really lead to qualitative changes. The C-level ninjutsu released by 10 genin has the power of the B-level ninjutsu released by 1 chunin. Chunin is weak? It doesn't matter, just make up for it with quantity. So in the past 20 years, the 5 major ninja villages have been frantically expanding their ninja reserves. Until the Second and Third World War of the ninja world started. At this time, there were over 10,000 ninjas in each village, and many genin who had just graduated were drawn into the battlefield. For example, Nawake, Might Guy, and Shiranui Genma all went to the battlefield immediately after graduation to make up their numbers. Therefore, when Sarutobi Hiruzen learned that 3,000 ninjas were sent to the front line of Cloud Shinobi village, his first thought was to trap the Uchiha clan. Can you fight? It's useless to hit him. Just kill a team of 50 people and you think you'll be safe? When it comes to the actual frontal battlefield, you rookies will look good. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is somewhat ugly, because according to intelligence, those 50 are definitely Umbu level in strength. It was so easily killed by the Uchiha clan in cooperation with Shisui. At this time, he regretted letting Shisui return to the clan. How could this guy's Sharingan be so strong? Does this count as letting the tiger return to the mountains? Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was struggling with how to find a way to get his right-hand man back, an Umbu suddenly appeared in front of several people. Third generation Sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. What's going on? Is the war situation very pessimistic? However, Umbu below said excitedly. Chief Shiyu discovered a new kind of summoning beast and successfully signed a contract with them. The adult summoning beast looks like the Western dragon in the bookstore. It can fly, breathe fire, and has the strength of elite jonin. Chief Shiyu only sent one to fight and immediately burned down the opponent's camp. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth in shock. Wang Defa? Western dragon? Summoning beast? Elite jonin's strength? Are you FG kidding me? I have been in the Hokage for so many years, and it took a lot of effort to find a monkey demon clan to sign the summoning contract. How could he, Uchiha Shio, find a new summoning beast so easily? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened imperceptibly, and he forced a smile and said. Has this been verified? If not. Extra. Extra. The Uchiha clan set fire to the camp, Yuno Kuni destroyed the Cloud Shinobi village station. Extra. Extra. The Uchiha clan set fire to the camp, Yuno Kuni destroyed the Cloud Shinobi village station. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 44. Our ancestors all know how to use good news to cheer people up. How could the reborn Shio miss this opportunity to change the reputation of the Uchiha clan? The reason why the Uchiha clan rebelled in the original timeline was because the clan became weaker and weaker, while the Hokage clan, which had recuperated and brought the major ninja clans under its command, became stronger. Moreover, Konoha has sent Umbu to monitor the Uchiha clan every day since the Night of Nine Tails. How could they not discover it? They just dare to be angry and dare not speak out. As Konoha's motives against Uchiha become more apparent, the pressure within the Uchiha clan increases. It's like two air forces fighting each other. The other side's fire control has gradually locked onto itself, but it is unable to fight back at all. This huge pressure, as if waiting for death, made the Uchiha family decide to launch a coup. The coup was not a rebellion against the village, it was just a replacement of Konoha's power hierarchy. The Uchiha clan never thought about betraying Konoha until their death, all they wanted was fair treatment. Therefore, although the Uchiha clan has always enforced the law fairly and offended many villagers, everyone is just angry at their unkindness. Now Shio has transferred its internal conflicts to Cloud Shinobi village. The successive victories have made everyone gradually return to the days when Konoha was first established and the Shio clan brought a sense of security to everyone. Yui Kurane, who was still a genin, looked at the newspaper being sent out and the bow writing on the fire-breathing dragon, and her eyes lit up. She asked Anko beside her. How about we also go to the Ministry of National Defense? I heard that there is no recruitment there. Anko shook his head and pouted, I'm not going. I want to learn the forbidden technique from the teacher. Let me tell you, the teacher is amazing. I also have a summoning beast. My summoning contract is from the Ryokai cave of the three holy lands of. Yui Kurane's eyes widened and she unconsciously moved away from Anko. She was most afraid of snakes and other things. Then she looked at the fire-breathing dragon on the good news, her eyes filled with little stars. Evil dragon, wouldn't it be a princess if I rode it? Anko on the side sneered and said with a smile. You can marry Uchiha, and then you will become a popular Uchiha, and they will definitely match you with a fire-breathing dragon. I remember that the current Uchiha chief is only in his 20s, and he is quite handsome. Yuri's face suddenly turned red. What are you talking about, you damn girl? Haha, I didn't hit it, Uchiha is red, Uchiha is red. Ah! The two genin village beauties ran away quarreling. The lonely Sarutobi Asuma behind him opened his mouth with a sad look on his face. So Kurane wants that Charizard to be the summoning beast? We only have monkeys in our family. Should I go to the Uchiha clan and ask? If that doesn't work, I will join the Ministry of Defense. If I have achieved military exploits, I will definitely be able to contract Charizard, right? Sarutobi Asuma's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Yes. That's it. Join the Ministry of National Defense, make military exploits, and apply for a contract with Charizard to be red. I'm a Chunin now, I can definitely become a hero on the battlefield. The more Sarutobi Asuma thought about it, the more it made sense, so he hurried to the Ministry of National Defense recruitment office in the Hokage building. At this time, the recruitment office gathered a large number of civilian ninjas who wanted to join the army. The Uchiha clan's successive victories and the high benefits made those civilian ninjas who could no longer survive began to yearn for some military exploits. If they can rise to the Chunin level through this, they will no longer have to work like hourly workers at the lowest level of Konoha for the lowest wage. Don't look at those Chunin and Jonin who have great glory, but the real ones who are suffering are those genin who expanded due to the Great Ninja War. They are like hourly workers squatting under the overpass, waiting for the Hokage to give them jobs that civilians are unwilling to do, such as sweeping garbage, cleaning cesspits, catching cats, and walking dogs. And it's still a pitiful bonus for a group of 3 people. Even so, there are still a large number of genin who do not have enough to eat and cannot afford living expenses. Might die, as a 10,000 years genin, knelt down and prayed because no one wanted to form a team. Moreover, taking the Chunin exam requires Jonin's recommendation, which fundamentally cuts off the upward channels for low-level Konoha genin. All civilian genin will have to work illegally for the rest of his life if he doesn't lick Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's different now. Everyone watched the Ministry of National Defense's recruitment with excitement. Not only does it have high disability subsidies, but it also has various ninjutsu redemptions, and more importantly, you can also use your merits to apply for the Chunin exam. This is an opportunity to ascend to heaven in one step. As long as you become a Chunin, you can take on missions alone, and you can even take on very honorable missions. This is truly a class leap. So the civilian ninjas went crazy, and everyone hoped to go to the Ministry of Defense to protect the peace of the Fire Country. This is a huge difference from the previous forced conscription and simplified duties when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in office. A complicated look flashed across Nara's face as he looked at the stacks of recruitment forms handed over to him. He thought of his chatty friend who unconsciously murmured, "Is this something you planned in advance?" Chapter 45. That's right, this is all planned by me. Shio on the front line continues to lead Uchiha Shisui, the future number 1 Uchiha force. In his hand, he held a photo of Dao Bankyen that Yui had taken, with a proud expression on his lips. He never intended to let the Uchiha clan fight against Cloud Shinobi village alone. Even if he doubled the Uchiha clan's cards several times, trying to fight the entire Cloud Shinobi force was pure nonsense. The strategy he set from the beginning was the 16-character policy created by the great men of the past. When the enemy advances, we retreat; when the enemy is stationed, we harass; when the enemy is tired, we attack; when the enemy retreats, we pursue. He is an elite unit, and a required subject for each squad is Shisui's body flicker technique. Therefore, they have an absolute advantage in physical skills. As long as they don't go head-to-head and use the results of several victories as publicity, how can Genin, the group of illegal workers in Konoha, resist such an opportunity to gain military exploits? As long as the number of bottom layers is supplemented, there is no way that the Uchiha elite led by Shio, a cage-level expert, cannot defeat the mere Cloud Shinobi village. When Konoha was founded, the 1 vs 4 clan was dominated by the Senju clan, and my Uchiha clan could compete with the Senju clan. Even if it is now in decline, relying on the special Jonin combat power that I have preserved over the years, it's enough to deal with a mere Cloud Shinobi village. After all, Cloud Shinobi village did not come out to fight with Konoha. They just took advantage of the fact that Konoha's Nine Tails rebellion was greatly reduced in strength. The number of ninjas dispatched was less than 1/3 of the village. Now that Shisui and the hunter team had inexplicably wiped out an elite team, it was enough for Reikage to feel distressed for a while. Now being provoked and harassed by Shio, Cloud Shinobi's large forces have already rushed towards Shio's troops in batches. So Shio will naturally not fight with them. Now he is taking Shisui leisurely and hiding in a hot spring shop in Yunokuni. The team members were also organized into small teams, led by the special Jonin of the Saber team, and were temporarily dispersed to various towns in the country of Yu. The only order Shio gave was to shoot and change places, and never to confront the enemy head-on. And this rogue approach also made the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi village very anxious. Because the Uchiha clan's team is so well equipped. Each harassment team consists of 1 saber, swordsman, 1 archer, 3 lancers, 3 casters, magicians, and 1 assassin, Hunter Hassan, and a messenger rider. Their routine was to have archers conduct reconnaissance, Hassan destroy the traps, 3 magicians release compound ninjutsu comparable to A level, and finally the swordsman retreated with the spearman and fled. This shameless style of play directly drove Troy, who was the leading ninja, extremely crazy. He doesn't understand why the enemies are so many grandmaster traps and enchanted ninjas. The traps and barriers that their troops were responsible for guarding were as if they were made of paper, making them feel like they were in no one's land. In desperation, he could only arrange for his team to be on guard 24 hours a day. But if you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, how can you prevent a thief for 1,000 days? So in less than a month, with this rogue style of play, the Uchiha clan killed more than 500 people in Cloud Shinobi's army. There was even a Jonin who was killed by Uchiha Inari and Uchiha Yashiro riding a fire-breathing dragon together. This makes the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi village stare around like rabbits with red eyes all day without being able to rest. On the other hand, for the Uchiha clan, after every battle, Saber would take the team members to soak in the hot springs and drink flower wine. People who didn't know better thought they were on a business trip and not fighting. And Shio ordered the team to send their records and photos of drinking and picking up girls back to Konoha village every day for Shikaku to publicize. As a result, the enthusiasm of the ninjas in Konoha village to apply for the Ministry of Defense was unprecedentedly high. There are more than 5,000 application forms stacked in the village chief's office, and there are even many Chunin and even Jonin among them. Everyone is anxiously waiting for Shio's order. Not only the civilian ninjas, but also the elders of the major ninja clans couldn't help but feel moved when faced with this happy way of fighting for their achievements. Uchiha Shio handed Shisui the information sent by Shikaku and asked him to read it. Shisui was completely stunned when he saw that his companions who originally resisted the war and longed for peace were so crazy. How can this be? Shio stood up slowly from the hot spring and smiled. No one wants to work hard with a team that always loses. Similarly, when the income reaches 10%, some people are ready to take action. When the income reaches 50%, some people dare to take risks. When the income reaches 100%, they dare to trample all laws in the world, and when the income reaches 300%, not even afraid of the gallows. Look at the current Ministry of National Defense, the battle losses are less than 10%. Do you know what this is? We paid the price of less than 30 men and annihilated the opponent's nearly 600 troops. And the reward for annihilating 600 people will be divided among only 200 people. When the money is divided after the war, every ninja who participated in this defense will receive a reward of no less than an A-level mission. Do you think they won't be moved? Uchiha Shisui looked at Shio with a confused look on his face and said. But we rely on our strong strength and flexible positioning. If it were the ninjas in the village, it would be impossible to achieve this level. Not everyone is an Uchiha, and not everyone has a Shio to help them cheat. Once the large army enters the field, the Uchiha clan's mobility will disappear, and the real hard power will be competing. A smile flashed across Shio's lips, and then his expression turned serious and he said. It's up to you and our Uchiha clan. We must shoulder the burden and bring back as many heroes as possible who volunteer to defend the motherland. So next we have to be prepared for a long-term tug of war, and try our best to let the clan members and the new companions get along and integrate with each other. It is best to be as close as brothers. When the time comes, the situation will be with me. I will use the right combination and the unexpected victory. Let us establish the reputation of our Uchiha clan in an upright manner. Uchiha Shisui looked excited when he heard Shio's heroic words. The clan leader is not a narrow-minded person who only cares about one clan, he really wants to make our Konoha prosperous. Shisui patted his chest and said loudly, Clan leader, don't worry. I will definitely lead my brothers to win this battle. Shio patted Shisui's shoulder with approval. Come on. Then he put on his yukata and left the hot spring, muttering to himself. Why is there no girl in this mixed bath? This silly kid is really easy to fool. If you don't treat the new cannon fodder as a brother, how can you make the brothers open their eyes? Alas, we Uchiha clan are just too kind to bear the death of our brothers. Chapter 46. Shio and Uchiha Shisui are both right and wrong. He encouraged the Konoha shinobi to come and participate in this battle against Cloud Shinobi Village, which was indeed the best solution to this war. With Uchiha as the core, integrating the power of Konoha shinobi to defeat Cloud Shinobi Village from the frontal battlefield is the least sacrificial way for both Konoha and Uchiha. But in terms of purpose, Shio is not for the peace of Konoha or the will of fire. The so-called victory is just incidental to helping Konoha resist powerful enemies. Shio's purpose has not changed from the beginning, which is to work hard to enhance the power of the Uchiha clan and escape the fate of annihilation. Originally, he planned to disperse the Uchiha clan across the border and fight to hone the Uchiha clan's practical skills and Sharingan level. The opening of Sharingan's eyes requires mental stimulation. Whether it is opening Sharingan or opening Mangekyō Sharingan, the Uchiha clan needs to be mentally stimulated to varying degrees. After the Third Ninja War, the number of members of the Uchiha clan who could activate Sharingan was less than 3 digits. The leisurely life of the Konoha guards has long corroded their fighting instinct. So when Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes for the first time, Uchiha Fugaku felt that this was a very long-faced thing. At that time, the Uchiha clan was so miserable that even opening a Sharingan eye needed to be shown off. Therefore, in order to avoid that situation, Uchiha Shiyu took the initiative to take over the border defense work. Originally, he only planned to steadily open his eyes through a more relaxed approach. But the appearance of Cloud Shinobi Village made him change his plan. Because when Shio watched anime in his previous life, the formula books and information recorded that the Great Ninja War ended before Namikaze Minato boarded the Hokage. So Shio always believed that there would be no large-scale battles before the Chunin exam. But he only reacted when the news of Cloud Shinobi Village's advance came. The so-called Ninja World War is a war involving more than 2 of the 5 major powers. Iwagaku signed a peace treaty with Konoha Village and withdrew from the fighting. However, Reian Village came to Konoha to sign a peace treaty when Hinata was 3 years old. In other words, Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha fought against each other for 3 years after the Ninja World War ended. However, because only 2 countries participated in the war, although it was also a national war, it could not be called a Ninja World War, but in fact the intensity of the war has not changed at all. When Shio understood this situation, he immediately changed his original plan. Originally, he just asked all the tribesmen to activate ordinary Sharingan, but now his ambition is not so small. Given such a good opportunity to improve the strength of his clan, if he didn't make the Uchiha clan into a Mangekyō with 10 pairs and 8 pairs, he would be sorry for his understanding of the Hokage plot in his previous life. How to open Mangekyō? It must have been intense mental stimulation. Even Uchiha Madara only turns it on because she is too sad when her loved ones die in front of her. But Shiyu knows very well that not only relatives, but also lovers and gay friends can help the Uchiha clan open Mangekyō Sharingan. So Shiyu decided to help the tribe find some eye-opening tool people who love each other. If the good friends, best friends, and lovers of these tribesmen were killed for no apparent reason on weekdays, not only would they not be grateful to themselves as the leader of the tribe, they would even hate themselves. But this is wartime, and war is bound to be accompanied by death. Instead of letting them be sacrificed worthlessly by Sarutobi Hiruzen in exchange for the title of a so-called hero, it's better to let them cultivate revolutionary friendship with the Uchiha clan before they die, and let them help the clan increase their eye power when they die. There are not many members of the Uchiha clan, so it is naturally impossible for Shio to open Sharingan by sacrificing his clan members. Because to him, the people who can help him gain family reputation are far more important than Sharingan. The Uchiha clan wanted to increase the number of effective clan members, but they couldn't do it by having children for a while. So Shio simply found another way and came up with this perfect plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. First of all, Shio did not let those civilian ninjas die deliberately. They were supposed to face Cloud Shinobi Village alone, but their survival chances would definitely be greatly improved under the protection of the Uchiha clan. Secondly, when the tribesmen and these companions on the battlefield become one of the 3 pillars of life, their sacrifices will bring Sharingan upgrades to the tribesmen. Finally, the Uchiha clan is not as strict about bloodline inheritance as the Hyuga clan. People who are not from the Uchiha clan can change their surname to Uchiha and join the Uchiha clan as long as they agree to marry into the family. Once Uchiha is married, it will bring Shio clan leader rewards and a bonus to family reputation. This is a hugely profitable deal for Shio. When Shio discovered that marrying into a Uchiha tribe with a loyalty level of 60 or above could enhance his family's reputation, he first set a small goal for himself. That is to first change the surname of all Konoha to Uchiha. Chapter 47. As a reborn member of a large integrated ethnic family in his previous life, he naturally knew that the true strength of a nation does not rely solely on force. Only by assimilating the bloodline and cultural invasion of the Uchiha clan to the entire ninja world is the real surefire way to make the Uchiha clan prosperous. Our ancestors have all been named Uchiha for 8 generations. No matter how chaotic the country is, it is the internal strife of the Uchiha family. This is the real immortal family. Thinking of the glorious future of the Uchiha clan. The corners of Shio's mouth unconsciously raised slightly. In the next 3 years, he is not in a hurry to directly start an all-out war with Cloud Shinobi Village. What he has to do is to assimilate the 5,000 registered Jonin into die-hard fans of the Uchiha clan in batches, and it is best to change their surname to Uchiha. Of course, Shiyu also knows that it is not realistic. After all, the current population base of the Uchiha clan is too small. That is to say, you can't admit your godson because of the bug, otherwise Shio will make Sarutobi Hiruzen call him grandpa anyway. It seems more realistic to follow the example of daimyo and nobles in practicing polygamy. Those idiotic aristocrats were all enjoying themselves, eating, drinking, and having fun, but in the end, they tricked the ninja into beating him to death for the little commission. When the time comes, I, as the clan leader, will also give priority to setting an example and marry a few more to set an example for the clan members. Shiyu has already thought about the slogans on the clan walls from now on. How can Uchiha be rich, have more children and plant less trees? Just when Shiyu was happily thinking about the future of the Uchiha clan. At the corner of the corridor, a black-haired girl walked out with a grimace on her face, supporting a huge, blonde drunk lady. Shiyu frowned and looked at the visitor in surprise. Tsunade. The two are Tsunade and Kato Shizun, one of the Sunin. Shizun raised her head nervously after hearing the voice. She was worried that the person who wanted to pay would recognize the two of them. Master Shio. Shizun looked at Shio with some surprise. Tsunade raised his head in confusion when he heard Shio's name. Huh? Shio? Where is that BD Shio? I'm going to beat him away. Shio raised his hand and rubbed his brow with a headache. As expected. The next second, the drunk Tsunade teleported to Shio and punched him. UBD. Shio hurriedly retreated, and Tsunade slammed his fist on the tatami of the hotel. With a bang, a big hole was made in the tatami. Tsunade stumbled and fell to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Heartless BD. Scumbag. Woohoo. At this time, Shisui heard the noise and ran out to escort him. However, when he saw Tsunade, he had a strange expression on his face, and then he immediately raised his hand to Shio and said, "Well, Master Shio, I will withdraw first. I have to go back to Konoha to select the first batch of Ministry of National Defense support lists." After Shisui finished speaking, without waiting for Shio to reply, he quickly left the place as if running away. The terrifying speed left an after-image of the body on the spot, telling everyone that this was Shisui's true nature. Shio watched with black lines on his head as Shisui's after-image slowly dissipated. He sighed helplessly, raised his hands high to reduce his hostility and slowly walked towards Tsunade. "Tsunade, don't be excited. I'm coming forward. Don't be excited." Tsunade stared hard, trying hard to open his eyes and stare at the guy who made him want to beat him to death. But after drinking too much, she couldn't hold back the strong sleepiness and fell asleep. Shio breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and hurried forward to hold Tsunade, who was about to fall, in his arms. Behind him, Shizun held his face in his hands, with golden light in his eyes, looking like he was going to burst from the CP. Shio glared at her angrily and cursed. "Still watching? Why don't you take her away quickly?" Shizun stuck out his tongue, moved his mouth towards Shio's waist and said, "Hey, Tsunade-sama is holding her tightly, I can't break it off." At this time, Shizun was only 16 years old. She was not as low-key and quiet as she was at the beginning of the plot, and there was a hint of girlish playfulness in her words. Shio looked down, and sure enough, Tsunade hugged him tightly at some point. Shio sighed, picked up Tsunade and asked, "Where do you live?" Shizun's eyes lit up, and he led Shio to their room. When several people arrived in the bedroom, Shizun left Tsunade and Shio in the bedroom, covered her mouth with a smile, and left the house alone. Shio looked at the pretty face in his arms with a complex look on his face. The reason why Shisui and Shizun reacted like that just now. It's all about Tsunade being his first woman. Shio can be regarded as a ninja of the same generation as Uchiha Fugaku. Now he is 28 years old, and the 32-year-old Fugaku has 2 children. As a reborn person, Shio will naturally not engage in any nonsense such as keeping one's body intact or rejecting the love between his children for the sake of the family. On the contrary, as a famous handsome boy of the Uchiha clan, Shio enjoys no less treatment in the ninja school than Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke. Coupled with the explosion of information about the past life, it can be said that the number of ex-girlfriends Shio has talked about in Konoha over the years is not even 100 but also 80. Especially when Shio lived during World War II and World War III, when everyone was living a precarious life, it was normal to be more open-minded. In addition, Shio is also a genius with outstanding talent who opened 3-tomo Sharingan early, rebirth of strong spiritual power. Faced with the anxiety of the night of genocide, Shio, who has perfect strength and appearance, mainly focuses on not letting a leaf touch him in a bush of thousands of flowers. But Tsunade is an exception. Chapter 48. But Tsunade is an exception. This guy is the sister of his classmate. Yes, Shio and Noeki are on the same level. As a reborn person with the advantage of being a prophet, Shio naturally wants to use Noeki's line to proactively establish a good relationship with Tsunade, one of the legendary Sunin in the future. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was busy targeting the ridiculously prestigious Senjo clan and Uzumaki clan. The situation of the Uchiha clan is not as urgent as it is now, so Shio can still live in harmony with the villagers easily. Therefore, when Shio was a child, he would go to Tsunade's house every now and then in the name of his classmates. From the initial approach with purpose, Shio actually regarded Noeki as a friend. After all, as a normal person, Noeki, a simple-minded fool who helps his brothers, is the friend that everyone hopes to have. So Shio began to try to change the ending of Noeki's tragic death. To this end, he took advantage of Noeki's unwillingness to admit defeat and forced him to compete with him to learn trap techniques. He even risked being exposed and told Noeki and Tsunade privately that Konoha might be studying wood style based on Noeki's first-generation bloodline. However, it is a pity that neither Uchiha Shio, an ordinary genin who just graduated, nor Tsunade, a descendant of the declining Senjo clan, have the strength to fight against Konoha F4 at its peak. After Noeki escaped the detonating talisman trap that was supposed to kill him, he was still assassinated and his internal organs were eviscerated. It was also at that time that Shio opened the 2 Megatama Sharingan, and relied on the mental power that comes with rebirth to quickly upgrade to 3 Megatama, becoming a genius second only to Kakashi in the future. It can be said that Shio was able to survive from the beginning of the Second Ninja War to the end of the Third Ninja War, and Noeki's death was indispensable. If it wasn't for Noeki's death that he opened Sharingan early, he wouldn't have survived to this day in the dangerous ninja war. Therefore, whether it was out of guilt or annoyance, Shio has been taking care of Tsunade intentionally or unintentionally by taking advantage of the plot, and Tsunade has always regarded Shio as his younger brother as his spiritual sustenance. But Shio knew that Tsunade was actually on Sarutobi Hiruzen's elimination list, but Tsunade escaped because of the protection of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. So he was worried that Tsunade would be tricked to death by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Great Ninja War due to his butterfly effect, so he used his familiarity with the plot to help her avoid being tricked by intelligence several times in the Great Ninja War and falling into a life-or-death crisis. Plot. But as Shio grew older and her body gradually developed, coupled with several life-saving graces, Tsunade's deep brother-sister love for Shio didn't know when it began to deteriorate. So one night after the Second Ninja War ended, I remembered Noeki. After drinking too much, the two people directly turned into firewood and staged a 5-hour documentary about siblings. Avi. After Shio sobered up, he put on his clothes and ran away feeling guilty. The rabbit hasn't eaten the grass on the edge of the nest yet. What's more, Shio was still young at that time and didn't want to give up the entire forest for a tree. In addition, Tsunade became one of the Sunin at that time, and her reputation as a medical princess who saved lives and healed the wounded was very popular in Konoha. Shio, who is familiar with the darkness of Konoha, knows very well that if Tsunade becomes Uchiha Tsunade with him, then Konoha F4 will definitely attack Tsunade mercilessly and kill this established fourth Hokage candidate in the cradle. At that time, Shio had no system, and his talent could only barely allow him to become a Jonin, which was not enough to fight Konoha F4. So in order to survive, Shio began to avoid Tsunade, and began to change girlfriends more and more, creating an image of a scumbag for himself. But secretly, he began to cultivate his own forces to overthrow the waste Uchiha Fugaku and plan to fight against Konoha's capital. And it turns out that Shio's approach is quite correct. Tsunade, who was suffering from love, had no intention of Hokage, and Heitake Sakumo, who had the highest reputation, naturally became the first one and was forced to commit suicide by Danzo using public opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to train Namikaze Minato and planned a plan to weaken the strength of each ninja clan and make the Sarutobi clan the first family in Konoha. Later, of course, it was exactly the same as in the plot. The major ninja clans suffered heavy losses in the Third Ninja World War. Sarutobi Hiruzen signed an unconditional peace treaty with Iwagakure at the cost of the Hokage position, killing the materials for the ninja clan to regain strength after the war. If it weren't for Shiyu's intervention, the Sarutobi clan would have become the first family in Konoha. The Third Ninja War ended, Namikaze Minato was elected fourth Hokage. Tsunade looked at the Senju clan, who was the only one left, and finally believed Shiyu's original statement about Konoha's plan to deal with the Senju clan. Frustrated, she was the first to leave Konoha and embark on the journey of Fat Sheep. So when Uchiha Shio came to power, he finally chose to push Tsunade to the position of Hokage in advance, instead of pushing Danzo to let Danzo and Hokage fight each other, with the thought of summoning her back to the village. After all, first love has the only buff attribute for men. But when Shio saw Tsunade again, he subconsciously slipped away. Because regardless of whether it was a fake show or not, Shio, who has now become the Grand Master, really doesn't want to hang himself on a tree after experiencing the vastness of the forest. At this time, Tsunade in Shio's arms seemed to have turned over due to her uncomfortable posture. Shio's already loose yukata followed her movements and made her shoulders slip. Shio, who had been single for 3 months, suddenly felt a little dry. Tsunade seemed to notice the aggressive gaze. She opened her eyes in confusion and saw Shio, who seemed to be dreaming. Then she pounced on him with charming eyes. Chapter 49. The words 5 hours are omitted here. A long drought brings sweet rain, and old friends meet in a foreign land. After experiencing a stormy night, Shio quietly took his hand out of the jade body before dawn and gave Tsunade a guilty look. Seeing that Tsunade was not disturbed, he hurriedly put on his clothes and left the room as if running away again. However, what Shio didn't know was that as soon as he left the room, Tsunade's closed eyes slowly opened. Tsunade stared at the door where Shio left with a complicated expression. It wasn't until Shizune poked her head out secretly that she came back to her senses and scolded Shizune coldly. "Shizune! What did you do last night?" Shizune trembled and waved his hands repeatedly. "You really don't blame me. Master Shio insisted on helping you yesterday, and I couldn't beat him." Tsunade almost laughed when he saw Shizune performing so hard. Did he really think he couldn't remember anything when he was drunk? As a medical ninja or a medical ninja who is good at detoxifying, how could he completely lose consciousness in the dangerous ninja world? At most, he would just let himself. Tsunade seemed to be thinking about last night, her cheeks turned red, and she seemed to be unwilling to admit that she was the one who struggled for so long last night. Shizune looked at the empty house and sighed with hatred. "Tsunade-sama, why did you let him run away? It took a lot of effort to catch him." Tsunade's face darkened and he glared at Shizune fiercely. "If you make your own decisions next time, I will strip you naked and throw you to him." Shizune curled his lips with disdain in his heart. He was also a medical ninja after all. Who knows who? Didn't you hold on to Master Shio with all your strength in the beginning? But Shizune naturally didn't dare to say it, and she had to pretend to be scared that she wouldn't dare anymore. As for what I actually think, I'm not sure. After all, she became Tsunade's disciple through Shio's help. So Shizune thanked this good man from the bottom of his heart for allowing him to apprentice with Tsunade-sama, the idol of all kunoichi. Unfortunately, what she didn't know was that the reason why Shio did this was because he had taken advantage of his dead uncle. Tsunade looked at Shizune, who had a bone in his head, and cursed angrily. "Get out of here and find out why he appears here." Tsunade sighed inwardly with a complicated expression. "Are you here to find yourself?" Thinking of this, Tsunade's face unconsciously showed a look of expectation. However, the next second, Shizune seemed to have remembered something and chirped excitedly to Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, this is incredible. Konoha has changed. Master Shio has become the leader of the Uchiha clan, and he has blocked the third Hokage from coming back to succeed the Hokage. Konoha is now divided into three major forces: the Sarutobi clan of the original Hokage clan, the Uchiha clan responsible for external defense, and the various ninja clan alliances that suffered heavy losses in the three wars. The Hokage now has no power, only spiritual symbols remain. You are now the fifth Hokage. The statues on the Hokage rock have been carved for you. The reason why Master Shio appears here is because Cloud Shinobi village is at war with Konoha. The Uchiha clan is leading the tribe to fight against Cloud Shinobi village. Tsunade, hi. At this time, Tsunade looked at Shizune with a confused look on his face. She obviously understood all the words, but she couldn't understand a single sentence together. What does it mean for Hokage to become oneself? When did I go back and recognize a Hokage? I do not know how. Am I sleepwalking? What the hell does the Hokage have no powers? Why is Konoha divided into three major forces? I didn't ask for it for several months, and Konoha was divided? Etc. Tsunade looked at Shizune nervously and asked. You mean the Uchiha clan was sent to fight Cloud Shinobi village? There are no other ninjas from the ninja clan. Shizune nodded hesitantly. It seems that only the Uchiha clan is fighting in the country of Yu. That's why Shiyu-sama appears here. Tsunade became anxious upon hearing this. Damn it, that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen must have done something wrong again. How could Shio agree to him? Isn't this going to death? The Senju clan listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's passionate deception. Instilling in the tribe the idea of protecting Konoha that Shode spent his whole life building, and of inheriting the Will of Fire with the Hokage as the goal, and being the heir to the Will of Fire, finally led to the annihilation of the tribe. The members of the Senju clan rushed to the battlefield one after another. As a result, World War II and World War III lasted for more than 10 years. Tsunade finally came to his senses when Iwagakure's peace treaty was signed and Sarutobi Hiruzen betrayed his companions regardless of Konoha's interests. But by that time it was already too late, and she was the only direct descendant of the Senju clan. Even among the side clan members, only a few female relatives were married into the common people of Konoha. The largest clan in Konoha was quietly removed from the clan. Tsunade naturally fell into endless self-blame. If he had listened to Shio earlier, the Senju clan would certainly not have fallen into this situation. But who would have thought that the perverted old master who laughed all day long and discussed with Jiraiya which bathhouse to go to peeping at would be so cruel? Even at the moment before an unconditional peace treaty is signed. Tsunade always thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen was his grandfather's successor of the Will of Fire. So the frustrated Tsunade chose to flee Konoha directly. It was also at this time that Shio approached Shizune and asked her to follow him and take care of Tsunade. However, now that Tsunade heard that the Uchiha clan was resisting Cloud Shinobi village alone, she subconsciously thought that this was Sarutobi Hiruzen's old routine. Tsunade, who was originally calm, suddenly became anxious. Chapter 50. Tsunade in the original work suffered from great psychological trauma due to the death of his brothers Noeki and Kato Dan, and also suffered from hemophobia. But now Tsunade has Shio who has replaced the psychological positions of Noeki and Kato Dan, so she is not depressed and suffers from hemophobia. But out of self-blame and not knowing how to treat Sarutobi Hiruzen, she still chose to escape, left Konoha, and lived the same life as in the original work. The only difference is probably that she often borrows money in the name of Sarutobi Hiruzen to vent her anger, but that's it. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's Pua skills, Tsunade can't get rid of the brainwashing of the Will of Fire for a while. After all, it was a terrifying evil spell that allowed Namikaze Minato to ignore the fact that his son had been mentally abused since childhood. But at this time, Tsunade no longer cares about the Will of Fire. A woman with a love brain can ignore all mental attacks. At this time, she just wants to find Shio quickly so that he can avoid making the same mistakes as herself. At this time, she didn't care about her embarrassment, put on her clothes, and chased him out. But there is no trace of Shio anywhere in the hotel at this time. The ruthless leader of the Uchiha clan had already fled in a hurry. Meeting my first ex-girlfriend in a foreign country. Shio muttered under his breath as he jumped quickly among the trees. It's a good thing he was drunk, otherwise he might have been as miserable as Jiraiya. The first time, Tsunade was also furious and chased him for at least half of Konoha, making it known to everyone. So Shio avoided Tsunade at first, not worrying about the possibility of being hammered to death by her. It's just that Shio always felt that something was inconsistent, as if Tsunade was afraid that others wouldn't know that she slept with him. Shio stopped in the middle of a tree, touched his chin and shook his head. How is it possible? How could Tsunade be so proactive? Then he looked towards a bush in the west and shouted loudly. Aren't you tired from squatting for so long? If you don't do it, I will. Do it. A low shout came. Countless shurikens and kunai flew from the darkness, blocking all Shio's ways of survival. Shio's originally frivolous face suddenly turned cold. His hands instantly formed seals, and his whole body sank directly into the earth. Boom boom! The detonating charm wrapped around the kunai exploded. The faces of the root members hiding in the dark changed drastically. What a fast seal formation! Got you! Shio's faint voice came from the bottom of one's feet. Genbu's expression changed drastically, and he looked down to see a pair of scarlet 3 Megatamas staring at him. The next second, he was pulled into the ground. Hard decapitation technique. With a click, the ninja's neck was instantly broken by Shio. Over there! A white-robed captain shouted, quickly formed a seal with his hands, and a huge fireball erupted from his mouth and rushed towards Shio. And at the same time, a teammate formed a seal instantly and slammed to the ground. Earth-style open the earth and dig. Shio, half of his body underground, was instantly lifted up from the ground and exposed to the fireball. Hey! Shio picked up the body beneath him and threw it towards the incoming fireball. Taking advantage of the gap between the corpses, Shio slinked out of the attack range. That's it. Shio stood in an open space and looked at the ninjas surrounding him leisurely, cloud shinobis or Konohas. Several root members rushed towards Shio again silently. Shio shook his head, with a regretful expression on his face and advised. Maybe I can let you go. However, the next second, Shio took a step forward, and countless identical after-images instantly appeared around him. The leader Jonan's expression changed. Genjutsu? Clone technique? No. This is the body flicker technique. Are you Shisui? However, he didn't wait for Shio's answer. The sharp kunai had already penetrated everyone's neck in an instant. There were several popping sounds. All the attackers, including Jonan, fell to the ground and twitched. The Jonan stared at Shio with a look of reluctance and wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and refused to rest in silence as the blood poured back into his mouth. Shio shook off the kunai bloodline and muttered with a bored look on his face. Who said that only Shisui can use the body flicker technique? He knelt down to find out the identity of the visitor. However, the corpses of several people suddenly spontaneously ignited and emitted green flames, incinerating them completely. Shio narrowed his eyes as he looked at the secret technique of destroying corpses and eradicating traces. Is it really Umbu's method? I just don't know if it's Cloud Shinobi's Umbu or Konoha's Umbu. When Umbu is performing a mission, his identity is not as obvious as in the comics. All Umbu perform shady missions. During the mission, they will erase all identifying information. It is impossible to get any information from Umbu just by relying on the corpse. A situation like Kakashi's that became known to everyone was simply someone deliberately leaking information so that he could no longer stay in Umbu. At that time, the Uchiha clan had been destroyed, and Umbu had to accept the job of the Konoha guard, and his power would become unprecedentedly great. Kakashi, a guy who was inserted halfway by 4th generation, has always maintained his own bottom line and cannot completely integrate into the darkness. This makes it impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to leave Umbu to him to manage. That's why Kakashi was kicked out of Umbu and became an ordinary guide jonin. After searching to no avail, Shio shook his head. At this time, it no longer matters who the enemy is, because it is difficult to successfully assassinate him with his current strength. He waited for a while, and after confirming that no one would come to collect the body, he jumped onto the treetop again and disappeared into the distance. And after more than half a day, several masked ninjas appeared in the fighting venue. The leader looked around. Finally, I found the code left by my companion in a hidden place. Several people looked at each other. Instantly disappeared from the place. Chapter 51. Nine Tails roars in the moonlight. Opening his mouth and firing a tailed beast bomb, plowing a terrifying ravine in Konoha. The scene of Danzo wearing a bandage appears. I also don't want this to be a game, he set for himself to return to the position of Hokage. A huge red eye, Sarutobi Hiruzen, rises up and looks down with a sinister smile. Chidori. Kakashi rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the next second Lin's eyes widened as she was pierced by her own Chidori. Kakashi. 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 Ah. Hufohu. Kakashi stood up from the bed with wide eyes. This was not the first time he dreamed of midnight ominous forest, but this time there was another midnight ominous ape. Kakashi lay back on the tatami and covered his left eye with his hand. Obito. After losing Sharingan, Kakashi found that his strength was not retreating but advancing. After chakra is no longer consumed by Sharingan, it is no longer its own shortcoming. He touched the white fang short sword next to him. In the past 3 months, his strength has not only returned to the time when he replaced Sharingan, but he has also surpassed it and become a real Jonin. It is different from the previous special Jonin who relied on Sharingan's observation ability and Chidori's speed to reach the Jonin level of attack. At this time, Kakashi has reached Jonin's level in all aspects. After losing the Sharingan, Kakashi can use more chakra to improve his all-round hexagonal attributes. And because Sharingan has been turned on for a long time over the years, Kakashi's precise operation of chakra has reached an extremely buggy level. This is also the biggest reason why he can quickly return to Jonin. Konoha, White Fang. Kakashi remembered the development direction Uchiha Shiyu told him. The back of the heroic father once again appeared in his mind. Then came the voice of Uchiha Shiyu. Umbu is under the direct supervision of the Shadow, and all orders are issued by the Shadow. There are multiple 4 or 5 person teams under the army, and the team leader uniformly conveys orders and leads the execution of tasks. Missions are called by code names. The members all wear white masks that imitate animals when operating, and the nature of the mission and all other information are kept confidential. Umbu has 2 rules. Rule 1, do not leave a corpse behind but also eliminate traces of the corpse. Rule 2, wear a mask when performing tasks under normal circumstances. Heitake Sakumo is the captain of Umbu. His identity is top secret, no one should even know that he joined Umbu. In order to save the companions, the mission failed and Konoha suffered heavy losses. If someone directly under Umbu hadn't deliberately spread public opinion, those villagers wouldn't even know that Heitake Sakumo was Umbu, let alone the content or details of the mission. As an elite Jonin, status, Heitake Shijisaku's willpower is beyond anyone's reach, and he committed suicide because he failed in the mission? Don't be ridiculous, there are too many ninjas who have failed their missions. If they all commit suicide, then there won't be many ninjas left alive in Konoha. Unless he has a reason to commit suicide, such as a powerful enemy, such as the threat of an enemy, such as a son who just graduated from a ninja school and was inexplicably promoted to Chunin or even Jonin. In war, Jonin needs to lead a team to perform tasks alone. If he does not have enough experience, then he will die. Think about it, young man, Konoha does not only have the will of fire, the roots of Konoha are almost rotten. Father. Kakashi's eyes were filled with tears at this time. He had never thought about this in terms of political struggle before. At this time, he had not experienced the battle between Danzo and the 3rd generation Hokage, and had not seen Konoha secretly researching wood style and sacrificing countless people to create Yamato. He never thought that his father committed suicide to protect himself, until Shio patted his shoulder and asked him to think clearly. Kakashi stood up and washed his face, then unconsciously washed his right hand that was holding Lin. Is Konoha, which Rin wants to protect even if she commits suicide, worth it? Kakashi fell into deep pain. He put on his ninja vest and prepared to visit the Hokage building. Yesterday I received news from the Ministry of Information that the first batch of quotas for the Ministry of National Defense will be determined today. As one of the earliest responders, I should have a quota. He wanted to see if the true inheritance of the will of fire that Uchiha Shiyu said really existed. Yo! Kakashi! At this time, an excited shout came from the street. Kakashi turned around and saw that Might Guy was holding balls in his mouth and waving to him constantly. Come and eat together. This is not the first time Guy has invited Kakashi, but since the death of fourth generation, Kakashi's eyes have become colder and colder, and he has never agreed to Might Guy's invitation. However, Guy still took the trouble to invite over and over again. It was the same this time. Guy had no hope and just shouted subconsciously. However, this time Kakashi turned his head and walked towards the meatball shop. He pointed at the remaining bunch of 3-color meatballs on Guy's plate and coughed. That, give it to me. Guy, Okay. Kakashi, let's have a fateful duel. Then let's compare to guessing. Oh ouch. Chapter 52. Under Might Guy's kneeling gaze with a depressed face, Kakashi left happily gesturing at the scissors in his hand. At least it's enough that Konoha still has this kind of fool worth protecting. In the meatball shop, Sarutobi Asuma passed by and saw Might Guy lying on the ground and asked with a strange look on his face. What are you doing? Might Guy was resurrected with full health and shouted excitedly. Oh! My lifelong rival! I will definitely beat you next time. Sarutobi Asuma. At this time, Might Guy looked back at Asuma and said with a strange expression. Were you released? 2 days ago, Asuma signed up to join the Ministry of National Defense, but nothing happened after that. It has been more than a month since I last saw Asuma. Asuma heard this and looked around as if he was a ghost. I ran away secretly. Damn it! I had to go to some Daimyo mansion to be a guard for the Daimyo. What good is being a guard? There is no excitement in defending Konoha. What Asuma hasn't said yet is that Kurenai Yui wants the Charizard. If she can get it through military exploits, she will definitely be impressed by her. Might Guy blinked. Oh, that's it, then come on. Asuma looked at Might Guy with an organ expression on his face. Aren't you going? Might Guy shook his head. I won't go. Asuma glanced at Might Guy with a strange look on his face, as if he was wondering why this reckless man was not moved by such a good thing. Okay, I'll leave first, don't say you've seen me. After Asuma finished speaking, he sneaked away from the back door. Not long after, several umbu landed in front of Guy from the door with a swishing sound. Have you seen Master Asuma? Might Guy quickly shook his head. Umbu cursed and stepped on the house again. Might Guy blinked and walked out of the meatball shop. Idiot, why is the ninja world war so easy to fight? If I go to the battlefield with such strength, I'm afraid it's not like giving food to others. Others say he is stupid, but in fact he is very witty most of the time. Let's run 100 times around the weight of Konoha's youth. Youth is indeed going to burn. Oh ouch! The surrounding villagers all took 2 steps towards the distance. Facts have proved that there is a difference between recklessness and stupidity. One of the most important requirements for Chunin and Jonin's assessment criteria is to be able to accurately decide the direction of the team's next action in a complex mission environment. Might Guy can become Konoha's elite Jonin, so he can't be a fool. He is even smarter than most ninjas in Konoha, or he has a beast-like intuition of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Therefore, in the future, when he receives information about the exchange of missions from the Prajna crowds in the Kingdom of Lin, he will instantly realize that he is just a bait on the surface. Therefore, Guy, who participated in the Third Ninja War and sacrificed his father, naturally knew that the war was not as trivial as it was advertised. Even based on the division of power that occurred in Konoha during this period, one word would come to his mind instinctively after looking at Asuma: idiot. He didn't know why, but he always felt that Asuma was doing something stupid. Might Guy couldn't figure it out and didn't use his brain too much, so he put on the special training clothes his father left for him, howled and started running around Konoha again. At this time, among the Sarutobi tribe, Konoha F4 gathered together again for tea. However, there was no smile on their faces at this time, and everyone was silent, waiting for something. Finally an umbu appeared with a whoosh. Holding a document in his hand, he knelt down and said, Lord Hokage, the code has been deciphered. Bring here. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the file and opened it. There were several large characters written on it. Shio is Shisui. Several Konoha F4s were stunned. What does it mean? Are Uchiha Shio and Shisui the same person? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before suddenly reacting. I see. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sullen face. What's the meaning? He didn't have many dead soldiers under his command, so losing the entire squad at once made him feel heartbroken. It was obviously just an ordinary jonin, but an elite team led by jonin could successfully assassinate him no matter what. After finally waiting until he was alone, the news came back that the entire team was wiped out. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the information and smiled confidently. I see, that's no wonder. Danzo frowned. Hurry up and say it, what's the point? Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at the code and said. The Shio left behind by Umbu is Shisui, which means that what they encountered may not be Uchiha Shio, but Uchiha Shisui who transformed into Shio. You may have heard how strong Shunsui Shisui is. It's really impossible for a root team to defeat him. Danzo, you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded confidently and said. It's definitely not wrong. The one currently recruiting soldiers in Konoha is Uchiha Shio. Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homuro looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with admiration. You'll be found dead? Danzo asked with an ugly face. Wouldn't that mean we can't do anything to him? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and took a sip of tea and slowly said. You know, the Hokage successor secretary has not yet officially reported to the Daimyo. The purpose of Shio's return this time is to ask for military expenses and submit new documents from the Daimyo. The other people brightened up after hearing this. I see, we can do it on the road. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Don't miss this time. It's just a jonin. It's time to take out the card in your hand. Danzo snorted with a strange look in his eyes. Then he stood up and left the courtyard. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled proudly. As long as Shio dies, the Uchiha clan will definitely be leaderless again. Then Uchiha Fugaku will be allowed to come back to power. Hokage-sama, no good, Master Asuma ran away again. What? Catch me quickly. That scoundrel. Chapter 53. Not to mention the rebellious dog Asuma. At this time, Shio was quickly walking through the woods. At this time, he had left the battlefield of Tang country and was heading to the Grass Kingdom further west. And the reason for going here? There's nothing else to it, the main thing is that Uchiha now has no money. When I watched anime in my previous life, I didn't feel anything. No one except Kakuzu seems to care how much Asuma's head is worth. However, when Shio truly took control of the Uchiha clan, he discovered that no matter what he did, he needed money. Medicines, food and grass, ninja tools, detonating charms, propaganda. If the Uchiha clan was in a peaceful state in the past, everyone would just stay in the Konoha guards and receive a fixed salary when the time came. In this way, there would be no need to worry about Shio, the clan leader. Now everyone has followed him in transformation, from civil servants to private companies, and the military expenditures collected from Daimyo are about to bottom out. After all, conscription used to be compulsory, but now it is paid. Therefore, in order to open source, Shio decided to continue the original plan to make money. Make war fortune. Don't look at the 5 major countries who suffered a bloody blow. But in fact, the wars between small countries are more miserable, and they basically never stop fighting. Whether it is the big countries using their country as a buffer zone for war, or the small shinobi villages competing for the customers of celebrities and nobles. In short, if you want to survive, the war in Xionin village cannot stop, because once it stops, the meaning of their existence will disappear. If the 5 major ninja villages can still be self-sufficient with their missions after the war. So once Xiao Ninja village loses the war, it will be completely reduced to the lowest level of workers. The 5 great ninja villages accept tasks regardless of country or region. Rather than giving them to these small country ninja villages, it is better to find the 5 great ninja villages that are more reliable. And it is precisely because of this that Shio has the opportunity to make a fortune. At this time, he was already near the Grass Ninja village. Stop! Suddenly several ninjas blocked Shio's path. Who are you? A smile flashed across Shio's lips, and then his eyes turned into Scarlet 3 Megatama and he said calmly. Chief of the Uchiha clan, Shio. The two grass ninjas trembled and looked into Shio's eyes with frightened expressions. They looked at each other and asked in a more respectful voice. I wonder what the purpose of Chief Uchiha's visit to our grass ninja village is? You should know that we are currently at war, so it stands to reason that we should first confirm the visit time through paperwork, right? The two of them were extremely worried that the person in front of them was an enemy hired by Taki Ninja Village. Now that the Uchiha clan has made a big move on the battlefield of Yuno country, Kamui's story has spread throughout the ninja world. With the power of one clan to withstand the fighting power of a village, some old people are reminded of the fear of being dominated by the Uchiha clan. As for a small ninja village like theirs, the Grass Ninja Village, although the leader has the title of Kage, he is just a jonin in terms of strength. There is no elite jonin in the entire village. Shio looked at the nervous two people and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm here just to represent the Uchiha clan and negotiate a deal with Kusukage. The two of them were stunned when they heard this. Buy or sell? Then one of them asked in a harsh voice, can we report it first? Shio smiled and nodded, of course, no problem. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they really weren't looking for trouble. Immediately after passing the report, Shio entered the Suiying Tower under the personal welcome of Suiying, and there were no less than 10 umbu who were responsible for following him. Kaying smiled coquettishly at Shio and asked. I wonder why Master Shio came here. Political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Although the Uchiha clan has suffered heavy losses due to successive ninja wars, it is not easy to destroy a grass ninja village. Shio smiled slightly. Do some business with Lord Kusukage. Buy or sell? Shio took out the technological ninjutsu glove and put it on the table, and then took out 3 bullet-sized technological ninjutsu scrolls. This is a god-killing glove developed by our Uchiha clan. It allows a genin to display strength comparable to Kage level. What? Kusage looked at Shio with a shocked expression, and was speechless. How is that possible? Shio smiled slightly. You can find someone to experiment on. These 3 secret scrolls contain the C-level fire-style ninjutsu fire bomb technique, the B-level water-style ninjutsu water dragon bomb technique, and the A-level ninjutsu lightning-style chidori. As long as you put on this glove, even a ninja school student can easily release ninjutsu that only elite jonin can release. Kaying and the assistant next to him looked at the gloves and scrolls on the table with disbelief. Just this little thing? The grass shadow asked in an unbelievable voice. How can genin release A-level ninjutsu? Doesn't it require chakra to use it? Shio smiled slightly. You guessed it right, these secret scrolls were personally made by jonin of our Uchiha clan. Each jonin can only make 10 scrolls a day, so they are extremely precious. If your village can equip this ninja tool during the mission, and a genin suddenly uses an A-level ninjutsu, I don't need to tell you the effect, right? Chapter 54. Grass Shadows and Grass Shadows assist eyes widening. What do ninjas fight? It's information. As long as you don't reach the super shadow level, you may be stabbed to death by a kunao, let alone an A-level ninjutsu that sticks to your face. Kusage asked Shio excitedly. Well, can we try? Shio nodded. Of course you can, but there is still a cost. Cao Ying nodded as a matter of course and said respectfully. It should. Then several people came to a training ground. The grass shadow waved and summoned a little kid. Genin asked Shio. Chief Shio, can it be genin? Shio nodded, as long as you have chakra, it doesn't matter if it's genin or not. You just need to put on gloves and input chakra into the gloves to select the corresponding secret scroll. Cao Ying nodded and asked genin beside him, do you understand? Genin looked at the gloves with excitement and nodded. He still has a chance to use high-level ninjutsu, and even once, he can steal the show. Remember? Genin then put on the glove and jammed the scroll bullet into the groove on the back of the glove. The grass shadow pointed at the target in the distance and said. Try targeting that wooden golem. Yes. Genin reached out and entered the chakra into the scroll representing the fire bullet. There was a click. The scroll protruded directly from the back of his hand and burned in midair. The next second, terrifying flames erupted from the void and directly roasted the wooden golem into charcoal. Nani? Grass Shadow and Assistant Grass Shadow looked at the genin in shock. Instant. Shio beside him smiled proudly. This was the effect he wanted. Seeing it in person was much more shocking than the introduction. If before, it only allowed genin to cast ninjutsu comparable to cage level, but now it can cast A-level ninjutsu instantly. The pervert degree of this ninja tool has been improved by more than one level. With a clap of hands, you can get whatever you want. That is a privilege that only Chao Yang has. The rest of the people, even if they are at the peak of cage level, need to get started. Fast nodding and not needing nodding are completely different concepts. Raise-non can be ranked in the ranks of A-level ninjutsu, largely because it is a Muji ninjutsu. Kusage said excitedly to Genin, quick. Try the other two ninjutsu. Genin nodded and continued to inject chakra into the second scroll with the same excitement. A huge water dragon bomb appeared directly out of thin air and bombarded the target, shattering it into pieces. Then there was no pause. The third secret scroll comes instantly with the water dragon bomb. Chidori. A harsh buzz accompanied by a dazzling white light flashed in Genin's hand. He watched with excitement as the Chidori in his hand erupted with dazzling light. Is this the famous ninjutsu of Kakashi, the legendary 10-year-old Jonin genius in the Third Ninja War? Chidori. Genin Choji shouted, and with Chidori's acceleration, he instantly rushed to the wall of the training ground. A loud bang came out. Genin blasted a big hole in the solid concrete wall of the training ground. Good. Cao Ying stood up excitedly and shouted. With this thing, the Taki ninja village opposite is just a bunch of scum. Kusage excitedly held Shiyu's hand and said urgently. How many of these things does Chief Shiyu have? I bought them. Shiyu took his hand out with a smile and said with a smile. Don't worry, let's talk about the price first. Oh, yes, look at my brain, it's mainly because I'm too excited. The group of people returned to the reception room, and Kusukage touched the glove of the scientific ninja tool like a treasure. Chief Shiyu, how much do these gloves cost? Shiyu waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, there is no charge for these gloves, they are given free of charge. Kaiying's eyes lit up, really? Shiyu nodded and said. It's absolutely true, and you can have as many as you want, all for free. Sukage slapped the table, that's great. Thank you so much, Chief Shiyu. Shiyu grinned, I'm afraid you don't know what is free and the most expensive, and what is in-app purchase. However, since the secret scroll requires the Jonin to make it themselves, you know how difficult it is, so there is no way to charge for the secret scroll. When Cao Ying heard this, he nodded repeatedly and said. I understand, that's for sure. We brothers can't be bothered. How much does one cost? I'll buy it. At this time, Kaiying was ready to equip all his subordinates with this artifact, which was given away for free anyway. He happily picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Immediately, he will be able to feel proud of himself and get more rewards. Maybe even directly use this artifact to wipe out the ninja village of Taki and snatch away all the tasks within the country of Taki. With this thing, I can defeat the 5 major ninja villages in a matter of seconds. C-level ninjutsu scrolls cost 100,000 taels each, B-level ninjutsu scrolls cost 200,000 taels, A-level 1 million taels, and S-level 10 million taels. Grass Shadow, poof. Chapter 55. How many? C-level ninjutsu scrolls cost 100,000 taels each, B-level ninjutsu scrolls cost 200,000 taels, A-level 1 million taels, and S-level 10 million taels. Shio repeated it again with a smile. The grass shadow stuttered and said. But, in this case, the reward is the same as posting a task of the same level, right? And it's still the highest limit. The reward for a C-level mission is 30,000 to 100,000 taels, the reward for a B-level mission is 80,000 to 200,000 taels, and the reward for an A-level mission is 150,000 to 1 million taels. S-level missions cost more than 1 million taels. To be honest, when the mission reaches S-level, 10 million taels is actually not too high. After all, one Asuma's head costs 35 million taels. But that was the son of the third Hokage, the elite Jonin of Konoha, the 12 guardian ninjas of the Fire Country Daimyo. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen has created too much identity aura to pave the way for his son. 10 million taels for an S-level ninjutsu, something only so many rich people can do. Anyway, their grass ninja village can't do such a rich thing. Even if it's A-level. Kusage remembered the A-level ninjutsu Chidori used by Genin, and his heart ached uncontrollably. The grass shadow assistant on the side understood the difficulty of his own shadow, and said with an embarrassed smile. I wonder if Chief Shio can make it cheaper. You also know the difficulties of us grass ninjas. Spending the money for a mission to buy a one-time ninjutsu is better than spending money to hire ninjas. It's just that the mission levels of war missions all start at B level, but they are still cheaper. Shio looked at the hesitant two people and smiled slightly. There will be no counter-offering for small businesses. Cao Ying and assistant Cao Ying looked at each other with apologetic expressions. In this case, I'm afraid we have to apologize. After all, we are just a small ninja village. Rather than spending huge sums of money to build an elite force, it would be better to let the ninjas under your command die a few more times. They are all civilians anyway, and they can be put on the battlefield after just a few days of training. Human lives are the least valuable in times of war. Shio wasn't angry when he saw this. He just picked up his gloves and shook his head with regret. Really? That's a pity. In that case, I can only go to the Taki ninja village opposite to have a look. I believe they must be more interested in this thing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yes. We want it. Grass Shadow and Assistant Grass Shadow shouted excitedly. The country of Taki is already richer than the country of Grass. If it is sold to the other side, it will basically have no way to survive. Shio grinned, showing a devilish expression. When Shio left, all the secret scrolls on his body have been turned into banknotes. It has to be said that even small villages are not necessarily poor, because the money in these villages relies on those businessmen and nobles. These people actually have no national boundaries, and their business is not limited to a small country at all. Just like Cardo, who appears in the plot of The Country of Waves, as one of the few richest people in the world, he can easily control the economy of the entire Country of Waves. Therefore, although the Country of Grass is small, it is not really poor. After all, to a certain extent, they are thugs raised by these rich and nobles. Shio wanted to complain more than once about the ninja world, a political system with complete independence of military, political, and financial power. Shio vowed to wait until the family is completely strong to let the group of worms clamoring behind the scenes understand what democracy is and what political power is from the barrel of a gun. In addition to making a lot of money from this transaction, there were two unexpected surprises. One of them is that the family system opened a new trade sector after Shio completed the transaction. Kusanagi Village appears in the trade object section as a business partner. The transaction volume of trade object transactions will be converted into family reputation at a ratio of 10,000 to 1. This time, all the goods Shio brought were sold for a high price of 1 billion taels. And of course, Shio's system backend has 100,000 more points. This is a huge sum of money. Who knows how distressed Shio was when he was like a master of pyramid schemes and used all of his family reputation of 1,800 yuan to buy the secret scroll blueprints for scientific ninja tools. In order to deal with this transaction, he even spent 100 reputation points to buy a one-time scientific ninja scroll A-level Chidori. That's right, that thing is a one-time use, mainly to show the effect to Sokage and the others. A-level scientific ninjutsu design drawings require a huge investment of up to 10,000 points. Shio has already discovered that he seems to be still in the novice protection period at this time. Both the Ninja Tool Research Center and the training ground are benefits for beginners. And those dense activations in the background require 10,000 points of family buildings to really be good things. If we simply rely on the 1,800 members of the Uchiha clan, we may not be able to get one together even in the years of the monkey. Now that the trade section has been opened, things are completely different. Just one trade directly increased his family reputation by 100,000 points. This was something I couldn't even imagine before. In the past 3 months, including the first reward for conquering the tribe, the total family reputation has not reached 10,000 points. If Shio wanted to, he could even upgrade the Summoning Beast Breeding Center to level 3. Maybe it can directly summon some more terrifying monsters or something like that. However, considering that he would need to surrender before he could use it for his own purposes, Shio decisively gave up on this upgrade operation, which was obviously a suicide attempt. He has already initially figured out the effects of these buildings. Level 1 is about things from the local world, while levels above level 2 start to involve things from the other world. If you can continue to upgrade the building. Thinking of this, even with Shio's level of nourishment, he couldn't help showing a YY expression. At this time, a slightly frightened voice came from the side. That, sir. Chapter 56. That, sir. At this time, there was a beautiful woman in her early 20s with red hair and red eyes standing next to Shio. At first glance, she looks 80 to 90% similar to Uzumaki Kushina. And she was Shio's second surprise when he came to Keion village. Chizuru Uzumaki. And she is the mother of Uzumaki Korin, who was supposed to appear in the anime. However, due to the butterfly effect, Uzumaki Chizuru is still single at this time. Not long after she came to Kusakuage village to seek asylum, Kusage offered Shio 5 million taels in exchange for it. Even though it has been many years since the Uzumaki clan was wiped out, there are still bounty orders on the black market for unknown persons offering rewards for the Uzumaki clan. It is definitely not a loss if it is used to pay for 5 million. Moreover, Shio also knows that her identity is the same direct royal bloodline as Uzumaki Kushina, and more importantly, she is a distant relative of the Senjo family. Spending 5 million taels to buy it is definitely not a loss at all. After all, Rinnegan needs the blood of the Senjo clan, or to be precise, the blood of the sage body. At this time, Uzumaki Chizuru looked sad. Facing the hostile force of the Senjo clan, which she was once a distant relative of, she could no longer imagine her next tragic experience. Uzumaki Chizuru asked pitifully. Can you tell me where I will be sent next? Shio glanced at Uzumaki Chizuru and said. Don't worry, I won't hand you over to Konoha. Chizuru Uzumaki was stunned and looked at Shio in astonishment. Shio slowly asked. The destruction of the Uzumaki clan will involve Konoha Umbu's participation, right? Uzumaki Chizuru bit her lip, and tears flowed out unconsciously. The Uzumaki clan is a powerful family together with the Senjo clan and the Uchiha clan. Even after excluding the individual combat power of Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the Uzumaki clan is even stronger than the Senjo clan and Uchiha clan. Just by the fact that the Uzumaki clan established the Uzumaki village and the country of Uzumaki on their own, we can see how powerful the Uzumaki clan is. Rather than saying that the Senjo clan inherited the sage body, it is better to say that the Uzumaki clan is the heir to the sage body. After all, there is only one Senjo Hashirama in the Senjo clan, but everyone in the Uzumaki clan is Uzumaki Naruto. The huge amount of chakra and the innate talent to control chakra will be possessed by the pure-blooded Whirlpool clan. Such a powerful clan is definitely the solid backing of the Senjo clan. As long as the Uzumaki clan is not destroyed, his idea of incorporating Hokage into the Sarutobi clan will never be realized. In addition, after the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, only Konoha got a pure-blood Uzumaki clan princess and a full set of sealing ninjutsu. It is pure nonsense to say that there is no trick in it. Multinational alliance to destroy Uchiha, isn't it just because of his terrifying sealing technique that can control tailed beasts? As a result, Kirigakuer and Cloud Shinobi village, which destroyed the Whirlpool country, still used the inferior sealing technique that was running rampant all day long. On the contrary, Konoha, an ally who came to the rescue late, not only obtained the Whirlpool bloodline, but also gathered together the sealing technique. No joke. Many of the Uzumaki clan who escaped from the country of Whirlpool were unwilling to defect to Konoha, an ally of the country of Whirlpool, even if they were bitten to death and nestled in the war-torn Rain Shinobi village. This is enough to show that the destruction of the Whirlpool country is very closely related to Konoha village. Even the kingdom of Whirlpool didn't even put up any decent resistance. It was probably because of being poisoned and stabbed in the back by Konoha, an ally, that other countries had an opportunity to take advantage of it. Now the appearance of Uzumaki Chizuru has completely confirmed Shio's previous guess. There is a high probability that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old Yunbai, used the excuse of needing a new Jinchuriki and took the opportunity to plot against the top management of the Uzumaki country, and then brought back Uzumaki Kushina and the inheritance of the Uzumaki country. And this also caused those direct bloodlines of the Uzumaki clan who knew the truth to not dare to go to Konoha for shelter, and just hid in the Xiao ninja village and eked out an ignoble existence. If Uzumaki Chizuru had not died, Uzumaki Korin would not have been forced by Kusanagi to take the Chunin exam, and was discovered by Orochimaru and taken under his command. Looking at the silent Uzumaki Chizuru, Shiyu slowly spoke. We, the Uchiha clan, are now facing the same situation as you, the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. That guy Sarutobi Hiruzen has always wanted to get rid of the Uchiha clan, so you don't have to worry that I will hand you over to Konoha. On the contrary, the Uchiha clan is currently carrying out a revolution within Konoha. All ninjas who are persecuted by Sarutobi Hiruzen will be protected by our Uchiha clan. Uzumaki Chizuru looked at Shiyu excitedly after hearing this. Are you telling the truth? Shiyu stretched out his hand with a smile and said. Of course it's true. Tsunade, the only heir to the Senju clan, and I are still very good friends. If you don't believe it, I can send you to stay with her. Uzumaki Chizuru burst into tears when she heard this. She has lived too many homeless days in these years. She was a child about the same age as Kushina when the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, and it was really difficult to survive with red hair until now. Thank you. Thank you. Uzumaki Chizuru knelt on the ground excitedly and kept kowtowing in thanks. I am willing to follow Master Shiyu and become my slave. Chapter 57. Shiyu didn't expect Uzumaki Chizuru to react so violently. But thinking that she was forced to live in exile for more than 10 years when she was 12 years old, she is still alive and well now. The appearance of Uzumaki Chizuru made Shiyu suddenly realize that what he could do was not limited to Konoha. In addition to Uzumaki Chizuru, Sand Shinobi village also seems to have a hero named Hayakura who was tragically tricked to death and is still alive. Although Iwagakure has signed a peace treaty with Konoha, he faces the more dishonest Sand Shinobi village. Iwagakure has not given up his intention to make a fortune. Sand Shinobi village was suffering from being attacked from both sides by Kirigakure and Iwagakure, so it negotiated and signed a peace treaty with Kirigakure, and the price was their hero Yakang who had killed countless ninjas in Kirigakure. The capable Susanada Buddha is unable to engage in these disgusting political deals all day long. Uchiha Shiyu has completely forgotten that he is also using political means to get Sarutobi Hiruzen into trouble. He took Chizuru Uzumaki back to the front line of U country. Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari have been waiting here for a long time. The two of them took advantage of the opportunity to recruit soldiers and returned to their clan. Nowadays, Cloud Shinobi village is harassed by a fire-breathing dragon and is miserable. But at this time, Uzumaki Yashiro had a sad look on his face. Master Shio, harassment tactics cannot take effect now. Cloud Shinobi village sent Jinchuriki here. Shio frowned. Jinchuriki. As a reborn person, he knows very well that Mangekyō can control the tailed beast, which refers to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and that is even when the tailed beast does not have Jinchuriki. Even if the influence of Jinchuriki is not considered, the terrifying eye power consumed by controlling the tailed beast chakra alone is not something that an ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan can withstand. Maybe he would go blind even if he didn't even have to control it a few times. The reason why Obito can control Nine Tails is because of the summoning contract Uchiha Madara signed with Nine Tails and the bug of the Hashirama cell card on his body. Uchiha Yashiro said solemnly. Yes, our team has suffered several losses. The opponent's Jinchuriki can directly sense our traces coupled with the continuous rotation of sensing ninjas, the clan members can no longer get close to the Cloud Shinobi village. Several squads rushed forward rashly, but suffered heavy losses. Only the fast cavalry squad and the spearman squad were able to escape alive. However, they also opened the 3 Tomo Sharingan after this incident and were promoted to the swordsman team. I have asked the rest of the people to hibernate and did not continue to attack the enemy. Shio was silent for a moment, then nodded with an ugly look on his face. Even though he knew that he could not guarantee that all his clan members would be safe, Shio couldn't help but feel uncomfortable when he heard that there were casualties among his clan members. But after all, he had been fighting since World War II until now, and he recovered immediately after just a little discomfort. Shio nodded and said solemnly, "This is enough. The recruitment in Konoha has been completed. I also brought enough money this time. Next, let the tribesmen regroup and run in with the ninjas who came to the battlefield as soon as possible. Reorganize the team according to Tsunade's original proposal of 4 people, so that each clan member will lead 3 ninjas of Chunin or above. The genin team is centrally managed, and they elect their own captains, and then they follow the orders of Rice Fire. Remember, don't pursue Mangekyō deliberately. Our Uchiha clan is a clan of love. If we cannot truly accept them, we cannot open Mangekyō Sharingan." "Yes, yes." Yashiro and Inari nodded in unison. Yashiro suddenly spoke to Shio. "Chief Shio, Shisui of Konoha has sent news that Sarutobi Hiruzen's son Sarutobi Asuma is also on the list of applicants, and has left Konoha and came here early." Shio froze on the spot. "Huh? Who are you talking about? Sarutobi Asuma? Sarutobi Hiruzen is brain dead." Yashiro and Inari coughed twice. "I heard it was to gain military merit and be qualified to contract with Charmander. It was said that it was to be given to my girlfriend." Shio looked confused. "Girlfriend? He has a girlfriend now." "Ahem, future girlfriend." Uchiha Shio was suddenly shocked. Damn it, did he start licking so early? But Shio knew that Asuma only caught up with Kurane long after the plot started. It was at least 12 years since the beginning of that time period. Where is he now? He is a member of the team under Inahuo. In terms of strength, he can be considered an elite Chunin. Compared with ordinary civilian Chunin, Asuma, the second young master of the Sarutobi clan, naturally received a top-notch education. Uchiha narrowed his eyes and asked Shio. "Clan leader, do you want it?" Daohuo made a gesture of wiping his neck with his thumb. Shio glared at Uchiha Inari and cursed. "What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm still a child. The Uchiha clan's Ministry of National Defense who sacrificed their lives to come to us trusts us. How can you think so?" Uchiha looked at Shio in shock. "Brother, we are feuding now." Shio smiled and waved his hand and said. "Superficial, have you ever heard of the Will of Fire?" Chapter 58. Shio didn't explain. It just made the confused two find the equally confused Sarutobi Asuma. At this time, Asuma had just turned 16, and was still at an unreliable age where he didn't even have a hair on his mouth. Asuma, who was still a Chunin, looked nervous at Uchiha Shio, who had been active since World War II. "Master Shio, do you have any orders?" Shio looked at Asuma, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, showing a kind expression. "I heard that you are the son of the 3rd generation. At this time, Asuma is always being protected like Konohamaru. Asuma has no way of knowing about the feud between Uchiha Shio and Sarutobi Hiruzen at the Jonin gathering." Asuma had an angry expression on his face. He patted his chest suddenly and said. "Master Shio, you don't need to take special care of me just because I am the son of the 3rd Hokage. I have grown up and am still an elite Chunin. Please rest assured that I will not hold you back." Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha looked at Asuma with questions. There was an incredible look in those eyes. What's happening here? Is Sarutobi Hiruzen's son a fool? Doesn't he know that both his own father and the man in front of him want each other to die without a burial place? Only Shio showed a clear expression. Although the 3rd generation is politically ruthless. But in terms of parenting experience, it can only be said that I was too busy with work and neglected training. Asuma, Konohamaru, and even Pineapple Head are all from the same line, and they are all disgusted that they have a father and grandfather who is a Hokage. They don't want to be cared for since childhood and live in the halo of their biological father. No matter what mistakes they make, they can be forgiven and always be treated as children by others. Therefore, these few people are extremely rebellious. To put it bluntly, I have never experienced the beatings from society and I have to put aside the halo given by my biological father and start from scratch. This also resulted in Asuma having absolutely zero communication with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shiyu asked Asuma with a kinder expression on his face. Don't be afraid, kid, I won't take special care of you just because of whose son you are. This is a battlefield, a place where we defend our home and country. Everyone is equal here. No one will treat you as the Hokage's son. This is you, a place where you risk your life to realize your own value. Sarutobi Asuma was overjoyed when he heard this. He had never heard anyone tell him this before. In his life, he is the son of the third generation, someone who needs to be humbled and respected by everyone. Even when he became a Chunin, he was always arranged by his father. Just because of his eldest brother's death, he kept him in captivity. How could he endure it as an adolescent boy? Really? That's great. Master Shio, don't worry, I will definitely work hard to realize my value. However, Shio waved his hands and sighed. But I can't keep you here. Sarutobi Asuma was immediately anxious when he heard this. Why? I'm not afraid of death. I also have strength. Uchiha Shiyu sighed and said. Then let me ask you a question. Between the family and the village, which one do you think is more important? Family and village. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Shio in confusion. Shio put his hands behind his back, looking enigmatic. Oh, I didn't want to tell you this, kid, but there are some things that only you can do. Sarutobi Asuma immediately said excitedly after hearing this. I'm not a child now. You can trust me. Shio looked at Asuma deeply and said. No, that's too cruel for a kid like you. Asuma was already furious at this time. Don't treat me like a child. I'm a ninja. A Konoha shinobi. Shiyu's expression became complicated. He sighed deeply and said. Well, since you're so determined, I'll tell you the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen, no, it's the Sarutobi clan. I'm afraid he has betrayed Konoha. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Shio with a shocked face and said dumbly. Impossible. His teacher taught him about the will of fire since he was a child, and his father absolutely loved the village more than anyone else. Shio sighed and said, I know you can't accept it for a while, but since you are no longer a child, you should analyze it yourself from the intelligence. Since your father took over as Hokage, Konoha has gone through 2 wars. After the Second Ninja War and the Third Ninja War, the Senju clan disappeared and their ally, the Uzumaki country, was destroyed. Your father was behind this. I also learned the truth after saving an orphan from the kingdom of Whirlpool. I once tried to get information, but there was a chilling truth hidden behind it, that is, your father and others have been using their companions to study wood-style ninjutsu. And Danzo even killed Uchiha Kagami, who was also the Hokage's bodyguard, and installed it on his Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been secretly weakening Konoha's strength in order to make Konoha Shinobi village subject to the jurisdiction of the Daimyo prefecture. Nowadays, we, the Uchiha clan, protect our family and country outside the country, but in the village, your father intends to initiate a coup. So rather than fighting on the battlefield, I hope you can stop your father from making any more mistakes. He is our third Hokage in Konoha village. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Shio in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shio sighed and said. I know you don't believe it, but some things are recorded. If you don't believe it, you can go home and check your father's records. Even now, Orochimaru is still ordered to secretly kill his companions for human research. Therefore, I hope you can stop your father, or become a hidden hero of Konoha, and collect evidence of your father's illegal activities. I don't mean to liquidate him, I just want you to use those the evidence makes him put aside his prejudices and stop making mistakes. As Konoha shinobi, we must put Konoha first, put aside family prejudices, and pass on the will of fire. Chapter 59. Border Front. Asuma left the camp with a determined look on his face. Behind them, Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari, both looked numb. Can you still do this? Let Sarutobi Hiruzen's son expose Sarutobi Hiruzen's dirty work? It can't be considered dirty work, since some of the Hokages are clean. As the leader of an assassination organization, everyone can understand that he behaves in an unusual way. This is something that everyone understands tacitly. But the image that Sarutobi Hiruzen created for civilians is really good. If Hokage, the perfect and strongest Hokage in the textbook who is devoted to the people, just, kind, and risking his life to protect the villagers, is revealed to have used his companions to study wood style, the public opinion that will erupt will definitely be earthquake level. And this is one of the few pieces of dirt about Sarutobi Hiruzen that can really be dug out. The first person to study wood style was ordered by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Later, the research could not produce any results, and there were no more fools who volunteered. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to turn from light to dark, hinting that Danzo would continue his research in private. Now Shiyu tricks Asuma to steal this information. Yashiro and Inari looked confused. Chief Shiyu, is this possible? Are what you just said true? Shiyu sneered. There's nothing wrong with this. I didn't lie to him. I just let him find out the truth on his own. Instead of waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to brainwash Uchiha Itachi with the will of fire, it would be better to strike first. Asuma, who left the front line, rushed back to Konoha with worries. As soon as he entered the village, two Umbu immediately surrounded him. Master, you are finally back. A ninja wearing a bullhead mask let out a long sigh of relief. When he heard that Asuma had slipped away to the front line, he panicked. If he had escaped to the hands of the Uchiha clan, it would be strange that Asuma would still be alive. Asuma waved his hands in frustration and said, "Don't worry, I won't go to the front line again." He took out his pocket and asked Umbu, "Where's Hong?" The two Umbu looked at each other. Great, the young master has finally become that licking dog again. In Konoha, it's at the meatball shop. Asuma nodded and walked towards the meatball shop in despair. Let's go and report to Master Hokage that Master Asuma is back again. It seems that you have stopped at the cliff and have become sensible. I think he misses a woman, hehe. The two Umbu swooped and left in an instant. Asuma came to the meatball shop. At this time, Kurane, Anko, Shiranui Genma, and Yamashiro Aoba were chatting happily. Shiranui Genma looked at Asuma strangely and asked, Asuma? Didn't you go to join the army? Why are you back? Asuma grinned an ugly smile and said, I suddenly received an important mission and couldn't leave. Anko sneered, aren't you scared? Kurane looked at Asuma with a strange face, and Asuma suddenly shouted, How is that possible? I won't be afraid. He suddenly took out the poke ball Shio gave him from his trouser pocket, gestured twice and said, See, this is the deposit I received in advance, Charmander. Kurane and Anko looked at the poke ball in Asuma's hand in surprise when they heard this. The slightly longing eyes made Asuma feel a rare excitement in his heart. He pressed the switch, threw the enlarged poke ball out and shouted, Go! Charmander! A red light flashed, and a red-skinned lizard with a flaming tail appeared in front of the young people. Really? Is this the Charizard? So cute! Its tail can actually catch fire. This is amazing! A group of little girls gathered around with excited faces. Judging from appearance alone, Pokémon will definitely beat Summoningman in the ninja world. This little fire dragon has obviously been successfully tamed, and it doesn't resist even if the girls touch it. Asuma saw that Kurane liked him so much, and the tangle in his heart eased a lot. He used the poke ball to take Charmander back. Anko and Hung-hee had a look of disappointment in their eyes. Yamashiro Aoba and Shiranui Genma cupped Asuma's chest with envy on their faces. It's okay, brother, you've actually gotten involved with Summoningman. That is to say, that thing can be 3 or 4 meters tall when it reaches adulthood, and it can also fly with wings. Let's take it and see what kind of mission you take on. Asuma's originally soothing face suddenly darkened again. He snorted. This task is not something you can do. Only I can do it. I must do it too. He looked at Hong, then slowly handed over the elf ball in his hand and said affectionately. Hong, actually I went to recruit soldiers to exchange for Charmander for you. Hong was stunned when he heard this, then shook his head and said. No, I don't want it. This is for your mission. Asuma was anxious and then said. It's okay. Chief Shio promised me to complete the task and specifically asked me to choose a stronger Charmander. This one was originally meant to be a gift. Yui Hong was stunned, then blinked her jewel-like eyes. Real? Asuma nodded solemnly. Really? Liar is a dog. Hong heard the words and happily took the poke ball from Asuma's hand and thanked Asuma. Thank you Asuma, you're such a good guy. Asuma Hong praised herself so much that her heart suddenly seemed to fly. The fantasy of riding a fire-breathing dragon with red had already appeared in his mind. I must complete the mission. It's definitely not for Charizard. Chapter 60. I'm back. At night, Sarutobi Asuma returned to his ancestral home in the clan. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen lived in the exclusive Hokage residence behind the Hokage building. Even when 4th generation came to power, he was not allowed to move out because of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As a result, the 4th generation died, and a few days after the separation of powers was proposed by Shio, Sarutobi Hiruzen was kicked out of the exclusive Hokage family building and returned to the clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was immersed in handling an unknown official document. When he saw Asuma's figure, he responded without raising his head. Just come back, don't run around, you should go on a long-term mission next, learn more from your big brother. Don't do nothing all day long. At this time, Sarutobi Shinashuk is not dead yet. He and his wife are still the captain of Umbu and belong to Sarutobi Hiruzen's right-hand man. The reason why Asuma received such a free-range education may be because Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his treasure on the boss. If Shiyu doesn't show up. According to the normal plot line, Sarutobi Hiruzen took over the position of Hokage again, which caused dissatisfaction among the major ninja clans. The ninja clan secretly killed Sarutobi Shinashuk and his wife to vent their dissatisfaction, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also killed Hyuga Hisashi with his backhand to scare the monkeys. In desperation, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to retrain the crooked guy Asuma. With the help of the chess pieces buried in the Guardian 12 ninjas, Asuma understood the meaning of the two jade, and then called back to Konoha. But Shinashuk is not dead yet. Asuma was raised by civilian ninjas who were brainwashed by the will of fire. Naturally, he was also instilled with the ideas of the Pua textbook The Will of Fire. Now that I heard about Shinashuk mentioned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, I felt a sense of rebelliousness. Big brother, always big brother. Humph! Asuma yelled angrily, turned around and went directly into the study openly. Many materials moved from the original Hokage family building are stored here. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. This wasteful thing. Then he sighed, if Biwako hadn't died, Asuma wouldn't be so rebellious. Who released Nine-Tails? Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth thinking about this. If it weren't for the Nine-Tails rebellion, he could have manipulated the 4th generation to easily encroach on and conquer the various ninja clans step by step. Let him pass the position of Hokage to Shinashuk when the time is right. As a result, all plans are now in disarray. Damn Uchiha! Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the files on the desktop with a gloomy expression. The above is the information that Uchiha Shisui brought to the Daimyo Palace with documents such as Narashikaku's statistics of military exploits and Hokage documents. Uchiha Shio. Uchiha Shisui. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered, you think you can hide Umbu's information this way? Are you underestimating Umbu? Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking about what kind of lineup should be sent out this time to be foolproof, Sarutobi Asuma has already begun to look through the so-called top-secret information in the study. Here are the ninjutsu scrolls and training notes that civilian ninjas can't find for a lot of money, explanations of chakra nature transformation and form changes, as well as many secrets of Umbu's mission, and the most important things in Konoha are all B-level Jonin techniques sealed book. These were originally supposed to be placed in the office of the Hokage family building, but because Sarutobi Hiruzen was driven away by Shio, they had to be temporarily moved here. After all, the place with the former Hokage guard is the safest. Unlike Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, and Naruto who came secretly to get what they wanted. What Asuma can see is the non-castrated version. He looked through the files for the files on first Hokage Senju Hashirama, but did not find the files on wood-style research that Shiyu said. Did Master Shio lie to me? Asuma felt happy. He just hates that Sarutobi Hiruzen treats him as a child, but he doesn't really hate Sarutobi Hiruzen as the Hokage. However, just when he breathed a sigh of relief, a document bag marked top secret fell out of Senju Hashirama's file bag. Asuma was shocked. He opened the fire seal of the document bag, and a thick stack of information came into his eyes. This is... The former first Hokage Senju Hashirama was the only ninja who could freely manipulate wood style. In order to prevent the Uchiha Madara incident from happening again, Konoha must master the wood-style ninjutsu and use this ninjutsu to unfold. What is certain is that wood style is the blood inheritance limit of the Senju clan, and relevant experimental subjects are needed for comparative research. The entire village was devoted to research to resurrect the first-generation wood-style technique. The transplantation of Hashirama's cells failed? The experiment was sealed. No, what else? List of missing people in the village? Cases of missing children in surrounding villages. Root, Kai? Wood-style ninjutsu experimental subject? Danzo? Orochimaru? Sarutobi Asuma looked at the detailed information in the document and his expression became increasingly ugly. Although it was not explicitly stated that his father was involved in the subsequent wood-style research. However, the clear records of the results of subsequent research in the documents show that his father was definitely very aware of these experiments and acquiesced in the continuation of the experiments. Judging from the time recorded in the documents, this secret experiment after the ban was actually carried out for 10 years. The more Asuma looked at it, the more desperate he became. What Chief Shiyu said turned out to be true. Asuma, what are you doing? Chapter 61. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as he looked at the messy study room. What are you rummaging through? Asuma felt sad in his heart, but did not show panic on his face. Because at this time he realized that his father had gone down the wrong path. Having been influenced by the will of fire since he was a child, he almost instinctively made a choice between his family and his village. He chose the village. Thinking about the shocking information in his hand, he pretended not to care and put it down, squeezing his neck and snorted. I am just looking for the notes of chakra nature transformation. Now that I am a Chunin, if I want to be promoted to Jonin, I must learn these and master them. This is what Matsushita-sensei gave me. At this moment, Asuma felt that his personality had been sublimated in an instant. A heartfelt sense of satisfaction and the excitement of annihilating one's relatives for righteousness crazily impacted the young man in adolescence in front of him. If he prevents his father from continuing to do evil, then he will become a secret hero of Konoha like his elder brother. Wrong. He is a more powerful hero than his elder brother. Because the eldest brother has followed his father on the wrong path, and he is the right one. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. My father's mistakes must be corrected by me. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Asuma whose face changed 8 expressions in a few seconds with a question mark on his face. Just look for it, what are you looking for? Chakra's nature transformation is on the bookshelf over there. Quickly sort out these things you are looking for. What does it look like? If you have 1/10 of your big brother's power, I won't. It would be so tiring. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Asuma to clean up the house impatiently, but he did not doubt that Asuma was here to check for dirty information on him. The main reason is that he doesn't think that his second son has that kind of mentality. If he does, he can save a lot of trouble. What's more, although these files are very valuable things, there is no clue about themselves left in the words. For example, the wood-style research file was recorded in the name of the village and the elders. Even if it was discovered, it would only prove that he was a gentle and indecisive Hokage because of his inaction. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored a word called preconception. After Asuma was tricked by Shio, he originally searched for information on the premise that his own father was a bad guy. Now, even if he saw information with no obvious clues, he would still preconceptionally think that it was an embellishment done by his own father to hide the truth. Now I heard Sarutobi Hiruzen mention my elder brother again. Asuma's mentality was completely broken. He forced a laugh. Really? I will continue to work hard towards my big brother in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Asuma a strange look, as if he was wondering that this kid didn't talk back. It seems that he has grown up. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with some relief. So best. Then he picked up his cigarette bag, took a puff and walked toward the door with satisfaction. Asuma looked at his own father with a complex expression and gritted his teeth. These are not enough to make his father stop from the cliff, he must find more evidence. First tell Lord Shio about the situation here, so that he can prevent his father from weakening the village. Asuma's expression was determined, and Hong's pretty face flashed in his mind. He remembered what Shio told him. The purpose of establishing the village is to prevent children under the age of 16 from going to the battlefield. And this time the Ministry of National Defense's recruitment is indeed only recruiting those over the age of 16. I would rather let my own people be on top, but also let the villagers in the village enjoy peace. This is the will of fire, this is the Konoha Shinobi. And you have to fight for it. Then, the next day, Asuma led the victims who had been slapped by Umbu to the Urban Management Brigade and made a big fuss. All the military expenses that Sarutobi Hiruzen had managed to earn in the past few months were returned to those merchants. Standing at the door of the Urban Management Brigade, Sarutobi Asuma shouted loudly to the villagers below who were being asked for their property. Everyone, please pay attention in the future. I, Sarutobi Asuma, hate to see such dirty things happen. As long as such corrupt behavior occurs, you can come to me. I, the son of the third Hokage, will seek justice for everyone. Good. Bang 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 bang. Countless applause rang out below, and the victims who were asked for their money back by Asuma were so excited that tears filled their eyes. Sarutobi Asuma looked at the cheering people below and felt an infinite sense of responsibility in his heart. This is the will of fire, this is the principle of life that my father once taught me. Although I can't stop him now, I can use my identity as the son of the third Hokage to increase my father's reputation and atone for his father's sins. I believe that my father must have been completely moved at this time. Pfft. Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out the tea after listening to his subordinate's report. What did you say? Umbu, the young master led his people to destroy our place. Chapter 62. Pfft. What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Umbu in shock. Umbu repeated it awkwardly, and then recounted what happened in detail. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long drag on his pipe and choked on it, coughing repeatedly. This traitor! Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and cursed, where are the others? He was arrested by the captain, but when he left, he was still shouting that he was the son of the third generation and that his father would come to save him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead showed veins. The reason why he dared to let Umbu take the blame was because Umbu still kept his identity secret and wore a mask after taking over the Urban Management Brigade. The civilians had no idea who was in charge of these masked Umbu, nor which ninja family they belonged to. In this way, they cannot find the rightful owner of their grievances, and they don't even know who to complain to. They only know that because Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't become a Hokage, they were being blackmailed. But now Asuma is clamoring for his identity in front of so many people, and has been arrested by Umbu. If he doesn't come forward, then his prestige as a former Hokage may be lost. He has promoted the plan for so long. It will definitely go bankrupt. But the reason why he is willing to exchange with the Uchiha clan is because even if he loses military funds, he can still collect enough funds to train his subordinates. Now that Asuma has interfered with it, the urban management team has completely lost the possibility of obtaining grey income. With just that fixed salary, it was okay to support Umbu's regular workers, but the ordinary subordinates who followed him really couldn't even pay their salaries. This BD. Sarutobi Hiruzen gnashed his teeth and walked back and forth, but after pondering for a long time, he found that he had no choice but to suffer this loss. Tell Shinashuk to release him, and then lock him up for me in secret. Don't let him cause trouble for me during this period. The priority now is Uchiha Shio. I really don't have time to worry too much about this idiot. So it didn't take a long time, Asuma left the headquarters of the Urban Management Brigade amidst the cheers of the crowd. He looked at the civilians who were supporting him, and once again felt the power of the crowd and the influence of the will of fire. Then he was secretly arrested. Uchiha Taihuo on the other side looked at the report given to him by his tribe with a look of shock on his face. Is there something wrong with this guy? Is he really that stupid? When Uchiha Taihuo received the news from Shio, he was still full of disbelief. After all, he found it impossible for such a fool to sacrifice his family to help others. But Asuma did it. Uchiha Taihuo clicked his tongue twice with admiration on his face. Go and give this news to Master Shiyu as soon as possible and ask him what to do next. The person you are looking for is not good enough. He is so stupid. How can he get the information? Yes. Wait until the news reaches the front line. Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari were laughing so much. Chief Shiyu is really good at it. He made Sarutobi Hiruzen suffer such a big loss so easily. I'm laughing so hard. Don't you feel bad for me? I'm being ruined by my own son. I wonder if that old guy is mad to death. Shiyu waved his hand uninterestedly. Oh, I thought he could be smarter. Weasels have been extinct for 3 years at this age. Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari were full of questions. Who is the weasel? What does the genocide of weasels have to do with Sarutobi Asuma? Shiyu touched his chin and thought. It's time to go back to the village. I thought that guy would be smarter, but I didn't expect him to be so dishonest. Yashiro and Inari looked at Shiyu blankly, not understanding what Shiyu was talking about. Naturally, it was impossible for Shiyu to explain to him what happened on the night of genocide. After all, many things had been changed by him now. It was not certain whether 1 against 7 would be fooled by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shiyu is confident that in a few years the mainstream public opinion in Konoha will be controlled by him. At that time, Uchiha will be Konoha, and Konoha will be Uchiha. Anyone who opposes himself is opposing Konoha, and that is naked rebellion. Taking Sarutobi Hiruzen's path leaves Sarutobi Hiruzen with nowhere to go. Sarutobi Hiruzen's low-level political methods are simply too weak in Shiyu's opinion. Shiyu ordered Yashiro and Inari in a comfortable mood. There are now close to 2,000 troops on the front line. It is undoubtedly a fool's errand to rely on harassment tactics again. Moreover, you must be prepared for Cloud Shinobi Village's revenge. Large troops cannot be hidden. Arrange more traps and barriers to allow the team to carry out more activities. Run in, don't let too many troops die, which will affect the enthusiasm for the next wave of recruitment. Send another cavalry member and archer, reconnaissance, member to Tsunade. When Yakura is ordered to go to Kirigakure to sue for peace, send the news as soon as possible. After finishing the arrangement, Shio looked at the Bloodline Research and Development Center in the system building. It took me a full 10,000 points of family reputation to activate this thing. And its most basic function is to help ninjas fuse the chakra in their bodies to form the blood succession limit. Chapter 63 Bloodline RD Center, Level 1 Help family members activate and upgrade hidden bloodlines. Upgrading requires 100,000/family reputation. As we all know, bloodline theory occupies the mainstream market in the Japanese comic worldview. Although Shiyu also wanted to shout, "My life is good but my life is not good." But in fact, the level of strength in the ninja world depends entirely on whether you are born well or not. Civilian ninjas will never be as good as ninjas with blood inheritance limits. A ninja with a bloodline limit will never be as good as a ninja with a bloodline elimination. A ninja with a blood successor's elimination will never be as good as a ninja with a blood successor's snare. The main line of development of the entire Hokage world is the history of the Otsutsuki family civil war. Just when you thought Sarutobi Hiruzen was cool enough. With his own power, he destroyed the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, and the Uchiha clan, and made the Sarutobi clan the largest clan in Konoha. As a result, it was discovered at the end of the game that the Sarutobi clan that Sarutobi Hiruzen has developed all his life is not enough to be even A for the late-game players. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen understands this very well. The reason why he tried his best to exterminate Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha. Aren't you just worried that another Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara will pop up among these tribes? That kind of despairing strength cannot be overthrown by a civilian ninja like him relying on conspiracy and trickery. So after Shio became rich overnight, he immediately pointed out this Bloodline Research and Development Center. It is pure nonsense that genius is 99% hard work and 1% talent. In this world, genius is 99.999999% determined by talent. You see, OB was at the end of the game. The first time it opened, it was double Megatama. The second time it opened, it was Mangekyō. The third time, it was directly with 4th generation 46. Did he try hard? He worked so hard. All of them relied on the Mangekyō Sharingan and Hashirama cells inherited by blood to rise. Therefore, the Bloodline Research and Development Center only requires a full 10,000 family reputation points to activate, which is more than all the family reputation points spent in the past 3 months. Fortunately, the system did not disappoint me. After the RD Center was built, it went through various experiments by the clan members. The most basic function of this is to be able to fuse chakra with different attributes to form a blood inheritance boundary. For example, by studying the chakra nature transformation of fire plus wind, you can successfully develop scorch style. Once the research and development is successful, all family members who possess the fire and wind attribute chakra can easily learn scorch style ninjutsu at the RD Center. The same is true for other blood inheritance limits. Not just blood inheritance limits like boil style, ice release, and lava style. Even Bloodline's elimination of dust release, Bloodline's snare to kill grey bones and Huangquan Hirasaka can all be researched by the Bloodline RD Center. The only disadvantage is that the more chakra attributes are integrated, the slower the research and development time will be. Blood succession limit takes 1 year to develop. It will take 5 years for Bloodline to be eliminated, while Bloodline Network will start immediately in 10 years. The only thing that can shorten the research time is to shorten the time by submitting data on blood inheritance limits. The way to submit data is to scan the body of the owner of the blood succession limit in the machine at the Bloodline Research and Development Center. This is why Shio asked Yashiro and Inari to send people to find the whereabouts of Yakang. Not just Yakang, Shio needs to collect all the blood successor limit owners. As long as they pass the scan of the RD Center, they can quickly implant the corresponding blood successor limit into the clan members. The Bloodline RD Center has another more important capability. That is, in addition to the blood inheritance limit that the ninja world pays attention to, and the genetic records produced by the fusion of chakra nature transformation. A certain organ of the ninja's body that is different from the abilities acquired by ordinary people can also be developed by it. Simply put, these are physical upgrades such as Sharingan, Byakugan and Dead Bone Pulse. It is very possible that the Sharingan that he assimilated to Uchiha Fugaku used the function of the Bloodline Research Center. Shio, eager to return home, returned to Konoha without stopping. At this time, after experiencing the system rewards of countless traps and barrier spell feedback from members of the Assassin Hunter team, Shio's barrier invasion technology was already top-notch. The defensive detection barrier in Konoha village was ineffective for him, and he easily concealed his return to the village. Master Shio. Uchiha Taihuo bowed down with a fervent expression. Shio nodded and asked. Where's Shisui? Uchiha Taihuo, hey, I went to ask for the money as you told me. Shio also smiled. Since those daimyo and nobles don't treat ninjas as human beings, Shio will naturally not be polite to them. He still wants to fight without money? I want to eat shit. Then he followed Taihuo to the Bloodline Research and Development Center quickly. This is a semicircular building similar to the Dragon Ball style. Inside the building is a system-generated high-tech building similar to a biological warehouse. Uchiha Taihuo pointed at the biological warehouse with excitement and said. As long as a person lies in it, it will reveal the combinable blood successor boundary. The subordinates are fire, earth, and yin attributes, and can synthesize lava-style blood successor boundary and Mangekyō Sharingan. In addition, tribesmen who have not yet opened their eyes can activate Sharingan through a separate yin chakra. Shio was stunned when he heard this. Wait, Mangekyō Sharingan? Uchiha Taihuo nodded enthusiastically and said. All tribesmen who have opened Sharingan will be prompted to upgrade Mangekyō Sharingan. Different levels of Sharingan require different upgrade times. It takes 1 year to upgrade Mangekyō for 3 Megatama, and 3 years for 1 Megatama Sharingan. In addition, Mangekyō Sharingan's skills seem to be fixed as Tsukuyomi plus Amaterasu. It is not like what you said that Mangekyō is the feedback of the soul. Shio's pupils shrank. Tsukuyomi plus Amaterasu? Isn't this the skill of Uchiha Fugaku that he assimilated? Has the Bloodline RD Center been entered into the system? Wouldn't this mean that 1 year later, the entire Uchiha will be all Mangekyō? Chapter 64. Shio waved his hand. He took out a seal scroll from his body and opened it. Bang! A petri dish was summoned, and inside it was the Mangekyō Kamui obtained from Kakashi. At this time, Sharingan was in a 3 Megatama state due to insufficient Kakashi pupil power. Shio threw Sharingan into the machine. As a burst of infrared laser light swept across, a mechanical sound sounded from the instrument. Ding! The scan was successful, the database has obtained backup data, Mangekyō Sharingan Kamui, left, has joined the training plan. Shio's pupils shrank, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Sure enough. Uchiha Iron Fire and the others have the option of Mangekyō precisely because of Uchiha Fugaku. As early as when the system was activated, one of the items on Shio's system panel was family inheritance, and Sharingan was also among them who didn't know how to inherit it. Now it is clear. It is obvious that all the blood and ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan under Shio can be popularized under specific buildings. 307 Sharingan is reproduced through the Bloodline RD Center. Although Uchiha Fugaku disagrees with Shio's political views, he has not betrayed the Uchiha clan after all, so his Mangekyō Sharingan is naturally passed on. When Shio opened the Bloodline Research and Development Center, Tsukuyomi plus Amaterasu's Mangekyō inheritance was automatically loaded into the database. Now that the acquired Kamui is added to it, there is another pupil technique available for selection in the database. The effect of this pupil technique is much more powerful than that of Amaterasu, who has never burned anyone to death. Shio turned to look at Taihuo, pursed his lips and said. Go and activate Mangekyō and try it. Ever since Charmander evolved into Charizard and almost burned the Uchiha Iron Fire, Shio knew that these family buildings had certain risks. Therefore, after the Bloodline Research and Development Center was built, it was only used by the tribesmen to perform experimental functions and was not used directly. Uchiha Taihuo was excited when he heard this. Thank you, Chief Shio. This is Mangekyō Sharingan. According to legend, only Uchiha Madara has great power. Only the leader of the entire Uchiha clan, Shio, has the ultimate eye technique. Chief Shio, how should I choose the pupil technique? Of these 3 ninjutsu, one is said to be the strongest illusion, one is the strongest inferno style, and one is the time and space ninjutsu. He is extremely jealous of them. Shio thought for a while and said. Just choose Amaterasu and Kamui. Tsukuyomi boasts that she is very awesome, but in fact, that thing is not only a single target skill, but also consumes terrifying power and chakra. On the other hand, although Amaterasu is very cunning and familiar, Kamui's extended application can distort space. Obito once used Kamui to distort the surrounding space to create a swirling storm, releasing the fire-style explosion. The weakness of Kamui is that it can only be triggered by staring eyes. With Kamui, although it cannot be as flexible as flame control, it is much stronger than simply staring eyes. However, Shio feels that this thing is used in combination with Tsukuyomi to first pull people into the Tsukuyomi space to torture their spirits, and then use Amaterasu to burn their physical bodies. But Shio estimated that if the pupil technique was really used like this, Sharingan might be blinded faster than Sasuke. Kamui, on the other hand, consumes significantly less energy than Tsukuyomi. Even Kakashi can use it until the finale without going blind. Uchiha Iron Fire got Shio's signal and walked into the petri dish. The Sharingan type selection dialog box instantly appeared in his mind. After he chose the type of Mangekyō, he felt his eyes go dark and he was pulled into a battlefield. Here he became Uchiha Fugaku himself, holding his dead companion in his hands. Endless pain and self-blame came and impacted his heart. He looked at the death in his arms and roared helplessly and in anger. Then he turned into Uchiha Obito. He ran to support Kakashi and Lin in excitement, but in the end he saw his most beloved woman being ripped out of his heart by his most beloved gay friend. Endless grief and anger crazily filled Uchiha's iron heart, and this tragic feeling and image kept repeating in his mind. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly broke free from the petri dish. As soon as it came out of the petri dish, Uchiha spat it out with a roar of iron fire. He looked at Shio with cold sweat on his head and a splitting headache. His eyes had turned into two Mangekyō of different shapes. Clan leader, this thing, yuck. Ding family members have successfully activated Mangekyō Sharingan, and it is estimated that it will take 36 days to fully adapt. As the sound of the machine fell, Uchiha Iron Fire could no longer hold on and fainted. Shio looked at Taihuo in confusion. Rub? What the hell is this? He squatted down and carefully inspected Uchiha Taihuo's body, and found that his spirit had been severely damaged. This characteristic is almost like the after effects of being poisoned by Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi. Shio's face suddenly darkened. He thought of Uchiha Itachi helping Sasuke review his lessons over and over again. This thing, could it be an enhanced version of Tsukuyomi Pulse machine? Chapter 65. Shio looked at the fainted Uchiha Taihuo and felt a little lucky. Fortunately, I didn't let my tribe members experiment with this machine rashly. This thing is most likely to have the same mechanism as Tsukuyomi, which is to forcefully open the eyes by stimulating the emotions of the tribe. If you can't resist it, you may become an idiot directly. I don't know the bloodline of the blood succession limit, but the time given after Mangekyō is not the research and development time, but the time the user needs to cultivate. Open your eyes, it will take 1 year. This is assuming the user can resist. Shio touched his chin and thought. It seems that opening Mangekyō must prohibit the use of tribesmen who have not reached the level of Jonin to open the 3 Megatama. Then Shio personally walked into the research and development machine. After a burst of red light scanning, a subsystem panel appeared directly in his mind. User, Uchiha Shio. Have bloodline, Uchiha bloodline. Currently developed attributes, fire, thunder, earth, yin. Blood development direction, eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Tsukuyomi plus Amaterasu 5 years, lava style, 1 year, explosion style, 1 year. Administrator permissions currently implantable data, water, wind, yang, kamui. Currently implantable data. Shio was stunned and looked at the column in front of him marked with administrator rights. What is this? Shio remembered what Taihuo said. The panel that appeared in their minds seemed to only have their own attributes and the limits of blood inheritance that their bloodline could develop, and there was no such thing as implantable data. Shio looked at his attributes. Excluding the Uchiha clan's inherited Ninjutsu, there are only 3 types. After all, he is just a member of the Uchiha clan with mediocre talent. Even after becoming a Jonin, he could barely develop only 3 types of chakra nature transformation. However, the remaining attributes are listed in the implantable data column. Shio's eyes flashed as he thought of the body data scanned by his clansmen before. Could this be the data loaded into the database by the system? Then he looked at the last kamui, with a burning look in his eyes. System, implanted with water attribute chakra nature transformation data. With Shio's choice. A burst of white light burst out from the machine and enveloped his body. The same feeling as when he developed the Chakra 28Ra nature transformation when he was promoted to Jonin swept through his body. Ding data writing is successful, currently developed attributes, fire, water, thunder, earth, and yin. Available bloodline development directions, eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Tsukuyomi plus Amaterasu 5 years, lava style, 1 year, explosion style, 1 year, boil style, 1 year, Landun, 1 year. As Shio expected. The development direction of blood succession limit, which originally required the fusion of water attribute chakra, was also listed by the machine. This shows that Shio has now obtained the water attribute chakra nature transformation. Shio looked at the panel with excitement. Doesn't this mean that Kamui system implant Kamui's data into my Mangekyō as well? Immediately, Shio felt his eyes darken. The whole person came directly to the Kirigakure battlefield in the Third Ninja War. Ahead, the scene of Kakashi rubbing Harano Lin's heart directly overwhelmed Shio with the pain from his soul. FK. Shio cursed loudly and felt a splitting headache, as the negative emotions turned into power and poured out of his mind. The original pinwheel-shaped left eye was directly transformed into Kamui's sickle shape. When Shio came to his senses, he had returned to the training machine. Hoo-hoo. Shio was panting heavily with cold sweat on his head. He finally knew why Uchiha Iron Fire fainted. The way this thing opens eyes is just like Itachi, using Tsukuyomi to forcibly stimulate the spirit to achieve the effect of opening eyes. But compared to Tsukuyomi, this machine does it more thoroughly. Its illusion should be a fusion of distinguished heavenly gods and infinite Tsukuyomi, subconsciously making the practitioner think that he is the person involved. In this way, the same emotion and pain as when the patient opens his eyes can be obtained, and the brain can be stimulated to produce the same thoughts and special pupil power to achieve the purpose of opening the eyes. Since Mangekyō is the eye of soul reflection, creating the same mind to open the same Sharingan, can only be said to be too cruel. Ding Mangekyō Sharingan Kamui data was written successfully, and it is estimated that it will take 6 hours to fully adapt. It is obvious that Shio has reduced most of the side effects caused by forcibly opening his eyes by relying on the strong mental power brought by his rebirth and the eye power of Mangekyō. After another half day, he finally recovered. After recovering, he hurriedly used a water mirror technique to look at his left eye. At this time, the left eye is constantly changing shapes between Kamui and Tsukuyomi under Shio's conscious control. And not only did his eye power increase dramatically, Mangekyō's consumption of eye power also dropped significantly. Shio looked at his left eye that was flashing like a slide and couldn't help complaining. What is this? A semi-finished eternal eye. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan has two characteristics. One is that the consumption of pupil power has become smaller, and the second is that pupil power can recover on its own. Now that my left eye has been implanted with the second Mangekyō ability, although it still cannot restore its ability on its own, the consumption is almost the same as that of the ever-knowing eye. This feels a bit like Obito fused with White Zetsu. Shio tried to activate Kamui, and a vortex emerged from his left eye and was sucked into a different space. This is... Shio's eyelids kept twitching. You must know the reason why Kamui has low consumption. In fact, it is because it is essentially a small mobile skill that opens Kamui space. It's not like Tsukuyomi used her power to create a world, nor is it like Amaterasu who created fire out of thin air. He simply regarded Mangekyō Sharingan as a space anchor created in Kamui space similar to the coordinates of Flying Thunder God, allowing the owner of Mangekyō to open and close doors back and forth between Kamui space and the real world. And this also means each Kamui Sharingan is equivalent to a Flying Thunder God Kunao, and can be linked to the Kamui space. 013610228 Fila 0535100020. Shio looked at the Kamui space full of stone platforms and twitched his lips. If you let all your clan members be equipped with a Kamui Mangekyō, doesn't that mean that the Kamui space that Obito used to save his life has been directly turned into a public toilet? Shio stopped this thought that made people want to feel sympathy. He looked around and saw countless stone platforms. Then Shio jumped towards the platform ahead, and then used Kamui to return to the present world. As expected, Shio's position has also moved a certain distance compared to when he entered Kamui's space. This means that Kamui space exists parallel to the present world. As you move through Kamui space, your footing in this world will also change. If Shio thought that Obito used Kamui to move around before, but now his mind is filled with images of Obito coming in, running wild, and then going out to set up POS. Shiyu's mouth twitched for a long time, and he couldn't help but complained. This FG character is ruined. When the magician's magic is exposed, the magician becomes like a clown. However, for people who don't have Kamui Sharingan, this skill is still quite buggy. After all, it can be considered pseudo-invincible. Thinking this, Shio closed Mangekyō with excitement. Then he asked the machine to implant all the chakra nature transformation he lacked into his body's genes. When he stood on the machine to scan again, there have been earth-shaking changes in the bloodline development direction column. Blood development direction, Yin escape rightward arrow eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, 5 years, Yang escape rightward arrow sage body, 5 years, Earth plus water plus Yang rightward arrow wood style, 5 years, Wind plus earth plus fire rightward arrow dust escape, 5 years, Tsukuyomi rightward arrow infinite Tsukuyomi, 10 years, Kamui rightward arrow Hirazaka Yomi, 10 years, wind, earth, thunder, fire, water, yin, and yang rightward arrow expansive truth-seeking ball, 10 years, ice release, lava style. Shio looked at the luxurious RD direction on the panel and Chunin couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. With this function, any hair-hanging third Hokage or any hair-shedding ab combination have become rubbish. Both Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara only deserve to watch themselves dance. Even Atsutsuki Kagaya is singing Conquest under her own crotch. The panel has everything from blood inheritance limits to blood inheritance nets. As long as you give the Bloodline Research and Development Center enough time, then all these coveted bloodlines in the ninja world will be implanted into your body through this machine. Shio forced to hold back the excitement in his heart. He knows that although dreams are beautiful, reality must continue to persist. After all, I am still an ordinary cage-level person with only one degraded eternal eye. Especially the chakra aspect is simply not enough to sustain the consumption of Mangekyō. Just like first generation wood style conquers the world, Yamato wood style promotes greening. If my basic body measurements are not up to standard, even if I have Mangekyō, I still can't use Mangekyō's strength. Mangekyō combined with monthly rewards has indeed raised Shio's strength to cage level. But in the past few months, his development of Mangekyō is still at the most basic stage. It can only be said that the demanding profession of ninja has too high requirements for talent and blood. If there is no system, the level of the Uchiha Iron Fire Trio, who will be easily killed by the Weasel in the future, will be their upper limit. Developing Mangekyō on your own is pure fantasy. Fortunately, the current Bloodline RD Center has made up for his last shortcoming. As long as he improves his talent, he can also feel the joy of releasing Tailed Beast Bomb as a flat A. The system purchased 4 more machines and started researching Yang Dun Sage Body, Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Wood Style, and Scorch Style. Ding dong, 40,000 points have been deducted from the family reputation, and the new machine has been loaded successfully. During Bloodline Research and Development, the Bloodline Upgrade function is temporarily closed. Staff can search for blood inheritance limit samples to shorten research time. Shiyu nodded with satisfaction as he watched the machine enter working condition. Each machine can only perform one job. If Bloodline Research and Development is carried out, it will not be able to help the tribesmen obtain the limit of blood inheritance. Nowadays, 4 machines are used to develop bloodlines, and 1 vacant machine is used to help the tribesmen change their bloodlines. It is not very satisfying. The reason why the study of wood style and scorch style is prioritized is because Shio knows the whereabouts of the corresponding blood succession limit owners. Just grab it and scan it, and the research and development time can be greatly reduced. Then the machine can naturally continue to develop the next blood successor limit. After finishing the work, Shio was filled with joy. He had already begun to imagine the spectacular sight of everyone in the Uchiha clan using blood succession ninjutsu. Before that, he also needs to evolve the Jonin's Sharingan into Mangekyō first. When the time comes, everyone will have a Kamui and run away if they can't beat him. It's exciting just thinking about it. Ding dong, congratulations on the successful training of host. A cage-level tribesman will receive 1,000 points of family reputation, and a monthly fixed family reputation reward of plus 100 points. Shio was suddenly startled. He looked at the unconscious Uchiha on the ground with a different look on his face. Cage level? No, even possessing Mangekyō does not mean reaching cage level strength. After I obtained Mangekyō, I barely managed to reach cage level through the attribute improvements I received from the monthly clan leader rewards. Is this guy more talented than me? Feeling something was wrong, she hurriedly opened the properties panel. Host, Uchiha Shio. Strength, Shadow. Position, Patriarch. Family size, 1017 people. Family reputation, 50,347 points. Strength ratio, cage level, 3 people, elite jonin, 0 people, jonin, 5 people, special jonin, 58 people, chinin, 507 people, genin, 11 people, 1. Buildings owned, Uchiha Ancestral Hall, Training Ground Number 1, Level 1, Ninja Tool RD Center, Level 2, Summoning Beast Cultivation Center, Level 1, and Bloodline RD Center, Level 1. Has inheritance, Uchiha's exclusive fire-style ninjutsu, some ninjutsu, shuriken technique, genjutsu, taijutsu, Sharingan, etc. Trade object, Grass Ninja Village. Seeing the changes on the attribute panel, Shio's pupils shrank suddenly. Not Uchiha Iron Fire. Apart from the members of the clan who were reduced in number on the front line, the only thing that changed was the only elite jonin in the clan, Uchiha Shisui. At this time, the original elite jonin column has become 0 people, and in addition to Shiyu and Uchiha Fugaku, there is an extra 640 Uchiha Shisui in the cage level. Shiyu's face became serious. Cage level is not that easy to break through. In addition to inheriting the shadow of the village to obtain the title of Shadow. The special treatment for cage level on the battlefield is that all ninjas performing tasks can give up the task unconditionally after encountering them. As of now, the only one who can do this is Namikaze Minato. Even though Uchiha Shisui and Heitake Kakashi have made huge names on the battlefield, they are still just elite jonin. Now the system has determined that the other party has exceeded the level of elite jonin, which means that the other party has completely exceeded the level of elite jonin. That said, Uchiha Shisui turned on Mangekyō. Thinking of what Taihuo said just now, Shisui went to Daimyo Mansion to ask for money. A major event that happened during this time period in the original book suddenly flashed into Shio's mind. Danzo intended to instigate rebellion against Kakashi, and subsequently assassinated Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen used every trick to fish out the already cultivated Yamato from Danzo. The opportunity that Sarutobi Hiruzen took advantage of was on his way to the Daimyo prefecture to submit documents after he resumed his role as Hokage. Shio's face darkened. Although Uchiha Shisui had already favored the Uchiha clan at this time. But if Konoha F4 pretends to be close, this arrogant guy Uchiha Shisui will definitely be tricked. Thinking of this, Shio directly turned on Kamui and sucked himself into the Kamui space. After identifying the direction, he rode the fire-breathing dragon and flew directly in the direction of Daimyo Mansion. On the other side, Uchiha Shisui's face was covered in blood stains. He carried a seriously injured companion on his back and kept moving quickly through the woods. Behind him were at least 3 teams of Umbu ninjas. The companion behind him smiled bitterly and said to Shisui, "Put me down. I can't leave. Go and tell the clan leader the information." The veins on Uchiha Shisui's forehead are exposed. His eyes flashed with scarlet light, and the triangular pinwheel-shaped Mangekyō kept spinning. "Don't worry, we will definitely be able to escape." However, a man in a white robe and mask suddenly appeared in front of him. He put his hands together and slammed them to the ground. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. A ferocious Earth Dragon roared and rushed towards Shisui. Shisui's face was ashen, and he couldn't rely on his strength in the air. He could only use one hand to quickly form seals. Fire-style Ha-Long Fire Technique. Without lightning-style chakra, he can only use fire-style to fight each other's chakra consumption. There was a loud bang. The fire dragon and the earth dragon collided in the sky. The resulting shock wave knocked Shisui's figure to the ground again and caused him to do some somersaults. At this time, dozens of densely packed Umbu surrounded him from all directions. "Danzo, with his right eye covered, walked out of the woods with a proud look on his face. Tibetan. Uchiha Shisui looked at Konoha Fugaku, who was staring at him with disdain, with a ferocious face. Why did you sneak attack me? Danzo looked at Shisui as if he were an ant, frowned and said, "It's really me." Chapter 66. Danzo sneered. Such a fast move, worthy of Shisui. Danzo, what on earth do you mean? Shisui gritted his teeth and looked at Danzo walking out of the forest and asked, "You actually attack your companions for no reason?" Danzo shook his head and looked at Uchiha Shisui with contempt and sneered. "Companion? Don't be ridiculous. Ever since Uchiha Madara attacked Konoha, the village has not regarded Uchiha as a companion. The second Hokage has been guarding against the appearance of a second Madara in Uchiha. Now it seems that second Hokage's words have come true. Now Uchiha Shio is the second Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Shisui argued angrily. "You're talking nonsense. Master Shio has been working hard for peace. He is even willing to let us Uchiha clan go to the front line to resist the enemy's invasion. No one desires peace more than Master Shio." Shimura Danzo said in a cold voice with disdain. "You Uchiha just want to launch a coup to control the power of the village. Once Konoha falls into the hands of Uchiha, it will inevitably drag Konoha into the quagmire of war. The current Cloud Shinobi battlefield is a good example. I originally thought that I could get rid of Shio, but now it seems that Hiruzen also miscalculated, but it's okay, it just happened to be that I didn't lack some Sharingan to do research. Sharingan is meant to be thrown away after use. Even you, the Uchiha clan, will gradually lose your pupil power every time you use it, and eventually lose your light. Not to mention that some forbidden techniques even have to be activated at the cost of Sharingan itself." Danzo slowly untied the bandage on his right eye, and the scarlet Sharingan stared at Uchiha Shisui coldly. "It's time to find a replacement for my eye. Your eyes are enough for me to use for a while." Uchiha Shisui looked at Danzo in surprise. "Sharingan? How could it be?" Danzo threw the bandage aside and said bitterly. "Originally, there was a person who had no parents, a teacher, and killed his friends. He had a Sharingan that could replace him. However, he was taken back by your clan leader." "Hey! This kind of behavior that ignores the friendship of fellow Konoha Shinobi members. You have the nerve to call me a companion?" Uchiha Shisui looked at this shameless old den with an expression of MMP. "Why do we disregard the friendship of Konoha Shinobi's fellows? Damn, what you said just now are human words. You can only dig out Kakashi's eyes, but we Uchiha can't take them back," etc. Uchiha Shisui had a bad feeling in his heart. "Danzo, where did your Sharingan come from?" Danzo smiled crookedly. "I have to say that your grandfather's Sharingan is really useful and has helped me a lot." Uchiha Shisui's eyes are splitting. "UBD. Go. Hit him on the body. Don't hurt my eyes." Following Danzo's order, countless kunai shot towards Uchiha Shisui from all directions. The Uchiha tribesman behind Shisui bit his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood. "Walk!" He braced himself up and roared, directly protecting the angry Shisui under him. Earth-style wall. The earthen wall blocked all the kunai in front of Shisui. The kunai behind him was caught with the body of the injured tribesman. "Murakami!" Shisui roared in grief and anger. Danzo's ninjutsu had already attacked. Since Uchiha and the village are already at odds with each other, it would be a good time to take this opportunity to catch all of you Uchiha in one fell swoop. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen agrees to the current situation. Aren't you following the will of the third Hokage? Then give up your resistance quickly. This is also for the peace of Konoha Shinobi village. Don't worry, I will use your Sharingan effectively, just like your grandfather's eyes. Shisui, I want your eyes. Wind-style wind cut technique. Shisui ducked to avoid Danzo's wind blade. He angrily pulled out his kunai and attacked Danzo. Danzo's face was stern, and he did not panic at all when facing Shisui's attack. He blocked the attack of Shisui, the famous ninja world's teleportation, with just his left hand. At this time, Danzo was at his peak. Cage-level strength is what gives him the confidence to compete with Sarutobi Hiruzen. For the sake of the village, some sacrifices are inevitable, don't you understand? Shisui has formed the tiger seal of the fire style, and has the fire attribute chakra nature transformation attached to her attacks, bursting into blazing fire with each move. Fire defeats wind. In terms of chakra attribute, Shisui is able to restrain Danzo, who is good at wind style. He has a body flicker technique. Like an afterimage, it instantly appeared beside Danzo, kicked Danzo away with a sudden shadow dance, and quickly threw out several kunai with both hands. Your approach of sacrificing others from the beginning is wrong. Fire style impatience chlored. The kunai attached to the fire style hit Danzo like a cannonball. Danzo opened his mouth and blew out a wave of breath, blowing himself up in the air and dodging the attack. The kunai hit the ground and blasted huge holes. After landing, Danzo shouted loudly, and his body instantly came to Zhang Shui's side. His teleportation is not inferior to Shisui's at all. Humph! Your eyes are very useful. For Konoha. Danzo knocked Shisui away with a palm. The roots behind him swooped up like a swarm of locusts. There was a hint of rage on Shisui's face. Konoha and Uchiha, I have to protect both sides. Don't get in my way. With a bang, a green skeleton rose from Shisui's body and knocked several roots away. Nani? Danzo's expression changed, and then he looked at Uchiha Shisui with ecstasy and exclaimed. Mangekyō Sharingan? You are indeed a genius of the Uchiha clan. How can you activate Mangekyō at such a young age? Haha. Give it to me. Shisui looked ugly and fired several Yasaka Megatama, knocking several people away. Then he opened his right eye and directly used the skill of Distinguished Heavenly Gods in his right eye. Distinguished Heavenly Gods light. A wide range of golden light burst out from the right eye, and all the roots that did not close the eyes immediately were pulled into the illusion space. Don't blame me. I'm here for Konoha. In this illusion space, I can control everything. Die. Countless golden lights shone in the entire illusion space like the sun, and the spirits of all enemies were completely destroyed along with the collapse of the illusion space. A dozen roots instantly fell from midair and fell to the ground, losing their vitality. And Shisui also closed his right eye directly due to the huge consumption of pupil power. He looked at Danzo, who was lying on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief and said softly. There is no power that can compete with this illusion. Next, as long as... Puff! A long knife was stabbed out of Shisui's back, bringing out a stream of blood. How come? Shisui coughed and looked at the blade in his abdomen in disbelief. He looked up at Danzo in shock, only to find that his body had mysteriously disappeared. Danzo's proud voice came from behind Shisui. Yes, it is indeed a powerful force, much more powerful than your grandfather's Mangekyō. Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyō only has the ability to remotely control objects, which is the Mangekyō's pupil technique on the experimental subject Uchiha Nobu in Hokage Ninja Gaiden. After Danzo got Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyō, he placed one on his right eye, and the other was given to Orochimaru let him study Mangekyō and the wood style. At this time, his right hand was the arm where the first generation cells were transplanted. It's a pity that even Shin's special physique can't suppress the powerful Hashirama cells, so he has no choice but to use the sealing technique to seal his arm. Over the years, Mangekyō's mirror has often helped him deal with difficult enemies. Now, with the increased use of it, the vision of this eye has become almost blind. Now that I have used Izanagi to successfully plot against Shisui, I can now own a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. When the time comes, we will find a way to master Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Shimura Danzo feels that the hopeless Hokage position is about to beckon to him again. You are so resilient. You are worthy of being the leading ninja of the Uchiha clan, but he actually made me lose so many subordinates. The last attack on Shio had caused Danzo to lose 2 elite teams. This time, despite such sufficient preparations, it still caused such heavy casualties. Shisui staggered away while holding his bleeding abdomen. He looked at Danzo, who was unharmed, and found that his Sharingan had turned pale. Forbidden technique Izanagi. Danzo waved to his men and said slowly. First of all, the right eye. That ninjutsu is too dangerous. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Another group of roots jumped out of the woods. Obviously, as a special assassination team, they would not act foolishly by ignoring intelligence. Danzo looked at Shisui with a sneer and said slowly, "Let me see what the pupil technique is in your other eye." Shisui wears a big mouth. There was a determined look in his tightly opened left eye. In that case, the Mangekyō in Shisui's left eye began to spin wildly. Danzo directly used the dungeon hall to create a dungeon to block the light of the distinguished heavenly gods. However, this time the golden light did not appear. As the roots among the woods whistle, the dungeon was instantly broken open, and Danzo and others walked out. "What's going on? What happened?" Danzo looked around suspiciously. There was no change in the surroundings. He looked at Shisui. At this time, blood was flowing from Shisui's left eye, but there was a faint smile on his face, and the chakra on his body became even weaker. "Pretend to be a ghost, give me." Danzo was about to want to kill Shisui, but suddenly he felt that this would not be of any benefit to Konoha, so he subconsciously changed the topic and said, "Catch him." Genbu on the side looked at Danzo in astonishment, as if he did not expect that he would give the order to capture him alive. But unlike Umbu, they will not question their superior's orders. A group of root members approached Shisui cautiously, waved their hands and fired several kunai towards Shisui's limbs. However, this time Shisui did not resist at all and allowed the kunai to penetrate into his body. Danzo felt an awkward feeling in his heart. Then he frowned and said, "Go bring him back to the root base." A squad leader asked Danzo in a low voice. "Danzo-sama, why don't you go to Sarutobi Hiruzen's place?" Danzo glanced sideways at the squad leader. "We came to assassinate Uchiha Shio. Now Uchiha Shio has not come back, so we have not caught Uchiha Shisui, you know." The squad leader was stunned for a moment, then nodded respectfully, "I understand." Zhang pointed to the Uchiha tribesman who died just now, and took his Sharingan with him to clean up the traces. "Yes. I do not know how long it has been." A black Uzumaki appeared in the clearing. Shio appeared with a gloomy face at the place where Shisui and Danzo fought before. By this time the venue had been completely renovated. Shio felt the remaining chakra around him and frowned. "Are you late?" He is not a perceptive ninja, so he can only vaguely feel the chakra bursting out here. He cannot even perceive the mood as clearly as Xiang Rin's Kagura Heart Eye. Shio glanced at the system panel. The number of people representing Shisui has not disappeared, at least it means that Uchiha Shisui is still alive. "Run away? Or were you rescued?" Shio tried to find clues from the vicinity, but the experience that the tribesmen who had been urban management in the past could provide was of little importance to Genbu, an expert who specializes in murder and arson. What a big effect! Damn it, Danzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it was just a cage-level combat power, Shio wouldn't care too much. Shio's real headache is Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods, although Shio is confident that he can resist the control of distinguished heavenly gods by virtue of his status as a reborn plus system hacker. But the people below me may not be able to bear it. Mangekyō, if there is no Sharingan of the same level, it will be completely crushed. If Konoha F4 and the others get the distinguished heavenly gods, they will definitely cause themselves a lot of trouble. As long as you realize that you have been hit by distinguished heavenly gods, you can partially avoid the effects of distinguished heavenly gods. Shio thought of the plot where Admiral Mifune voluntarily gave up hosting the 5-cage talks and stopped raising opinions after being pointed out by Ao that he had cheated on the distinguished heavenly gods. After confirming that he could not find any useful clues, he returned directly to the tribe and found the awakened Uchiha Iron Fire. Although his face was pale at this time and he had lost his fighting ability, his eyes were full of excitement. Once he completely controls Mangekyō, his strength will rise to the next level. "Master Shio, what did Chen just do?" Shio waved his hand and said to Uchiha Taihuo with a solemn expression. "Shisui was attacked." "What? It should be Umbu or someone from the root." Uchiha Iron Fire raised his body angrily. "A bunch of damn old ghosts, we risked our lives to protect Konoha on the border, but they actually did something evil." Shio was not too surprised. After all, the routes created by Sarutobi Hiruzen were originally designed to eliminate dissidents. Umbu of Senjo Tobirama is to protect the Hokage and manage the village. And Sarutobi Hiruzen directly extended it, specifically cutting out a route, and assassinating political opponents who were not willing to act openly in the name of peace. In Shiyu's opinion, this behavior is completely shameless. There is no need for a trial, as long as the root believes that it will affect the peace of Konoha, even Umbu and the others will assassinate him without hesitation. This kind of unreasonable logic of action would be recognized by Konoha's top brass as a joke. These are not important. What is important is that Shisui has activated Mangekyō. His Mangekyō is distinguished heavenly gods, which can invade the brain without consciousness and permanently and completely modify the human body. Fang's will. Uchiha Taihuo looked at Shiyu in shock. Such a terrifying pupil technique. Shiyu nodded. So I want you to set up a subconscious defense mechanism with the clan members, so that the clan members will reflect on themselves every day whether they have betrayed the Uchiha clan, and if so, report them in time. Distinguished heavenly gods slowly change people's will subconsciously, and will not immediately change people's personalities. Therefore, as long as they are discovered in time, they may not be unable to correct their thoughts. Uchiha Taihuo heard this and immediately agreed with a serious face. He was the most loyal to the Uchiha clan among the three people who initially pursued Shisui's death. Now after hearing Shiyu's words, he takes it more seriously than anyone else. He didn't want a traitor to appear among his tribe, even if he was forced to appear. I'll explain it in a moment. Uchiha Taihuo asked with a somewhat ugly expression. Is this how we calculate our strength? They clearly knew that the other party was responsible, but they gave up without evidence. The Uchiha clan had suffered too many hidden losses like this before. He really doesn't want to suffer like Uchiha did before under Fugaku. A cold light flashed in Shiyu's eyes. Forget it. How is that possible? Do you really think that Laozi is the coward of Fugaku? Since the other party wants to play dirty tricks, then we have to give it back no matter what. Isn't Chief Umbu the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Kill him. Chapter 67. Originally, Uchiha Shio admired Third Hokage before he was reborn. After all, in this Atsutsuki colony where Atsutsuki Hago Romo watches and Atsutsuki Hamura peeps, Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to single-handedly destroy several families that had been inherited by alien race forces for thousands of years, and allowed the planet's native forces to successfully ascend to the top of the domestic first-tier families, which is enough to prove the success of his plan. Eliminate subjective likes and dislikes. If you look at Sarutobi Hiruzen from the perspective of the Sarutobi clan and pure Konoha civilians, this guy is definitely the master of the ZTE that everyone praises. Because he not only developed the Sarutobi clan into the first family in Konoha. Moreover, the disadvantaged ordinary villagers have never been aggrieved at all. You know, this is Konoha village where ninjas roam everywhere. Konoha village is like an ancient country in Shio's previous life. The Hokage is equivalent to the emperor, while the ninja clan is equivalent to the aristocratic family and belongs to the noble class, while the common people are the agricultural, industrial, and commercial class. Judging from the apprentices Kakashi accepted in the past 2 years, the discrimination between the famous ninja clan and civilians has always existed. Now under the rule of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the gentry class is being ordered around by the lower class. This is simply not too outrageous. Sarutobi Hiruzen is like relying on his family to ascend to the throne. Then while strengthening the strength of the royal family, he continued to weaken the influence of the aristocratic family and benefit the villagers. If Shio were not a ninja, he would definitely raise his hands and pray for the long life of this good Hokage who is dedicated to the people. After all, no matter how much Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to trick the ninja clan, it almost never affected civilians. It's a pity that the butt determines the head. Shio is not only a ninja, but also a member of the Uchiha clan. In ancient times, this was a one-word side-by-side king who belonged to the power of Konglong. Now the emperor wants to kill the donkey. As long as you are not too stupid, you will have the idea of the emperor will take turns to sit in my house next year. And it was Shio who spoke highly of Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's why Shiyu didn't take too much precaution against Shisui. Because he thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen's political IQ could clearly understand. Now he is no longer a Hokage who stands for absolute justice, and is no longer qualified to send people to carry out random assassinations in the name of peace. Especially the assassination of an insignificant person like Uchiha Shisui has no benefit except to sound the clarion call for civil war between the two sides. He had already prepared that Sarutobi Hiruzen might turn around and rebel against Fugaku and Shisui. Who would have thought that the other party would actually make a stupid move? Assassinating Shisui who delivers Hokage documents? I'm afraid there's something wrong with this. Regarding Konoha F4's behavior of breaking unwritten rules, Shio has no intention of getting used to it. 787 compared with the number of people, the current Uchiha clan may not have as many civilian ninjas as Sarutobi Hiruzen has trained for more than 20 years. But better than the elite? Shio sneered and pushed open Narashikaku's door. Documents to Daimyo have become commonplace. Narashikaku was stunned. Shio looked at him in astonishment. Why are you back? No, the documents were sent by Shisui yesterday. Shio said calmly. Shisui was attacked and his whereabouts are unknown now, so the paperwork needs to be redelivered. What? Narashikaku looked at Shio in surprise. Shisui was attacked. Suddenly his expression changed and he looked at Shio solemnly. You mean? As a highly intelligent family, it was impossible for him not to know who was most likely to attack the area. This is the doorstep of Konoha village. How could anyone other than one of our own be able to attack Shunshen Shisui, who was famous in the ninja world? Suddenly, Shikaku looked at Shio solemnly and asked. You still want to send it? Narashikaku knew very well that if it was really the document team that was attacked by Konoha F4, they would definitely be attacked again if they sent documents again. As long as there is no report from the Daimyo, the separation of the three powers is theoretically illegal. Once the battle between the Border and Cloud Shinobi is over, Sarutobi Hiruzen will have an excuse to regain power. Just like Danzo of the 5.5 generation Hokage, he seems to be a Hokage, but he doesn't seem to be. Neither Shio nor Shikaku thought that Shisui was attacked because they thought that Shisui was transformed by Shio. This assassination was also aimed at Shio, the backbone. Shio sneered and said. Send it, of course I will send it, and I will send it in a big way. Nara looked at Shio helplessly and advised. You finally plan to get the village to side with you Uchiha. When Cloud Shinobi village retreats, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others will be unable to revolving heaven. Shio snorted coldly. No one can wait for him to revolving heaven. At the beginning, he did have the intention of stalling for time. But now Konoha F4 doesn't respect martial ethics and has started assassination. If he doesn't retaliate in time, the other party will definitely take advantage of it. Just like when he harassed Cloud Shinobi village. You can only be a thief for 1,000 days, how can you guard against a thief for 1,000 days? If he doesn't get hurt, this matter will never end. Nara Shio looked at the cold light in Shio's eyes and was a little surprised. How on earth do you have the confidence to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen? Although your Uchiha clan is still the largest clan in Konoha, don't forget that Sarutobi Hiruzen's trump card is not the Sarutobi clan, but a large number of civilian ninjas. Even if you attract some of them, the number of civilian ninjas remaining loyal to him will still be terrifying. Why do the ninjas suppress their anger and act like fools? Isn't it because Sarutobi Hiruzen has won over a large number of civilian ninjas during his decades of Hokage career? To say that it is possible to lead this group of civilian ninjas to rebel against the village. But as long as someone is given the name of rebelling against the village, these civilian ninjas will definitely become a weapon in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. Therefore, the most powerful trump card in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand is never Umbu, nor the Sarutobi family. Instead, they can continuously replenish Umbu's civilian ninjas. They account for nearly 70% of the Chunin in Konoha village, and nearly half of the Jonin. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen's wall of fire does not collapse, this group of people is his biggest trump card. Now Shio is actually preparing to knowingly commit the crime even though he knows that the other party is desperate. Isn't this crazy? However, Shiyu's expression didn't change at all. Because this time he must teach Sarutobi Hiruzen a profound lesson. He has purchased the U Stone and the Charizard Evolution Stone in advance. Although Cage Level cannot truly ignore the number of ninjas, before Cage Level consumes all the chakra, ninjas below Elite Jonin can no longer intervene. And Charizard's Mega Evolution is enough to reach true Cage Level. For this battle, Shiyu spent the remaining 40,000 of his family reputation to buy 2 U Stones and 2 Charizard Evolution Stones X and Y. Including Shiyu himself, the Cage Level combat power available to the Uchiha family reaches 3 people. Iwagaku used 10,000 ninjas and spent 3 days and 3 nights through wheel battles to kill AI, the peak Cage Level 3rd Reikage. Even if Shiyu and Charizard's power doesn't reach that level, there's no way a few thousand ninjas can defeat them. Shiyu is not the dabbler like Shisui who just got promoted to Cage Level and didn't even have time to adapt. He didn't want to go to war with Konoha F4 just because he didn't want his clansmen to suffer too many casualties. Otherwise, with Shio Cage Level strength, not only killing the Sarutobi clan, but also killing most of them and returning them whole would be easily accomplished. As long as he wanted to, he could leave Konoha and become an S-class rebel ninja at any time. If Sarutobi Hiruzen only targeted Shio for assassination, he wouldn't care so much. After all, assassinating Cage Level is almost the same as committing suicide. But now they are taking action against their own people. This is the foundation of Shio's system rewards. This is absolutely intolerable. Soon, news spread throughout Konoha that Uchiha Shio would deliver documents in person again. As a special envoy, Uchiha Shisui was attacked by enemies around Konoha, which put the Urban Management Brigade, which was already not well known, at the forefront of the storm again. Even though the task of patrolling the surrounding areas has nothing to do with the Konoha guards, they usually patrol the streets dressed as Umbu, which makes the villagers think that the Urban Management Brigade is still doing Umbu's work at this time. Security in the Fire Country naturally falls on them. Among the Sarutobi tribe, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the coffee table with a gloomy expression. Danzo on the opposite side seemed a little leisurely. Udaten Koharu and Mitokato Homura looked at each other. Mitokato Homura was the first to break the awkwardness and said, "Ahem, who would have thought that the information sent back from the route is wrong? This is also an accident." Danzo snorted with an unhappy look. "The information sent by my subordinates was originally compiled through code. It is normal to be a little vague. The information was interpreted by Hiruzen. What does it have to do with my roots?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo and said coldly, "Now that you have discovered that it is not Uchiha Shio, why didn't you come back in time, Seiya? What's the use of attacking Uchiha Shisui? He is originally a descendant of Kagami who is pro-Konoha." Danzo snorted coldly. "Do you know him, Uchiha Shio? Since he has already taken action, it is natural to eradicate the roots. Do you want to keep them as evidence to be prosecuted?" Of course Danzo would not admit that he was thinking of his right eye, so he became greedy and changed his attention temporarily. Speaking of the will of fire alone, the will of fire inherited by Danzo is stronger than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because regardless of self-hypnosis or not, Danzo's starting point is for Konoha. But his mind is very unstable. Every time it comes to self-interest, it will go astray. The reason why he is obsessed with Hokage is because he believes that only under his leadership can Konoha continue to grow and unify the entire ninja world. When Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored the interests of the village and signed a peace treaty with Iwagaku, all the ninja clans were angry but dared not speak out. Only Danzo took the route Incarnation Iwagaku and the ninjas of Rain Shinobi village to attack everywhere, trying to sabotage the signing of the peace treaty. But on the way, I met Yahiko, Nagato, and others from the Akatsuki organization. The appearance of Rin-Egan made him forget his purpose, gave up his original mission, and went to Rain Shinobi village to trick Hanzo into taking action against the Akatsuki organization in the name of Konoha. This successfully led to the birth of Pain, the Super Shadow Gatekeeper. And the same is true this time. Originally, his mission was to assassinate Shio. Once it was confirmed that Shio was pretending to be Shio and Shisui's team, he led people to attack and kill him. As a result, During the contact process, he discovered that Uchiha Shisui was not Shio pretending to be Shio, and the mission was abandoned. But when he thought of his nearly blind right eye and the 4 fragrant Uchiha clan, he chose to take action and snatched the Sharingan from Shisui and others for spare use. After all, this opportunity to target single Uchiha is too rare. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen also used Danzo, his biggest psychological flaw, to secretly attack him time and time again. It means that he takes the initiative to help him solve some people or things that have damaged Konoha's interests because of his indecisiveness. But this misjudgment directly disrupted the original plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted and said, "What do you want to do now? Now the other party has said in a big way that they will send documents, and they have made it clear that they want us to take action. But now they have alerted the snake, and the ninjas are all watching." Sarutobi Hiruzen became indecisive again. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, this was clearly Uchiha Shio's provocation against him and a conspiracy to further damage his reputation in Konoha. If he doesn't take action, he must be afraid of the other party, and then the grassroots ninja clan may further seek refuge with the Uchiha clan. So I had to let Danzo stand up in anger again. Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura looked at each other and smiled in their hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen is tricking this fool again. Who would have thought that Danzo suddenly touched his chin and nodded? Indeed, it is impossible for us to dispatch so many ninjas to attack the Uchiha clan. Wouldn't this become a civil war? The losses to Konoha will be too great. It seems that we have to give up. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokato Homura, Yuditen Koharu. Brother! Are you sure you don't want to listen to what you just said? This is what should come out of your mouth, Shimura Danzo? Shouldn't this be what Sarutobi Hiruzen said specifically? Mitokato Homura and Yuditen Koharu looked at Danzo in confusion, with expressions on their faces as if they had seen a ghost. Danzo frowned and looked at Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura in confusion. Look what I'm doing? Am I wrong? Who knows what kind of power the Uchiha clan has ambushed? Even if Uchiha Shio can be killed, if the losses on both sides are too great, wouldn't it be worth the loss? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Laozi and said that he was thinking about Konoha. Shimura Danzo was completely satisfied. Are you drinking fake wine? Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed dryly. You are indeed right, but it is a pity. If Uchiha Shio dies, the Hokage may have to be re-elected. By then, I, the third person who has fallen out with the ninjas. There is nothing to play for. Sarutobi Hiruzen, did you hear that? Come on! Come on! Uchiha Shio is dead and you are the Hokage. Shimura Danzo shook his head. No, the plan won't work. One Cloud Shinobi village is already very troublesome. Once civil strife breaks out, the other villages that are eyeing it will definitely come back to intervene. It's not appropriate. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped. Damn, is this still Shimura Danzo? He stared at Danzo suspiciously for a long time. Wasn't he replaced by someone from the Uchiha clan? Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked in disbelief and snorted. Hiruzen, it's true that I want to be a Hokage, but I do it for the village. I believe that I can lead the village to a better future, but I will never lead the village into destruction. I hope you don't do anything wrong, otherwise even I will stop you. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had maintained the will of fire for so many years, felt the urge to curse for the first time. If you had this awareness back then, what would be my business in the third Hokage? What kind of big-tailed wolf are you pretending to be now? Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded in a deep voice. Once the documents are sent to the Daimyo, there is really no way to change them. Danzo, there is nothing we can do about it. I believe there will be opportunities in the future. Let's forget it this time. After Danzo finished speaking, he stood up and left without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to answer. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, who was about to go out, and couldn't help shouting. Danzo! You'll regret it. Shimura Danzo snorted without turning around. Hiruzen, you are not Hokage now. As soon as he said these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like 10,000 grass and mud horses running wildly in his heart. Why do these words sound so familiar? After Danzo leaves, Midokado Homura and Yudatan Koharu said in confusion. How come you've changed your gender? When did Danzo's will of fire become so strong? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back on the coffee table with a livid face. He glanced at Yudatan Koharu and Midokado Homura and then slowly said. This time, you two go. Yudatan Koharu and Midokado Homura were stunned. Hey! Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe with a livid face and said bitterly. I will ask Shinosuke to cooperate with you and lead a reorganized 1,000-man team. Uchiha Shio must die. Midokado Homura and Yudatan Koharu's eyes bulged out. This was the first time they had seen Sarutobi Hiruzen die in person. Damn it, Danzo and Hiruzen switched identities. Chapter 68. After Danzo left the Sarutobi tribe, he returned to his base. He walked through the dark tunnel and came to a closed cell door. The sound of chains inside proved that someone was still alive. Danzo stood in front of the door and said coldly. It seems that your clan leader intends to avenge you, and he openly and honestly announced that he will deliver the document again. In the cell, Uchiha Shisui's excited voice was transmitted. What? Shio clan leader him. However, Danzo outside the door sneered. Unfortunately, this time it didn't go as he wished. Although I also wanted to get rid of Uchiha Shio, rashly starting a war with the Uchiha clan will greatly damage Konoha's strength. Let's hope he saves his life. In the darkness, a relieved smile appeared on Uchiha Shisui's lips. Really? My own distinguished heavenly gods took effect. Since Mangekyō has just been opened, Shisui is not sure how strong distinguished heavenly gods' pupil technique is. His right eye is distinguished heavenly gods, which is a large-scale spiritual attack illusion. The distinguished heavenly gods in his left eye is the eye that modifies the will, directly invading the opponent's brain without being noticed, and permanently and completely modifying the opponent's will, turning everyone seen by the caster into his puppet. The disadvantage is that the cooldown time is too long. If there is no sage body similar to first-generation cells, its cooldown time will be as long as more than 10 years. Therefore, after Uchiha Shisui saw that Danzo could not be destroyed, he immediately activated the distinguished heavenly gods of his left eye on Danzo. Modify his will so that he will always put the interests of Konoha as the first priority. So after Danzo caught Shisui, he subconsciously chose to capture her alive instead of directly gouging out her eyes. Later, he directly criticized Sarutobi Hiruzen at the rally. At this time, Shimura Danzo had not yet realized. Now I have been modified by Shisui into a true ninja who is willing to give his life for Konoha. The more will distinguished heavenly gods modifies, the easier it is to create flaws, so Shisui just deleted Danzo's selfish side. To some extent, Danzo at this time is more like another version of Uchiha Itachi. Now he only needs to correct the impression of Uchiha and the Sarutobi clan in his mind, then he will definitely destroy the Sarutobi clan without hesitation. Uchiha Shisui looked at the door and chuckled. Danzo, you are also a direct disciple of Master Second Hokage. You know the inheritance of the will of fire better than anyone else. Think hard about who is really for the good of the village and what kind of leadership can Konoha village develop? Grow. Danzo frowned. Without you Uchiha, where would there be so many things? He closed the lookout port with some frustration. You'd better think about how useful you are to Konoha, otherwise your eyes will be mine. Danzo stepped on wooden clogs and slowly left the cell. Two people appeared behind Danzo with a swishing sound. Go and keep an eye on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha can't be messy now. I was wrong before. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not worthy of being a Hokage at all. Yes. The two disappeared with a swoosh, and Danzo disappeared into the Dark Minister with a complicated expression. A few more days passed. Shio left Konoha with great fanfare and was welcomed by the villagers. This time, like Shisui, he only brought 3 archer team members with strong overall strength. Although the 3 of them only opened the special Jonin of 3 Tomo Sharingan, in fact, several of them already had the strength of Jonin with the help of double cheats in the training ground. The reason why it is still stuck in special Jonin is because the chakra control level is not up to standard, and it has not reached the hard measurement indicators measured by the system. But in terms of overall strength, each of them has reached the Jonin level. As used in Shuangwan novels, these people are all artificial geniuses who can leapfrog and fight. After leaving the village, Shio glanced in the direction of the wall. On the wall, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were looking at him with cold expressions. A sneer appeared at the corner of Shio's mouth, and he gave the two men a middle finger unceremoniously. Then he swaggered directly into the carriage beside him and slowly swayed towards Daimyo Mansion. I am here to establish diplomatic relations, so how can I do it by jumping around like a monkey? On the wall, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. Danzo on the side snorted, grandstanding. He glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had no intention of leaving the village, and then walked out on crutches. Sarutobi Hiruzen in front looked a little gloomy. Danzo, an idiot, would actually come to spy on him? Why did this guy suddenly go crazy? Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was a little angry, Danzo showed a proud expression on his face. This Konoha looks down upon me. Without me there would be no peace at all. Shiyu sat on the carriage and closed his eyes to relax. Gong Arai acts as the driver, while Gong Era and Gong Erson are responsible for guarding the surroundings. They belong to the Archer Force, members of the Konoha detachment. I usually work full-time at the training ground for additional training. Although they are the second team, they are actually stronger than the first team at this time. If it weren't for the front line being very tight. Shiyu originally planned to call Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari back. Now that Uchiha Iron Fire opened Mangekyō and made everyone enter CD time, Uchiha Fugaku might be merciful if he knew he was a civilian ninja in Konoha. If he was fooled by Sarutobi Hiruzen a few more times, he might directly surrender to the enemy. So Shiyu simply found the three strongest archers from the second team to accompany him as bait. The three of them have Grandmaster Shisui's Phantom Body Flicker technique, Uchiha Ataka's Shuriken technique, as well as the Uchiha clan's fire style and the earth style that is more suitable for defense, and are equipped with luxurious scientific ninja bullets. In the past few days, Shiyu used the remaining 10,000 family reputations to buy several B-level ninjutsu scrolls and processed them overnight. In the past, in order to save money and sell money, Shiyu just bought some C-level ninjutsu with 100 reputation each. But this time he directly bought 10 B-level cards at once. The reason why I don't buy A-level ninjutsu is because it consumes too much chakra, and the quantity produced in these few days is definitely not as much as that produced by B-level ninjutsu. Although the carriage is very slow. But the fire country is not that big to begin with. In just half a day, a few people had already walked half the distance. Soon a valley appeared ahead. Gong Era turned to the side of the carriage and whispered. Chief Shio, there are a lot of traps ahead, and there are many ninjas hiding in the dark. There was a hint of indifference in Shio's eyes. He stepped out of the carriage, stretched slowly, and his body made a clicking sound. Trap. A strange look appeared on Shio's face. Did we not publicize it well enough? Don't they know how the Cloud Shinobi village ninja died? Shio closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had turned into a scarlet Mangekyō. A vortex appeared in mid-air, and the carriage was directly taken into the Kamui space by him. Shio took off his god robe and put on the ancestral battle armor of the Uchiha clan. The short sword in his hand emits a cold light and is inserted into the sword sheath on his waist. There was a hint of bloodthirsty ferocity on his face. Fight each other, just one word. Kill. Yes. A whooshing sound. Shio and the three members of the second archer team dispersed instantly. He had no intention of going into someone else's trap openly like an idiot. As a jonin who has lived from World War II to the present, Shio has even more combat experience than Shisui. He quickly shuttled through the woods and soon came to a dense forest. He knelt down and touched the moss on the tree trunk, and an obscure footprint came into view. Then he looked at the broken branch beside him. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. The rough forgery has dried up to what extent? Sure enough, the number of people coming this time is uneven. It is possible that the tracks on the moss were made by animals, but the forgeries are definitely made by humans. It seems that they are looking in the right direction. Shio looked at a stone with the wet side facing up, with a confident smile on his face. Let you feel the terror of a veteran on the battlefield. Shio murmured in a low voice and formed a hand seal in his hand. I can try the skills that I never had the chance to use before. This time I can try them. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang! Shio is directly divided into 10 figures. As Naruto's signature ninjutsu, it doesn't make sense to be listed as a forbidden technique. Because every trace of chakra is extremely valuable on the battlefield, no one will take the initiative to divide their chakra into multiple parts to win by quantity. But now Shio has entered the ranks of cage level. After 3 system rewards, Shio's chakra does not have the 100 cards that Naruto had when he graduated, but he still has 50 cards. After being divided into 10 parts, each shadow clone still has 10 cards of chakra, and is not afraid at all even against elite jonin. This is the strength of cage level. It is not at the same level as elite jonin. Even the most rubbish cage level is not something elite jonin can match. Maybe elite jonin can participate in cage level battles, but fighting will definitely kill elite jonin. The shadow clone left instantly at a speed no less fast than the original body. Shio, on the other hand, slowly ate an unpalatable soldier food pill and slowly recovered the consumed chakra. Soon, there was a smell of blood coming from the woods. These commoner ninjas with a Chunin background couldn't even resist when faced with cage-level experts who were learning from the Uchiha clan. The kunao in Shio's hand kept disappearing and reappearing like a magic trick. There was a trace of ridicule on his face. I wonder which idiot came up with the battle plan to ambush a cage level with a trap? If all the troops were gathered together, maybe I would really have a headache. Oh, no, it seems that the opponent doesn't know that I already have cage level strength, tisk tisk. As soon as Shio finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of a big tree. The kunao in his hand stabbed into the tree trunk, and a muffled groan came out. A ninja wearing a vest fell to the ground, his heart having been pierced by a kunao with the wind attribute chakra nature transformation attached to it. At this time, in a hidden tree hole in the valley, Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura gathered here along with a masked Umbu ninja. Yuditen Koharu couldn't help but complain. Isn't it a bit much? The opponent is just a jonin. Now most of the Uchiha clan's combat power is on the front line, leaving only a group of genin. There is no need to use such a large formation, right? These 1,000 people are almost all Sarutobi Hiruzen can use. This is the maximum number of idle combat forces. Any more will affect the operation of Umbu and the intelligence department. Now, the Third Ninja War has just ended. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately preserves the strength of civilian ninjas, the number left is less than 4,000. You must know that Konoha, which had been recuperating for 15 years, barely managed to gather 18,000 ninjas during the Fourth Ninja War, including genin. And now Konoha, including genin, can collect 8,000, even counting the unregistered ninjas of the ninja clan. Nowadays, the Uchiha clan has taken away 2,000 from the front line, and 3,000 are still in Konoha. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen only has about 3,000 ninjas in his hands. Now he directly uses 1/3 to deal with Shio, which is enough to show how much Sarutobi Hiruzen hates Shio at this time. The results he had worked hard for decades were almost destroyed in one day, and it was his determination to remain rational until now. Inexplicably, Shio's power in Konoha was cut off at the most vulnerable period. This was simply the biggest failure in his political career. As long as the peace treaty of the Third Ninja War is not signed, as long as Namikaze Minato is not dead, as long as the Jinchuriki can still fight, as long as the Uchiha clan is still controlled by Fugaku, he will be reduced to this embarrassing situation now. 0. But Shio just found an opportunity when all the conditions were met to counterattack him directly. Midokado Homura and the other two seemed not to realize Shio's terror. I think so. To deal with a little-known jonin, there is no need to use such a large lineup. Minato didn't enjoy this treatment at the beginning. Yuditen Koharu lamented. It's a pity Minato, if he were still alive, Uchiha Shio wouldn't be able to dance around. On the battlefield of Iwagakure, Minato killed 50 people in one move, which made Onakibi Fugaku completely frightened and voluntarily surrendered and asked to sign a peace treaty. The name of Yellow Flash has also become a taboo on the battlefield of the ninja world. It can be said that Namikaze Minato is the only Hokage after Senju Hashirama to stop the war. It's not that Namikaze Minato's strength has caught up with Senju Hashirama. But Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God is enough to render the number of ninjas useless. If you want to deal with this kind of enemy, you can only use decapitation tactics to reverse the situation of the war. The AB combination once tried to kill Namikaze Minato, but after the fight, they found that they could not stop Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God, so they decisively asked Cloud Shinobi to withdraw from Konoha. Although no peace was signed, I did not dare to invade Konoha again. This is why in the anime, the peace treaty between Cloud Shinobi village was signed on Hinata's 3rd birthday. But the Third Ninja War ended when Namikaze Minato became the 4th Hokage. Therefore, both Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura believed that if Namikaze Minato did not die, there would definitely not be so much trouble. However, Umbu, who was wearing a mask, threw a stack of information to the two of them and said coldly, "See for yourselves, Jonin, whom you despise." Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura picked up the information on the table strangely. As a group of elders, they naturally have information about Jonin of the Uchiha clan, but their information is much simpler. Midokado Homura looked at the information and muttered, "What's so interesting? Isn't he just a Jonin? He doesn't even have a title. Wait a minute. Open your eyes at the age of 12, and you will see 3 Megatama. A special Jonin at the age of 13? His illusion skills far exceed those of ordinary Jonin. The elite of the 2 Taiwanese clans who have been rescued many times? The credit goes to his companions? He is called a phantom ninja that does not exist." Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura looked at this set of information dumbfounded. In other words, Uchiha Shio Jonin has been around for more than 10 years? Jonin, who has not died for such a long time and has not yet become famous in the ninja world, is extremely incredible. And judging from the intelligence, he appeared in places he shouldn't have appeared many times like a prophet, saving many ninjas who should have died. Umbu Captain Sarutobi Shinashuk said coldly. From the intelligence point of view, although Uchiha Shio is not too powerful, he has extremely powerful deduction capabilities. He can use the smallest amount of force to achieve the maximum every time. As a result, he can find a way to survive even in desperate situations. Furthermore, this person has an extremely cautious character. He lured us so openly. Without a certain degree of certainty, it is absolutely impossible for him to do such a thing. Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura looked at each other. The two of them swallowed unconsciously. They actually saw the shadow of Sarutobi Hiruzen in Shio. However, at this moment, a shrill whistle suddenly rose in the sky. That was the sound of whistle arrows fired when the team was attacked. 1. Chapter 69. After clearing the hidden sentry, Shiyu just sat there and regained his strength. In the past life, Shiyu said what Jonin's chakra amount, Chunin's chakra amount, and Genin's chakra amount were talking about when watching anime. But after his rebirth, Shiyu realized that the ninja body usually does not store anything except a small amount of chakra in its meridians. The so-called chakra extraction technique is more like a set of internal techniques similar to internal strength. Under the control of spiritual energy, chakra extraction technology will extract the energy from cells and then run it in the meridians, thereby increasing physical strength. When this energy is released through different meridians, it will form different forms. This is the so-called form change of seals and ninjutsu. The chakra with different attributes assimilated through the 5 internal organs represents the nature transformation of chakra. The heart corresponds to fire, the liver corresponds to wind, the spleen corresponds to earth, the lungs correspond to thunder, and the kidneys correspond to water. Everyone is born with only 1 or 2 organs that can easily extract chakra. This is what ninjas call the raw chakra attribute. One of the criteria for reaching Jonin is to be able to master the energy extraction of cells in other organs and obtain different chakra attributes. This is only known by activating other chakra attributes in the machine. Normally, the purpose of ninjas practicing chakra extraction is to multitask. Able to extract chakra from cells while fighting and attach it to the body or release ninjutsu. Ebisu made it very clear when he was teaching Naruto. The so-called chakra control is to extract the most suitable chakra from the cells to release this ninjutsu, thereby avoiding waste of physical strength. This is also the reason why Kakashi and Zabuza only used 2 ninjutsu in the battle, but ended up being exhausted and passed out. Because chakra is linked to the energy and physical strength in cells, consuming chakra actually consumes life energy and physical strength. Therefore, in the ninja world, a person's upper limit of strength is determined at birth. It is absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to contain more 220 life energy than the Senju clan, Uchiha clan, and Uzumaki clan with its Satsuki bloodline. Therefore, no matter how hard they try, it is absolutely impossible for them to reach the Super Kage level. This is why Kakashi said to Naruto that there are people in the ninja world who are younger than you but stronger than you. Because the upper limit of ordinary people has been locked since birth. A civilian genius like Kakashi uses his super chakra control talent to maximize the use of every bit of physical energy in his body without wasting it. It's a pity that the transplanted Sharingan caused Kakashi to have to extract energy from the body to supply it all the time. Kakashi, who has been in a physical deficit for a long time, naturally fell from a genius to a unit of measurement in the ninja world. Now Shio has taken back Kakashi's Sharingan. Although in a short period of time Kakashi's strength has declined due to the disappearance of Sharingan. But as Kakashi's body grew, his chakra control talent, which was originally a genius, will gradually emerge, and finally reaching Kage level will definitely be much easier than in the original plot. Although Uchiha Shio is not a genius, but he is also a direct member of the Otsutsuki bloodline. Even though Indra inherited more of the power of the sacred tree. However, the Uchiha clan's cellular energy is still several times or even 10 times more than that of civilian ninjas. The reason why he is stuck in Jonin. The main factor is that chakra's control talent is ridiculously poor. Even with the help of Sharingan, who has 3 Megatama, it will still cause a huge waste every time the ninjutsu is released. But with the emergence of Mangekyō Sharingan and the chakra +1 given by the system, he finally got rid of this shackles and truly entered the Kage level ranks. On the previous battlefield, why did Shiyu die so hard? It was all because he didn't last long enough. I am still young and have weak chakra control. At that time, Shiyu's chakra utilization rate was only 1 card at most, which was unsatisfactory. But it's different now. After entering Kage level, he was finally able to let himself go and experience the true joy of crushing. As a whistle sounded, Uchiha Shio stood up slowly. The ground suddenly shook violently. 5 Shio's shadow clone quickly formed seals at the 5 corners. All the remaining chakra was injected into the earth. Earth-style iron prison. The entire valley suddenly dented into a huge circular cave, surrounded by countless stone walls rising from the ground. At the same time, 3 fire-breathing dragons flew up from the woods and rushed into the sky. The 3 archers of the Gong second team stood on top of the fire-breathing dragon and shouted orders. Charizard! Use Flame Jet and Flame Splash! Op wow! 3 nearly 4-meter fire-breathing dragons swooped down from the sky with a howl. The terrifying flames rushed down like a sea of fire. After the flames fell to the ground, they exploded quickly and included the entire area of tens of meters in the sea of fire. For a moment, the valley was filled with flames, and the fire quickly spread to the surrounding areas. The moment the whistle arrow sounded, Yudatan Koharu and the 3 of them had a bad premonition in their hearts. The 3 people hurriedly walked out of the temporary stronghold. But there was a violent tremor from the earth, surrounding them all in the valley. Mitokado Homura's face changed drastically. No. I fell into a trap. As a rustling sound came from Shinashuke's waist, Captain Umbu's sad and angry voice came from the radio. Captain is in trouble. Our ambush position was broken into. At least half of the team didn't reply. Shinashuke's pupils shrank and he roared angrily. What? Are you pigs? The trap was not triggered? The warning barrier is there. The opponents are all elites. All the traps we set have been cracked, and they have found loopholes in our barrier technique. If Captain K hadn't discovered the opponent's traces, maybe we would have been wiped out by the opponent. Waste. Sarutobi Shinashuk cursed angrily with his eyes splitting. Hurry up and gather the remaining companions. How long has it been? Less than an hour since the last report, and half of the team has no signal. Before he gets angry, the fire-breathing dragon has already taken off and started massacring the ninjas below. Every time he sprays flames, it is comparable to a B-level ninjutsu. Coupled with the advantage of being able to fly, the Chunin below cannot cause any effective attacks at all. For a time, screams could be heard endlessly. 3 Umbu wearing white robes quickly stood up. I saw one of them quickly forming seals with his hands. Wind-style wind cut technique. Several invisible wind blades cut towards the fire-breathing dragon in the sky. When Gong Arai saw this, he shouted, "Charizard! Use air slash!" The fire-breathing dragon howled, swung its wings violently, and a powerful air blade instantly rushed towards the wind blade. With a pop, the 2 attacks collided in mid-air, causing a huge explosion. Captain Umbu below shrank his pupils. Nani? How could it be? This damn summoning beast is so powerful. Gong Era and Gong Erson took the opportunity to shout, "Charizard! Use smoke screen!" The 2 fire-breathing dragons howled, took a sharp breath, and then blew out a huge amount of thick smoke from their mouths, slowly covering the entire valley. The ninja's vision was completely obscured by grey smoke, and the position of the fire-breathing dragon disappeared from their eyes. The carbon monoxide mixed in the thick smoke also made the ninja below continue to cough and have difficulty breathing. The white-robed squad leader looked at the fire-breathing dragon with a livid face. The fire was shining in its eyes. Damn, why is this thing's ninjutsu so disgusting? Let the team members use wind-style great breakthrough. A sparse response came over the radio. All wind-style ninjas began to release ninjutsu at the captain's instruction. However, they ignored one thing. Due to the thick fog, they couldn't tell the difference between east, west, north, and south. This resulted in the companions scattered around not knowing which direction to blow the wind. The strong wind blown by his companions in all directions knocked the ninjas off their feet. Some even blew the smoke in each other's direction because they were blowing in opposite directions. Not only did the smoke in the air not dissipate, but more of it was inhaled into people's bodies due to the wind style, causing them to faint. Shiyu stood on the top of the tree, shook his head and sighed. As expected, they are a bunch of noobs, and they have never been on the battlefield. Although there were a large number of people, they had no experience in group combat at all, so they thought they should work together as a small team of 4 people like they usually do tasks. But on the actual battlefield of the Jonin World War, the team's power stars were simply negligible. What really brings out the strongest power of ninjas in war is group-style compound ninjutsu. Just like now. Shiyu's remaining 4 shadow clones stood by the rivers at the 4 corners of the valley. I saw them looking at their watches at the same time, and then quickly forming 44 complex seals and shouting, "Water style! Great Falls technique!" The river under the 4 people's feet seemed to be rioting one after another, setting off a terrifying huge wave that washed over the entire valley. The ninjas, whose vision was obscured by the smoke, did not see the huge wave coming at all. By the time they realized it, the waves were already hitting their faces. Countless ninjas were washed away by the waves like dumplings and gathered towards the center of the valley. Only a dozen captain-level Jonin, Yudatan Koharu and Midokado Homura used the earth flow wall to lift themselves away from the impact of the waterfall. Midokado Homura looked at the shocked ninjas who were hit. This level of ninjutsu. How could it be possible? There are so many Jonin from the Uchiha clan left in Konoha. Another very big difference between Jonin and Chunin is that Jonin's meridians can withstand more chakra impacts, so Uchiha Madara requires a class of water barrier to extinguish it. The reason why the Great Waterfall technique is classified as an A-level ninjutsu is because the scale of the technique is very large, and it would be impossible to perform it without strong enough meridians. As for the scale of the Great Falls technique this time, it would take at least 10 Jonin to release it. That's why she thought there were so many Jonin here in the Uchiha clan. No. Look at that! Yudatan Koharu screamed. At this time, 4 of Shiyu's shadow clone have followed the water to the center of the valley. They all glanced at the jonin standing on the tall pillars, with cheeky smiles on their faces. This is how war is fought. Lightning-style ground walk. Just when Shio was brutally torturing the rookie on the battlefield, Cloud Shinobi village stationed in Yuno country finally launched a large-scale attack. In the past few months, Cloud Shinobi village has been really frustrated. The opponent ignores traps and barriers and frantically attacks the Cloud Shinobi village station. This made Troy, who was in charge of the command, almost doubt his life. No one could see that hundreds of his own team had been killed. Who could bear this? If the second-tailed Jinchuriki hadn't arrived, he would have withdrawn his troops directly. But now he stands up. Because he received information from the village. That damn Uchiha Shio is gone. Moreover, a large number of ninjas came to Konoha to support the front line. When there are too many people, it becomes impossible to fight guerrilla warfare. Finally he can do it openly and openly. As the country of thunder that has the best relationship with Daimyo among the 5 major countries. They are not like big names from other countries who ask for money and then keep asking for money. After 3rd Reikage AI was shamelessly killed by Iwagaku through numbers, 4th generation AI began to pay attention to the importance of the number of ninjas. Now, his troops still have about 2,500 people, and even if Konoha's reinforcements come, they won't be able to outnumber them. As an elite member of the national war, he is completely different from their improvised team. Troy ordered the Cloud Shinobi village ninjas to use the 5 elements attribute as a military formation to quickly move towards the Konoha village station. As a tourist city, Yunokuni has received the protection of famous people, nobles, and wealthy businessmen. Before, Cloud Shinobi village had no way to go deep into the town to pursue. Nowadays, it is naturally impossible for Konoha's ninjas to disperse to various cities. At this time, they are also stationed on a hill. A member of the hunter team half knelt in front of Uchiha Yashiro and reported. Yashiro-sama, Cloud Shinobi village has arrived at the foot of the mountain. Uchiha on the side looked excited. Master Shio is indeed right, the other party really took advantage of this time to attack. There was a complicated expression on Uchiha Yashiro's face. He was originally Uchiha Fugaku's confidant and belonged to the pro-Konoha faction. But now Cloud Shinobi village chooses to attack while Master Shio is leaving. This shows that there is definitely someone in the village passing information to the other party. It doesn't matter who it is anymore. This means that the so-called will of fire is completely nonsense. Uchiha Yashiro took a deep breath. There was a determined expression on his face. Let the team prepare and act as planned. Yes. With a swish sound, the hunter members left instantly. They are responsible for traps and barriers full-time. If the traps and barriers in Cloud Shinobi village don't work, it doesn't mean that the traps and barriers on our side don't work. As expected. A large number of screams and explosions of detonating symbols began to appear in the woods at the foot of the mountain. Cloud Shinobi commanded Troy with a livid face as he listened to the reports from his subordinates and yelled. We must attack at all costs. In terms of combat power, our people 2.0 are much stronger than those motley crew. Then he glanced at the girl next to him. At only 17 years old, Wooden Golem has become a Jinchuriki who is able to master the 2 tails. With the existence of this big killer weapon, Troy couldn't think of how he could lose. Under the leadership of Cloud Shinobi village Jonin, the traps and barriers set up by the hunter team were quickly invaded. And they also sacrificed nearly 200 ninjas who died in the trap. The hunter team completed its mission and quickly retreated to the trenches on the top of the mountain. Yashiro looked at the rushing ninja and raised his hand. Wind style fire style ninja prepare. The caster, magician, team of the Uchiha clan and the ninjas who came to support from Konoha stood at the front of the trench. Release the ninjutsu. The ninjas, who had rehearsed many times, all began to form hand seals. Fire style great fireball technique. Fire style fireball. Wind style fire wind palm. Wind style great breakthrough. Although it was only a sea-level ninjutsu, with the addition of quantity, the terrifying sea of fire swept towards the foot of the mountain. The detonating talisman buried on the hillside also exploded. The attacking cloud shinobi's face changed drastically. Earth-style wall. Walls stood in front of them to temporarily block the sea of fire. However, because they belonged to the attacking side, there were still many people who were burned to death by the flames seeping from the airtight gaps due to lack of coordinated operations. Troy looked at the screams coming from halfway up the mountain with an ugly expression. They are in the downstream direction, and even water style is not easy to release. Moreover, most of them are grandmasters who use the lightning style, which favors speed and caution. They suffer far more from this kind of long-range offensive and defensive battle than Konoha, who is good at the fire style. As a last resort, Troy looked at the second-tailed wooden golem aside. By wooden golem looked at Troy's look for help and raised his head proudly. Hi! Sure enough, you still look at me. Chapter 70. By wooden golem already became the second-tailed Matadabi's Jinchuriki at the age of 2. During these 15 years, even though she was disliked and ostracized by others, she still persisted in practicing silently. Now she can finally transform into a tailed beast by her own will. Although it is not as perfect as Jinchuriki's transformation into a giant-tailed beast. But there is no problem transforming into the two-tailed Matatabi form. This time she came to the battlefield to prove her hard work. She wanted to prove to others that she had won the confidence of her hard work. As a queen-type beauty with strong personality and arrogance, she often ties her long straight rice brown hair into long braids that reach her waist, making her look neat and tidy. However, at this time, she spread her hair, and balls of red chakra gradually appeared on her body. This is her first battle, so she must show off her momentum and reputation. Wooden golem bursts forward from the rear. The terrifying chakra raised a cloud of dust above the ground. The huge chakra output that did not belong to humans made her rush towards the top of the mountain against Konoha's ninjutsu. Why were Jinchuriki distributed as nuclear weapons to every village by Senju Hashirama? It is precisely because this power derived from the sacred tree can break the limits of ordinary humans. Its self-healing function can help humans adapt to the huge flow of chakra and avoid irreversible damage to the meridians after being impacted by the huge chakra. The chakra coat attached to it can bypass the restrictions of human meridians and directly use extraordinary ninjutsu and tailed beast bomb. At this time, wooden golem wore a red chakra coat and used the chakra tail to easily extinguish the incoming fire style. The terrifying speed allowed her to rush to the top of the mountain almost instantly. The face of Chinin, a lancer who led the team, changed drastically. Disperse and fight freely. Use your strongest ninjutsu to attack her. The ninja in charge of this area hurriedly stepped away, quickly formed seals in mid-air, and rushed towards the wooden golem with various ninjutsu. Fire-style fire bomb. Water-style water dragon bomb. Wind-style wind blade technique. Wrapped in a red coat headed by wooden golem, there was a trace of disdain on the corner of his mouth. She could feel that she was no longer on the same level as this group of Chunin. Now she can still reach the level of elite Jonin even if she only activates the first state of the tailed beast outfit. What's more important is that 28's own chakra is hundreds or thousands of times that of the group of rookies below. This is the true horror of Jinchuriki. By wooden golem sneered. I bet that I, the second tail of Cloud Shinobi, known as the wooden golem, will kill you. With the roar of wooden golem, the red-tailed beast chakra on her body instantly became huge. Blue and black chakra flames slowly envelope it. Roar! The terrifying chakra instantly caught all the incoming ninjutsu with ease. The roar like a tiger's roar made the surrounding ninjas tremble. Wow! The second-tailed Matatabi let out a terrifying roar, making the surrounding Konoha shinobi lose their balance. Everyone looked at the nearly 10-meter-long tailed beast shivering in horror. Tailed beast. Those ninjas who signed up later had pale faces. Uchiha Yashiro and Inaka swallowed with numb scalps and whispered. Is this the incomplete body that Chief Shiyu said? It's already the size of 2 fire-breathing dragons joined together, right? How big does it need to be a complete 2-tailed body? The huge Matatabi stretched out its tiger claws and swung violently. More than a dozen ninjas on the battlefield died immediately, along with members of the Uchiha clan. It opened its mouth and roared, and a huge fireball instantly condensed and swept directly towards the front line trench. Hide! Use earth style with me! A saber yelled. Several sabers formed seals quickly and slammed the ground. Earth walls rose from the ground to block the fireball. Earth style! Earth style! With a bang! Violent explosions came from the battlefield. Troy at the foot of the mountain was overjoyed and roared. Brothers, wooden golem has already rushed forward. Follow the path she opened and rush forward. Op wailing. Countless cloud shinobi ninjas rushed towards the gap in the defense line as if they were on fire. On the other hand, Konoha shinobi's defense line began to collapse. Because the Jinchuriki are almost invincible on the battlefield. Even the legendary Sunin Jiraiya, who brought his apprentice Namikaze Minato and others to face Iwagakure's 4 tails and 5 tails, only made a strategic retreat. Seeing this terrifying giant two-tailed flame tiger wreaking havoc in the military formation, all the ninjas except the Uchiha clan had plans to escape. Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari looked a little ugly. Even though I was mentally prepared, I still felt panicked when I actually faced this unsolvable thing in the ninja world. However, remembering Chief Shiyu's instructions, the two looked at each other and nodded, and at the same time took out their respective pokeballs from the ninja bag on their waists. This is the Pokemon they secretly returned to the clan to take turns taming. Go! Charizard! The two yelled and threw the pokeball into the sky. 2 roars rang out from the sky, and the entire battlefield was shaken by the screams with dragon power skills. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village gritted their teeth and looked at the 2 giant dragons in the sky. 2? Why is there one more? It was this thing that made them unable to sleep well in the first place. They were worried all day long that a mouthful of hot phlegm would fall from the sky and turn them into burning people. On the other hand, the momentum of the ninja troops in Konoha was lifted. Everyone cheered loudly for these 2 ferocious fire dragons. Although it is smaller, it is still a dragon, and it looks much more fierce than a cat. 2 fire-breathing dragons circled in the sky. Uchiha Yashiro and Inari pointed at Nikomata at the same time and yelled. Charizard! Use flamethrower! Ouch! 2 terrifying flames spurted out and shot towards Nikomata. Nekomata's face below showed a hint of human contempt. She has clearly sensed that the 2 summoning beasts on the other side are at the level of Jonin at best. Considering that the body strength of summoning beasts is stronger than that of humans, and the power of ninjutsu is stronger than humans, then their ability to survive is only the level of elite Jonin. And now I have entered the ranks of cage level. They are still the strongest among cage level. The cat opened its mouth again, and the same terrifying fireball condensed in its mouth. Then the fireball emitted infinite high temperature and was launched towards the 2 flame rays. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw this terrifying attack, and they even swallowed carefully. However, as time passed, the powerful fireball slowly suppressed the flames of the fire-breathing dragon and slowly moved towards them. When the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village saw this, their confidence was shaken and they cheered loudly. Powered by wooden golem. Go ahead. Turn them into ashes. Haha. The expressions of the ninjas on Konoha's side changed dramatically. No. Charizard is no match for the tailed beast. Oh, what should I do? That's a tailed beast. Even the summoning beasts from the 3 holy places are no match for a tailed beast, let alone a fire-breathing dragon. Konoha Shinobi's confidence was once again shaken violently. Even the frequency of throwing shurikens in his hands has slowed down. Seeing this, the Cloud Shinobi village below saw this and walked out from behind the tree again, howling and rushing forward for some distance. The 2 sides will soon be at hand-to-hand distance. Uchiha Yashiro swallowed deeply. There was a look of determination on his face. I can only give it a try. After all, Master Shio gave it to me. Uchiha nodded and said. That's right, we have to believe Master Shio. Then the 2 of them took a long breath. He took out a colorful gem from his ninja bag and held it in his hand. The corners of their eyes couldn't help but twitch twice, and then they gritted their teeth and shouted loudly. Respond to my heart, Yu Shi! Transcend evolution! Mega evolution! As the 2 yelled in shame. The gems in their hands suddenly emitted extremely dazzling golden light. At the same time, an almost identical gem hanging on the neck and tail of the two fire-breathing dragons on the line shone with dazzling light at the same time. Nani? What's going on? The ninjas on the battlefield looked at the fire-breathing dragon with golden light and blue light in the sky in astonishment. What kind of ninjutsu are they releasing again? Cloud Shinobi leader Troy is in urgent need. By Wooden Golem. Stop them. But before the sound reaches Wooden Golem's ears, the two fire-breathing dragons in the sky have undergone huge changes quickly. One of the fire-breathing dragons was covered in blue flames, and its original orange-red skin turned directly into black and grey. His size became larger, his eyes became more fierce, and bone spurs like spikes appeared on his shoulders. In addition to the flames on the tail, there are also two beard-like blue flames on both sides of the mouth, and a sudden dragon's power directly sweeps the entire battlefield. Charizard Mega Evolution. Super Charizard X. Commonly known as Charizard. The other fire-breathing dragon did not give in too much. Golden light shrouded his whole body, and a third, thicker horn protruded from the middle of the original two thin horns. The slightly fat body began to shrink and become more muscular. The exoskeletons like bone knives extend from the sides of the two front paws. Charizard Mega Super Evolution. Super Charizard Y. Commonly known as the Crooked Dragon. Compared with the appearance of the Magic Dragon of X-Spray, the shape changes of Y-Spray are not too outrageous. In addition to being bigger and leaner, he also looks more handsome. The two evolved fire-breathing dragons looked up to the sky and roared, and the terrifying aura instantly swept the entire battlefield. Cage level. This burst of chakra has definitely exceeded the scope of elite Jonin and reached cage level strength. Even because they are not constrained by meridians, they are also a very strong group in cage level strength. The only drawback is that the Pokémon's combat IQ is not too high, so it needs to be commanded by Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari as trainers. Through the summoning contract, you can feel the power of your summoning beast. Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari no longer disliked the shameful command, their eyes burst out with infinite light. What? The appearance has changed? They are also tailed beasts? Is this a tailed beast besides the 9-tailed beasts? Troy looked at the changed Charizard in confusion, feeling that this transformation was too similar to the transformation of a tailed beast. At this time, By Wooden Golem's fireball has approached the front of the fire-breathing dragon. Uchiha Yashiro shouted hurriedly. Charizard! Use Dragon Claw! Ho! X-Spray roared, and green energy shield-like dragon claws suddenly appeared on the black claws. I saw it swinging violently towards the fireball in front. That terrifying fireball was hit and exploded. With a bang, flames shot out. The fireball was instantly shot away by the dragon's claws. By Wooden Golem looked at the black and grey X-Squirt with wide eyes and became speechless. How can it be? Different from the enhanced special attack of Y-Spray, the evolution of X-Spray is a double enhancement of special attack and physical attack. His characteristics change from fierce fire to hard claws. The powerful defense turns it into an all-around cage-level melee fire-breathing dragon that can fight, resist, and use magic. On the side, Y-Spray snorted as he looked at the triumphant X-Spray, with a trace of disdain on his face. Roar! Roar! Y-Spray roared, and a terrifying hot wind erupted from his body. The dark clouds in the sky were instantly blown away by the hot wind emitted by the Y-Jet, and the sun's mask fell on the Y-Jet, raising the energy in its body to a higher level again. The Y-Spray after Mega Evolution has the characteristic of Sunshine, which can increase the Fire-type special attack by 1.5 times in sunny weather. Uchiha finally reacted at this time. He excitedly shouted at Y-Squirt. Charizard! Use Flame Vortex! Y-Spray roared angrily. The claws with bone knives slammed onto the ground, and a terrifying flame rushed along the surface like a sea of fire toward Nikomata. Two terrifying fire pillars intertwined to form a giant flame vortex that enveloped the two-tailed cat. 160. The pained roar of the wooden golem that was suddenly attacked. Roar! Even the fire-attributed tailed beast still felt unbearable burning when receiving a fire attack. How can it be? The ninjas in Cloud Shinobi village looked at the two-tailed Nikomata trapped in the vortex with splitting eyes. That's a tailed beast. Damn it, those two dragons in Konoha are definitely tailed beasts too. That's right, there are terrifying beasts with tails that roam the ninja world. No one said that there are only 9 tailed beasts. This must be a type of tailed beast. The Cloud Shinobi looked at Daihatsu Kamui's X-Squirt and Y-Squirt in great panic. Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari looked at the two evolved Charizards in the sky with excitement. It's so NB. Even the tailed beast can resist. Y-Spray looked at his companion proudly and let out a cry of unknown meaning. The grey face of X on the side turned dark, and he suddenly danced a weird dance. Dance of Dragons. You can take your attack and speed to the next level. Following the X-squirting dance, waves of air erupted from his body like a supersun. Uchiha Yashiro felt the thoughts coming from the X-squirt and immediately understood it. I saw him yelling excitedly. Come on! Charizard! Use flash charge! X-Spray's body suddenly burst out with terrifying blue flames and wrapped itself around him. A high-pitched roar instantly spread throughout the battlefield. It suddenly dived towards the two-tailed cat in the flame vortex and crashed into it. A trace of human panic flashed across Matadabi's face, transformed from the wooden golem-tailed beast. She blocked the two flame tails behind her in front of her. The giant cat claws directly pressed against the tail to block X-Spray's suicide attack. However, the body of X-Squirt that has undergone Mega Evolution has been greatly strengthened. The terrifying flames mixed with the indomitable impact of the X-Spray slammed into the body of the second tail Matatabi. With a bang, the huge body was directly knocked away with the terrifying attack. Matatabi's tumbling body slid down the hillside, knocking away countless Cloud Shinobi ninjas. X-Spray, who was knocked unconscious by the rebound of his own attack, proudly raised his head and glanced at his companion Y-Spray, as if telling Y-Spray that only he was the version of his biological father. Y-Spray looked at X-Spray with a look of disgust, killing 1,000 enemies and self-damaging 330. If his own flames were not restrained by the opponent's attributes, where would he be able to show off here? The explosion of Charizard caused the Konoha Shinobi to let out a huge cheer. On the contrary, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi looked timidly at the X-Squirts that had recovered and the Y-Squirts flying in the sky with horror. Troy looked at the two ninja bugs in the sky with despair. He had no choice but to prepare to order the withdrawal of troops. However, at this moment, an even more shrill roar suddenly came from not far away from me. With a bang, the terrifying blue-tailed beast chakras shot straight into the sky. Matatabi, the second tail, completely went berserk. Chapter 71. Uchiha Shio. How dare you? These are our elites in Konoha. Yuditen Koharu looked angrily at the densely packed floating corpses on the water with ferocious expressions. After the four shadow clone released the final chakra, they turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. Shio came out of the darkness and looked at the dozen Jonin and Yuditen Koharu standing on the earth flow wall, clapped his hands and smiled. Tisk tisk, I really didn't expect that Konoha is still very strong. I didn't expect so many Jonin. Gong Arai and 3 others rode fire-breathing dragons and landed behind Shio, causing a ripple of water on the ground. Gong Arai retorted with a cold snort. The elite of Konoha? Are they worthy? They are just a group of private soldiers of Sarutobi Hiruzen. We, the Uchiha clan, are fighting against enemy villages to protect the peace of Konoha. Those are the elite of Konoha. You are just a group of traitors to Konoha. Mitokado Homuro looked at Yuji with an ugly face and shouted coldly. If you hadn't initiated the coup, how could Cloud Shinobi Village take the initiative to attack Konoha? The Ninja World War is obviously over. It was all started by you, the Uchiha clan, for power. Sarutobi Shinosuke on the side looked around a few times and sneered. I'm afraid you don't know yet, right? Just when you withdrew the main force of the Uchiha clan to protect you while delivering documents, Cloud Shinobi Village has already launched an attack on you. Maybe all the Uchiha clan has died on the battlefield now. So what if you finalize the new government structure? With the few people you Uchiha have left, you will be abandoned by the ninja clan immediately. Do you think you can influence those ninja clan by winning over those young people? You are too naive. Your biggest mistake is that you should not let they join together. Even Lord Third Hokage has always been afraid of this group of ninjas. Once you give them time to use the magic core, do you think your Uchiha clan will be able to survive? No one wants to have an extra Uchiha Madara above their heads. Yuji and others looked at Sarutobi Shinichika with shocked expressions. You actually colluded with Cloud Shinobi village. Even the dozen or so jonin who were still alive couldn't help but commotion. They were willing to be driven by Sarutobi Hiruzen for the sake of Konoha. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen actually colluded with Cloud Shinobi village directly and openly, which made them doubt their life. Sarutobi Shinichika snorted. Who said we colluded with Cloud Shinobi village? It's an open secret that each of the 5 major villages has their own secrets. Isn't your high-profile publicity just a pretext for Reincarnation to attack? As soon as these words came out, all the civilian ninjas over there fell silent. That's right, if it weren't for Uchiha Shio's vigorous publicity, how could Cloud Shinobi village seize the opportunity to attack? However, Shio sneered. What's the matter with sending documents with great fanfare? Shouldn't my exchange of Konoha for Hokage be done with great fanfare? The reason why they attacked is because Sarutobi Hiruzen will send people to snipe me, and then I need to arrange for the Uchiha clan to return to defense, right? But you don't need to test it. There are only 4 of us here now. There is no so-called ambush at all. Listening to Shio's words, Sarutobi Shinichika's heart dropped a little. The reason why he stimulated Shio was simply to see what other trump cards the Uchiha clan had. Now that people have just seen it, 99% of their subordinates have been directly killed, which is really terrifying. However, he still didn't believe Shio's words. After all, the power of the ninjutsu just now was too great, and it was not like 4 jonin could use it. He made a gesture. Several Umbu captains wearing white robes rushed towards Shio. Gong Arai and others sneered. Charizard! Use hot air! The 3 fire-breathing dragons roared angrily, and sprayed out terrifying hot breath from their mouths that instantly swept over a jonin. The terrifying high temperature quickly evaporated the contents of Jonin's body. Before they could get close to Shio and others, they had already turned into mummies and fell down. The river water left by the waterfall on the ground was evaporated in an instant, and the air was filled with scorching steam, making it unbearably hot. Mitokado Homuro looked at the Charizard with a big mouth in horror. Nani? How is that possible? Blood succession limit? Scorch style? Yuditen Koharu stared at the ferocious fire-breathing dragons with an ugly expression and reminded loudly. Be careful. They don't need any seals to perform ninjutsu. Sarutobi Shinichika on the side looked at Yuditen Koharu with a MMP look on his face. I'm afraid you're a fool. That thing can form seals? That thing doesn't even have hands, right? Hey! The one wearing the mask. Suddenly Shio shouted to the opposite side, Sarutobi Shinichika. Sarutobi Shinichika subconsciously turned back to look at Shio. A pair of scarlet 4-cornered Mangekyō Sharingan came into his eyes. The next second he found that he had been tied to a cross. Uchiha Shio was standing in front of him, holding a short blade in his hand and grinning at him. Are you cage level? Shio's demon-like voice came into Sarutobi Shinichika's mind. Do you know why your father is so afraid of our Uchiha clan? As the words fell, the sharp short blade instantly pierced into Sarutobi Shinichika's eyes. Konoha village. Yuanfei clan land. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo sat facing each other drinking tea. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, who was closely following him, with a look of MMP as if he was constipated. What's wrong with you? Danzo, why are you following me? Danzo snorted sternly. I am doing it for the benefit of Konoha. Hiruzen, I will never make the same mistake as Iwagaku this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth. He always felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. If he had known better, he would have killed this guy. Could it be that he brainwashed him so hard that he really thought he was the descendant of the Will of Fire? Sarutobi Hiruzen took 2 puffs of his cigarette pipe depressedly. This time the plan was gone. Danzo took the blame, which was a complete failure for him as a politician. But opportunities are always fleeting. Just like Uchiha Shio stabbed himself when he was at his weakest, if he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for him to stand up again. The other party is more familiar with controlling public opinion than himself, and the other party's political methods are even more vicious than his own. I really can't imagine that this is just a guy in his 20s. He is much more experienced than the guy next to him who has lived for more than 40 years, and many of his methods are unexpected even by himself. It was impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to guess that if Shio's memories from previous lives were added together, Shio would be much older than him. Coupled with the rich cultural heritage and information explosion in the past life, even Shio can kill Sarutobi Hiruzen if he doesn't know the future plot. Not to mention that Shio also has a plot advantage. It can be said that Shio has almost mastered the little-known secrets of all famous ninjas in the entire ninja world. It is naturally very simple to calculate the possibilities of the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept thinking about the pros and cons of this plan in his mind. On the one hand, he asked Shinosuke to intercept Uchiha Shio. On the other hand, the news was revealed to Cloud Shinobi Village about the lack of combat power on the front line. Just relying on the miscellaneous soldiers that Shin pulls, there is absolutely no way that they can be the opponent of Cloud Shinobi Village where Jinchuriki takes up the field. To put it bluntly, all the jonin among the ninjas and civilians are waiting and watching. For a real high-level battle, let alone jonin, even the special jonin are all counting on the Uchiha clan. And the people he sent to intercept and kill Uchiha Shio were all elites, and the lowest ones were all at the Chunin level. If Shio deploys Uchiha on the front line to return to defense, the front line will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Both the foundation of Uchiha and the image established among civilian ninjas will completely collapse. Even if Uchiha Shio is not dead by then, he will not be able to make any waves. If he hadn't mobilized the elites of the Uchiha clan to defend him, Uchiha Shio would have died. My son has already reached cage-level strength. If it weren't for the peace treaty that caused public outrage, Namikaze Minato wouldn't be in the 4th Hokage's shoes. At first, Namikaze Minato didn't even expect to be the 4th Hokage. When he learned the news, he shared his joy with Kushina with a blinded face. Now plus 2 elite jonin, Yudatan Koharu and Mitokado Homura, as well as more than a dozen jonin and nearly 1,000 chunin. This can be said to be the strongest combat power that Konoha can produce at this stage. After all, the Third War has just ended, and the ninjas in all the major ninja villages have suffered heavy casualties. At this time, in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, such a luxurious lineup can almost wipe out the Uchiha clan head-on. After all, in his opinion, there is no cage-level member of the Uchiha clan, and the only elite jonin Shisui was killed by Danzo. So what about Grandmaster's calculation? This time we also have a conspiracy. Let's kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Just like those ninjas who had evil intentions, Konoha is now ruled by civilian ninjas and the Sarutobi clan. If the Uchiha clan was still huddled together in the clan area, Sarutobi Hiruzen really couldn't bring himself to do this cruelly, but now that they are separated. A faint and sinister smile appeared on the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. The most difficult thing is that the Senju clan is gone, and the Uzumaki clan is gone too. The Uchiha clan, which has been suppressed since 2nd generation, wants to make a comeback? What a dream! Soon he would be able to regain control of Konoha. As for the civilian ninjas who sacrificed their lives, it can be regarded as punishment for their distrust. Those who are still alive will be comforted by them. They must know that they can only eat meat if they follow you. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes and felt relaxed. Soon your life will be back on track again. Nara clan? Ino, Shika, Cho? It seems that the lessons of the Aberame clan have not been remembered by them. After this time, even if they want to simply quit, it will be so simple. It's time to replenish my Umbu members, and it's time for those ninjas to hand over some elites. When Nine-Tails Jinchuriki grows up, he will cultivate an Uchiha clan with Hokage thinking as the key to control Nine-Tails. At that time, the Sarutobi clan will be able to completely control Konoha in their own hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised the corners of his mouth slightly. After this time, Shinashuk will withdraw from Umbu and show off his reputation. With Shinashuk's contribution, the position of Hokage will surely come easily, and he can retire with peace of mind. Thinking of my son. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly thought of a certain unfilial son who was caught. If he hadn't been worried about competing with his elder brother for the position of Hokage, how could he have been raised like this bear? What a waste! Just a meeting. Sarutobi Shinashuk suddenly covered his eyes and fell to his knees in pain. Shiyu's right eye closed, and a stream of scarlet blood flowed from the corner of his eye. The consumption of pupil power caused the vision of his right eye to decrease slightly. Shio frowned. The consumption of this thing is greater than expected. No wonder Uchiha Itake's eyes bleed every time he uses Tsukuyomi. Obito only bleeds when he uses Kamui to forcefully activate Atsutsuki Kagaya's heavenly control. Co-authoring the training acceleration for Sasuke is so expensive. As expected of the ultimate Brakon who killed his entire clan for Sasuke. What's for Konoha, what's for peace, it's all nonsense. Uchiha Itake's motive for genocide was purely out of fear that Sasuke would not be able to live peacefully. Uchiha Itake, who was born without emotions, directly regarded Sasuke as the meaning of his life under the wrong guidance of his father. Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura on the side looked at their strongest ace who suddenly fell to the ground in shock and exclaimed, "Shinashuk!" Shinashuk looked at Shio with a horrified look on his face, and struggled to utter a few words. "Little, be careful of his illusions." Yuditen Koharu looked at Shio and finally discovered the irregular Sharingan pattern in his right eye. She screamed like a chicken. "It's Mangekyō Sharingan! Don't look him in the eyes!" Shio grinned. "Do it! Fire style Ha-Long fire technique. Charizard uses flamethrower." The 3 people and 3 dragons used the most powerful ninjutsu attacks to rush towards the enemy on the opposite side. The civilian Jonin and the Sarutobi clan Jonin gasped. What a powerful fire style! This power is definitely more than the special Jonin level mentioned in the report. Today's Uchiha clan members are practicing fire-style ninjutsu with Uchiha Itake's talent on the training ground. Even if the chakra control cannot reach Jonin. But after training over and over again on the training ground, their bodies have already instinctively memorized the flow of chakra. Coupled with the fire-breathing dragon's flame spray, the fire style displayed by Gongji's team at this time was no less than that of the dozen Umbu Jonin on the opposite side. The faces of the Jonin on the opposite side changed suddenly, and they hurriedly formed seals with their hands. Water style water barrier. Earth style wall. A loud bang was heard. The explosions of fire style and water style directly filled the air with water vapor. And Shiyu also rushed out instantly. In this situation of unclear vision, Sharingan's Uchiha family obviously has an advantage. Team Gong Er knew this at the same time. They immediately let the fire-breathing dragon fly up to the sky to attack freely, and then they fell asleep and fell into the mist with Toki Shao. The winner of a ninja battle is always close combat. In the long-range ninjutsu duel, only attributes are restrained in the end, and the side with less chakra will lose. There are obviously more people on the opposite side than on our side. Keeping using fire style to attack and defend is obviously a disadvantage for our side, so we still need to create a favorable environment for close combat. Because the Uchiha clan has the Sharingan that can cast illusions instantly, they are invincible in 1vs1 solo. Shio came to the side of a Jonin in an instant. Jonin's expression changed, and he subconsciously tried to avoid it. As a result, as soon as he raised his eyes, he saw Shio's scarlet Mangekyō falling into a daze. Short sword crossed. Jonin groaned and fell to the ground, clutching his neck. The rest of Jonin's pupils shrank and he was about to throw his shuriken at him. However, more than a dozen figures of Shio appeared around him. Damn it! It's Shisui's phantom body flicker technique. How can he do it? Isn't it true that he is just an ordinary Jonin? Shio sneered, formed seals with his hands and spit out dozens of fireballs. A Jonin stepped forward and quickly used the wind-style technique to blow away the fireball. As a result, countless spinning shurikens appeared inside the fireball. Fire-style impatience chlored. There were several squeaking sounds of a sharp weapon entering flesh. The jonin fell to the ground like a hedgehog. At the same time, countless shurikens and kunai flew towards more than a dozen jonin from all directions. Astonishingly, it was the 3 members of the second Bao team who had already filled up their shuriken technique. The seemingly inaccurate shurikens collided in the sky, making the sound of gold and iron. As the trajectory of the shurikens was changed, they all changed directions in midair and shot towards the jonin from all directions without any blind spots. For a moment, it seemed as if countless ninjas surrounded a dozen of them and were throwing shurikens. Damn it! How many people did they come? Did the Uchiha clan really have an ambush? Jonin desperately shot down the shuriken flying out of the mist. A shuriken attack with such a range did not look like it was thrown by just 4 people. Careful! A companion exclaimed, and a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. The fire-breathing dragon descended from the sky and instantly smashed it into pulp. Chapter 72. Listening to the screams coming from the mist, Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura finally came to their senses. The 2 burst out elite jonin's chakra to blow away the mist. However, in just a short time, half of the dozens of jonin were lost in an instant. Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura looked at Shio with shocked faces, and could no longer hold back the panic in their hearts. How could you be so powerful? Naturally, people in the ninja world do not have such a clear division of strength like viewers of anime. Whether it's Yuditen Koharu or Sarutobi Hiruzen, their knowledge of a ninja's strength is limited to cage level. Sarutobi Hiruzen is cage level, and Senjo Hashirama is also cage level. For them, there is no big difference, they can't beat them anyway. But for jonin below cage level, in their eyes, they are ninjas who can be measured by their strength. 1 is not enough, 2 is not enough, 2 is not enough, 4 are not enough, even elite jonin can easily be killed by the number of people. So even though Uchiha Itaka wiped out the entire Uchiha clan, Danzo still sent 2 root members confidently thinking that they could wipe them out. Therefore, in the eyes of Konoha F4, Shio is just a jonin after all. Even if he used his strategy to purge nearly 1,000 jonin, he could not get rid of the fact that he was a jonin. As long as jonin on his side has the numerical advantage, he can easily win. But now it's different. The other party actually killed nearly half of the jonin in one confrontation. This is obviously not the level of strength that jonin can achieve. Thinking again of Sarutobi Shinosuke, who immediately lost his fighting power when he met him. Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura felt so cold in their hearts. It's a pity that Shio didn't give the 2 of them a chance to react. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the next jonin. So fast! The sound of ding is intertwined with kunai. There was a hint of excitement on jonin's face, and he blocked it. However, in the next second, a terrifying red skeleton arm appeared directly from the side and smashed it into a pulp. Everyone looked at Shio in horror. At this time, half a red skull Susan appeared ferociously in front of Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura. The 2 of them gasped. There was a look of despair on his face. The civilians jonin looked at the huge skeleton with confusion. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why haven't I seen it before? The members of Team Gong Er looked at Susanoo excitedly, their eyes full of enthusiasm. This is the divine power of our Uchiha clan. The legendary ultimate power that can control 9 tails. Yuditen Koharu shouted like a madman. Did you see it? This is the power of Mangekyō Sharingan. It was he who controlled Li Jian to kill Ming Dai on the night of 9 tails 327. Come on in. The eyes of the remaining 8 jonin gradually turned red after hearing this. They were chosen precisely because they had relatives who died in the 9 Tails Rebellion, and they also believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen said that the Night of 9 Tails was controlled by the Uchiha clan. Now that the culprit appeared, they angrily began to use their best ninjutsu to attack Shio. Water style Water Dragon Bomb. Fire style Fire Dragon Bomb. Earth style Earth Dragon Bomb. Wind style Vacuum Wave. www. All kinds of ninjutsu directly submerged Shio in it. Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura were overjoyed, success. But when the smoke slowly dissipated, Shio stood there unscathed and thoughtful. Do you think the other party's strength is too strong? As a reborn person with no plug-ins or talents, I am naturally accustomed to the conventional thinking of leaving everything to one side and planning for the worst. So based on the fact that Danzo's wind style can cut through Susan's flesh, he always felt that Susan's defense was just that. After all, he was only the first stage of Susan. But now it seems that I still overestimated this group of Sanmyo Jonin who have no secret skills, no bloodline, and no ninjutsu. They are so different from the elite Jonin in Shippuden. No wonder the shots given to them in the fourth battle were all about how they were killed by the elite Jonin of Impure World Reincarnation. This level is not as strong as the special Jonin like Shiranui Genma and Anko. This group of people is obviously like Kakashi, Jonin who was forcibly promoted in order to win people's hearts and support the scene. Even though he is stronger than special Jonin, his strength is limited. He is the kind of guy who appears in the background and is killed by awesome people to serve as a corpse. Shiyu slowly looked at the two elderly elite Jonin who were sweating on their heads and asked with a smile. Do you have any other trump cards to show? The two of them are different from Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. They are civilian ninjas promoted from the second generation. They have managed to get to this position after so many years. They originally planned to enjoy the blessings, but they met Uchiha Shio. Today, they are not like Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen who have family support. Although they were in the same period, they seem to be aging a generation apart. Their improvement to the current strength has already consumed too much energy in the cells, and now looking at the fierce Ran, he doesn't even dare to take action. Yuditen Koharu's face was squeezed into an anus and he sneered at Shio. Chief Shio, in fact, this attack is really not what we wanted, but you also know that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's order. Mitokato Homura on the side nodded hurriedly, Sibich, in response. Yes, yes. It's all Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault. He wanted to take back the power of Konoha and that's why we took action. This matter has nothing to do with us. Wood style. Chaos of hell. With a pop, the sharp branches instantly penetrated the bodies of Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura. The two people slowly turned back with disbelief on their faces, only to see a scene that shocked them immensely. -72-2. Tank Country. The terrifying two-tailed Matatabi goes berserk. The already huge size has doubled again. Cloud Shinobi Village's Troy's expression changed drastically. Oops. Airway went berserk. Get out of here. A shocking roar came from the foot of the mountain. The terrifying black-tailed beast bomb slowly condensed from Airway's mouth. On the mountain, Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari's expressions changed drastically. Don't let it hit that thing over. Seeing this, X-Spray and Y-Spray rushed towards Matatabi, but because the distance was too far, Matatabi's tailed beast bomb had already condensed. The tailed beast bomb, which was as real as a solid body, hit the mountain directly and fiercely. Wherever it passed, all the rocks and trees were beaten into powder. X-Spray and Y-Spray had extremely shocked looks on their faces, as if they were shocked that the big cat who was so good just now suddenly became so scary. Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari hurriedly ordered and shouted. Charizard X. Use Split to block that thing. Charizard Y. Use the Flame Vortex to help X push it away. X-Jet roared angrily and blocked the front of the tailed beast bomb. A translucent blue energy shield condensed on the black claws. He slams into the tailed beast bomb. Both claws were pressed firmly against the front of the tailed beast bomb. Y-Spray quickly used the Flame Vortex, and a burst of flames directly hit the bottom of the tailed beast bomb and pushed it towards the sky. Roar! Roar! Two dragon roars, X-Spray and Y-Spray pushed the tailed beast bomb to a nearby mountain with difficulty. A terrifying explosion came from the side instantly. Boom! Facts have proven that the tailed beast bomb with all attributes is no longer comparable to the single attribute special policy. The flames soaring into the sky formed a giant mushroom cloud on the hill next door. The Konoha Shinobi fans stared at the horrific explosion next door with livid faces. They instantly felt as if they had returned to the Night of Nine Tails. Two dragons, X-Spray and Y-Spray, stuck out their tongues and gasped. Although the levels are still at cage level, the chakra properties and emission amounts are already very different. Ho! The second tail Matatabi roared again. It suddenly appeared in front of X Spray. It seemed that he was angry at X spraying his head on him. Matatabi waved his terrifying big claw and smashed directly towards X Spray. Uchiha Yashiro's face changed drastically. Charizard. Use Dragon Claws. The blue energy claw instantly attached to the Dragon Claw, and he stood with his claws crossed in front of him. There was a loud bang, the dragon's claws shattered, and X Squirt was directly thrown away. Uchiha's face changed drastically. Charizard Y. Use Inferno. Y Spray roared, and the fierce flames completely enveloped Matatabi. Uchiha looked nervously at Matatabi, who turned into a fireball and murmured. Did you make it? Roar. A howl came, the tailed beast chakra erupted, and the flames sprayed were blown away to the surroundings. Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari's eyes widened, and they looked at the unstoppable airway with livid faces and gritted their teeth. Damn, that's too strong. If not for the absence of Patriarch Shio. Troy at the foot of the mountain shouted excitedly. Well done. Destroyed them by the wooden golem. However, what responded to him was a terrifying fireball. At this time, Matatabi has completely gone berserk, and now it has become a tailed beast, not a Jinchuriki by wooden golem. Water-style water barrier technique. Dozens of water-style ninjas hurriedly extinguished the fireballs flying towards Troy. The adjutant beside him swallowed nervously and asked. Sir? What should we do? Should we retreat? Troy glared at the adjutant with a livid face and cursed. A hole. We have even released the tailed beasts. If we still can't get any results, we can just die to apologize. Let the brothers withdraw first. Now the main target of the two tails is Konoha. When they both lose, we'll do it again when the time comes. The adjutant nodded hurriedly when he heard this. I understand, sir, I will ask everyone to withdraw immediately. Following Cloud Shinobi's command. The Cloud Shinobi village ninjas who had already made a quick attack up the mountain retreated frantically towards the original path. At this time, the two tails once again condensed an even more terrifying tailed beast bomb and blasted it towards the Konoha Shinobi on the mountain. Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari showed a look of despair on their faces. Is that the end? It's over, we have failed the expectations of Patriarch Shio. However, at this moment, a slightly weak voice suddenly came out from the sky. Get out of the way. A fire-breathing dragon descended from the sky carrying two figures and stood directly in front of the tailed beast bomb attack. The pale-faced Uchiha Iron Fire suddenly stood at the forefront of the battlefield holding a huge round table shield. Lord Camelot. The ideal village that is already far away. With a bang, the terrifying Konoha city wall rose from the ground. -72-3. Valley of the End. Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura looked behind them in shock. At this time, their chests were densely covered with numerous wood-style branches. Shiyu narrowed his eyes, and a vague coldness emanated from his body. Mitokato Homura vomited blood and pointed with difficulty behind him, filled with an incredible look. Ape, Sarutobi. Before he finished speaking, the branch was pulled away from the body. The two elders of Konoha who survived Boruto and turned into monsters didn't even fight and fell to the ground with their hearts filled with tears. Shiyu spoke the remaining words instead of Mitokato Homura. Shinoshoku? It seems that you were the only one who conducted wood-style human experiments with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo back then. Shinoshoku, who was about to collapse mentally before, now stood up from the ground. He spat at the corpses of Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura with a look of disdain. Two losers. My father once said that the two of them couldn't achieve anything and could only be beaten with a whip. In such a short time, they actually wanted to surrender. Ujiji and others teleported to Shio's side. Seeing Sarutobi Shinoshoku gradually retracting his body from the branch, Ujiji asked Shio with some worry on his face. Master Shio, this wood style. The Uchiha clan is born with an instinctive fear of wood style. This was passed down from the elders of the previous generation of the Uchiha clan, the fear of the man known as the god of the ninja world. However, Shio did not feel scared because of this. Instead, a kind of ultimate anger came out of Shio's body. A low moan like the sound of hell came from Shiyu's mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen. You really deserve to die. Fire style. The fire is extinguished. Earth style. Earth style. A fireball like a meteorite was spit out from Shiyu's mouth and rushed towards Sarutobi Shinoshuke, who was healed by Hashirama cells. As an expert in Konoha's earth style, Sarutobi Shinoshuke's earth style has the power of a landslide. A stone wall comparable to a hill rises from the ground and collides with a meteorite fireball. The explosion came from the earth flow wall, and the shaking like the earth was shattering made the remaining ninjas and the Gongji team look horrified. Is this the strength of cage level? Are you actually fighting such a terrifying monster? Sarutobi Shinoshuke's cold voice came from behind the earth flow wall. Humph. It's useless. Now that I know your trump card, as long as it's not seen by your eyes, it's fine. Tsukuyomi, the Mangekyō, who is known as the strongest illusion. The next second, a fire dragon jumped out from the side and rushed towards Shio. In addition to the top earth style, Sarutobi Shinoshuke not only inherited various advanced ninjutsu from the third generation, but also has a fire style comparable to the Uchiha clan. More importantly, he was the only successful experimental subject in the original wood-style research experiment. It was precisely because he successfully obtained wood-style that Sarutobi Hiruzen suspended wood-style's human experiments. He is Sarutobi Hiruzen's biggest trump card. Uchiha Shiyu did not respond to Sarutobi Shinoshuke's provocation. The red Susanna appeared and directly smashed the fire dragon flame bomb. Zisuke was not afraid at all, he laughed and said. Is this the legendary divine power of the Uchiha clan? I want to see how long you can last. Haha. According to second generation's information, this thing is very expensive, right? Earth-style tool and gun. Countless terrifying sharp stone pillars rose from the ground and rushed towards Shio. Earth-style earthquake core. Earth-style mountain earth technique. The ground around Shio suddenly rose, surrounding him in a trap pit. At the same time, the stone walls on both sides were squeezed toward the middle, and countless sharp stone spears rose from the ground below. Except for the sky above, all directions were filled with Shinoshuke's 10 releases. And the strength of his earth style has definitely surpassed those of ordinary people. Jonin has reached the level of Danzo's wind style. Even if Susan was poked by it, there would be a chance that a hole would be made. Chief Shio. The faces of Gong Arai and others changed drastically. Everyone get out of here. Shio's roar came from the trap below, and a half-armored Susan instantly shattered the incoming earth style. Sarutobi Shinoshuke's expression changed. What the hell is this? Why did you become stronger again? A huge chakra-long knife slashed down, and a huge gap was opened in the Tuliulianbai wall that had previously blocked the destruction of the powerful fire. Shio's gloomy voice came from Susanoo Center. Whose wood style is yours? Sarutobi Shinoshuke's face was solemn. He looked at the seemingly furious appetite and sneered. Whose? Of course the first Hokage's. Specifically to deal with you evil Uchiha. However, Shio suddenly roared excitedly. Shut up. You're covered in Nawaka's chakra. Go to hell. Yasaka no Megatama. Chapter 73. Shio's pupils surged. Susanoo, the half-body attached to the armor, swung numerous Megatama shurikens towards Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Sarutobi Shinoshuke's expression changed. He slammed his hands on the ground and shouted. Earth style, earth style. Huge boulders rose up from the ground and stood in front of Megatama. But the terrifying Megatama shuriken instantly shattered the earth flow walls. The 5 elements ninjutsu was as fragile as paper in front of the escaping Susan. Sarutobi Shinoshuke's expression changed, and he pressed his hands on the ground with the speed seal. Tree vines sprang up from the ground, forming a semicircle that enveloped Sarutobi Shinoshuke. The violent explosion made the entire valley tremble. The few Jonin who are still alive are dumbfounded at this moment. Master, if you have this strength, you should have shown it earlier. If you had shown it earlier, wouldn't we have run away earlier? Is this the same legendary power as Uchiha Madara? Is this the kind of power a human can achieve? Even a tailed beast can't give in much. Normal Mangekyō can rival tailed beasts, Eternal Mangekyō can control tailed beasts, and Rinnegan can easily enslave tailed beasts. At this time, Shiyu's Sharingan is between the ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan and the Eternal Eye. It has one more pupil power and pupil technique than the ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan, and his pupil power is still skyrocketing crazily. Because the Mangekyō he used before was not his own, but the one copied by the system. A reborn person is not a time traveler. Shiyu is equivalent to having a new life, friends, and relatives in this world. Over the years, he has also developed deep bonds with relatives and friends in this world. This is why he was able to grieve and start Sharingan when Noeka died. As a bloodline of the Uchiha clan, his eyes could only open to the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and he only opened them all at once with the spiritual power of the reborn when Noeka died. Now when Shiyu saw the same chakra as Noeka flowing in Sarutobi Shinashuk's body, Shiyu was completely furious. Thinking of Noeka's experience, which is almost the same as in the original work. I stepped on the explosive charm at my door and had all my internal organs ripped out. As Noeka is the last direct descendant of the Senju clan, Shiyu naturally knows what this means. But before, I was not strong enough to delve into this matter, so I could only take care of Tsunade as much as possible. He had doubts through the plot before. It is suspected that Noeka is probably the reincarnation of the contemporary Ashura Chakra. After all, Noeka looks so much like Naruto, not only in appearance but also in personality, as well as his dedication to Hokage and peace. These are all the characteristics of a fool that appear only under the influence of Ashura Chakra. Later, shortly after Noeka's death, Konoha's wood-style research project was announced to be closed, and Danzo teamed up with Orochimaru to turn the research into private. Originally, Shiyu thought that Yamato was able to successfully develop wood-style because he transplanted Noeka's organs. But now it seems that Yamato is probably just the body minister of this damn guy who awakened after Danzo transplanted the organ clone of Orochimaru's copycat Noeka from Wood-style City. Why Yamato's wood-style can only do greening is precisely because it is the same imitation as White Zetsu and Sarutobi Shinashuk. The smoke of the explosion slowly dissipated. A shield like a ghost mask appeared in front of everyone. Wood-style wood expulsion jutsu. The shield opened. Sarutobi Shinashuk looked at Shiyu solemnly. Shiyu's strength is much stronger than Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyō. Shiyu looked at Sarutobi Shinashuk coldly and said, "Wood-style is something that a waste like you can use? How long can you sustain the consumption? Wood-style consumes more than just wood attribute chakra. What is really needed to activate wood-style is endless vitality, which is yang escape," Shiyu said, controlling the long sword in Susan's hand and slashing. Sarutobi Shinashuk's expression changed, he stretched out his hand and shouted, "Wood-style laughing Buddha Jutsu." 2 wood-style giant hands rushed out from both sides and clamped the long sword with their bare hands. Wood-style cutting technique. The wooden spears were thrust towards Shiyu's Susanoo like cannonballs. Susanoo, whose skin was not even punctured by Jonin, was directly poked with holes by the powerful wood-style. If Shiyu's eye power hadn't soared and Susan had started the second stage, he might have been penetrated by the penetration technique at this time. Sarutobi Shinashuk's wood-style is surprisingly the same as the original wood-style. Sarutobi Shinashuk sneered and said, "How long do you hold on? It's enough to hold on until you die." Wood-style Malong technique. A terrifying wooden dragon sprang out from the ground and entangled Susanoo. Waves of suction power came from above the wooden dragon, sucking away Shiyu's chakra and turning it into small purple flowers. Sarutobi Shinashuk looked at the trapped Shiyu and laughed proudly. "You Uchiha clan are destined to be just supporting actors. Just like Uchiha Madara died back then, now you will also die under wood-style. Ha ha ha." However, Shiyu stared at Sarutobi with an indifferent expression and Shinashuk calmly said, "I am not Uchiha Madara, and you are not Senju Hashirama." As Shiyu's words fell, half-length Susanoo surged in size again, and the dragon completely collapsed. Shiyu's Sharingan evolved. -73-2. The front line of Yuno country. Uchiha's iron fire fell from the sky and suddenly appeared in front of Tailed Beast Bomb. The ideal village that is already far away. Uchiha Iron Fire roared. A towering wall behind him slowly blocked all the Konoha shinobi. The ninjas of Konoha stared with their mouths wide open as the entire Konoha village gradually emerged, with confused expressions on their faces. Cloud Shinobi below looked at Konoha's towering walls and gates with a dull look on his face. In almost a few seconds, the Konoha village where the 5 cages met during the original conference appears directly in the territory of Yuno. B+++ grade 6 Paths Ninja Tool. The ideal village that is already far away. Based on the noble phantasm of Galahad, the Knight of the Round Table in the Moon World, the Round Table of famous times. With Konoha village as the center, the Round Table where the first generation shadows of the 5 great ninja villages sit forms the ultimate protection of the shield. Using the shield as a catalyst, you can spread out the entire first generation Konoha village in front of you to form a shield to protect your teammates. At the same time, it can reflect the full amount of ninjutsu back, and it can also launch an attack by hitting people with the whole village. Its strength is directly proportional to the user's mental power. It is said that as long as the heart does not give in, the city wall will never collapse, but in fact it depends on the amount of mental power. The only drawback is that the protection target of this noble phantasm does not include the user of the ninja phantasm. Everyone looked at the appearance of Konoha village with their mouths wide open and confused. The terrifying tailed beast bomb instantly hit the wall of this ideal village that ended the Sengoku period and opened a new era of the ninja world. Uchiha Iron Fire stood like an ant under tailed beast bomb, but the huge tailed beast bomb was blocked by the round table in his hand and the wall behind him. Compared to Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari, he has the most determined fanaticism for the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Shio. This treasure exerted unimaginable power in his hands. Even though he was currently in the weak stage of Mangekyō's awakening. But his unyielding spirit directly allowed him to block the tailed beast bomb that could destroy most of the Konoha shinobi. For Uchiha Iron Fire roared, and the huge Konoha village suddenly squeezed forward. The tailed beast bomb was first squashed like a ball, then pushed by Konoha village and flew back directly towards the second tail Matatabi and the retreating Cloud Shinobi village. After completing the task, Uchiha Iron Fire spurted out blood all over the sky, and fell to the ground dying, seeing that there was more air in and less air out. Everyone's scalp was numb as they stared at the tailed beast bomb returning from the original route and the Konoha buildings in the sky. Troy looked blankly at the Hokage tower coming from the sky and muttered to himself. This FG illusion is so awesome. But as the tailed beast bomb exploded from Matatabi, Troy then shouted as if he had just come back to his senses. Run! Run! As the Konoha city wall was first brought down. It's as if a low-end version of Tengai Shinsei was directly thrown into the Cloud Shinobi village camp. Civilian buildings, Hokage buildings, and ninja clan lands all turned into falling objects, falling like rain. The dense building complex directly covered the entire Cloud Shinobi village troops, and screams could be heard endlessly. The Konoha shinobi on the top of the mountain stared blankly at this terrifying ninjutsu. Is this Senjo Hashirama appearing? Look, those buildings disappeared after they were smashed. I'll go, it's really miserable, my head will be bloody. After the attack of the noble phantasm like a mountain, some of the Cloud Shinobi emerged from the earth flow wall in embarrassment. This attack alone cost them most of their genin and chinin. Those who were lucky were not hit, and those who were unlucky were killed directly. The adjutant looked blankly at the smoke-filled surroundings and shouted anxiously. Lord Troy? Lord Troy! But when he looked in the direction of Troy, Cloud Shinobi leader Troy, whose head had been smashed, was twitching beneath the dissipating Hokage building with the huge Konoha logo. The adjutant had a look of shock on his face. What the hell, the commander is dead. He glanced at his companions who were in terrible condition, and yelled at the troops in horror. Withdraw! Withdraw quickly! Withdraw to the Kingdom of Thunder! At this time, another roar came. Matatabi, who was hit by his tailed beast bomb, stood up with injuries all over his body. Although it seems to be missing arms and legs at this time, it is originally a creature composed of chakra. As long as the soul does not die and the chakra is not empty, it can be reborn. The ninjas of Konoha looked at the still dead Matatabi with horrified expressions. Damn it, is that thing a monster? idiot. That thing is a monster. Do you still want to fight that thing? The biggest drawback of the shield noble phantasm is that it cannot prevent attacks from harming the person. Everyone looked at Uchiha Ironfire, who was obviously on the verge of death. Tailed Beast Bomb is not just a physical attack. At this time, Uchiha Taifei has suffered serious internal injuries and is about to fly up on the spot. It is impossible to use the same trick again. Please give me flowers. Just when everyone was gritting their teeth and preparing to fight, Uzumaki Chizuru, who came with the Uchiha Ironfire unity, stood up. To be precise, her name at this time should be Uchiha Chizuru. Shio, who was stuck in a system bug, directly incorporated her into the Uchiha clan by taking concubines. And during this period of time, she was able to master the strongest bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan in a short time through system construction. King Kong's Seal. Lock. Several golden chakra chains suddenly protruded from Uzumaki Chizuru's back. As a pure-blooded princess of the same Uzumaki clan as Kushina, her blood purity is even higher than that of Xiang Rin, which can be said to be exactly the same as Kushina's. Experienced the talent bonus at Uchiha Training Ground. She successfully mastered the innate sealing technique inherited from the bloodline of the Whirlpool clan in a short period of time. The golden chains wrapped around Matatabi's limbs, head, and two tails like a python. At this time, Matatabi, the second tail, had a look of horror on his face. She howled miserably, wishing to leave this ominous place. It no longer wants to take revenge on the humans who imprisoned it. Originally, in order to avenge the imprisonment of humans, he wanted to kill more Jinchuriki before they died and then wait for rebirth. As a result, a ninja from the Uzumaki clan appeared on the battlefield. This clan is simply the nemesis of their tailed beasts. A terrifying pulling force came from the chains. The two-tailed chakra was peeled off from the wooden golem's body and flew towards Uzumaki Chizuru's body. Ho! Roar! The second-tailed Matatabi struggled wildly, trying to escape from the control of the chain. But having consumed too much chakra, how could the Uchiha family be able to stop it when it encountered the peak pure-blooded Uchiha at full state? This is a pervert race that even Nine Tails can suppress. If Uzumaki Chizuru hadn't mastered the adamantine sealing chains proficiently, it would have been instantly suppressed and unable to move. But even so, it was still trapped in Uzumaki Chizuru's body without any resistance. As Kyun's formed seals with her hands, the brilliance of the Uzumaki clan and the four symbol seals representing the heavenly stems and earthly branches appeared on her abdomen. In Chizuru's spiritual world, a prison door locked the second-tailed Matatabi inside. Just as she was about to struggle, the seal representing the Tori fell from the sky and pressed her limbs and tail to the ground. Damn human! Let me go! Matatabi, who originally had a gentle big sister voice, was now full of grief and anger. Chizuru's figure appeared before the seal and bowed to Matatabi with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, my husband said I can't let you out yet, but when you calm down, I'm willing to be your friend. Your name is Matatabi, right? Matatabi in the seal was stunned, frowned, and looked at Uzumaki Chizuru and asked. How do you know my name? He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and said happily. My husband told me. Matatabi frowned and slowly fell back into the sealed space. Humph, I won't be friends with you humans. You are all a bunch of greedy guys. Chizuru was not in a hurry, he just said goodbye politely and returned to the conscious minister of the outside world. At this time, the tailed beast chakra in her body slowly calmed down. Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. Win! We won! Everyone looked at Cloud Shinobi running away in embarrassment and cheered loudly in excitement. With less to defeat more, in an already weak situation, they successfully defeated the powerful Cloud Shinobi and won the final victory in this ninja war. Uchiha Yashiro looked at the clan members and said. Because of the presence of cannon fodder, their tribesmen suffered almost no major damage, but the supporting troops lost about 200 to 300 people. But compared to the nearly 2,000 people who died in Cloud Shinobi village, this is simply a huge victory. More importantly, he has seen many tribesmen die because of their companions, thus opening a more advanced Sharingan. The Uchiha clan has become more powerful, and everything is as the Shio clan leader expected. Uchiha Yashiro showed a sincere expression on his face. The Shio clan leader was indeed more powerful than the Fugaku clan leader. And this Shio's Hiha Inewo shouted angrily. Taihuo! What's wrong with you, Taihuo? Uchiha Yashiro looked down, only to find that it was Uchiha Taihuo who was seriously injured and was about to die. After all, he blocked the tailed beast's strongest attack by himself. Even with a shield, he still couldn't withstand the horrific damage. Iron fire! Everyone was immersed in sadness. Regardless of victory or defeat, everyone was mourning their dead companions. What are you doing? At this time, a panicked voice came from a distance. One of the Uchiha people said subconsciously. Condolences. Then he stared at the two figures hurriedly arriving with wide eyes. I saw Tsunade shouting in despair, mourning? Who are you mourning? Shio? Shio, where are you? Uchiha Taihuo's already gloomy face seemed to be shining brightly, his eyes widened and he pointed excitedly at Tsunade, trembling. Quick! Tsunade-sama! I feel like I can save you one more time. Chapter 74. At this time, many Konoha ninjas were scattered around the valley. Unlike the ninjas on the front lines and in the valley, these people wear various ethnic costumes. There are the Hyuga clan, the Inoshikacho clan, the Aberame clan, the Moonlight clan, etc., etc. Shiyu's high-profile promotion this time is not just Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention. This is more like a revolutionary battle in the future where Konoha village decides to take the lead. Everyone is watching who will win in this war. The spies from the Inoshikacho clan asked the people in the Hyuga branch house. How's it going? Who won? The Hyuga tribesman waved his hands impatiently with his veins exposed. Stop teasing me, it's time to start a fight. Damn it, Uchiha Shio led a few tribesmen and went in directly for assassination. Oh my god! Half of the Sarutobi clan is gone. What? Hi! Shio is already cage level in strength. Real worry. That Captain Umbu stabbed Yudatan Koharu and Mitokado Homura of the elders to death. He knows wood style. Boom! As Susanoo, nearly 100 meters tall, rose from the ground and broke the shackles of wood dragon technique. The ninja spies looked at the huge Susanoo in bewilderment and were speechless. Is that the power of the Uchiha clan? Is it time for Sarutobi Shinnishuk to display the Great Buddha next? Idiot, that requires the cooperation of immortal magic. It is impossible for him to release it. In the third stage, Shio on Susan's forehead looked at Sarutobi Shinnishuk coldly and sneered. I'm not Uchiha Madara, and you're not Senju Hashirama. You're a loser, and you still want to control me. At this time, Shio's eyes showed a pattern somewhat similar to that of a yin-yang fish. The black Megatama slowly rotates in the scarlet Sharingan, which looks particularly mysterious. Shio touched his eyes. There was a complicated expression on his face. This is his Sharingan. An exclusive Sharingan that is activated by Sarutobi Shinnishuk's wood style to Ultimate's Wrath. Shio doesn't know what to call them. Because what hurts him is that he is extremely familiar with the abilities of these two pairs of eyes. Because this is exactly the 2.5 abilities to realize family heirlooms in a certain magic world. His left eye has no lower limit technique. Can interfere with matter at the atomic level and dominate space. Bringing the convergent infinite series in the magical paradox of Achilles into reality. The right eye is reversed. It can transform the power of the Uchiha clan's yin escape several times into the Senju clan's yang escape, which represents the vitality. This also means that when Shio's left eye is open, he cannot be hit by any attack as long as there is no causal level sure hit skill. And when his right eye is open, he can complete the yin and yang fusion of the Uchiha clan even without Senju Hashirama's cells. To put it simply, the bottleneck of his Sharingan evolution Rinnegan is gone. As long as the Mangekyō becomes the eternal Mangekyō, then he can evolve Rinnegan by transforming yin release into yang release every day, and then gradually merging the two powers. He doesn't have to achieve Rinnegan's evolution in a disgusting way like Uchiha Madara did, tattooing him on his chest if he loves him. At this time, his eye power also pushed Susanoo Kai to the third stage. The hundreds of meters of Susanoo can only be compared to the wood style of Sage Art wood style true several thousand hands. However, the reality is, Sarutobi Shinichuk has no mastery of senjutsu at all, and as far as the ancestral contract signed by his family is concerned, he is just a monkey with a strong body and the ability to transform. Even Tsunade and Orochimaru couldn't learn senjutsu, and Sarutobi Shinichuk certainly couldn't master it either. As a result, the strength gap between him and Shio widened completely. The towering Susanoo stands in front of Sarutobi Shinichuk. Shio looked at Sarutobi Shinichuk in the middle of Susanoo with a relentless look on his face and sneered. "Are you worthy of being Senjo Hashirama? Just because of your imitation wood style?" Sarutobi Shinichuk looked at the terrifying perfect Susan with a ferocious expression and felt faint in his heart. Is this Uchiha Madara that Senjo Hashirama faces? Just this terrifying, overwhelming area of power? The ninjas watching the battle trembled all over as they looked at the huge Susanoo. They're not going to create another Valley of the End, are they? Pull him down. Is Sarutobi Shinichuk worthy? Didn't you see that he can no longer hold on? He doesn't know how to sage art, hehe. But he actually knows wood style, tisk tisk, it took the whole village to develop wood style. Shut up, this thing is taboo, right? It takes the whole village. The Senjo clan represents the whole village, right? At first I thought Sarutobi Hiruzan's conscience was discovered, but it turned out that it was cultivated. It was hidden deep enough. But they have been trained, so why do people still disappear so often? I heard that not only children, but Chunin, family ninjas, and even Umbu have disappeared a lot recently. I heard it was Orochimaru who did it, right? It seemed like someone said Danzo. Hey, you think they can get away with it? Hush! There's a fight. Stop making noise. -74-2. Shio felt the surging eye power in his body. There was an unspeakable sadness in my heart. I didn't expect that I would also turn on Mangekyō because of my gay friend. He looked down at Shinichuk and murmured. "Nawake, don't worry, I will take good care of your sister." After Shio finished speaking, he controlled Susan and slashed down violently. As he said, Sarutobi Shinichuk may not be able to hold on to the wood style for too long, and his eyes can't hold on to the complete Susanoo for too long either. This thing not only consumes pupil power, chakra is also consumed like running water. After all, this is a manifestation of a chakra monster that is over 100 meters long. If Shio had not received multiple rewards from the system, it would not be enough to support Shio from using this skill. A series of terrifying slashes followed Susan's blade and struck towards Sarutobi Shinichuk crazily. The red chakra blade illuminated the sky and the earth, changing color, and the terrifying explosion blasted out ravines in the valley that was not originally wide. The ninjas who were watching the battle were trembling as they looked at the raging Susanoo, remembering the fear of being dominated by giants in those years. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Sarutobi Shinichuk's eyes were splitting as he struggled to display the same low-end version of the Yamato plus White Zetsu Buddha statue. But the terrifying figure of more than 10 meters is now like a child in front of Susan who is over 100 meters tall. The 5 elements escape technique performed by the Buddha statue couldn't even break through the defense in the face of Susanoo's attack. Damn it! How is that possible? Sarutobi Shinichuk's face was full of ferocity at this time. Even after he was hit by Tsukuyomi, he had never been so embarrassed. I don't believe it. I am the strongest person who has inherited the wool and blood of the first Hokage. Boom! Several more Megatama flies came, and the low-matched Shinsu Beishao was directly blown into pieces. At this time, Sarutobi Shinichuk's face turned pale, and his body had deteriorated due to excessive use of yang release. Shiyu took back his Susanoo. Blood and tears flowed from his eyes. The third stage of Susan's normal Mangekyō was still too heavy for his eyes. After a while, his eyes were already a little blurry. However, the yin-yang fish in Shiyu's right eye suddenly rotated, and the pupil power of the yin escape directly transformed into yang escape with the blessing of the city flower tube, and the damage caused by the pupil force transmission to both eyes was instantly healed. The main purpose of the reversal technique is a treatment. The second is to change the nature of the spell. Although it is impossible to squander the Mangekyō ability like the real Eternal Eye. But his awakened Sharingan has allowed him to use Mangekyō at will like Obito, regardless of the risk of blindness. It's just that the recovery of pupil power cannot be like the back and forth bug in 2.5 Satoru, which makes the casting of the spell into a no-CD mode that does not consume mana. After all, chakra is not a magic power, and it cannot rely on the uninterrupted operation of unlimited spells and reversal spells to turn unlimited spells into bugs that consume no magic power. However, the characteristics of reversing negative and negative spells to make positive ones and yin escapes multiplication is greater than addition still exist. Shiyu's transformation from yin release to yang release through Hitomi's power completely complies with the multiplication conversion of 2 2 equals 4, 4 4 equals 16. In other words, after the same amount of yin release is converted by Sharingan, Shio can obtain yang release that is several times the original power. If he has wood style, the power of his wood style may be more terrifying than Senjo Hashirama. Shio looked at Sarutobi Shinoshuke. If it were just a simple yang escape, perhaps for Uchiha Shio it would just be about recovering the damage to both eyes caused by the erosion and consumption of pupil power. But Shio is very systematic. The wood style is being studied in the Bloodline RD Center. As long as you throw the guy in front of you into the machine can instantly scan the data in his body and help you master wood style. And when you use wood style yourself, you don't need to extract the yang chakra, vital energy, from the cells as a consumption of wood style. You only need to use Sharingan to convert your pupil power to obtain yang escape that is several times the pupil power. True wood style amplifier. Mangekyō version Sage Body. If you upgrade your eyes to the Eternal Mangekyō, and use Sage mode to absorb natural energy. Shio took a deep breath in his heart. How powerful will the wood style you perform at that time be? Reversal technique Sage Art Wood Style Shinsu 10,000 Hands Gatling Bodhisattva on top? It's so exciting just thinking about it. Uchiha Shio's eyes burst into light. Even Uchiha Madara driving the Rinnegan may not be his opponent by then. If yin-yang escape is merged into Rinnegan, even Shio couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Sarutobi Shinoshuke, who was vomiting blood below, looked at Shio with eyes wide open. When he saw Shio in a daze, he immediately used up his last chakra and used the cutting technique. Wood style cutting technique. He used all his strength to stab Shio in front of him with several wooden spears. Several loud bangs. Shio seemed to be submerged in wood style without reacting. Sarutobi Shinoshuke was stunned. Rub? Hit? The opponent is lost. My own wood style can penetrate the opponent's Susanoo. Sarutobi Shinoshuke shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha. Damn Uchiha. Let you be in a daze. Ha ha, die. Jonin and Gongji's team, who had already hid far away, were stunned. A ridiculous feeling comes to mind. Is this carelessness? Gong Arai's face changed drastically when he saw this, Master Shio. He frantically wanted to run away in the direction of Shio, but was stopped by several Jonin. Gong Arai shouted angrily. You are seeking death. The leader Jonin sneered. Now that your clan leader is dead, you Uchiha clan has lost. However, the next second, everyone just felt their eyes blurred. Shio's figure actually appeared in front of Jonin. Nani? Flying Thunder God technique. The distance between them and Shio is thousands of meters, which can no longer be reached by teleportation. But Shio suddenly appeared in front of Jonin. The only thing they could think of was the dead yellow flash. Flying Thunder God technique. -74-3. However, this is naturally not the Flying Thunder God technique. This is an extension of Shio's own left eye Mangekyō's unlimited technique. In addition to infinitely extending the distance between yourself and the enemy, you can also infinitely shorten the space at the target point to achieve the teleportation function. As long as Shio's eye power is enough, he can teleport at will without any Flying Thunder God mark. Without waiting for the remaining 8 Jonin to react, Shio turned his left eye, and the short blade in his hand had cut their throats at the same time in an instant. Shio turned his head and looked in a direction outside the valley. Hyuga branch house, who was responsible for the observation, instantly felt as if he was being watched by the devil. The members of the Hyuga branch house sat down on the ground and exclaimed. How is it possible? He found me? No. That's the Flying Thunder God? I didn't see the Flying Thunder God Kunao. A group of ninjas all gathered around and asked. What happened? Tell us quickly. When the battle reached its peak, they withdrew from the valley, because just the aftermath might crush them completely. Hyuga branch house trembled all over and said. The Uchiha clan won. Uchiha Shio learned the Flying Thunder God technique and avoided Sarutobi Shinoshuke's killing blow. Now the only ones left alive are the ninjas of the Uchiha clan and the dying Sarutobi Shinoshuke. What? Flying Thunder God? Did you read that right? Isn't that the forbidden technique? The sealed book is still in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could he learn Flying Thunder God? Did he learn it secretly from the 4th generation? Here I go, the original strength is terrifying enough, but with the Flying Thunder God technique, the Uchiha clan has completely taken off. 11. The faces of the ninjas showed horrified expressions. Let's go. We can't let him see us coming. If he thinks we're here to pick up some bargains, we'll be in trouble. Yes, yes, the Uchiha clan is now invincible. 4 people have killed thousands of elites. It's terrible. The ninjas of the ninja clan rushed towards Konoha in a swarm. They wanted to report this big news to their clan leaders and elders immediately. After they left, Shio retracted his gaze from the rats. Since opening his own Mangekyō, the unlimited technique in his left eye has made his perception of space countless times more terrifying. He saw the sneaky group of family ninjas at a glance. But he didn't care. After all, 5.3 wanted to develop the Uchiha clan and even used a marriage plan. Just relying on having children to develop a small clan of 1,000 people is not like breeding pigs. Gong Arai and others let out a long sigh of relief. They looked at Shio feverishly, their eyes turning into faith. Uchiha Madara's rebirth is just that. Ujiji said excitedly, Master Shio. Leave the rest to me, let me cut that Sarutobi Shinoshuke into pieces right now. At this time, Sarutobi Shinoshuke was completely desperate. He looked at Shio who appeared 1,000 meters away with a dejected face. There was no luck anymore. The other party could actually Flying Thunder God. Hearing Sarutobi Shinoshuke's name, the joy on Shio's face faded. He looked at Sarutobi Shinoshuke who had already injured his origin. He knew that even if he didn't take action, this guy wouldn't be able to live long due to excessive consumption of cellular energy. Just like Senjo Hashirama in the Battle of the Valley of the End. Even if he can recover all internal and external injuries through Yang escape, the lifespan damage caused by excessive use of wood style cannot be undone. No need, a bone-chilling chill flashed through Shio's eyes, it would be too easy to cut him into pieces. He just happens to be of some use. Shio then threw the documents to Daimyo Mansion to Gong Arai and others. Go to the Daimyo Mansion, give him the paperwork, and ask him for money at the same time. He hired us to fight in Konoha, and you still want to give him enough money? Unless he is tired of living. Shio had no intention of actually meeting the so-called Fire Country Daimyo from the beginning. That kind of trash should be killed after he completely unified the ninja world. Dignity is only on the edge of the sword, truth is only within the range of the cannon. A group of losers who only know how to eat, drink and have fun also want to rule the ninja world? Compared to the bloodline itself, the bloodline of the descendants of Otsutsuki Kagaya is much more noble than this group of rubbish. Chapter 75. Sarutobi Shinoshuke looked at Shio coming and laughed crazily. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Shio. So what if you kill me? At least more than 200 of your Uchiha clan's elites will be buried with me. Cloud Shinobi village has taken Jinchuriki to the front line of Yuno country. You Uchiha clan are finished. Haha, so what if you are Uchiha Madara? Didn't the Uchiha clan abandon Uchiha Madara anyway? Haha. Looking at Sarutobi Shinoshuke's ferocious look. The anger in Shio's heart became more and more intense. He knelt down and slowly revealed a penetrating smile. Do you know that fear actually has freshness? People's emotions will change according to their mood. Do you think you will definitely die now? No, I will not kill you. It is not me who kills you. Shiyu hit Shinashuk hard on the back of the neck. His eyes went dark and he fainted. Shiyu held it in his hand and looked in the direction of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you lose. Now it's time for you to experience the days when our Uchiha clan was marginalized, suppressed and powerless. It stands to reason that Cloud Shinobi village is completely over, right? The Six Paths Noble Phantasm plus the Pure Blood Uzumaki direct line are enough to render the Two Tails useless, plus 2 cage level Charizards. I hope you won't die too miserably, otherwise the subsequent negotiations will not be easy to handle. As soon as Shiyu raised his leg, he appeared 10,000 meters away. Feeling the energy consumption in his eyes, he decided to return to the city honestly. I also thought that I would have to rely on teleportation in the future, but it still seems unrealistic. It seems that only after the Eternal Eye is opened can I use teleportation to show off. His teleportation was much more energy intensive than Kamui's method of just opening a door and moving on his legs. Shiyu touched his eyes. Obviously, each eye has the power and eye skills of no less than 2 Mangekyō, but at this time, his eyes still show no signs of evolving into eternal eyes. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen's compound ninjutsu, the blood inheritance boundary that combines 2 attributes is completely different. Now his Mangekyō is this simple superposition. Shiyu frowned. In addition to waiting for the 5-year development time of the system, is it really necessary to find a long-lost brother or relative to open the Eternal Eye? As a member of the orphanage at a certain point in 28, I have never heard of any long-lost brothers left behind by my parents. At that time, he was still thinking of encouraging his parents to give birth to a stupid adult to help him open his eyes. Unfortunately, before his persuasion could succeed, both his parents were tricked and killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen on the battlefield of World War II. Shiyu shook his head, and appeared in front of Konoha's gate with Sarutobi Shinashuk in his arms. At this time, the fathers of the door god duo, Kozuko Tong and Kamigyumo Ideq, were looking at Shiyu with horrified expressions. Gangzei Tong shivered as he looked at Umbu, who was dressed 7 points like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Shinashuk asked awkwardly. Chief Shiyu, didn't you go to deliver documents? Shiyu seemed to be in a good mood. He lifted the fainted Sarutobi with a smile. Shinashuk smiled and said. Isn't this a thief I met on the road? I caught him and interrogated him. Don't you know that the security around Konoha seems to be not very good? That guy has thousands of Chunin levels plus a bunch of Jonin level bandits. Oh, tisk tisk. What a miserable death. Gangzei Tong and Shinayun Chu Gong's expressions changed dramatically. Ha! Since Shiyu teleported back intermittently. Therefore, Shiyu at this time was earlier than when the group of spies came back, and the results of the battle between the Uchiha clan and the Sarutobi clan had not yet been reported. Gangzei Tong looked at Uchiha Shiyu with a frightened face. God's robber! Thousands of Chunin and a bunch of Jonin are enough to form a ninja village. Small ninja villages like the Kingdom of Tien and the Kingdom of Stars have been wiped out several times. This is obviously the subordinate sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen. What a miserable death! The two took a breath and looked at Sarutobi Shinashuk again. Man, how many ambushes did the Uchiha clan have to lay in wait to annihilate them all? Have all the elites on the front lines been withdrawn? This is impossible, even with those elites, they can't defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen's power, right? Gangzei Tong and Shinayun Izuku looked at Shiyu blankly. My heart is already full of shock. As expected of the largest clan in Konoha, the Uchiha clan who once founded Konoha village has such a strong trump card. Shiyu was not annoyed when he saw the two people being frightened. He waved Shinashuk in front of their eyes and said with a smile. Come back to your senses and register for me to return to the village. Only then did the two of them suddenly come back to their senses and nodded repeatedly. Oh. Okay. I'll register Master Shiyu right away. The two people panicked and recorded Shiyu's entry into the village. Then he watched helplessly as Shiyu dragged Sarutobi Shinashuk, who was like a dead dog, towards the direction of the Uchiha tribe. Subsequently, the news of the Uchiha clan's victory exploded in Konoha like a prairie fire. 75-2 Konoha Village. Sarutobi Tribe Land. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat leisurely in front of the coffee table, pouring toad tea. Across from him, Danzo frowned and looked at his longtime friend, always feeling that something was wrong. A swish sound. An umbu appeared in front of the two of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the teapot couldn't help but tremble. He held up the teapot and turned to look at umbu. Umbu said with panic in his tone. Hokage-sama, what's wrong? The Uchiha clan chief has returned to the Uchiha clan with a bandit who looks exactly like Shinosuke-sama. Bang! The teapot that Sarutobi Hiruzen had kept for decades fell to the ground. He swayed twice and held on to the coffee table. He asked in a voice, "What did you say?" Umbu lowered his head, and the expression under the mask was hard to see. But he still said tremblingly. Uchiha Shio, the leader of the Uchiha clan, carried a bandit who looked exactly like Captain Shinosuke and said that he was going to take him back to the Uchiha clan for interrogation. When he entered the village, he also said that he encountered a bandit team composed of thousands of chunin and a bunch of jonin. Annihilated. What? Bang! One corner of the coffee table was broken off by him. Danzo's expression on the side changed greatly. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily and shouted righteously. Hiruzen! You sent people to attack the clerical team. Do you know how much damage this will cause Konoha? The umbu group was wiped out. Thousands of chunin. The Uchiha clan withdrew all their elites from the front lines. A whole Sarutobi Hiruzen. A whole Uchiha Shio. Where do you two bastards put the interests of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen staggered and sat on the ground next to the coffee table. His eyes looked at umbu a little dull. He listened to Danzo's endless scolding and suddenly burst out with a terrifying chakra. Shut up! The third generation, known as the strongest, burst into boundless rage. Danzo's expression changed, and he had to admit that although he and Sarutobi Hiruzen were both cage level, there was still a gap in strength. Humph! Your actions this time have caused Konoha's strength to be severely damaged. Maybe the whole Konoha will fall apart. Hiruzen! You will regret it. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up suddenly. Yes. Shinosuke is not dead yet. If we lose here, then the frontline plan must have been successful. Shinosuke is not dead yet, I must save him from Shio. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no time to say that classic saying. He shouted angrily at umbu with a panic look on his face. Go and call for help. Come with me to the Uchiha clan to save people. Yes. On the other side, Shio was surrounded by the tribesmen excitedly after he returned to the tribe. Chief Shio, why are you back? Chief Shio, are you okay? Have you encountered an enemy? Huh? Who is this guy? He looks a lot like that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku heard the sound and came closer. When he saw Sarutobi Shinosuke, who looked like a dead dog, his eyes suddenly widened. Nani? Isn't this Captain Umbu Sarutobi Shinosuke? You are in big trouble. Shio glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and said calmly. Nonsense, these are obviously robbers. Robbers who robbed our Uchiha clerical team. That's right. This is obviously a robber. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent people to kill our clan leader, we can't resist any more. Uchiha Fugaku, what do you mean? We have to let Uchiha wait and be killed. Shisui's matter is not over yet. The people of Uchiha are excited. Uchiha Fugaku said with a sad and angry look. Oh, why don't you understand? Once there is a conflict with the Sarutobi clan, the peace of Konoha will be broken. Which of you is willing to let your children fall into war? Shio looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a stern expression and snorted. War? It's better than being looked down upon, right? And are the Uchiha clan still afraid of war now? Even if there seems to be no Sarutobi clan, we can still win the war. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shio in confusion and sighed. Why don't you understand? I admit that you have greatly improved the strength of the Uchiha clan during this period, but this does not mean that you can break up with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't you know that Sarutobi Hiruzen controls a large number of civilian ninjas? And Nine Tails is still in his hands. Once the opponent is cornered, it will be troublesome. This time they only sent sporadic elite ninjas to carry out assassinations. If the opponent directly sent hundreds or even thousands of elites, how could our Uchiha clan resist? And we Uchiha and Konoha are a whole. Once the internal friction is coveted by other villages, then the whole of Konoha will be finished. Think about the country of Whirlpool. If the skin is gone, how can the hair be attached? Without Konoha's asylum, our Uchiha clan's Sharingan will definitely be coveted by the ninja world just like the Uzumaki clan. Listening to Uchiha Fugaku's words, the tribesman suddenly felt that there was some truth. Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly said to Shio, "How about this, let's send this guy back quickly to admit his mistake, and then the two sides will turn their hostility into friendship. After all, this time he was at fault first and he will definitely not cause trouble for us. Send it back." Shio looked at Uchiha Fugaku, a coward with a funny face. "Besides this guy, I have 1,000 corpses of Chunin and Jonin. Do you want to send them back together?" "What?" Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shio with a horrified expression. Shio's Susanoo suddenly grabbed Uchiha Fugaku in his hands and pressed him to the ground. All day long in Konoha, Mangekyō's cage level has been played openly, but he only hides behind his clan members. "Fugaku, do you really think I can't kill you? Cage level? Sharingan." Uchiha Fugaku actually started Mangekyō Sharingan. Impossible, if he had already activated Sharingan, why would he be so afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Them. Is it true that as Mr. Shio said, he is too cowardly? He's already cage level and he's still hiding behind our people. Damn it! Is this guy still afraid that people will rely on him? The tribesman looked at Uchiha Fugaku being controlled by Susanoo and started talking. Uchiha Itachi rushed out from the crowd. "Father!" Uchiha Mikoto hugged Sasuke and followed closely, but she looked at Shio with a complicated and weird expression on her face. She glanced at her son who was holding Susan tightly, hesitated for a moment and said to Shio, "Chief Shio, Fugaku also considers the Uchiha clan and really has no intention of betraying the Uchiha clan." Shio looked at Uchiha Mikoto's face and snorted, waving his hand and throwing Uchiha Fugaku out. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment when he heard Mikoto's plea. Then he seemed to realize something and yelled angrily, "I don't need you to plead. Shut up!" Uchiha Fugaku's face was ferocious, staring at Shio. He glanced at Mikoto, then at Shio, got up and disappeared from the spot. Uchiha Shio frowned and looked at Uchiha Mikoto as if he was asking for confirmation. Then he turned to look at Uchiha Mikoto and said forcefully, "Go back and pack your things and move out by yourself." The tribesmen were stunned when they heard this, and looked at Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Shio in confusion. Uchiha Mikoto bit his lip, with an aggrieved expression on his face. Shio's face was full of domineering expression and he snorted. "It's okay if you don't move out, then I'll do it now." Uchiha 307 Itaka looked at his mother and Shio in confusion, and his genius head felt like the CPU was about to burn. Shio didn't give Uchiha Mikoto a chance to refute, and turned around and dragged Sarutobi Shinnishuk towards the Bloodline Research and Development Center. The tribesmen shut up and dispersed with strange expressions on their faces. Uchiha Mikoto lowered his head and led Uchiha Itachi away from the crowd. On the way, Uchiha Mikoto apologized to Uchiha Itachi and said, "Sorry Itachi, actually your father and I have reconciled a long time ago." Uchiha Itachi suddenly felt dizzy as if he had been struck by lightning and kicked by a donkey. "No wonder my parents have been sleeping in separate rooms, and no wonder my father always secretly shows that angry expression towards his mother." Uchiha Itachi suddenly remembered his Idu. He turned his head sharply and looked at Uchiha Mikoto with a pleading look. Mikoto seemed to understand Uchiha Itachi's question. She sighed and said, "Yes, Sasuke is not your father's." Uchiha Itachi's face was filled with despair for a moment. "How come?" Uchiha Mikoto sighed and explained. "Sorry, Itachi, that man was too dazzling. By the time I came back to my senses, I had already fallen. Even though I knew he might just be playing for fun, I still chose to be with your father. After leaving. But neither these tribesmen nor him knew that your father was very proud, so none of us asked for medical advice. Uchiha Itachi asked his 23-year-old mother in a stern tone. Why didn't you tell him? Uchiha Mikoto shook his head humbly and said. He had a girlfriend at that time, and the whole of Konoha knew about him and Tsunade-sama, so it was impossible for me to be with him. If it hadn't been for Itachi to stand up and plead for mercy this time, this matter might never have been exposed. Mikoto didn't expect that the other party would stand up to protect her without any hesitation. It was obvious that Uchiha Fugaku's attitude might have made him guess something. Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Even though he had been taken to the battlefield by his father and was a precocious boy, he didn't know what to say at this time. Do you blame your mother for cheating? She divorced her before she cheated. She is single and can't find anyone to deal with her father. Do you blame your father for being unattractive? He was cheated on. Blame Shio? Yes, blame Shio. If he hadn't seduced his mother, her mother would not have cheated on her. But Sasuke was innocent. Uchiha Itachi only felt his heart twitching crazily. The emotions between Chien Huangmao and Bracon were frantically fighting in their hearts. I do not know how long it has been. Uchiha Itachi's paralyzed face showed a smile that was uglier than crying. It's okay, mother, I respect you. Even if you leave, I will treat Sasuke as my biological brother. In the end, Kong's Hilly successfully defeated the anger in his heart. Uchiha Mikoto looked at his son's understanding with relief. Thank you for your understanding, mother. If you miss your brother, you can visit him at any time. When Uchiha Itachi heard this, he had the ugliest smile in his life. Chapter 76. Shiyu dragged Sarutobi Shinashuk and threw him into the machine responsible for developing wood style in the Bloodline RD Center. Following a burst of red light scanning, a mechanical sound was broadcast from the machine. Wood-style blood succession limited is under development. A blood limit sample that can provide data has been detected, and the data is being scanned. The scan was successful, the database has obtained backup data, and the development time of wood-style blood succession limit has been shortened 10 times. The remaining successful development time is 180 days. Shio frowned. 180 days? It's been half a year. Even if there are samples, there's no way to directly enter the data? Shiyu suddenly thought of Uchiha Iron Fire. After he turned on Mangekyō, it was also prompted that there was a 36-day cooldown, but he suffered an unprecedented heavy blow and the recovery time was exactly 35 days. The normal development time of Mangekyō is 1 year, but if it is shortened 10 times, it will be exactly 36 days. It seems that the Bloodline RD Center needs a minimum conversion time to completely transform a bloodline boundary into data that can be copied. Shio frowned. The RD Center is just a building built by the system, not the system itself. In addition, the RD Center is only at level 1. Does it take so long because there is an upper limit on its capabilities? Shio smacked his lips. Although I couldn't master wood style immediately, it was acceptable to be able to shorten most of the time. He pulled out the tool man Sarutobi Shinashuk and threw it aside to wait for the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen to come and ask for help. There was a cold look in Shiyu's eyes. He was not the kind of virgin who would not take revenge. Not even the kind of person who would directly wipe their necks to free them. The real terror is to completely defeat it psychologically. Whether it was for his dead parents, friends, or clan members, Shio had no intention of letting Sarutobi Hiruzen and his son die easily. After solving the issue of blood inheritance limit samples, Shio thought about what happened to Uchiha Mikoto just now. As a reborn person, and also a reborn person who has experienced the absurdity of youth will not let you down, the full package starts at 800 per night. He has no discrimination against wives with status buffs. What's more, the Uchiha Fugaku family is the main culprit in the genocide of the Uchiha clan. Out of revenge, during his bohemian youth, he often used the convenience of Uchiha's senior management to help his sister-in-law, who had been left at home by Uchiha Fugaku for a long time, intentionally or unintentionally. Adhering to the idea of taking a poll if there is no date, Shio takes a high-end fishing route. Initially, she persisted for several years, thinking that there was nothing going on, but suddenly one day she took the initiative to come to him. Naturally, Shio has no habit of throwing away the meat delivered to his door, not to mention that Uchiha Mikoto also has the buff bonus of his wife's attributes. This is a good plus option for Shio, who likes all kinds of co-spas. So from Shio's perspective, the two developed a tacit apple relationship. It wasn't until Mikoto Uzumaki became pregnant that Shio had to end this exciting plot of betrayal. Originally, Shio thought that Mikoto would re-enter the ranks of a good wife and mother. As a result, Uchiha Fugaku's reaction today made Shio realize that the relationship between the two might have been discovered by this former boss who was herding sheep. As an audio companion, Shio is naturally not the kind of scumbag who doesn't recognize others. Now, whether in terms of strength or prestige, it is no problem at all to give Uchiha Mikoto some special care and let him become independent and self-reliant. Now that you've been discovered, let's just leave. It's not like I can't afford it anyway. Today I didn't shoot the rip-off guy Uchiha Fugaku to death, which can be regarded as compensation for my unethical behavior of poaching. I have to say that the experience given to Shio by a young woman like Uchiha Mikoto who likes to be submissive is absolutely top-notch. Especially when paired with a stepmother skirt or a shirt apron, the experience is simply not comparable to that of young girls. Thinking of Mikoto's beautiful figure, Shio suddenly remembered that it had been almost 4 months since he broke up with his ex-girlfriend. During this period, except for meeting a drunk Tsunade once, he actually... except for Tsunade and Uzumaki Chizuru, he didn't even touch a woman. Shio gritted his teeth and glanced at Sarutobi Shinosuke. He kicked Shinosuke in the crotch and cursed. "It's all your father's fault. FK. Poor Sarutobi Shinosuke was already in a coma but was awakened by the severe pain from his soul. He covered his lower body with his hands and retched twice in pain, then rolled his eyes and fainted. Master Shio. At this time, a tribesman suddenly ran to the Bloodline Research Center with an angry look on his face. "Oh no, Sarutobi Hiruzen is here. Now he is blocked at the gate of the tribe." Shio's eyes lit up and he grinned with a charming smile. "Coming? It's good to come." After Shio said that, he picked up Sarutobi Shinosuke and walked towards the entrance of the clan. Chapter -76-2. At this time, the entrance to the Uchiha clan land. Densely packed umbu wearing masks are squatting, standing on trees, walls, or roofs. In short, no one stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen honestly. They all stared at the Uchiha tribesmen in front of them like streetwalkers. On the other hand, the Uchiha clan on the opposite side. After Shio's long-term training, they will subconsciously divide themselves into their respective camps according to their attributes, making it easier to fight so that ninjas with the same attributes can perform joint ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the front and shouted angrily. "Let Uchiha Shio come out." Jian Arai from Saber Team 2 sneered. "Who do you think you are? Do you also want our clan leader to come see you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's body erupted with terrifying chakra. The dust on the ground floated into the air with his momentum, and the ground under his feet was cracked, as if it had been torn apart by man. "Do you think you can stop me? Let me tell you, your Uchiha clan is finished. You abandoned 2,000 ninjas for your own selfishness. When the news of the defeat comes, you will be liquidated by the entire Konoha. I advise you to quickly put down your weapons and hand over Captain Umbu, otherwise the anger of the entire village will be waiting for you. The ninjas who support the front line are the mainstays of various families. Now they are all lost in the country of you. You, the Uchiha clan, must be responsible." Jian Arai sneered and cursed without any compromise. "No shit, this is the territory of our Uchiha clan. It was originally assigned to us by you and Danzo. There is no nonsense here. Captain Umbu's establishment has been cancelled. Find a captain who is crazy." Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily with a gloomy face. "You wanna die?" The Uchiha clan members all turned on Sharingan and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The special Jonin of Saber's second team all activated the Sharingan of the 3 Megatama. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Damn it, why are the Uchiha clan so powerful? How long has it been since the other party showed up with so many 3-tomo Sharingan? Damn it, Umbu's intelligence system is too difficult to penetrate into the Uchiha clan. Is this the reason why Shinosuke and the others were wiped out? How many elite members of the Uchiha clan are there? I don't know how much damage they suffered this time. At this time, a loud shout came from behind everyone in Uchiha. Stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen took a closer look. Uchiha Shiyu dragged his son over by his ankles like a dead dog. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed dramatically. A hole. Let Shinosuke go. Chief Shio. Master Shio. Shio followed the tribesman's greetings and walked to the front with a smile. Isn't this the former Hokage-sama? What does the Uchiha clan have to do with you? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shio with a livid face and snorted. Let Shinosuke go. What do you mean the Uchiha clan secretly arrested our Captain Umbu? Shio smiled crookedly. Captain Umbu? Why don't I recognize him? Do we still have Umbu in Konoha? Jian Arai immediately laughed knowingly and said. Chief, Umbu and Hokage are not even in the village now. The veins on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead were exposed. He stared at Shio and whispered. You are so meaningless. Tell me your conditions. You will let those 2,000 ninjas be used as cannon fodder to eat my 1,000 people. Now you, the Uchiha clan, are finished. As long as you wait for the news from the front line to come back, you will become everyone shouting. And Shinosuke, the Uchiha clan has suffered quite a lot, right? Do you think you can still hold the ninja clan hostage like before? Let me tell you, the real controller of the ninja clan now is the elders. This time you tricked the young people who supported you into this, and the power in their hands will definitely be taken back. So if you keep Shinosuke's life, it's just to wait for a price. We all know how to make a price. It's just to keep your current power emperor of the Uchiha clan. I can promise you that I will not hold you accountable for the Uchiha clan's faults afterwards. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shio with a twinkle in his eye. Do the ninjas still dislike themselves for cheating them of their trophies? Now this guy is giving away 2,000 people for free. Laozi tried to demonstrate it anyway, but now Uchiha Shio is so crazy that he can't even act. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered in his heart. When Laozi regains power, I will definitely not hold you accountable to the Uchiha clan, but I can't control the rumors in the village and the anger of the ninja clan. Shio looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a strange look on his face, and the joy in his heart became even higher. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, and the deeper the pain. I'm still daydreaming now. Think the front line collapsed? Shio looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who had given up acting completely and showed a sunny smile. Want to exchange for Sarutobi Shinosuke? Yes, I can exchange it for the sealed book. The complete version. Chapter 76-3. Sealed Book. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned when he heard Shio's request. This thing was originally the responsibility of the Hokage to keep. Even after Namikaze Minato became the Hokage, he still controlled it. Later, Shio seized power, and it was even more impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to hand over the sealed book. After all, the nominal Hokage is not in the village, and the power of Konoha is now divided. There is no way to stipulate who should keep this thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally moved all the databases to his clan, including the sealed book. Shio seemed to have forgotten these things and did not dwell on these details. In fact, his purpose is just to unseat Sarutobi Hiruzen from the position of Hokage, and does not want to cause unnecessary problems. Anyway, even if he brought up the matter of the sealed book, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely not give it to him. But it's different now. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen licked his face and let himself kill him, he would naturally kill him without hesitation. The machete swung. If you don't kill it, you won't kill it. I originally planned to humiliate him and throw it to him, but who would have thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would actually add drama to him? This made Uchiha Shio very happy. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know this. He was looking at Shio in confusion and confirmed again, sealed book. Shio Shiren said. Yes, this is the whole of Konoha. As one of the three powers of the Ministry of National Defense, I am naturally qualified to watch it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately angry and laughed. Ministry of Defense, you think you? Shio interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen impatiently. With a sneer, he stepped on Sarutobi Shinoshuke's lifeblood again and said, "Don't talk nonsense, I only have this condition, if you want your son to live." Shinoshuke screamed and fainted again while holding his balls. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes twitched twice, and he stared at Shio with an ugly face and said ferociously, "Okay, it's your decision to give up on the Uchiha clan." After Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, he took out a sealing scroll from his body. He bit off his finger and smeared it on the word book on the seal scroll. With a bang, a huge scroll appeared in front of Shio along with a puff of smoke. Shio curled his lips with contempt. As expected, he carried it with him. The safest place in Konoha was probably Sarutobi Hiruzen's arms. Why did Mizuki deceive Naruto into stealing the Book of Sealing? It was purely because Naruto had reached the age of leaving the mountain. But Iruka, who just promoted his will of fire, refused to let him graduate. So Sarutobi Hiruzen came up with an idea and used a trick to let Naruto learn a multiple shadow clone and then graduate directly. How could a brat who wasn't even a genin steal the sealed book right under Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose? What a joke! In the anime, Jonin-level Kakashi deliberately went to the Hokage family building to look for information on wood style because of Yamato's wood style, and was easily caught by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto, a lowly genin, was able to successfully steal one of the most important things in Konoha from Sarutobi Hiruzen, a Hokage. This is no nonsense. Shio took the sealed book and opened it. Multiple shadow clone technique. Shio threw the sealed book back expressionlessly and sneered. I want to be serious. If the next book of sealing is still this kind of knockoff, I will cut your son into pieces. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shio with a livid face. How could he possibly recognize this as fake? You must know that since you came to power, you have never seen the sealed book with anyone. It stands to reason that no one knows the contents of the sealed book. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shio with a livid face. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to make fun of his son. This is the only successful wood-style ninja who can control 9 tails, and he is also his genius son who has spent his whole life training. If he takes out the fake scroll again and is discovered by Shio, it will cost him his son's life. He took out another seal scroll from the other side. After the same gesture, another identical sealed book appeared in front of Shio. Shio took the sealed book and repeated the action just now. Water dragon bomb? Shio immediately threw the sealed book back and sneered. It seems that you don't want your son to live, so you gave me a fake one. Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is so FG true. Do you know the contents of the sealed book? Huh? I'm sorry, I saw it wrong. Shio smiled and picked up the sealed book again and took it into his hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped himself in the face. This damn guy is deceiving himself. He doesn't even know the contents of the sealed book. Thinking about it, if the other party really knew the content, how could he ask for the sealed book? Shio opened the scroll, and the catalogue of high-level ninjutsu and forbidden techniques such as Flying Thunder God, 4 Elephants Seal and 5 Elements Seal came into view. He waved casually and asked the tribesman to throw Sarutobi Shinoshuke over. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly took over his son 10. Look at Shinoshuke's badly injured body and feel his weakened chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly handed it to an Umbu and whispered. Send him to the hospital quickly. Then he took a deep look at Uchiha Shio and sneered. I'll let you hold the sealed book first. I thought you were a qualified opponent, but I didn't expect you to be so superficial. Some things are not easy to take. Shio looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile and nodded in agreement. Yes, what you said is not wrong at all. Chapter 77. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his son in his arms and breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his eyebrows provocatively at Shio and said with a smile. Looks like I won this time. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, Uchiha Shio is nothing but submission. If he hadn't surrendered, there would be no need for him to return Shinoshuke to him. After receiving his son, Sarutobi Hiruzen's originally tense mood completely relaxed. He glanced at Shio like a victor, waved his hand and led Umbu's people away. The tribesmen behind Shio were so angry that they gritted their teeth when they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen succeeding, and almost rushed out. Shio reached out and stopped everyone with a smile. "Don't worry, let the bullets fly for a while." How happy he is smiling now, how devastated he will be when he knows the truth. At this time, he could already imagine Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression after Sarutobi Shinnashuk woke up. When the battle report from the front line comes back, I hope he won't collapse on the spot, but he still hasn't had enough fun. Cloud Shinobi Village. Among the Reikage buildings. Third Reikage AI looked at the urgent secret orders coming from the front line and his eyes were dull. With a bang, the desk exploded directly. "Ah! Arrange people for me. I will personally go out and destroy those guys." Several octopus tentacles suddenly jumped out from the side and wrapped tightly around Reikage AI. "Yo brother yo, don't be impulsive, the opponent's strength is so awesome, take Jinchuriki and the troops away, we have to be careful when traveling." Today looked at the tightly bound fourth Reikage and let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he called Killer B over, otherwise I really don't know how to stop this guy with a bad temper like his father. I don't know how many times I have repaired doors and windows alone. Normal people like to jump out of windows when walking. I had to find a successor quickly because I was really tired of being the Hokage secretary. Calm down, Reikage-sama, now Konoha and Iwagakure have signed a peace treaty, and the fighting with Sand Shinobi Village has stopped. Now we, Cloud Shinobi Village, are in constant conflict with Konoha, so we are at a disadvantage, especially the summoning beasts contracted by the other party. Oroi said that those things are probably undiscovered tailed beasts, and each one has strength that is not inferior to Jinchuriki. Later, he used some ultimate ninja tool, and even the tailed beast bomb was bounced back by the opponent. Now that the two tails have been captured by the opponent, Konoha has two Jinchuriki. We really can't fight anymore. Fourth Reikage AI shouted angrily. Are we required to surrender to those guys in Konoha and pay compensation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Let me personally lead the team to destroy those guys. Isn't it the tailed beast? I beat him so much that I don't even recognize 657. 8 tails in Killer B's body knocked his Jinchuriki on the head with a black face. Killer B in the conscious space looked at 8 tails in confusion. Why are you knocking me? 8 tails proudly turned its head and ignored Killer B. Killer B scratched his head, waved a few hand gestures and sang and danced rap. Oh brother is right, hey, we in Cloud Shinobi Village are all tough guys, if you want to fight I will fight, Arab group is back. Fourth Reikage AI frowned and glanced at Killer B and said with a frown. No, just keep practicing tailed beast bomb in the mountains. When you master long-range attacks, you can throw it on the front line. At this time, third Reikage AI had just died, and fourth generation AI didn't want his only brother to die on the battlefield again. So he ordered Killer B to practice tailed beast bomb, and just throw the tailed beast bomb behind his back during a fight. Killer B's eyes flashed with disappointment. Since the death of third generation, his brother no longer trusts him. Yo! Killer B was about to continue talking when fourth Reikage AI glared at him and said angrily. Shut up! If you sing or dance rap again, I'll break your legs. After Killer B's interruption, AI's mind finally became clearer. Damn the Uchiha clan! Where did they find this good thing? And why are there so many trap masters? Those damn guys must be on drugs. AI cursed and wanted to pat the desk again, but found that he had already patted the desk into pieces. He angrily sat down on the sofa. I can't fight, but I don't want to surrender. So what do you think I should do? Tutai carefully watched the movie, coughed twice and said. Don't forget, Konoha village is undergoing a coup now, and they certainly don't have time to take care of other villages. We might as well negotiate for peace first, and then wait for an opportunity to provoke their relationship and try to make them chaotic. When the time comes, hee. Fourth Reikage AI frowned and looked at Tutai with disgust. He hated these bullshit politics the most. When Dolan Jian goes out, his motto is to do whatever he meets. These twists and turns just don't suit him. It is precisely because of his character that the Daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder will support him unconditionally. After all, with such an IQ, it is impossible for someone with such an IQ to have any thoughts of inferiority overcoming superiority. You have to decide for yourself. I can't swallow this breath. Konoha must pay the price. An R-tailed beast must be returned. Didn't their 9 tails change to a brat? Bring it over and we can train it ourselves. You agreed on all this when negotiating peace. Todai looked at his own wreckage with a black line on his face. Damn it, we lost the battle. You made it seem like we had won a great battle. He nodded with a sad and angry look and said. Okay, I'll try my best. -77-2. In Konoha Village Hospital. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked nervously around the emergency room. Until the red light goes out and the doctor walks out of the emergency room. Looking at the medical ninja walking out of the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked hurriedly. How is Shinashuk doing? The medical ninja hurriedly smiled and said. Don't worry, Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama. Although Shinashuk-sama's body is broken and his cartilage is severely bruised. But the chakra in his body is repairing the internal injuries on its own, and he should be able to recover after a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched the corner of his mouth, wondering if his whole body was broken and it was okay, and he could speak. But he still breathed a sigh of relief. Wood style. It must be wood style that helps his son recover. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart dropped when he mentioned it. Those Jonin and Chunin will die as soon as they die. With the current base of civilians in Konoha, it will take 10 or 8 years for Tadashi to train Haiden with his own literary skills. But Shinashuk is his treasure, the hope of the Sarutobi clan to inherit the wood style. As long as he lives, he won't feel too bad if the others all die. Now, as long as things on the front line continue to ferment, he will be able to unite with those ninjas to force the Uchiha clan into the palace. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette happily, and his mood became more and more comfortable. However, it was during this time that the spies sent out by various ninja clans all returned to Konoha. What? Mangekyō Sharingan. Susanoo. Wood style. New battle for the Valley of the End. Uchiha Shiyu single-handedly defeated all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's teams. Hyuga Hayashi's father looked at the branch house disciples' report with a dull expression and his eyes widened. He has experienced the first days of Konoha. Uchiha Madara's appearance at that time made him tremble even just thinking about it. Although 12 years later, the Hyuga clan boasted that they were the best Ijutsu clan in Konoha, but now he didn't even dare to think about it. The gap between the two families is like the gap between the sentry and the special forces. The Hyuga family established a branch system, which severely separated the branch house's combat capabilities from those of the clan. Not only is there no protective ninjutsu like Revolving Heaven, but he is not even qualified to learn the long-range skill branch house like 8 trigrams air palm. This resulted in the Hyuga family being the family with the most serious gap in strength at this time. The Hyuga clan basically became novice scout ninjas when they went to the battlefield. Currently, only the direct lineage of the Hyuga family has the strength of elite jonin. In the branch house, it is very difficult to cultivate even an ordinary jonin. People like Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Niji are geniuses among geniuses who can break the rules. Now that he heard the information about Uchiha Shio, he nervously called Hyuga Hayashi. He panicked and told Hyuga Hayashi, "Hurry up and send some congratulatory gifts to the Uchiha clan, we can't be slow in our courtesy." Hyuga Hayashi frowned. "Didn't you say before that you shouldn't take sides easily? Didn't the intelligence come back from the front line now?" The old patriarch of Hyuga glared at Hyuga Hayashi and shouted, "You know what the heck? You don't understand the value of the term Uchiha Madara. And that guy Sarutobi Hiruzen has even studied the wood style and hasn't beaten that Uchiha Shiyu yet. Konoha is really going to change this time. Even if all the people on the front line are dead, those ninjas will definitely lose their shit. Don't dare to say a word." At this time, Hyuga Hayashi was just 31 years old. When he was born, the statues in the Valley of the End were erected. Naturally, it was impossible to admire Uchiha Madara's heroic figure like Onoki. But, see, he saw his father being so nervous. Hyuga Hayashi also became cautious unconsciously. I know, I'll go get ready right away. The same scene happened in the clans of various families in Konoha. After being deceived by Sarutobi Hiruzen for so many years, they almost forgot that they were a subordinate race seeking the protection of the Teiha clan and the Shote clan. Now Shiyu's appearance reminds them of the fear of being dominated by giants. For a time, the entrance to the Uchiha tribe's land was bustling with people. What was supposed to be the most remote location in Konoha village now looks like a royal palace being paid tribute. The members of the Lancer team who were responsible for guarding the door grinned almost from ear to ear. Since Uchiha Madara ran away, when have they been so proud? Not to mention that after Senju Tobirama came to power, he turned the Uchiha clan from the original dragon power directly into prison guards. Not only was he disliked by others, he was also isolated from the village by Konoha. I just picked up a few weaklings like Uchiha Kagami and said that the Uchiha family in Konoha is so disgusting. But things are different now. Chief Shio finally made everyone feel the confidence of the Uchiha clan that was invincible during the Sengoku period. Now that the Senju clan, the only one who can limit the Uchiha clan, is gone, there is simply no better feeling than now. Gun 20 pointed to a temporary shed and shouted at the group of high-ranking ninja clan members who came to pay their respects. Just put all the gifts over there, and all the congratulatory families should register. The clan leader doesn't have that much free time to receive guests. He is now preparing to welcome our large army of Konoha's victors. As soon as these words came out, Hyuga Hayashi and others all took a deep breath. Information from the front line has come back? Did the Uchiha clan win? -77-3. I originally thought that the heads of the ninja clan, supported by the Shiha clan, suddenly became numb. If it was just that the older generation was afraid of this new generation's Uchiha Madara. Well, now all of them know that the time of the Uchiha clan is coming. The Uchiha clan single-handedly won 2 battlefields. This crushing from high-end combat power to low-level combat power made everyone understand that today's Sarutobi clan has there was no hope of a comeback. They gave up their intention to express their dissatisfaction, honestly placed the gifts in the seemingly simple hut and then registered the family to leave. It's just that when they left, they all had extremely strange expressions on their faces, as if they were suppressing their emotions. After everyone leaves, the tribesmen brought gifts and rosters to Shio. At this time, Shio was lying lazily on the sofa, and Mikoto happened to be peeling oranges for him. Gun Arai excitedly handed over an account book and said, "Master Clan Chief, this is the gift list for each ninja clan." As expected, they all came with gifts. Shio lazily accepted the gift. Most of the branch house families give gifts of silver and gold, and some like the Nara family give deer antlers and medicinal materials. The strangest thing is that the gift sent by the Akamika family turned out to be the best snowflake beef. Before leaving, he reluctantly told the family to tell Shio to eat it in time and not to spoil it. Shio threw the gift away and asked, "Where's the gift from the Sarutobi clan?" The tribesmen couldn't help but raise the corners of their mouths and almost laughed out loud. "It hasn't arrived yet. I believe they will definitely send congratulatory gifts after receiving the news." Yesterday, he even boasted that the clan leader was no match for him. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't just lick his face and come here to beg for mercy today, right? The tribe finally knew why the tribe leader stopped the tribe. This was simply an opportunity to humiliate Sarutobi Hiruzen. Suddenly the tribesman thought of something. He frowned and said, "The Shimura clan didn't send any gifts." Shiyu's eyes narrowed, and there was a sharp look in his eyes. "Danzo? It just so happens that Uchiha Shisui's matter hasn't been settled with him yet." Shiyu takes one step forward. Instantly disappeared into the clan land. The tribesmen looked at the place where Shiyu disappeared with fanatical expressions of admiration. "Danzo, get out of here!" A cave entrance at the training ground outside Konoha. Shiyu's angry roar was directly transmitted to the inside of the root base. A few swish sounds. Several phase ninjas stood in front of Shio. Even though Shio at this time made many ninjas afraid, he still had no fear at all for obliterating the roots of emotion. In terms of control over his subordinates, Danzo is far superior to Umbu. The strength of ninjas at the same level is not only comparable, but even better. Because Umbu is a special force at best, but at his core, he is a death king. But for Shio at this time, these team members who are just special jonin are no different from ordinary people in his eyes. He just glanced at the other person. Everyone fell into Sharingan's illusion. The terrifying coercion instantly made several people's roots twitch. The leader, Jonin, took a few steps back with cold sweat on his face and sat down on the ground. Suddenly, several wind blades blew out of the cave and cut towards Shio. Wind-style vacuum sphere. This is a powerful wind blade that can cut the shell of Susanna in the second stage. However, in the face of cage-level powerful attacks, Shiyu didn't even bother to move. Both eyes Mangekyō is opened, and there is no minimum limit for the spell to be activated. The wind blade gradually became smaller as it got closer to Shiyu and finally disappeared completely. Nani? How could that happen? Danzo was horrified and cried out, "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" Although he was horrified, his face did not show any change in expression. "Chief Shio, what do you mean? Why did you suddenly attack our base? Your Ministry of National Defense doesn't care about the main people, right?" Shiyu chuckled. "I received a report from others that you were arresting people from the village for human experiments, so naturally I came to take a look." Danzo was shocked, and he snorted calmly. "I've never heard of any human experimentation. Who did you report it to?" Shiyu said carelessly, "Of course it's Sarutobi Hiruzen Asuma. He specially discovered this secret from Sarutobi Hiruzen's file bag." "Danzo, what explanation are you going to give?" Danzo's face darkened. "That's nonsense. How could I do that? This is slander. If you don't believe it, come to the base and check it out." "Okay. Danzo. Damn it, shouldn't you say I believe you? How can there be any trust between us?" Chapter 78. Shimura Danzo led Shio around the root base with a smile. Fortunately, Laozi had already transferred Uchiha Shisui to Orochimaru. "You can search whatever you want. If you find something useful, I will share your last name." And Shio was wandering around while staring at Danzo with Sharingan. "During this period of time, I have been busy fighting, and I have not even met this Konoha no Yan. As a result, why is the opponent's body now full of Uchiha Shisui's eye power? The residue after radicalization? Obviously this is not possible. The only explanation is that the Danzo in front of me is likely to have been hit by Uchiha Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods like Mifune of Iron Country. Shisui in the anime is like a fool, exposing the eye technique that can change people's will to the political Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and sold him to Danzo, and kindly told Danzo about the terrifying effects of distinguished heavenly gods. This is an intolerable skill for any high-level person playing politics. Who as an emperor can tolerate a minister who can control his will at any time? No matter how loyal you are. The ghost knows when his will has been changed. What's more, when Shisui was chatting with Danzo, he clearly used silence to indicate that he would use distinguished heavenly gods on anyone who ruined the peace between Konoha and Uchiha. As a result, one of Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods had no chance to play its role. According to the introduction in the official game Ultra Storm, the distinguished heavenly gods who truly control people's will is the left eye that was not taken away by Danzo. And his right eye is the light of the offensive pupil technique distinguished heavenly gods, which represents his deepest desire. If the left eye distinguished heavenly gods changes the will to no avail, then use the right eye to burn the opponent. In the original work, Danzo knew the ability of Shisui's eyes in advance, and naturally he would consciously guard against this skill of his. But Danzo in this world where Shio lives doesn't know that the pupil technique of Shisui's eyes is distinguished heavenly gods. It would be very reasonable if Shisui used the distinguished heavenly gods skill on Danzo after being suddenly attacked. And with Shisui's virgin character, the changed will is most likely the bullshit wish Uchiha Itaka gave Sasuke to protect Konoha. This is why Shio gave up the idea of shooting Danzo to scare the monkeys, and instead followed him around the root base. Behind him, Yamato followed the two of them step by step. Whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo, they have indescribable admiration for wood style. In the anime, Danzo once sent 10-year-old Yamato to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shiyu doesn't know how he thinks that a green wood style is more powerful than a Hokage in his prime. But he confidently sat on the office chair in Hokage's office, and was ridiculed so severely by Sarutobi Hiruzen that he broke out in a cold sweat. Shiyu wonders if Danzo wants Yamato to follow him because he wants to use Yamato to kill him. If there really is, should I resist and kill the roots? This is a question. But he was very curious about Danzo's current state. Shiyu touched his chin and thought. Sure enough, we still have to find Shisui before we can know what happened. This guy's eyes are not Shisui's. Could it be that Shisui ran away? Danzo looked at Shiyu, who was no one around, and asked with a dark face. How long do you plan to visit? Shiyu raised his eyebrows and smiled. Wander around until you give us a gift for the Uchiha clan. Danzo's face turned dark and he almost couldn't help but kicked him. But when he remembered the information delivered by his subordinates, he could only grit his teeth and say, I've been busy these 2 days, so our root gifts will be sent out soon. Shiyu nodded and said, by the way, I want you Shimura clan to give you a copy too, so I don't have to run away again. Danzo almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Your uncle, is this a congratulatory gift? Isn't this pure blackmail? Danzo thought about the contents of the intelligence again, and he said in a hesitant voice. Gift. 2 copies. The feeling Shio gave him at this time was exactly the same as the feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him when he was Hokage. That's subconscious fear. Danzo has treated Uchiha Shio as a person with a higher status than himself. Shiyu smiled and patted Danzo's shoulder hard twice. That's good, I won't disturb Lord Danzo's work at the root, but we still need to pay more attention to the security of Konoha. It's a peaceful era now. It's inappropriate to always have people missing. The severe pain made his face tremble twice. However, in the blink of an eye, she had disappeared before his eyes. Shimura Danzo's expression changed. Is it really the Flying Thunder God? Idiot Hiruzen even gave him this thing. He turned to look at Yamato behind him and asked in a low voice. If you had taken action just now, how sure were you of keeping him? Under the mask, Yamato looked MMP, but he still bowed his head respectfully and reported. Probably, 0%. Danzo. -78 to 2. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. In an indoor training ground. A giant python sprang out from Anko's wrist and bit a wooden man in half instantly. Upon seeing this, she shouted excitedly. Awesome! Teacher, I succeeded! At this time, standing next to her was a long-haired snake man with a feminine temperament. He was Orochimaru, one of the only Sannin still in the village. Orochimaru smiled and clapped his hands and said. As expected of my disciple, you have performed very well. You are now indeed qualified to practice the forbidden technique. Anko's eyes lit up when he heard this. Really, teacher? Can I practice now? Then I can show off to Hong. Orochimaru glanced at Anko and shook his head. Not now, because I need to go out. Go out. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Third Hokage is looking for you. An Umbu appeared and landed next to Orochimaru. Anko glanced at Umbu with an unhappy look. If it weren't for him, he would have learned the powerful forbidden technique again. Orochimaru patted little Anko on the head, and then followed Umbu and left instantly. Anko looked outside the door with a deep look. After confirming that Orochimaru had left, she slipped out of the training. Hong was currently busy training the Charmander sent by the licking dog, and he wanted to go and see it. Orochimaru followed Umbu to the tribe of the Sarutobi clan. As soon as he walked into the backyard, he saw the extremely old figure in front of the coffee table. Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance is almost the same as that of the old man 12 years later, just like Yudatan Koharu and Midokado Homura. Because Uchiha Shio's strength was exposed, he completely felt what despair was. Unlike the Uchiha Madara whom Onaki and his master met when they came to sign the peace treaty, Sarutobi Hiruzen experienced that earth-shattering battle of the century, the Battle of the Valley of the End. He clearly knows how terrifying an Uchiha Madara's strength is. That is an abyss-like gap in strength that cannot be filled with trickery or numbers. The reason why second generation suppressed Uchiha was because they were worried about the emergence of someone from the same tribe as Uchiha Madara. Now my teacher's worries have finally come true. A terrifying Uchiha tribesman who can easily beat his own son appeared in Konoha again. That guy Uchiha Shio actually defeated the Konoha elite led by Shinosuke with just one person. This is another Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen's energy disappeared overnight. It was as if God was playing a big joke on me. I have endured the humiliation and burden for so many years. It was hard to get over it soon, but now I am back to before liberation. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a mixture of complexity and sarcasm. To say which one of the Sunin has the most complete will of fire, it is not the granddaughter of the first generation, Tsunade, nor the heroic Jiraiya, but the Orochimaru who is considered by many to be a madman. Orochimaru, who lost his parents when he was young, regards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who raised him, as his own relative. And Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't put it down for this talented civilian ninja, and trained him as his most proud disciple. During the Ninja World War, Sarutobi Hiruzen eliminated all dissidents and developed wood style, and finally paid attention to his disciple Noeke. Tsunade left disheartened. Jiraiya also left the village on the pretext of looking for a savior. Only Orochimaru stayed in Konoha, regardless of morality, and studied various forbidden techniques according to the requirements of Konoha F4 to improve the strength of Konoha village. Even though the matter was exposed and Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Orochimaru to take the blame, Orochimaru still left without saying a word and told Sarutobi Hiruzen that this was his last chance. Even though he later established his own ninja village, he still cared about Konoha and never abandoned it. He single-handedly planned the revival plan of Konoha that shocked the ninja world. On the one hand, it will cause heavy losses to Tsunade, who is preparing to attack Konoha in order to obtain military funds. On the other hand, it will also isolate the opponent's Jinchuriki in Konoha to deliver food. On the other hand, he took away the time bomb of Uchiha Sasuke and brought Uchiha Itake's hatred onto himself. By the way, his teacher died gloriously as a hero, and Tsunade, one of the Sunin, and the retired Inoshikacho, a Bearmei clan, and others returned to the front line, giving Konoha a new life, and fighting the power has increased unprecedentedly, and the number of tasks is overwhelming. It can be said that Orochimaru single-handedly brought Konoha, which had been in a state of decay, back to life. Sasuke once asked Orochimaru why he wanted to destroy Konoha before summoning the 4 cages. Orochimaru said it was just a whim at the beginning, but after Sasuke met Itachi, he understood that it was not like that. Orochimaru just remained silent, and then Sasuke's classic question about what a ninja is and what a village is. What is inappropriate is the Konoha model worker who is willing to take the blame for everything for the sake of Konoha. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't have saved him despite the pressure from other villages. Chapter 78-3. At this time Orochimaru looked at the old Sarutobi Hiruzen with a complicated face. He was happy that Shio had changed Konoha and was excited about bringing the leaves back to life. I was also a little heartbroken and gloating about Sarutobi Hiruzen's grey hair overnight. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, "Teacher, what's wrong with me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen tiredly took out a seal scroll and put it on the coffee table. "I hope you can send this to the Uchiha clan as a gift for me. Please give me flowers." Shio's relationship with Tsunade is very strong, and her relationship with Jiraiya and Orochimaru is naturally not bad either. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Orochimaru to help deliver gifts, but he just wanted to save his face and asked Daji to plead for mercy. Orochimaru glanced at the scroll. There was a mocking smile on his lips. "I'm sorry, teacher, I think it's better to give the gift myself, and I should definitely give it to him. Just prepare something." After Orochimaru finished speaking, he turned around and left. Although he has not betrayed Konoha yet, the fact that he has taken refuge in Danzo as a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen has already explained everything. Whether it was after the end of the Third War, Sarutobi Hiruzen promised the position of Hokage to Namikaze Minato, or the death of his disciple Noeke, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer regards himself as a disciple, so there is no need for him to regard him as a teacher. Orochimaru's will of fire is loyal to Konoha, not Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, so he will not hesitate to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Konoha collapse plan. He analyzed rationally. Sarutobi Hiruzen has become a stumbling block to Konoha's development, just like when Jiraiya was seriously injured and they were surrounded by Iwagakure. His decision was to abandon Jiraiya and escape with Tsunade, and that's exactly what he did. However, Tsunade stopped him and his teammates arrived in time at the last moment. Now that the Uchiha clan has gained power, Sarutobi Hiruzen still wants to use himself to build relationships. What the hell are you thinking? Looking at Orochimaru, who walked out decisively. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely depressed. Sarutobi Shinashuk walked out of the house on crutches and said angrily. He's just a white-eyed wolf. Thanks to his father for training him like this. He's just a member of the Uchiha clan. So what if he wins? 0. We, the Sarutobi clan, control the operation of most of the grassroots ninja work in Konoha. I hope Uchiha Shio will not dare to fall out with us. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. Shut up! Shinashuk was stunned for a moment, with an indignant expression on his face. But Sarutobi Hiruzen knows very well. If they lose this time, the ninja clan will all fall to the Uchiha clan, and for the plan during this period, he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gave all his rights to Narashikaku. Now, what he controls is a Konoha police force that offends people all day long but can't make any money. Next, Uchiha Shio will definitely adjust a series of positions such as grassroots, defense, and education in Konoha village. If he were still Hokage, they would naturally listen to him. But he doesn't have any official position now. How can those serving civil servants who enjoy convenience go to offend 10 popular political icons for a casual retirement? Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the gift scroll on the coffee table and slowly walked towards the door. His hunched body was completely out of proportion to his previous high spirits. Sarutobi Shinashuk gritted his teeth and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's back with grief and anger on his face. If I were stronger, I wouldn't have to let him be humiliated. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay attention to what his son thought. He closed his eyes, quickly adjusted his mentality and took several umbu to the Uchiha tribe. When they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, all the Uchiha clan members showed joking expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart flashed with anger, and then he said with a gentle smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the leader of the Sarutobi clan, I have come to congratulate the Uchiha clan on their good news. The guard of the Gun 2 squadron who was guarding the gate was laughing and joking as if Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said lowly to the spearman again. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the leader of the Sarutobi clan, comes to give the Uchiha clan a gift of good news. Gun 21 waved his finger impatiently and pointed at a thatched house that was even simpler than before and sneered. I heard it, I heard it. It's useless to talk so much nonsense. Just send the stuff over there and get out of here. Behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, Umbu's face was ashen. With a whoosh, they appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, wanting to angrily scold the rude watchdog. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. Get down. Then he smiled at the spearman guarding the door and said. Okay, I'll put the things there. I don't know where the gift package is, so I'll sign it for school quickly. The spearman glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and smiled. The gifts are full and we are working hard to make them. Please put the gifts first and come back another day. Umbu's expression changed and he was about to speak again, but was still stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent the seal scroll to the thatched house with a gloomy face and turned around to leave. The onlookers looked at the back of Sarutobi Hiruzen and sighed excitedly. It's exactly what the clan leader said. This guy can actually hold back. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists and quickened his pace to leave. In the next few days, Sarutobi Hiruzen repeated the same action, each time just putting down the gift money but not being allowed to sign. Until 3 days later. Shiyu stood at the entrance with a gift and smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've been replying to Cloud Shinobi Village's proposal to sign a peace treaty for the past 2 days, and I didn't pay attention to the Sarutobi clan leader. I'm rude. Peace treaty? 5. Chapter 79. Ninjas on the front lines of Cloud Shinobi Village return to Konoha. The villagers of Konoha lined the streets and cheered. Tsunade, who was walking at the front, looked confused. What's going on with this world? Why does it feel like the whole world has changed after I've only been away for a year? Hokage-sama. Long live Hokage-sama. Huh? I asked why I couldn't see Lord Hokage. It turns out that Lord Hokage went to the battlefield to provide support. Can the Hokage still go to war? Idiot, isn't the Hokage the smartest person elected to protect the village? Oh. Suga, I thought Hokage, like 3rd generation, needs to stay behind the scenes and direct. Isn't that a member of the Uzumaki clan? That red hair must be. That's Chizuru-sama Uzumaki. Didn't the newspapers say that Chizuru-sama single-handedly sealed away the tailed beasts in Cloud Shinobi Village? Hey! Tailed beasts? They won't go berserk, right? It's not the previous Nine Tails rebellion. Idiot, that's all a lie. Didn't the newspaper say that someone in Umbu leaked the news about Jinchuriki's production, which led to the enemy's invasion and the release of Nine Tails while Jinchuriki was weak? That's Umbu, how could anyone else leak the news? What's wrong with Umbu? Look at the Umbu in the Urban Management Brigade. They are all crooked people. They eat and drink all day long and do nothing. If it weren't for Mr. Asuma, I don't know how many people have been blackmailed by them. I heard if you go into Umbu, you won't be able to get out each one worth 100,000 or 80,000 yuan. Hi! There is such a thing. When Tsunade was inexplicably led to the Hokage building, Uchiha Shio, Narashikaku, and Sarutobi Hiruzen were already waiting at the door to greet them. Luju took a step forward respectfully as if the Dragon King had returned. Welcome back Hokage-sama. Tsunade turned to look at Shio behind him, who had a teasing look on his face, and glared at him fiercely. She turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's old 810 face, she suddenly felt a sense of revenge, and then she remembered the days when her second grandfather was taught by Sarutobi Hiruzen when he was not dead. Tsunade snorted, turned around and walked towards the Hokage building. When everyone arrived in the conference room, Shio motioned Tsunade to sit on the main seat. Uzumaki Chizuru stood behind Shio, with a somewhat reserved expression on his face. When she was suddenly proposed to by Shio, she was completely confused. Uchiha Shio said that this was Mangekyō's ability, and only people of the Uchiha clan could use architectural effects. She thought Shio was lying to him. But thinking that he was under the roof and that he was bought back by Shio, he nodded and agreed. Who would have thought that what Shio said was actually not a lie? With the help of that magical training ground, it only took him a few days to master the blood inheritance limits and sealing techniques in his body. She is different from Naruto, who basically didn't inherit much of the Uzumaki bloodline. She is a pure-blooded Uzumaki clan member with so much vitality that she can heal other ninjas just by absorbing chakra. It's just that her chakra talent is not enough to control the yang escape in her body, so she can only rely on passive use of this energy by biting herself. However, after undergoing training at the Uchiha training ground, she not only successfully learned the adamantine sealing chains and the 4 elephant seals, but also successfully controlled this huge life force and awakened the sage body inherited from the Otsutsuki Hagio Romo bloodline. That is Senju Hashirama's passive, Muin healing. From Xiangren's ability to bite himself to recover blood, we can see that the Uzumaki clan is the true direct bloodline that inherited the sage body. The reason why the Senju clan can compete with the Uchiha clan is purely because Ashura's chakra has been reincarnated in the Senju clan. Shio even suspected that when the Uzumaki clan branched out from the Senju clan, maybe Ashura used the branch house of Senju to keep his direct descendants away from disputes and keep reincarnating to resist Indra's revenge. Judging from the clan system of the Hyuga family left by Otsutsuki Hamura, Ashura, as the successor of Otsutsuki Hagio Romo, may not do this. After all, it is a culture inherited from a certain native who lived a good life, and they still attach great importance to their direct bloodline. On the contrary, the Uchiha clan values appointing people on their merits and using strength to speak for themselves. The higher the ability, the greater the responsibility. The way Indra solved the trials set by Otsutsuki was to use ninjutsu to help them solve the problem directly. Although it was not teaching people how to fish, it was the mentality that a superior person should have. Later, Uchiha Madara also held the same idea of convincing people with morality and conquered other countries, and the world became peaceful. Facts have proved that this is indeed a way more conducive to relatively long-term peace. Wherever there are people, there will be fights. This is human nature and the driving force for human progress. Relying on people's understanding to persuade others to reach peace is pure fantasy. Even in the finale of Shippuden, Naruto relied on the intimidation of Sasuke, the strongest ninja and the second strongest ninja in the ninja world, to achieve peace like the Hashirama period. Confucius also knew that he would lead 3,000 young men with a sword of virtue to preach truth everywhere. Can peace be achieved through human understanding alone? Isn't this nonsense? Chapter -79-2. So Uchiha Shio felt that he wanted to achieve true peace in the ninja world. The most realistic way is to create the ultimate forbidden technique, nuclear bomb, that can destroy the Shinobi village, just like Nagato planned. Then put the world under the nuclear deterrent of being destroyed at any time, and the scale and number of battles will be minimized. Hashirama did the same thing at first. He found a tailed beast as a nuclear deterrent. Unfortunately, this thing was too weak. It had a deterrent effect, but it was not strong. The 10 tails tailed beast bomb planned by Nagato is fine against ordinary ninjas. But Uchiha Madara's super cage level deterrent power is not enough. So if we want to truly achieve world nuclear peace, there needs to be an ultimate attack method beyond the 6 paths level as a deterrent. Throughout the history of the ninja world, only Otsutsuki Kagaya had the fewest deaths during the 1,000 years of rule. Only 100,000 people died because of her in the thousands of years. The wars during the Sengoku period were more than these. It's a pity that the sacrifice of death in this way and the destruction of the planet by the sacred tree are obviously unacceptable to the indigenous people. That's why there is a story about Gamamaru tricking Otsutsuki Hagoromo into becoming a dutiful son and sealing his mother. It can only be said that Uchiha Itake's filial son's behavior is hereditary. After all, their ancestors were the first filial sons who were deceived and killed their relatives. After everyone is seated, Shiyu slowly stood up and looked at many high-level officials of Konoha and said slowly, "I won't say any more nonsense. This time we Konoha achieved an unprecedented victory. Not only did we annihilate thousands of ninjas from the opponent, but we also successfully captured Cloud Shinobi Village's strategic weapon, the two-tailed one. During this period, Lord Hokage rescued many wounded people on the battlefield. This should be publicized in a timely manner after the meeting. In addition, the village chief's logistical assistance work is also very good. After this battle, the reputation of the Konoha Shinobi village will completely crush the other 4 ninja villages." Everyone applauds. Bang bang bang. Under Tsunade's question mark. There was warm applause in the conference room. Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and found that he lowered his head and pretended not to hear as if his wife had died. Originally he didn't want to come, but he was worried that Shio would trap him in the meeting, so he had to bite the bullet and come. At this time, Narashikaku handed over a document to Shio, which was Konoha's internal affairs report during this period. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched twice. Are these two people too lazy to cover up their pie transaction? Who said in the beginning that we should separate the 3 powers to prevent one family from becoming dominant? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt that the plan he had made when he gave in was a piece of shit, and he personally gave up the power in Konoha's hands. If he had been tougher and put on a posture of dying together, those ninjas would never have dared to fall out with him. But now it's too late to regret. The Sarutobi clan, which was originally in a dominant position, has completely become a disadvantage. The most important thing is that the strength of the Uchiha clan has continued to skyrocket for some reason in the past few months. Especially Uchiha Shio, who was obviously an ordinary jonin according to the information, but in the end he didn't even beat his own son. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly hated it, but at this time his face had returned to that amiable look. In this regard, Tsunade only felt that the sun was rising in the west. Could it be that all the conspiracy theories Shio told him before were false? Otherwise, how could the old man be so confident in handing over power to Shio? You know, Shio is not Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato was able to choose between the child and Jinchuriki without hesitation, sacrificing himself to leave 9 tails to the village and maintain the balance of the tailed beasts. But if it were Shio, he would definitely choose the child over 9 tails without hesitation. At this time, Shio put down the report in his hand and spoke again. In addition to leaving the necessary security personnel, the National Defense Force has temporarily returned to daily life to assist the village in solving the surge in mercenary tasks. In addition, let the village increase the price of the escort commission by 30%, and at the same time reduce the commission for our Uchiha clan's assassination mission by 10%. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. This war will inevitably spread the name of Konoha Shinobi in the ninja world, and the powerful strength of the Uchiha family will also be recognized by the ninja world. The assassination missions have been reduced by 10% and the escort missions have been increased by 30%. This is a blatant threat to those wealthy businessmen and celebrities. If you don't want to be assassinated by the Uchiha clan, just come to Konoha and hire ninjas. Although this will arouse the resentment of other ninja villages, with Konoha's current power, they may not dare to come and cause trouble. Because Konoha at this time possesses the terrifying power that can subdue tailed beasts. This is just like everyone originally had the ability to strike with nuclear bombs. As a result, a country suddenly announced that they could defeat a nuclear bomb strike. It would be damning if it didn't scare people. Chapter -79-3. Next, let's talk about Konoha's defense. Shio asked someone to take out the map of Konoha that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had made a few months ago. He took out a stick and pointed at a corner on the map and said with a smile. In view of the poor performance of Umbu from the urban management team some time ago. From now on, the boundary squad and the guard team will be under the management of the village chief. The urban management team is only responsible for the security issues within the village, so it is temporarily relocated here to stay on duty for inspection. This is the outermost edge of Konoha village, where the 4th generation and Kushina originally lived, specifically chosen to prevent the 9 tails from going rampant. Because Kushina was a Jinchuriki, Namikaze Minato and Kushina were still arranged in a forest far away from the village after they got married. Now he was assigned to the urban management brigade by Shio. The temporarily appointed Captain Umbu immediately slapped the table excitedly and stood up. Master Shio. The urban management brigade is the police force that maintains public security in the village. This place is too far from the center of the village. It is impossible to handle emergency tasks. Shio smiled crookedly. When there is an emergency mission, the Ministry of National Defense will be dispatched. Uchiha, who wanted to attend the meeting even though he was wearing a bandage, grinned and said, "Don't you Umbu often come and go to the training ground? Isn't this forest just suitable for you to build a training ground? Isn't that how we, the Uchiha clan, came here in the first place? We must obey the organization's arrangements." The temporary Captain Umbu looked at Uchiha who was gloating about his misfortune, his eyes twitching. Little did he know that this was obviously revenge for Konoha F4's relocation of the Uchiha clan. Shiyu slowly looked up and Sarutobi patted his head and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. The Sarutobi clan in charge of the urban management brigade has also moved here. I remember that you are living in the Senju clan's clan land now. Alas, it's all the organization's fault. I forgot to arrange a clan for you. The land is gone, remember to move it with the grave." Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead showed veins. He suppressed his anger and spit out one word from between his teeth. "Good." Many ninja clan leaders gloated about Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about to pull out his teeth and grind them to pieces, and felt very happy. At the beginning, he also arranged for everyone to move separately in this way. Now the world report has come so quickly. Shiyu nodded with satisfaction and continued. In addition, in view of Umbu's busy work, in addition to the barrier class and the guard force, the Uchiha clan will also be temporarily held by the ninja school. The Uchiha clan with Sharingan can better identify the shortcomings of the children, which is okay. Question. The ninjas looked at each other and shook their heads. No. Anyway, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who controlled the teaching qualifications of the ninja school in the past. Now the Uchiha clan is trying to dig out the roots of the Sarutobi clan's growth. In addition, in the future, all children of school age must go to ninja schools to receive compulsory education. This needs to be urged by all ninjas. Although the ninja school has been established for a long time. But in fact, only 3,000 to 4,000 ninja students enroll each year, when Guy was enrolled. Even though the third generation is desperately trying to develop civilian ninjas, only 100 people enroll each year, 84 in attack is first class. This is all because the ninja clan has its own training mechanism. Many of their clan members already have genin's strength when they are in school. The most basic knowledge taught in the ninja school has no effect on them. The only effect is probably to brainwash them in the daily ideological and moral classes about how great the third generation is and how the will of fire should dedicate itself. This is why people like Anko and Kurane basically graduate around the age of 10. Because for them, ninja school is basically a waste of time. 2.4 Therefore, except for orphans in the clan, basically no ninja clan will send their children of appropriate age to ninja schools. But now Shio has stipulated that children of school age in the ninja clan must go to ninja school to study, and his Sima Zhao's heart has become known to everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to achieve this level only after forcing Hyuga Hisashi to death through the Cloud Shinobi Village Peace Treaty 3 years later, and only then did the ninja clan throw a taboo, completely give up resistance, and will be linked to the unnamed ninja school. Proton. The patriarch of the Yuya family asked with a somewhat ugly face. Master Shio, I don't think this is necessary. Ninja children enter ninja school at the age of 6. Our ninja children are basically ready to graduate by the time they are 6 years old. It's useless to waste 6 years in school, right? The other small clans such as the Moonlight family and the Kato family responded one after another. Inoshikacho and other powerful occult clans looked on and said nothing. They always felt that things were not that simple. Shio pressed his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. That's what you all mean. Many ninja clan leaders couldn't help but look at each other and nodded. They don't want their clan members to waste time by going to ninja school. Secondly, I don't want my children to be brainwashed by the will of fire. Shio nodded and said. In that case, let's take an entrance exam. I will let children of civilian age enter the school for 1 month first to pass the knowledge training learned in school. If the ninja child wins in 1 month, this matter will be forgotten. If the child of a civilian ninja wins in a month, you will let me go to school honestly. Is that okay? Several clan leaders looked at each other and asked. Master Shio, are you going to let the children of the Uchiha clan die? Shio smiled contemptuously and said. Don't worry, civilian children, and you can find children of school age. The eyes of several clan leaders lit up and they nodded excitedly. Really? It's a deal. Chapter 80. Uchiha Taihuo looked at the confidence on the faces of many ninjas and couldn't help but grin. A bunch of idiots. You will never realize until your death that the early teaching mentioned by the Shio clan leader is actually to allow those civilian children to adapt to the use of scientific ninja tools in advance. Thinking of the group of civilian children flying ninjutsu during the competition, Uchiha Taihuo decided to go to watch the competition live. Times are progressing. Shio is not as awesome as Naruto in Boruto's Den. There is obviously a faster way to improve the strength of ninjas, but they say that you can't use it if you don't train it yourself. There's something wrong. The talents of low-level ninjas are extremely limited. Not everyone has such a strong talent and can cultivate to Jonin or Kage level power through hard work. Let low-level ninjas adapt to scientific ninja tools. Not only can it greatly improve their mission success rate and survival rate, but it can also improve Konoha's grassroots strength. In addition, they can also control these Krypton Gold Chunin and even Krypton Gold Jonin by controlling the scientific ninja scroll, so that they cannot have a rebellious heart. Naruto and Borutoden actually opposed the use of something that would benefit the country and the people. Sure enough, Borutoden is so stupid that it has no connection with Shippuden at all. The biggest determinant of the strength of ordinary ninjas is ninjutsu. One of Jonin's criteria is being able to develop 2 or more chakra attributes. This is because only after learning ninjutsu with different attributes can you defeat the enemy through attribute restraint. The reason why many special Jonin have been unable to break through to Jonin for a long time is precisely because they cannot master the second chakra attribute. The emergence of scientific ninja tools can completely make up for this shortcoming, thus changing the pattern of the ninja world. Scientific ninja tools can completely defeat elite Jonin and Genin's level of strength. Even Genin. If you hold enough scientific ninja bullets in your hand, you may be able to consume an ordinary Jonin alive. Although those elite Jonin who can skillfully use chakra nature transformation cannot be erased by scientific ninja tools. But ordinary ninjas under elite Jonin will definitely feel the nightmare caused by scientific ninja tools. The emergence of scientific ninja tools will mean that future ninja wars will change from hand-to-hand combat in the era of cold weapons to hot weapon bombardment that consumes scientific ninja tools. What is the most important thing about this kind of battle? Economics, of course. Whoever has more money, who reserves more bullets, and whoever reserves higher levels of ninjutsu will win. As the arms dealers in the ninja world, the Uchiha family will become a real-world hegemonic organization like the beautiful country. And all this requires scientific tools to be brought into the public eye. In peacetime, the joint Chunin examination is undoubtedly the best channel to promote scientific tools. Therefore, Shio's control of the ninja school, in addition to controlling the promotion channels for Konoha civilian ninjas. It is also necessary to cultivate a group of cannon fodder-type ninjas who focus on scientific ninja tools. Tool sect-type ninjas. Cannon fodder who uses scientific ninja tools. The stronger the chi zone is, the better, so he will definitely not let go of those family ninjas. After making bets with many ninja clans, Shiyu immediately put forward guidelines for dual economic and military development. I announce the establishment of the Konoha Biological Research Department and appoint Orochimaru as the director. The main research direction is immortality and healthcare drugs that increase lifespan. In addition, a Konoha Civilian Research Department will be established. The main research direction is technology for people's livelihood, similar to electrical appliances, trams, and electronic products. The candidate for the minister will be found by the village chief Narashikaku. Narashikaku was a little confused. Wait a minute, the scientific research department? Researching longevity and people's livelihood? Why do we, Ninja Village, study these things? In the past, Konoha's scientific research department was all about ninjutsu, forbidden technique, ninja tools, and the like. What the hell are health products? What are electronic products? Shio looked at the many ninjas with contempt and said, "Have you forgotten the original intention of Konoha Village? Konoha Village is an interest group that gathers together to keep warm in order to prevent the children of the family from going to war. But as the Ninja Village cooperates with the country, our Ninja Village has become a tool for the arms competition between the great powers. In each of the 3 Ninja World War, all the little brats who had just graduated from the ninja school went to the battlefield, and the level was even more tragic. Better than the Sengoku period. If this continues, what's the point of establishing a ninja village? So we should adapt to the development of the times. Why do famous people, nobles, and wealthy businessmen have no strength but can be rich and luxurious? Isn't it because they have the emperor's money? We in Konoha have the world's top technology and ninjutsu, but we blindly invest all of it in the arms race and ignore the development of our own economy. This is the reason why we have always been controlled by the Daimyo mansion of the country of fire. So." Shio paused and looked at the many ninjas seriously and said, "Military strength certainly needs to be given top priority, but on the premise of ensuring military strength, we must vigorously develop the economy. You can imagine, if we had money, in future ninja world wars, we would not need clan members to fight in person, and it would be great to directly hire ninjas from other ninja villages to help us fight. Everyone. -80 to 2. Shio's words instantly opened everyone's minds. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the corner, had a look of astonishment on his face. How can it be like this? All he used to think about was how to improve the strength of his family and weaken the strength of other ninja clans to achieve his dream of permanently incorporating the position of Hokage into the Sarutobi clan. He never thought of developing Konoha's economy and letting ninjas from other villages die instead of Konoha's ninjas. Their thinking, which has only been about completing tasks for a long time, has become rigid. Coupled with the subtle brainwashing of the nobles, celebrities, and wealthy businessmen behind them, the ninjas would not even think about how they could change their way of life, from being enslaved to enslaving others. In fact, the emergence of the Akatsuki organization a few years later made Onaki immediately aware of this problem. He fought with Iwagakure. Master Chi hired members of the Akatsuki organization as cannon fodder. The heads of many ninja clans are not stupid, especially the Nara clan, which has its own pharmaceutical industry, so it is not unfamiliar to doing business. When he heard Shio's thoughts, his eyes suddenly lit up. Shio is completely equivalent to developing Konoha as a country. And the idea he mentioned is completely feasible. Compared with technology, those ordinary people can't keep up with Konoha, which has the most sophisticated scientific and technological talents in the ninja world. If you just research the equipment currently used in Konoha towards people's livelihood, you can make a lot of money. When Konoha has money, why does it need to look at the face of the Fire Country Daimyo? They could completely refuse the Ninja World War, a war that meant nothing to Konoha. The reason why Konoha village participated in the Ninja World War was not because of the economic support provided by the Fire Nation to Konoha village. If Konoha could be self-sufficient, there would be no fight. Akamika Dingzeo raised his hand and asked with gleaming eyes. In that case, wouldn't it be more appropriate for us to put the economy first? At that time, we can also hire other villages to protect us. Shiyu rolled his eyes and complained. Dignity is only on the edge of the sword, and truth is only within the range of ninjutsu. I'm afraid you have forgotten the fate of the Uzumaki country. Even if we develop the economy, we will develop the economy when our military power in Konoha is firmly ranked first. The ninjas were shocked and seemed to understand Shio's good intentions. Akamika Dingzeo nodded repeatedly and looked at Shio with admiration in his eyes. What he thinks about every day is where to eat for lunch, and he never thinks about the things Shio thinks about. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes revealed a gleam. He agreed with what Shio said in the end. Without strength, this development direction will undoubtedly lead to a dead end. How could the daimyo of the Fire Country tolerate the expansion of a country within its own territory? If Konoha intends to move from being a tool to a noble class, the nobles above will try their best to stop it as soon as possible. They would never allow a powerful noble to be born. And their way to prevent Konoha from crossing the hierarchy is also very simple, that is to hire other ninja villages to attack Konoha. Just like in Road to Ninja the movie, the minister of the Fire Country bluntly said to Tsunade that Konoha would be destroyed if Biraha could not be solved. In their eyes, Konoha is just a dregs that can be wiped out with capital. In fact, the name of the Fire Country really has the confidence to be unable to escape from the shadow. If Konoha, where Naruto has not yet grown up, is really besieged by the 4 great ninja villages hired by the Fire Country, then the possibility of his destruction is almost 100%. After all, even one pain almost destroyed Konoha, let alone the other 4 major ninja villages. But at this time, Konoha has an excellent opportunity to rise. The Akatsuki organization has not yet been established. The major ninja villages that had just finished the Ninja World War basically had no intention of starting another dispute. Especially the powerful strength displayed by Konoha made them extremely fearful. Therefore, no matter how much the Fire Country gives, except for Sand Shinobi village, which is poor and needs the Kaze cage to dig gold, it is basically impossible for the 3 major ninja villages to be interested at this time. And Sand Shinobi village cannot beat Konoha. This led to the fact that even if the Fire Nation knew about Konoha's rebellious heart, it could only knock out its teeth and swallow it in its belly, with no way to punish Konoha. Just like Shiyu seizes the power of 3rd generation at the right time. Konoha at this time is also a very good time to get rid of the shackles of the Fire Country. This has been planned since Shio broke up with the Fire Nation to demand military spending and sign an equality agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been licking the name for decades, and they have already regarded Konoha as their subordinates. In the past, even Hokage needed the daimyo's nod of approval. Now Konoha suddenly unilaterally told the daimyo that Laozi will not hang out with you, and will directly pay you for future wars. It would be weird if it didn't make me angry. If it weren't for the worry of causing the death of several other daimyo, they would share the same hatred. Shio felt that it would be the easiest to destroy the daimyo. When the time comes, it would be much more convenient to cross Konoha and become the controller of the Fire Nation than to be a Hokage. The position of Hokage is just a matter of words. -80 to 3. But even if there is no way to use force directly, it doesn't matter. With Orochimaru's biotechnology and Shio's understanding of the electrical age, Konoha will soon become one of the top tycoons in the ninja world. When the time comes, Konoha will use economic means to drain the wealth of the Daiming Palace. I took over all my business. Then Daiming Mansion, which cannot afford to pay its ministers' salaries, will have no choice but to go bankrupt and liquidate. Of course, Konoha village can just let nature take its course and occupy the magpie's nest and become the leader of the Fire Nation. When the time comes, Shio will succeed the new generation of daimyo. Even marrying dozens more concubines to fill his harem is very reasonable. Thinking of the harem, Shio looked at Tsunade. After being moisturized, Tsunade looks more radiant than the last time he drank. It would be more reasonable if Tsunade's husband, who was given the status of princess by the daimyo, became a daimyo. After drawing the pie for all the ninja clan, Shio turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and narrowed his eyes. There is another very important thing. Cloud Shinobi Village sent a contact letter, hoping to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. But the other party's attitude is quite bad, and they are unwilling to compensate us for the losses caused by Konoha. Considering the village's desire for peace, we, the Uchiha clan, are willing to voluntarily give up the spoils of this negotiation and agree to sign an unconditional peace treaty with Cloud Shinobi Village. At the same time, our Uchiha clan will reimburse the losses caused by the ninjas in this battle, and our Fengshuha clan will also provide timely compensation to the heroes who sacrificed their lives. All the ninjas were stunned when they heard this. No reward for winning a battle, but also taking the initiative to provide property to make up for the losses of the ninjas and civilians who participated in the battle? Just for the peace of the village? Everyone looked at Shio with admiration. I originally thought that the Uchiha clan were all arrogant and domineering, but who would have thought that the other party would be so considerate of the overall situation? This is the real will of fire, this is the real light of Konoha. The patriarch of the Yuya family said with some embarrassment. Chief of the Shio clan 953, everyone has the responsibility to defend Konoha. We can't just let the Uchiha clan bear the losses of this war, right? We, the Uzuki clan, will be responsible for the sacrifice of the ninjas in this war. The clan leaders of the small clans such as Uegwang and Kato on the side also nodded repeatedly. Such a good Hokage, bah, where can I find the Secretary of Defense? It can be said that the clan members I lost this time were very few, so there was no need to go to the Uchiha clan for compensation. After all, if it weren't for the Uchiha clan, they might have been forcibly recruited by Sarutobi Hiruzen and sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Now that they have not only gained military exploits, but also received huge compensation, it would be strange if they did not support the Uchiha clan. Shio refused sternly. No. We can't chill the hearts of our Konoha heroes. How much compensation should be paid? We, the Uchiha clan, are all gone. Then he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Chief Sarutobi, you have also seen that everyone is very eager for peace now, so this diplomatic mission is left to you, an old senior. Third Hokage goes out to pick up guests. Well, going out to receive them naturally gives them enough face. So the task of signing a peace treaty this time is left to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He pointed to himself in disbelief and asked, Me? Shio nodded with a smile and said, Of course it's you. Who else but the third Hokage can shoulder the important task of peace? After all, you signed a peace treaty. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. That's it? Want to humiliate yourself with the last peace treaty? Sure enough, he was still too young, and he had no idea that such a good opportunity to show his face in the village could gain a lot of people's hearts. Not only did the other party not care about such a good thing, he even pushed it to himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the joy in his heart and slowly said, "In this case, I will work harder with my old bones, and I will be able to complete this signing ceremony by then." Shiyu nodded, a trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes. "This is naturally the best, so please leave it to third generation." Everyone looked at the two smiling tigers with blank expressions. Didn't these two people look like enemies who killed their father yesterday? Why were they talking and laughing today? Shiyu waved his hand and immediately announced the adjournment of the meeting, and the specific details were discussed privately by various departments in charge. Tsunade found Shiyu after the meeting, put him under his arm and said fiercely, "You run, are you going to run again?" Shiyu felt the touch on his arm and forgot to ask for mercy for a moment. After a while, Tsunade looked down and no one responded. When she looked down, she found Shiyu with her eyes closed in enjoyment. Tsunade blushed. "I was so angry that I punched him." Shiyu's face darkened. Activating Mangekyō blocked this fatal blow. "I've been hiding from Tsunade all these years because he didn't know the importance of his actions. I'm not very strong, so I'll be in trouble if someone accidentally kills me." Tsunade was stunned when he saw this, and looked at Mangekyō in Shiyu's eyes and frowned. "Have you opened your eyes?" Chapter 81. As the only direct descendant of the Senju clan, Tsunade naturally knows what it means for the Uchiha clan to open their eyes. The second grandfather instilled in her the idea of being wary of the Uchiha clan since she was a child. They are said to be a clan of love because their emotions are deeper than those of the Senju clan. But if you lose a loved one, you will be more likely to go to extremes than others, and the manifestation of this extreme is their Sharingan. The more deeply injured the person is, the higher the level of their eyes. The highest one is no longer the regular 3-tomo Sharingan, but a square flower tube with various patterns. After Nawaka died, Uchiha Shiyu opened the 3 Megatama. Tsunade was extremely worried that Shiyu would go to extremes, so he paid attention to Shiyu's emotions intentionally or unintentionally, and ended up getting himself into trouble. Now Shiyu's eyes are obviously no longer ordinary 3 Megatama, which means that Shiyu has once again been hit by strong negative emotions. Tsunade's first reaction was to be jealous. Which woman died so that Shiyu opened Mangekyō? The next second she felt heartbroken. Ever since she fell in love with Shiyu, she wished that Shiyu would never activate Mangekyō Sharingan in her whole life. Shiyu broke away from Tsunade's arms, and the expression on his face turned gloomy. The two walked in silence for a long time until they arrived in a remote forest in Konoha. Shiyu slowly exhaled and said, "Sarutobi Shinoshuke can use wood style. I suspect that the body of that guy is probably all Nawaka's. I can feel the chakra," Shiyu said while holding down Tsunade's body. As expected, Shiyu expected. A terrifying chakra burst out from Tsunade's body. Her eyes were red and she wanted to break away. Shiyu roared. "Damn it, Sarutobi Hiruzen! I'm going to kill him!" She almost collapsed when she saw her brother's empty body. Later, because there was no evidence, he could only escape from Konoha like a lost dog. Now Shiyu says that Sarutobi Hiruzen's son's body is full of Nawaka's organs. This made Tsunade, who had been suppressed, completely burst out. This time she no longer thinks about the so-called teacher-student friendship, nor does she want to think about the will of fire that was instilled. Now she just wants to cut Sarutobi Hiruzen into pieces to relieve the hatred in her heart. Tsunade struggled desperately. "Let me go." However, Shiyu held Tsunade's body tightly, and the strange strength she was proud of could not break free from Shiyu's restraint at all. She looked at Shiyu in surprise and found that the yin-yang fish-like Megatama in his right eye was spinning continuously. The yang escape that reverses the transformation of the technique is naturally not just a simple treatment. Coupled with Sharingan's subtle control of chakra, he can easily use the same strange power as Tsunade, even stronger. The strange power does not require wood style's blood inheritance limit, it only requires the yang escape that can strengthen the body. Shiyu held Tsunade in his arms and sneered. Don't worry, I will avenge Nawake. If I want to kill him, I have already cut him into pieces before. It is too cheap to just let him die like this. He will use his best method. Experience what despair is. Tsunade raised his head and looked at Shiyu blankly. At this time, he has become more powerful than Tsunade, and is no longer the ordinary jonin who needs to be taken care of on the battlefield. Tsunade looked at Shiyu with a confused expression, and Shiyu smiled slightly and kissed her directly. 120,000 words are omitted here. It was already evening by the time the two came out of the woods. Shiyu vowed to go to Yamato to learn the Renzu family technique after the Bloodline RD Center developed wood style. After all, although the wilderness is exciting, there are still certain risks after all. Speaking of wood style, Shiyu Wen thought of some tree and vine play in the study materials of a previous life. Shiyu glanced at Tsunade's increasingly impressive figure and thought that she would have to give it a try once she got the wood style. Who said that the wood style must be used for fighting? After comforting Tsunade, Shiyu began to prepare the relevant regulations for the welcome ceremony of the Cloud Shinobi village messenger. Propaganda newspapers began to be distributed to ordinary villagers in Konoha as if they were free of charge. Have you heard? The reason why peace is achieved this time is because of Defense Minister Uchiha Shio. I heard that in order to keep the village away from the war, he did not even ask for compensation after winning the war. In order to keep the village restore peace. Yes, we all know that the guys in Cloud Shinobi village have a bad temper. We lost nearly 2,000 people this time. I heard that Reikage is planning to kill them personally. I feel like I'm not afraid of killing him. With Master Shiyu taking action, I'll definitely be able to take down the opponent easily. Are you kidding? That's Kage. He's different from ordinary ninjas. He's above the 5 people at the top of the ninja world. Don't we have Tsunade-sama too? What do you know? Tsunade-sama is a medical ninja, and his skills in saving people are top-notch, but he is not good at fighting. Does that mean this peace treaty is very important? It must be quite important, otherwise the village wouldn't have welcomed the mission so warmly. Hey, I hope the signing can go smoothly and no traitors pop up again. That is, if Lord 4th Hokage is still here, where will it be the turn of Cloud Shinobi village's arrogant, hateful traitor, and hateful Umbu? SHH, the walls have ears. Who knows where they are listening? Punch hard against your own people, but be submissive when fighting against people from other villages. What the hell? Shut up. -81-2. Another month passed. The messenger from Cloud Shinobi village finally arrived belatedly under the welcome of Konoha. The leader is still the guy wearing a bandage and covering one eye in imitation of Kakashi. The sly-looking leader of Cloud Shinobi was greeting the people of Konoha village while furtively looking at the terrain of Konoha village. On top of a bell tower, Shiyu stood on the top of the tower and looked at Cloud Shinobi and his group. Taihuo stood respectfully behind him, waiting for Shiyu's order. At this time, he has passed the 36-day cooling period and his body has fully recovered. He became the 4th Kage level after Fugaku, Shio, and Shisui. Having the bonus of a training ground allowed him to quickly control Mangekyō's power. Master Shio, everything is ready. The location of Jinchuriki and Sarutobi Shinoshuke's wood style have all been revealed. The Cloud Shinobi village this time is definitely coming from bad intentions. There is no intention to sign a peace treaty at all. However, it seems that these few crooked things are not going to happen at all. It's impossible to steal help from Nine Tails people, right? Shiyu sneered. Of course you can't steal it, this is just a group of abandoned people who show their face. 11. Sending a special jonin to sign a peace treaty? Anyone who is not a fool can see this perfunctory attitude. Just like in the original work. Cloud Shinobi village is just looking for an excuse to continue the war against Konoha. Will Aina compromise with Konoha due to her explosive temper in the 4th Reikage? Are you kidding me? The several kidnappings in Konoha were basically their fault in Cloud Shinobi village. As Shiyu expected. As soon as the welcome ceremony was over, the delegation from the Kingdom of Thunder went to the inn to rest on the pretext that they were too drunk. Wait until night. The leader of the Kingdom of Thunder put on black clothes and took advantage of the night to quickly move towards a remote corner of Konoha. That is the new homeland of the Sarutobi clan. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. If even a non-ninja can walk on the cliff with ease, it might be a good place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Unfortunately, this is the world of Hokage ninjas. This kind of place will only make it more convenient for the enemy to sneak attack. The leader of Cloud Shinobi carefully looked at the clan territory. He was confused to find that there was no guard in this camp. Is Konoha so careless about Jinchuriki's care? And just in the dark place not far away, several members of the hunter team looked at the secret whistle at their feet with disgust. That's it? Where are the Umbu elites? Shut up, these are civilian ninjas. We must understand them. Master Shio has said that we are descendants of the Sage of 6 Paths and must learn to be tolerant. Then how many wives are you prepared to tolerate? Don't make trouble. With my salary, I can tolerate a few of these idiots. But didn't Shio say that he would lead our Uchiha family to develop enterprises in the form of a village committee? Maybe we will be rich in the future. That will wait until later. Look, that fool has gone in. Hey, let's go. He really brought 9 tails out. Do you think we should bring 9 tails over? After all, only we, the Uchiha clan, are worthy of controlling 9 tails. Shut up. If you ruin the clan leader's plan, I will expel you from the Uchiha clan. The hunter shuddered and smacked his lips, giving up the tempting kidnapping plan in his heart. The current Uchiha clan is the star of Konoha village. Since the victory, there have been a lot more girls coming to ask for kisses. Although there are not ex-girlfriends all over the ninja village like the Shio clan leader, many ordinary single clan members are favored by the unmarried women in the village. The Uchiha clan is not as particular about bloodline as the Hyuga clan. They can find lovers from other families or common people at will, but the only condition is that they need to change their surname to Uchiha, or marry them, or get married. This is why the 2 brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Suzuki are so popular in the ninja school. In addition to growing handsome men, there are also many who dream of catching a wealthy husband and marrying into a wealthy family. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even the Uchiha clan, which has a bad reputation, is still an enviable existence in the eyes of many civilians with a golden job with 5 insurances and 10 golds. Therefore, expulsion from the Uchiha clan is the most severe punishment for them. The team members hurriedly recovered their minds and sat upright to watch the development of the matter. Who? With an angry shout, several branches sprang out from the wooden house and directly inserted into the body of the Cloud Shinobi leader. The 2 members of the hunter team swallowed hard. Damn, it's really wood style. It's dead, go away, we don't need to make up for it. Chapter 81-3. The death of the Cloud Shinobi messenger caused an uproar in Konoha. The rest of the mission loudly found Nara and Shikaku accused Konoha of wrongdoing by wantonly killing their messenger. Almost overnight, the whole village is discussing the 8 trigrams where Yuanfei Shinashuk deliberately killed the leader of Cloud Shinobi for the hatred of his companions and ignored the interests of the village. Have you heard? Sarutobi Hiruzen's son directly killed the Cloud Shinobi messenger for his own selfish purposes, destroying the peace of the 2 villages. Really? Is he stupid? Don't you understand this? I heard that the Cloud Shinobi messenger was his murderer. His lover died at the hands of the Cloud Shinobi leader, so he couldn't help but kill him. Why didn't I hear it correctly? I heard that Shinashuk was captured on the battlefield, and later he was betrayed by this Cloud Shinobi? That's why he killed him in revenge. Is it such a heavy taste? What will happen to the peace treaty after all this? What else can I do, just not sign it? There's going to be another war. No matter what the reason is, many people are going to die again. It's all Yuanfei's fault. Yes. It's all his fault. Hey, take Kakashi, who was at the meatball shop, trembled all over. Why does this set of words sound so damn familiar to him? He turned his head and looked in the direction where the news came from, only to find that the place where he had just spoken was empty. Rumors spread in Konoha with lightning speed, like bells ringing. All members of the Sarutobi clan received indifferent or even disgusted looks from the villagers. At this time, among the Sarutobi tribe, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to his subordinate's report with a ferocious expression. Sarutobi Shinashuk on the side looked ugly and gritted his teeth. "Father, this matter." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand with a livid face. "Stop talking, we are being plotted. Damn Cloud Shinobi Village, damn Uchiha Shio." Sarutobi Shinashuk looked a little flustered. "What should we do now? Everyone in the village is looking for trouble for us." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette impatiently and said, "Don't worry, we are responsible for this matter. As long as we let people know that it was the other party who coveted our tailed beast first, we are not afraid of problems." An umbu appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen with a whoosh. "Hokage-sama, Shiyu-sama." Chief Uchiha helped the Sarutobi clan to scold the Cloud Shinobi messengers, saying that they had evil intentions in Cloud Shinobi village. With the power of the Sarutobi clan, Cloud Shinobi, a village can be destroyed with a wave of your hand. And they also said that if they dare to take action, the Sarutobi family will personally beat the crap out of them. Cough cough cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Umbu who was delivering the news with wide eyes. "What did you say?" Umbu hurriedly and awkwardly recounted the information he had learned before. Sarutobi Hiruzen collapsed on the ground and muttered, "It's over, he really has no intention of letting us go." Sarutobi Shinashuk on the side looked at his father with question marks on his face and asked, "Father, what do you mean?" Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with a distressed look on his face. "It's nothing, don't worry Shinashuk, I can definitely keep you coming." In the days that followed, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally went out to negotiate with Cloud Shinobi Village. Cloud Shinobi Village took this opportunity to propose a lot of unreasonable peace treaties, including returning Jinchuriki, ceding compensation, handing over the murderer, etc. Seeing the Cloud Shinobi Village taking advantage of the situation, Hiruzen wanted to run to Reikage's office and push AI to the ground to show him what kind of crap he had brought up. After several more weeks of negotiations, the friction between Konoha Village and Cloud Shinobi Village on the border began to become intense. After a few more weeks, Shio followed many ninja clan leaders and Konoha civilians joined to the Sarutobi clan's clan. Uchiha Shio looked at the livid Sarutobi Hiruzen with a look of regret on his face. "Hey, I'm really not a brother and I won't help my eldest nephew. You see, everyone is tired after fighting for such a long time and can't fight anymore. The people in the village are filled with resentment. When will the Sarutobi clan go to the battlefield? Can you give me an accurate message? I heard that now the other party only needs to hand over the murderer to settle the matter. I said third generation, this is your fault. Have you forgotten the will of fire? The village can't stand the trouble. If you don't make a decision quickly, I and other ninjas will. Everyone is beginning to wonder if you, the Sarutobi clan, are going to punish the village." Shiyu stretched out his head and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked with a smile. "You Sarutobi clan are not going to betray Konoha, are you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure shook twice. He looked at the ninjas who were licking around him before and the jonin who he lifted up with one hand and felt extremely chilled. He trembled and pointed at Shiyu and said, "Shinashuk is the only wood-style ninja that has been successfully developed in Konoha. He plays a very important role for Konoha. Once acquired by Cloud Shinobi Village, the consequences will be disastrous." At this moment, outside the door, Danzo suddenly led a young boy out. He frowned and his tone was full of justice. "You don't have to worry about that. Over the years, we have also developed a wood-style ninja. The most important thing now is to solve the consequences of your previous waste of Konoha's combat power." Sarutobi Hiruzen tremblingly pointed at the scapegoat he had been responsible for taking the blame for so many years and finally spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 82. Danzo's invitation to his husband to die was the last straw for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already received a huge blow, spat out a mouthful of blood. Shio looked at the scene in front of him with a sneer and felt extremely happy. Sarutobi Shinashuk, who was originally hidden by Sarutobi Hiruzen, rushed out and shouted angrily. That's enough. I am responsible for all the work. Don't they just want my life? I will give it to them. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his son who stood up with eyes wide open. Shinosuke. Shinosuke glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a disappointed look on his face and said, Father, you don't have to be sad. Even if it hadn't happened like this, I wouldn't have lived long. After all, escape is not something we mere mortals can control. He stood up, stared at Shio and said sternly. Peace in Konoha. It was not us, the Sarutobi clan, who destroyed it. After he finished speaking, he directly stabbed the kunai into his heart and completely lost his life. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank, his face full of sadness. Shinosuke. Shio applauded on the side and said with admiration. Young master, I would like to express my condolences to Lord Third Hokage. Then he said coldly to Uchiha who followed him. Remember to dispose of his body and don't let our wood style of Konoha be lost to Cloud Shinobi village. Uchiha Taihuo had a sinister smile on his face when he heard this. Don't worry, Master Shio, I promise that Mr. Sarutobi's sacrifice will not be in vain. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Ironfire with splitting eyes. What are you going to do? Uchiha Taihuo grinned, of course we need to recover Mr. Ling's body first. Don't worry, we will recover it according to the way Umbu dealt with traitorous ninjas. We will ensure that Cloud Shinobi village will not be able to get the slightest bit from Mr. Ling's body. About wood-style information. The ninja clan leaders who followed looked at each other, and they felt a sense of fear at the same time. What is Umbu's way of dealing with it? Isn't it just a waste of time? You've burned the dregs, so naturally you won't be able to get any useful clues. This Uchiha Shio is not an ordinary ruthless person, and he really cannot provoke these lunatics. Uchiha Taihuo stepped forward and dragged Sarutobi Shinosuke's body away like a dead dog. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to take action angrily, but a terrifying pressure suddenly came from Shio. He looked up at Shio. The joking expression made Sarutobi Hiruzen's scalp tingle. After struggling for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen said hoarsely. Is this matter over? Shio nodded naturally, with an expression of admiration on his face. That's what I said, Third Hokage-sama 507, you can rest assured that the village will properly erect a monument for Shinosuke. He is a hero of Konoha, so he should be well publicized. On the other side, Uchiha Ironfire raised his sword and dropped it. After several rounds, all of Nawaka's original organs were removed. With a burst of great fireball, Sarutobi Shinosuke, who once dominated Umbu, didn't even have any bones left. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally couldn't bear the blow and fainted with a mouthful of blood spurting out. His own son was forced to commit suicide in person, and his body was stripped of his heart, lungs, bones and ashes. At this time, this ruthless politician who showed no mercy even to his teachers and disciples' families finally felt the pain to his bones. Shio snorted coldly. He turned around and left the Sarutobi clan with a group of ninjas. When Sarutobi Shinosuke's ashes were sent to Cloud Shinobi village, Dode was also confused. What they want is a living Sarutobi Shinosuke, or even a corpse will do. Nima, what do you mean by sending ashes? However, we haven't waited for feedback from Cloud Shinobi village yet. Uchiha Ironfire drove Mangekyō to the front line of the position with X spray and Y spray. Uchiha Taihuo said the peace treaty with a sneer and threw it in Todai's face. Sign or fight, in short, if you still want to fight, we Konoha will accompany you to the end. In this kind of scattered battle, Uchiha, who has a large number of cage levels at this time, can completely crush it, unless the AB combination returns to the front line. Todai felt the powerful aura exuded by these 3 cage levels and his face was particularly ugly. Thinking that he only had 3 elite jonin, Dode decisively took out the signature pen he had prepared in advance and said with a smile. Sign, of course you have to sign. The guys who destroyed the peace between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi village are dead. Our Cloud Shinobi village is naturally not an unreasonable village. Our village is very reasonable. Uchiha Ironfire rolled his eyes. If you idiots like you were reasonable, there would be no unreasonable people in the ninja world. It wasn't Cloud Shinobi who had the guts to kidnap Konoha that time. But he was too lazy to talk nonsense to the other party. A peace treaty is nothing but a piece of waste paper for the country. When a fight breaks out, who cares whether you have a peace treaty or not? The sand ninjas in Konoha's collapse plan are not only peace treaties, but also allies. As a result, he launched his plan to destroy Konoha without saying a word. The peace treaty is purely a prop prepared by the top brass of the ninja world to deceive the villagers at the bottom. When I really fall out, this thing is worse than toilet paper for wiping my butt. As long as the goal of Uchiha Iron Fire is achieved, it's fine, Sub J. He picked up the peace treaty thrown by Tutai and rode the fire-breathing dragon directly away from the battlefield. Tutai let out a long sigh of relief when he saw this. It's just a small friction now. We don't have that many ninjas stationed here. If he really angered the other party, he might turn into ashes just like this green seedling. -82-2. The news of the signing of the peace treaty plunged Konoha into a state of carnival. This announced Konoha's complete withdrawal from the Third Ninja War. Now that the Sand Ninja has been crippled, Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi have signed a peace treaty. Kirigaku's 7 ninja swordsmen were directly kicked into the Lucky 3 treasures by Might Dai, and I heard that one of the remaining ones escaped. Now they can finally carry out post-war reconstruction safely. Different from Konoha in the original timeline. Although Konoha's strength was greatly reduced at this time. However, the high-level combat power has not weakened. 2 of the Konoha Sunin who were supposed to be driven out of the village were still staying in Konoha. Elites such as Inoshikacho and Aberame, who were supposed to retire in their prime, are still active in their posts. Not only has the strength of the Uchiha clan not weakened, but it has been horribly improved because of Shio. Although Konoha at this time is still not as powerful as when first Hokage was in power. However, with many Kage levels, it is already comparable to the power of second Hokage Senju Tobirama when he was in power. If he really wants to fight against 4, there is no chance. The innocent and stupid villagers not only failed to thank Sarutobi Shinosuke for committing suicide, but blamed all the delay of the peace treaty on Sarutobi Shinosuke's own fault. This time, Shiyu didn't even use newspapers to guide public opinion. The villagers had successfully figured out what happened. At this time, Shiyu was standing on a podium in the playground of the ninja school. Dozens of children below looked at Shiyu with eager eyes. He has now replaced 4th generation as the idol of a new generation of young people. What? Shiyu touched his chin, thinking about what to say to the 6-year-old little kids below, where the leaves are flying. The fire is also endless. Master Shio, we are Konoha village. If there is a fire, wouldn't it be burned down? You are so handsome, Master Shio, I want to give birth to your child. Does becoming a ninja mean that you can join the Ministry of National Defense? I want to fight bad guys. Shio. Don't you say that all children in the ninja world mature prematurely? They are so mature. Kakashi and Itaki are already killing people at their age. Why is it that these guys in my current life are not much different from the naughty kids in my previous life? What on earth did these stupid ninjas find to sign up?